Wu Yufeng, follow Mr. Du's advice and see how he wants those two people to die. You must try your best to fulfill the old man's request. Since he agreed to Du Yulong, Li Xiaoluo did not hesitate. Li Xiaoluo gave orders to Wu Yufeng and his subordinates. There is no need for Li Xiaoluo to do such a thing himself anyway. This is the advantage of having a few cannon fodders. It's quite good to do chores. Okay, boss. Wu Yufeng quickly nodded and bowed and replied, anyway, he is the boss's most loyal dog. He will do whatever the boss asks him to do. Those two bodyguards looked like they were not good people at first sight. They didn't even follow the boss, but they wanted to take his place as a loyal dog. Damn it. And the extremely beautiful Xiao Min next to her had a blush flashing across her face, and she felt very uneasy in her heart. Li Xiaoluo had not agreed to Du Yulong before, but when he heard that Du Yulong wanted to give her to him, he immediately agreed. Sima Zhao's heart is known to everyone on the road. In the past, with Mengxin here, even if a man had unwanted thoughts about her, she felt very at ease. But now, Lin Mengxin was defeated with one move in front of Li Xiaoluo. There is simply no ability to protect her anymore. So Xiao Min's heart is very confused now. They had lost the bet and had become Li Xiaoluo's subordinates. From now on, they would have to listen to him in everything. Now it was given to Li Xiaoluo by Du Yulong in name. Even if she wanted to resist in the future, it seemed that Li Xiaoluo was on her side. Just when Xiao Min was thinking wildly, Wu Yufeng had already taken action, and then Wei Jieping and Li Wenxin began to beg Li Xiaoluo for mercy. Wei Jieping, Boss Li Xiaoluo, we are very skilled and useful to you. Don't kill us. Li Wenxin, Li Xiao, you don't deserve to die well. We all surrendered, and you still treat us like this. Soon, the screams of Wei Jieping and Li Wenxin could be heard in the villa. The client, Du Yulong, looked on with his eyes shining and a look of satisfaction on his face. He never thought that he could take revenge before he died. Seeing these two rebels die in front of him, he could really rest in peace. And Li Xiaoluo also constantly received the system's voice prompting that Du Yulong's friendship level had increased, but Li Xiaoluo blocked it directly. It doesn't matter. Li Xiaoluo has never even bothered to use his exploratory eyes. Not to mention how friendly they are. Soon, the screams stopped, and Wei Jieping and Li Wenxin were completely silent. The two people died of incomparable regret, and the pain of torture. If God gave them another chance, they would have fought hard to get to the second floor last night, so they might be able to catch Xiao Min and Lin Mengxin. They have fantasized about these two women for so long. As long as they can play with each other once, even if they are really dead now, they will have no regrets. If they were given another chance, they would definitely not spare Du Yulong's breath and torture him to death. As long as this old guy dies, no one will ask Li Xiaoluo to kill them. They really regret it. Even if they were given another chance, they would not open the door of the villa and surrender. Even if Li Xiaoluo had a gun, it would not be easy for Li Xiaoluo to break into the villa. At least they would have to make Li Xiaoluo's men pay some price. I regret it too. But no matter how much they regret, it's useless. There is no regret medicine in the world, and there is no way to turn back time. Not even the superpowers who appear later. After Wei Jieping and Li Wenxin died, Du Yulong raised his head and glanced at the beautiful Xiao Min with a complicated look in his eyes, and then breathed his last. Looking at the dead Du Yulong, Xiao Min felt relieved suddenly, for some reason. Maybe the shackles that have been weighing on her heart are finally gone. Xiao Min, who breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly felt his legs weaken and his body was about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, Lin Mengxin on the side had quick eyesight and quick hands, and immediately supported Xiao Min, preventing her from falling. In fact, in the past, Du Yulong was able to persist until the disaster was over in order to save food as much as possible. So except for himself, everyone else in the villa can only eat one meal a day. Yesterday, two bodyguards, Wei Jieping and Li Wenxin, rebelled and took over the food and water stored on the first floor. Lin Mengxin and Xiao Min stayed on the second floor without any access. Lin Mengxin is okay, her physique is good, and she can still persist now. But Xiao Min was already at the end of his strength. Helping Xiao Min to the sofa, Lin Mengxin quickly ran to the place where they put the food, but unfortunately it was already empty. The last bit of food was eaten by Wei Jieping and Li Wenxin. Lin Mengxin walked to Li Xiaoluo and looked at Li Xiaoluo with an anxious look in her eyes. Mr. Li, madam, she needs food and water, otherwise her body will not be able to survive. As long as you can give madam some food, I will listen to you in everything from now on. In fact, Li Xiaoluo knew the reason for Xiao Min's situation without asking. In this apocalyptic world, food will always be the biggest problem for survivors. I have set a rule in the morning. From now on, those who follow me must work first if they want food. And how they live and how much food they can eat depends on their own performance. Hearing Li Xiaoluo's words, Lin Mengxin's face was extremely anxious. With Xiao Min's current situation, where can she work first? But she didn't know how to refute Li Xiaoluo. After all, Li Xiaoluo didn't know them anything, and just now she promised to listen to Li Xiaoluo in everything from now on, which was actually included in the previous bet. But I am a person who cherishes talents. I usually take some care of talents. You guys wait, I'll go to the car to get her some food. Thanks. Lin Mengxin had a rare smile on her face. Li Xiaoluo came to the snowmobile outside. In fact, there was no food at all on his snowmobile. All the food was in his system space. But apart from being in front of Xin Miao Miao and the others in Villa Number 1, Li Xiao didn't want to expose the existence of his own space when he was outside. It's not long since the end of the world has just begun, and his strength is not yet invincible. So it's better to keep a low profile as much as possible. Soon, Li Xiao walked into the villa, carrying an incubator. Eat, my meal is not cheap now. You should work hard to repay it in the future. Lin Mingxi nodded. She did not understand what Li Xiao meant, but she also knew that at this time, a piece of bread or a rotten vegetable leaf were extremely precious. The value of food at this time cannot be measured by its pre-apocalyptic value. Lin Mingxi couldn't wait to open the incubator. Originally, Lin Mingxi thought there would be some bread or rice inside, but inside the insulated box, there were actually several insulated rice buckets exposed. What kind of food is this? Is it so troublesome to save? Not to mention Lin Mingxi, even Wu Yufang and the others were a little curious. Yesterday, Wu Yufang and the others stayed in Villa Number 10. Li Xiao did not take away the food in Villa Number 10. After all, Li Xiao still needed them to work. So Wu Yufang and the others are not hungry yet. But at this time, they were also very curious. Their boss brought some food in the car. Is it necessary to engage in such a big battle? What is so delicious? When Lin Mingxi opened the thermos bucket, an alluring fragrance wafted out. Fresh fish porridge, chicken soup, although they were common foods before the end of the world, after entering a moderately prosperous society, everyone can afford them. But now looking at these delicacies, except for Li Xiao, everyone at the scene showed a look of shock. Why are there so many delicious foods now? Shouldn't even eating a meal of white rice be a luxury? And it's still piping hot. Wu Yufang and several of his subordinates all looked at Li Xiao with bright eyes. How rich is the food at his boss's house? When they came out to do the cooking, they all used thermal buckets to carry so much steaming food, and there was even fish and meat. This level of luxury has exceeded their imagination in this doomsday world. Lin Mingxi and the weak Zhao Min were also extremely shocked as they looked at the food in front of them. They originally thought that Li Xiao could give them a few pieces of bread and a bottle of water, which would be very good. But is it really not a dream now? Madam, eat quickly or you will get cold. After all, Lin Mingxi was the best at controlling her emotions. She reacted quickly and immediately reminded Zhao Min. Okay, Mingxi, you can eat too. Zhao Min was really hungry. She held a thermos bucket and drank porridge in an imageless manner. Lin Mingxi was not polite and started eating directly while holding the food in a thermos bucket. If Li Xiao only gave them a little bit of food, then Lin Mingxi would definitely let Zhao Min eat it first. She could hold on for another day, and it would be fine. But now the food given by Li Xiao is not only rich, but also a lot, enough for the two of them. Only those who have experienced extreme hunger can appreciate the value of food. It was not without reason that the disaster victims in ancient times ate dirt, or even exchanged their children for food. So despite being extremely hungry, Zhao Min and Lin Mingxi can no longer express their happiness in words by being able to eat these delicious foods. This moment may be the happiest time in their lives. System prompt. Zhao Min is extremely grateful to the host. Her friendliness is plus 15, and her current friendliness towards the host is 61. System prompt. Lin Mingxi is extremely grateful to the host. Her friendliness is plus 6, and her current friendliness towards the host is 66. Hearing the system prompt, Li Xiao nodded with satisfaction. In fact, there is a reason why Li Xiao treated Lin Mingxi and the others differently this time and gave them these delicacies directly. Since he wants to recruit Lin Mingxi and the others, he will naturally not watch them starve to death. So he will definitely give them some food in the end. And even if Li Xiao just gives Lin Mingxi and the others a piece of bread, they will definitely be very grateful. Because now everyone knows how precious food is. But gratitude is gratitude. If Li Xiao really just gave them a piece of bread, Lin Mingxi and the others would not be able to recover quickly, and then they could work. And I won't be as grateful as I am now, and I won't be so friendly. Therefore, Li Xiao believes that this transaction is still worth it. Although he would not go out of his way to be special to anyone, or even to please, just for the sake of a beautiful woman or recruiting a certain talent. But if you can use a little favor to quickly increase their friendship, Li Xiao still thinks it's worth it. Yes, in the eyes of Lin Mingxi and Zhao Min, the food they are eating now should be extremely precious. But here with Li Xiao, they're actually just small favors. Because there are too many of these foods in Li Charlotte's space, they are not even qualified to be included in his daily recipes. Li Xiao usually eats beef, mutton, lobster, seafood. These. Soon, Zhao Min, who was extremely hungry, ate all the food. In fact, there is no staple food that can resist hunger. The two of them have been hungry for a long time, and their appetites are scary. Now they are only 60% full, but they were extremely satisfied. Especially Zhao Min felt like she was finally alive, and seeing Zhao Min and the others finally finishing their meal, Wu Yufang and the others felt that they were finally free, because it was too painful for them to watch from the side. If Li Xiao hadn't been there, they might have gone up to grab food. Even if they don't have a share, just take a bite of the remaining bones that Zhao Min and the others ate. In fact, they are not hungry, but they have been eating food that is tasteless, oily, and waterless for a long time. Now, no matter whether it is spicy or salty food, it is all delicacies in their eyes. Not to mention meat, they haven't smelled the smell of meat for a long time. And at this moment, not to mention Wu Yufeng's subordinates. Even Wu Yufeng had some objections to the boss Li Xiaoluo. Yesterday, Li Xiaoluo didn't give them a woman. After all, in this kind of weather, they are actually almost abstinent. But now, Li Xiaoluo even gave the 2B ***** these greedy delicacies and refused to eat them. They have worked hard for Li Xiaoluo in the past 2 days, and they have made a lot of contributions. Especially Wu Yufeng. He feels that he is Li Xiaoluo's confidant, right? But Li Xiaoluo actually had delicious food and didn't even give him any reward. System prompt. Wu Yufeng is dissatisfied with the host. Her friendliness is -5, and her current friendliness towards the host is 55. System prompt. Lu Haiyang is very dissatisfied with the host. His friendliness is -10, and his current friendliness towards the host is 34. Hearing the continuous notification sounds from the system, Li Xiaoluo's eyes showed a cold light. Including Wu Yufeng, the friendliness of these cannon fodders has dropped a lot. Some people even drop directly below 40. This has exceeded Li Xiaoluo's tolerance limit for cannon fodder. In fact, humans are all creatures with emotions, so it is normal to have emotions and desires, and even emotions. Not to mention Wu Yufeng and the others, even Xin Miao Miao and the others. Maybe one day Li Xiaoluo hurts them, and their friendship will be reduced. Therefore, if people like Wu Yufeng are dissatisfied or have small thoughts, it is completely normal. As long as they don't exceed Li Xiaoluo's bottom line, then they can still continue to be their cannon fodder. After all, Li Xiaoluo still needs someone to work. And what is Li Xiaoluo's bottom line? If they are Li Xiaoluo's confidants, then their friendship level cannot be lower than 60. And if it is a cannon fodder like Wu Yufeng, then the friendship level cannot be lower than 40. So now, they have exceeded Li Xiaoluo's bottom line. That's so embarrassing. Even if they performed well before, even now Li Xiaoluo still needs people to work. But they must die too. The bottom line is the bottom line. Li Xiaoluo will not keep people with ill intentions towards him and put himself in any potential danger. Lin Mingxin, come here. Upon hearing Li Xiaoluo's call, Lin Mingxin did not hesitate and walked to Li Xiaoluo's side obediently. Lin Mingxin is a very principled person. Xiaomin did her a big favor before the end and hired her for 3 years. So during these 3 years, she had to protect Xiaomin even if she gave her life. Li Xiaoluo first won her in a bet, and now gave her those precious foods. So as long as Li Xiaoluo doesn't break her bottom line, Lin Mingxin will obey Li Xiaoluo's arrangements. Li Xiaoluo took out a saber from his body and handed it to Lin Mingxin. Lin Mingxin thought that Li Xiaoluo gave her the knife to be her bodyguard to protect Li Xiaoluo's safety, so she immediately took the saber subconsciously. But what Li Xiaoluo said next made Lin Mingxin confused. Lin Mingxin, your first mission is to kill a few of them for me. After speaking, Li Xiaoluo pointed at Wu Yufeng and the others. Now that Lin Mingxin is here to deal with Wu Yufeng and the others, Li Xiaoluo will naturally not do it himself. Otherwise, why would he spend so much time trying to improve Lin Mingxin's friendship by giving them food? Li Xiaoluo has long said that he does not support idlers, not even Xin Miao Miao and the others. But now Xin Miao Miao and the others have not grown up yet. Li Xiaoluo will not let them take risks, and will only let them take charge of some logistics work first. But Lin Mingxin doesn't have that kind of treatment. After Lin Mingxin heard Li Xiaoluo's words, she was stunned for a moment. She thought she heard it wrong. Aren't Wu Yufeng and those men his subordinates? It seemed quite harmonious just now. Why did he suddenly let himself kill them? Lin Mingxin was about to confirm, but several people on Wu Yufeng's side were already furious. They didn't expect that the boss would order them to be killed if they suddenly became fine. Not only was this too sudden, but it was also unacceptable to them. Li Xiaoluo was on guard against them, refusing to give them beautiful women, and would kill those among them who behaved poorly or were disobedient. These they can endure. After all, Li Xiaoluo has a gun. Before they gain Li Xiaoluo's absolute trust, they can't do anything at all. I can only endure the humiliation and bear the burden. Moreover, they have been making excuses for themselves before. Anyway, the people Li Xiaoluo killed were not themselves. Those people were killed because they angered Li Xiaoluo. Anyway, when things don't happen to them, many people think that it has nothing to do with them. But when things happen to them, they will realize how ignorant and ridiculous their previous ideas were. Especially this time, they had just made a contribution, and Li Xiaoluo had no excuse to kill them. So Wu Yufeng and the others still don't understand that Li Xiaoluo has never wanted to keep them from the beginning to the end, and has been using them as cannon fodder. System prompt. Wu Yufeng has hatred towards the host. His friendliness is -36, and his current friendliness towards the host is 19. System prompt. Wang Hai is hostile to the host. His friendliness is -20, and his current friendliness towards the host is 25. With a plop, Wu Yufeng knelt directly on the ground. Boss, what did we do wrong? Since yesterday, we have risked our lives to fight for you. Some of our brothers have died, and some have been injured, but we don't have a single complaint and have been loyal to you until now. You suddenly want to kill us without asking why? Even if you want us to die, you have to give us a reason, right? Wu Yufeng is still a bit clever. Although his current friendliness is the lowest among the cannon fodders, he doesn't show it at all on his face. He is even playing the emotional card with Li Xiaoluo. He could be called a movie king, because Wu Yufang knew that the firepower in Li Xiaoluo's hands was too powerful. If they dared to resist now, they would basically be dead. Wu Yufang actually regrets it very much now. If he had known that he would have listened to his brothers yesterday and made some preparations earlier, maybe he would still have a chance to kill Li Xiaoluo now. Seeing Wu Yufang's performance, the other men were not fools. They all suppressed the hatred in their hearts and looked at Li Xiaoluo with pitiful expressions on their faces. That's right, boss. We have always been loyal to you. We will do whatever you ask us to do. Why do you want to kill us? Boss, we have done so many things for you. No credit but hard work, right? You just burn bridges like this. How can you convince others in the future? However, no matter how Wu Yufang and the others performed, Li Xiaoluo was indifferent and didn't even bother to explain nonsense. He doesn't need to explain it to anyone either. Li Xiaoluo just glanced at Lin Mingxin lightly. Lin Mingxin, do it! Besides being too lazy to talk nonsense with Wu Yufang and the others, Li Xiaoluo also wanted to test Lin Mingxin. Those who are disobedient are not qualified to be part of Li Xiaoluo's team. Of course, it means becoming his real subordinates, not cannon fodder like Wu Yufang and others. Lin Mingxin hesitated for a moment, then walked towards Wu Yufang and the others with the saber in her hand. In addition to keeping her promise and obeying Li Xiaoluo's words, it was also because Li Xiaoluo's orders did not break her bottom line. In fact, Lin Mingxin and Wu Yufang knew that they were thugs kept by the boss of Villa Number 10. Such people were not good people in the first place. So even if she killed them, Lin Mingxin would not have any psychological pressure. If one day, Li Xiaoluo asks her to kill some unarmed women or children, then she will never obey the order. The worst she can do is give her life back to him. Seeing Lin Mingxin walking over, Wu Yufang quickly got up from the ground. Beauty Lin Mingxin, don't listen to Li Xiaoluo's nonsense. If you follow a despicable villain like him, he will kill you sooner or later. How about we work together and fight against the devil Li Xiaoluo? That's right, Beauty Lin Mingxin, you can lead us to resist Li Xiaoluo's atrocities. From now on, you will be our eldest sister, and we will listen to you in everything from now on. But Lin Mingxin ignored Wu Yufang and the others at all. She suddenly accelerated and killed the man closest to her like lightning. Brothers, she's going to die anyway. Let's fight her. Even if we die, we'll have to drag this stinky B******ch with her brain on her back. Wu Yufang's eyes turned red, and after shouting, she took the initiative to rush towards Lin Mingxin. Wu Yufang and the others have not received professional training, and they usually have no skills in fighting. They rely on large numbers of people and fierce strength. Watching Lin Mingxin fight is much more enjoyable. Her movements are smooth and very fast. Every time she strikes, she is very clean and can leave damage to the enemy. After a few minutes, Wu Yufang and the others were all lying on the ground. Some people have turned into corpses, and some people are seriously injured but still breathing. Wu Yufang covered the blood that kept pouring out of his abdomen, and looked at Li Xiaoluo with a look of reluctance. Li Xiaoluo, why do you suddenly want to kill us? We didn't do anything wrong. Li Xiaoluo slowly walked to Wu Yufang and said, Okay, you are indeed a little more loyal than them. Then I will let you know. I am a master of microexpression psychology. Ever since I gave food to Lin Mingxin and the others, some of you have become dissatisfied and even murderous. Wu Yufang was stunned for a moment, then laughed miserably. Ha! It turns out that our deaths were not unjust. Wu Yufang knew that Li Xiaoluo probably wasn't lying, because he was indeed very dissatisfied at that time. And the few people under him had objections to Li Xiaoluo yesterday, so it is normal to have murderous intentions. Several people in Wu Yufang were dead, but Lin Mingxin, who killed them, was a little stunned. Originally, Li Xiaoluo wanted to kill Wu Yufang and the others. Lin Mingxin thought of many reasons, probably some internal conflicts and the like. She did have a little sympathy for Wu Yufang and the others, and she also felt that Li Xiaoluo was too ruthless. But it wasn't until the conversation between Li Xiaoluo and Wu Yufang before they died that Lin Mingxin knew that the cause of the incident was actually because of her and Zhao Min, and because of the food Li Xiaoluo gave them. This was considered acquiescence when Wu Yufang died. After all, when a person is about to die, his words are also good. What Lin Mingxin didn't expect was that Li Xiaoluo was also a master of microexpression psychology. At this moment, Lin Mingxin felt that Li Xiaoluo had done nothing wrong. Just because of a little food, Wu Yufang and the others have thoughts of betrayal. Such people really deserve to be killed in this apocalyptic world. Otherwise, why not stab them in the back? Wu Yufang and the others are all dead, which must have had some influence on Li Xiaoluo's actions. However, the impact is not too big. After all, with Lin Mingxin joining in, he does not need to personally clean up the villa behind. And later on, Lin Mingxin can be asked to take 2 women, Wang Shanshan and Li Xiaoqiao, as a training exercise. However, for his own people like Lin Mingxin, Li Xiaoluo would not be as casual as he was with Wu Yufang and the cannon fodder. Li Xiaoluo decided to find some ways to ensure their safety as much as possible. After all, before superpowers appeared, it was not easy to cultivate a female soldier who was both loyal and capable of fighting. To ensure the safety of Lin Mingxin and the others, the best way is to give them guns. In this way, with Lin Mingxin's strength, few people should be able to harm them. But now, even Qin Yuma and the others are not qualified to hold guns, let alone Lin Mingxin and the others. In Li Xiaoluo's opinion, if his men want to be equipped with guns, the first condition is that they must be women with a friendship score of at least 80 or above. But when the time comes, Li Xiaoluo can equip Lin Mingxin and the others with a gun first. There is actually no conflict in this statement. It comes with a gun, not bullets. In this way, Lin Mingxin and the others can take out their guns to scare people. In fact, ordinary people, even if they point a fake gun at him, they will be frightened to the point of peeing or simply raise their hands and surrender. Moreover, they were given a gun and asked Lin Mingxin to take the other women to practice how to use the gun and practice aiming. When they reach a friendly level in the future, Li Xiaoluo only needs to give it to them, and they can start using it immediately. As for now, I can actually give them some crossbows. Before the end of the world, Li Xiaoluo managed to buy a few crossbows, but he never had a chance to use them, so they were just wasted. And when people with superpowers appear in the future, there will be even less chance to use them, because cold weapons were too low at that time. So now I give the crossbow to Lin Mingxin and the others, which can be considered as my lord's care for them. By the way, thinking of this, Li Xiaoluo suddenly remembered something. When the system super strengthened the lord's mansion, the monitoring system was upgraded to a super automatic stealth monitoring system. Not only has the monitoring range been greatly increased, but it is also equipped with 2 stealth reconnaissance drones. This stealth reconnaissance drone is not only difficult to detect, but also has super endurance, which can reach 10 hours. And its most important ability is to transmit back the detected information in real time, including pictures, sounds, etc. This is good stuff. For example, when Wu Yufeng and the others were asked to attack Villa Number 10, Li Xiaoluo could know the number of enemies in Villa Number 10, their firepower, ambush location, etc. In war, if you know yourself and the enemy, you will be victorious. As long as you know the enemy's situation clearly, that is basically half the victory. But before, Li Xiaoluo forgot that he still had a stealth reconnaissance drone system. It's not that you forgot, but that you didn't care about the life and death of Wu Yufeng's cannon fodder. Don't make excuses for yourself. Just as he thought, Li Xiaoluo immediately summoned the reconnaissance drone through the system, and then controlled the drone to fly towards his next target, Villa Number 4. He wants to verify whether the drone works well first. The stealth reconnaissance drone was very small and flew into Villa Number 4 smoothly under the control of Li Xiaoluo. Then the real-time pictures and voices of people speaking in Villa Number 4 immediately appeared on the system screen. Li Xiaoluo looked happy. This drone is really easy to use. But after looking inside Villa Number 4 for more than a minute, Li Xiaoluo's face became a little ugly, because the scene inside Villa Number 4 is really tragic. Meow meow, take everyone over to you and come to Villa Number 3. I'll be waiting for you in Villa Number 3. Li Xiaoluo took out his walkie-talkie and contacted Shin Miao Miao. Li Xiaoluo originally planned to take Lin Mingxin, Wang Shanshan, and Li Qiaoqiao together to continue cleaning up the remaining villas. But after seeing some scenes in Villa Number 4 through a drone just now, Li Xiaoluo changed his mind. He decided to call Shin Miao Miao and the others over and ask all the women to visit Villa Number 4. Let them also feel the true cruelty of the end of the world. After such a comparison, Shin Miao Miao and the others will understand how happy they are following them. Shin Miao Miao and the others came very quickly. Although it is difficult to travel in the outside world now, there is already a snow road near Li Xiaoluo's villa, and people can barely pass it. When Shin Miao Miao and the others entered Villa Number 3, several women didn't have time to say hello to Li Xiaoluo, and then they saw the body in the hall. Many, but apart from Shun Yin, whose face was a little pale, the other women were relatively calm. For example, Qin Yuma and Zhao Xialuo. After Zhou Junjie and the security guards died, they even moved the bodies. So he can be regarded as someone who has seen big scenes. Regarding the dead people, they said that they are very calm now, as long as they did not kill them with their own hands. If they were allowed to kill people with their own hands, it might take them a while to adapt. The other two are Wang Shanshan and Li Qiaoqiao. When they were in Zhao Deju's Villa Number 10, they saw a lot of dead people. Brother Xialuo, do you want us to come over and clean up the supplies in Villa Number 3? After these days of training, Shin Miao Miao is more courageous than her sister. Not only was she not afraid when she saw the corpse, but her first thought was work. As for why so many people died in this villa, were all these people killed by Li Xiaoluo? Shin Miao Miao doesn't want to care so much. She only knows that Li Xiaoluo is very good to her, and she can just listen to Li Xiaoluo and everything. Li Xiaoluo briefly told Shin Miao Miao and the others what happened in Villa Number 3. Although Li Xiaoluo did not kill anyone, these people did die because of him. Li Xiaoluo has nothing to hide. He has never said that he is a good person. He's just not that obviously bad. Brother Xialuo, please don't take those men as your subordinates again, okay? Shin Miao Miao didn't care whether those people should die. But when she heard Li Xiaoluo say that several of the men he had taken and had the intention to rebel and kill Li Xiaoluo, Shin Miao Miao's heartbeat seemed to have stopped. Don't worry. Didn't we agree in the morning that our team will not recruit men from now on? Okay, let's not talk about this for now. We will go to Villa Number 4 to check it out later. You all can come along and think of it as a way to exercise your courage. The owner of Villa Number 4 is Sun Qinyang, who was also a very wealthy man before the end. Sun Qinyang is actually also a very famous figure in Longting Villa District because many people are very envious of him. Sun Qinyang is less than 40 years old this year, but he's already the chairman of a listed company with a market value of tens of billions. He also has a beautiful wife and 2 lovely sons. He can be said to be a sure winner in life. But what really makes Sun Qinyang famous and envied by others is actually Sun Qinyang's experience. Sun Qinyang used to be an ordinary rural person with no power or influence in his family. If he followed a normal life trajectory, let alone become a billionaire and live in the luxurious Longting Villa. Even being able to work in Longting Villa may be a luxury. However, an accident allowed Sun Qinyang to save Li Ziyan, the only daughter of the city's richest man. After several contacts, Li Ziyan fell in love with the handsome and brave Sun Qinyang. But even in modern society, we still pay great attention to being well-matched, especially when the woman's family is super rich and the man is a poor boy. Such love rarely lasts to the end. But fortunately, Li Ziyan's parents are relatively liberal people. Their family is not short of money at all, and they have never thought about using their only daughter to get married. What they value more is the son-in-law's character and abilities. The importance of character is to ensure that you will be good to your daughter in the future. They value ability because they must be able to protect their family business. And Sun Qinyang was lucky enough to pass the exam and got married to Li Ziyan. Later, Li Ziyan's parents passed away, and Sun Qinyang became the chairman of the company, and make the company bigger and bigger. Sun Qinyang has also become a legend in Longting Villa and the envy of many people, especially those men who work in Longting Villa. A poor boy marries by Fume and ends up being the master of the family. Who doesn't want to have such a life? But Sun Qinyang, who is envied by everyone, actually has his own troubles. Sun Qinyang has a younger brother named Sun Qindong, who is 3 years younger than Sun Qinyang. Maybe it's because both parents like their younger son, and Sun Qindong has been particularly doted on since he was a child. For example, when Sun Qinyang was in high school, Sun Qindong was also in junior high school. At that time, their family was relatively poor. Sun Qinyang, who was in high school, only has 30 yuan of pocket money per week, and that includes his food expenses. Sometimes he wants to buy some study materials, but has no money, so he can only eat steamed buns every day. But Sun Qindong, who just entered junior high school, is wearing a brand-name suit. Every day, he either skips class and goes online or drinks with friends to pick up girls. His mother gave Sun Qindong 500 yuan of pocket money every week, but it was still not enough for Sun Qindong. Sometimes Sun Qindong had no money to spend, so he would follow a group of delinquent boys to steal. If you were caught, you have to spend money to ransom the person. This situation didn't get much better until Sun Qinyang started working on his own after graduating from college. After all, he could make money by himself. But Sun Qinyang's mother still often calls him when he pays his salary, saying that the family has no money, and then asks Sun Qinyang for money. Sun Qinyang actually knew that if his mother asked him for money, she would definitely spend it on Sun Qindong in the end. Because after he graduated and started working to make money, Sun Qindong would come to him on time every month to complain about his poverty. At first, Sun Qinyang would remember that Sun Qindong was still young and he was his biological brother, so he would give some to him every time. But as time went by, Sun Qinyang knew that this was a bottomless pit, so he stopped giving money to his brother. So Sun Qindong came to him again through his mother to ask for money. If Sun Qinyang didn't give it, his mother would scold him for being unfilial, and Sun Qinyang would be helpless. Later, Sun Qinyang, a poor boy, married Li Ziyan and became a real rich man. Then Sun Qinyang took out some money and opened a small company for his younger brother Sun Qindong. In this way, Sun Qindong will no longer be short of money and can finally live in peace. However, Sun Qindong is indeed not short of money, but his habit of fighting and causing trouble has not changed, and Sun Qinyang still needs to step in to solve it every time. Later, Sun Qinyang couldn't bear it anymore. After Sun Qindong was caught committing another crime, even though his mother cried and begged him to save her, he didn't relent and let Sun Qindong be imprisoned in the detention center for a year. And Sun Qinyang also threatened to cut off contact with Sun Qindong. After coming out of the detention center, Sun Qindong's small company naturally collapsed, and Sun Qinyang seemed to really no longer care about him, and didn't even see him. Sun Qindong has indeed been honest for a long time. Sun Qinyang thought that his brother had really changed for the better after entering the detention center, and he was quite happy. On the day when the ice disaster struck, it happened to be Sun Qinyang's eldest son's 10th birthday. So Sun Qinyang specially called Sun Qindong over, hoping to ease the relationship between the brothers. As long as Sun Qindong really changes, Sun Qinyang is still willing to treat him as his younger brother. After all, he is just this younger brother. But Sun Qinyang never thought that his son's 10th birthday would be the beginning of the end of the world. In the first few days of the ice apocalypse, the atmosphere in Villa Number 4 was actually quite harmonious. Although there were many people trapped in Villa Number 4 because of the banquet, more than 50 people. But precisely because of the banquet, a lot of food was purchased in Sun Qinyang's villa, which was enough for everyone to eat and drink at the beginning. But starting from the third day, the food started to become a little nervous, especially since the disaster had no end in sight, and many conflicts gradually broke out. Some people complained that there was not enough food and asked Sun Qinyang to give them more food every day. After all, they were all visiting Sun Qinyang's house, so Sun Qinyang had to ensure their food. Some people complained that they had less food than others, and felt that Sun Qinyang was unfair. He must have given him food based on his distance. Some people also had quarrels and even physical fights over issues such as clothing to keep out the cold, women, sleeping rooms, etc. As the owner of the villa, Sun Qinyang can only try his best to resolve conflicts every time. But as a result, more and more people are actually dissatisfied with him. On the 5th day, Sun Qinyang and one of his friends teased a lady. When Sun Qinyang found out, he scolded Sun Qinyang severely. Sun Qinyang's eyes turned red at that time. In fact, he had been putting up with this idiot Sun Qinyang for a long time. In the past, after Sun Qinyang graduated and worked, his monthly salary was 5,000 yuan. My younger brother asked him for 3,000 yuan every month to study. Every time, he would spend a long time in a row, always educating him in the tone of an elder. A meal. Later, Sun Qinyang became prosperous and became the boss of a company worth tens of billions. But he only opened a small company worth tens of millions. What made him most unbearable was that Sun Qinyang refused to save him and actually watched him squat in the detention center for a year. So Sun Qinyang's dissatisfaction has been buried in his heart for a long time. Sun Qinyang thought to himself, didn't he just take advantage of a woman? Could it be that he, Sun Qinyang, didn't even read what was said on the internet about what the world is like now? The country is no longer able to rescue them, and they will have to fend for themselves in the future. You can naturally do whatever you want from now on. Now these people have food and drink in their homes, and they have been holding it in for a long time. What's wrong with finding a woman to touch it? Only an idiot like Sun Qinyang still wants to be a bad guy, a savior, and wants to save everyone. And you just want to be a good person, but you still want to mind your own business? Who do you think you are? He is still the same chairman with a net worth of tens of billions. Old and new grudges made the red-eyed Sun Qinyang directly pick up the stool on the side, and then smashed it towards Sun Qinyang. The friend Sun Qinyang brought here was named Lu Dajuan. Anyone who hangs out with Sun Qinyang is not a good person in the first place. He had long been dissatisfied that their food and supplies had to be distributed by Sun Qinyang. When he saw Sun Qinyang G his brother, Lu Dajuan also rushed forward and killed him. Soon, Sun Qinyang was beaten to death by his own brother and Lu Dajuan. In fact, there were many people watching when it happened, but apart from a few words of verbal persuasion, no one actually stepped forward to stop it. Sun Qinyang's wife and children were cooking in the kitchen with the maid. When she rushed over, what she saw was her husband's battered body that was beyond recognition. After killing Sun Qinyang, Sun Qinyang summoned everyone in the villa and announced that he had officially taken over everything in the villa. He then also announced the formation of an organization called Doomsday Paradise. From now on, he will be the leader of Doomsday Paradise, and then Lu Dajuan will be the deputy leader, and there will be several backbones. From now on, everything in Villa Number 4 will be decided by him, and everyone must obey his orders unconditionally. There are more than 50 survivors in Villa Number 4. The reason why Sun Qinyang has the confidence to ask everyone to listen to them is because he and Lu Dajuan have actually prepared for this moment. In fact, they had secretly recruited a group of people who were dissatisfied with his eldest brother and promised that they would become the privileged class in the villa, eat whatever they wanted, and play with the women they liked. Among the more than 50 people in Villa Number 4, there were 18 young and strong men, 25 women, and 10 elderly people and children. Among the 18 young and strong men, Sun Qinyang and the others have attracted a total of 10 people, and they are basically chefs or bodyguards with relatively strong fighting ability. Moreover, Sun Qinyang and the others secretly prepared weapons, so when Sun Qinyang announced his decision, they already had an absolute advantage. Because if ordinary people are not organized, even if they're more numerous than the enemy, they're actually just a mess, and there is no way to compete with the organized Sun Qinyang and others. After killing several big bosses who had extraordinary status before the apocalypse, the remaining people were frightened and no one dared to resist Sun Qinyang anymore. But not daring to resist also means the beginning of misery. On that day, Sun Qinyang and the others made rules in order to save food and supplies for their own enjoyment. Except for the official members of Doomsday Paradise, the rest are slaves. Regardless of men, women, old or young, everyone only has 50 grams of food and 100 grams of water per day. Of course, if you perform well, you will be rewarded with some extra food. The extra reward is not because they are kind-hearted, but because they do it so that some people can see the hope of living, so as not to force everyone to unite and resist. After this rule was established, several elderly people starved to death and froze to death the next day, and Sun Qinyang and the others had completely gone dark. They were too lazy to pretend anymore and just killed all the remaining old people and men. Then he threw it in the yard of the villa and froze it. Maybe it could be used later. After only women and children were left, Sun Qinyang and the others did whatever they wanted. They take pleasure in torturing these women and children every day, especially those children or some women who look relatively ordinary, and some people are constantly tortured to death by them. K, like a dead person. So damn unlucky. At this time, in the lobby on the first floor of Villa Number 4, Sun Qinyang, who had dyed yellow hair, kicked a beautiful lady to the ground and cursed. This beautiful lady is his brother Sun Qinyang's wife and Sun Qindong's sister-in-law, Li Ziyan. Sun Qindong hates everything about his elder brother. In fact, it was just jealousy, so he didn't want any other beautiful women in the villa and only became a thief once. Of course, because of the weather and the fear that Li Ziyan would kill him in his last few seconds of trembling, Sun Qindong did not dare to get in the car. Just letting Li Ziyan serve him, letting him flatten and round him, seeing the hatred in Li Ziyan's eyes, but still having to force a smile on her face. Sun Qindong felt extremely happy. You all looked down on me before, but now you are my B******. But since Li Ziyan's 2 sons were tortured and died yesterday, Li Ziyan has gone crazy. No matter how Sun Qindong beat her with the clothes hanger or threatened her, Li Ziyan's eyes remained dull. Sun Qindong felt that he hadn't had enough fun. He regretted killing those children too early. After all, he couldn't waste much food. Sun Qindong went to the bathroom and then returned to the living room. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of beating a woman's body came from inside the villa. Then there were screams of women crying and begging for mercy. Sun Qindong has long been accustomed to these. This kind of ghost weather is so cold that it is not easy to carry out human reproduction activities. Therefore, in addition to being addicted to handjobs, some men also like to torture and beat women to get pleasure. As long as they didn't beat all the women to death, Sun Qindong wouldn't care about them. After all, this was Sun Qindong's original promise, and those who are willing to follow him can do whatever they want. F***K leader, this B****H actually ate the food while it was being cooked. Seeing Sun Qindong coming over, the man who was beating the woman with a wooden stick stopped and complained to Sun Qindong. Sun Qindong's eyes suddenly turned cold. These B******* dared not abide by the rules, he said. It seems that his majesty is not enough. Chief, I didn't eat secretly. I really didn't eat secretly. I just tried to taste the saltiness of the food. There is no shortage of any food. The beaten woman huddled on the ground, with a frightened look on her weak face, and tried her best to explain. Because she knows that if she doesn't explain, she may never have a chance to explain again. No need to explain. My men said you ate it secretly. Then you just ate it secretly. Which hand did you use to steal food just now? Now show that hand, and put it outside the window to freeze for half an hour. This is the freezing punishment specially invented by Sun Qindong. Chief, The woman's face turned pale with fright, and she cried and wanted to continue begging for mercy. Sun Qindong waved his hand, and his men immediately pulled the woman away. A loud bang. The door of the villa was suddenly broken open, and then Li Xiao walked in with a group of beauties. In fact, when Li Xiao brought a group of women to the courtyard of Villa Number 4, many women immediately vomited. This time they really couldn't hold it back. Not only because there were many corpses in the courtyard of Villa Number 4, but they had already seen the dead people, so they were not afraid of corpses. But among the corpses in the courtyard of Villa Number 4, there were not only old people, children, and women, but some of them were beyond recognition, and some were covered in bruises. It can be seen that they were tortured before they died. Shen Miao Miao and all the other women feel that their worldview has been impacted again. Only Li Xiaoluo's face remained normal. For him who was reborn, he had seen too many such things. When order was normal before the end of the world, there were still so many people with dark minds. It is illegal to hurt or kill people before the end of the world, but some people still take risks, and some even apply their dark psychology to some animals. After the end of the world, order collapsed and some people became no different from animals after becoming black, so they would treat people like animals and there was no bottom line. When Li Xiaoluo and the girls broke through the door and entered Villa Number 4, the scene that greeted Shen Miao Miao and the others made them shudder. I saw 20 or 30 people in the villa, and then some women were crawling at the men's feet like dogs, and some women were huddled in the corner covered in blood. There is also a woman who is constantly begging her not to eat secretly and not to freeze her hands to death. Sun Qindong and the others in the villa were a little confused when they saw a group of people suddenly barging in. In fact, Sun Qindong also felt that he had had enough fun in Villa Number 4 today, and he wanted to try to go outside sometime. The first stop he wanted to visit was naturally the Villa Number 1, where Li Xiaoluo lived. But Sun Qindong didn't expect that someone would come to the door first before he took action. Originally, Sun Qindong was still a little nervous, fearing that some powerful enemy would come. But soon, Sun Qindong's heart relaxed. There was only one man among the people who came, but there were quite a few women. What threat could they pose? And Sun Qindong's subordinates were all very excited. Who are you? Where did you come from? Damn it. Why do so many goddesses suddenly appear? I am not dreaming. Damn it, I was always taught that pie in the sky will never fall. Isn't this what happened today? Li Xiaoluo has not spoken yet. Lin Mingxin's eyes were extremely cold, and she said, Li Xiao, Lord, these men are already beasts. Let me kill them. On the way to Villa Number 4, Lin Mingxin was still a little disturbed when she learned that Li Xiao wanted to clean up the survivors in several nearby villas. After all, in her opinion, those owners who took the initiative to trouble Li Xiao killed them, and even occupied their villas were speechless. But among the owners of several villas nearby, some have verbally threatened Li Xiaoluo within the group of owners, and some have not even threatened Li Xiaoluo verbally. But in order to ensure that no one disturbed him nearby, Li Xiaoluo had to kill or drive away all the people in these villas. It's really a bit too domineering, but after arriving at Villa number 4, Lin Mingxin wanted to kill people more than Li Xiaoluo. No, what she killed was no longer a human being, but an animal. Lord, kill us? Huh, I'm laughing so hard. It's a pity, I look pretty and have a good temperament, but my brain seems to be broken, so it's no fun to play like this. Where did these people come from out of nowhere? How dare a man and a group of women dare to speak so brazenly here? Everyone, stop talking nonsense. No matter if their brains are frozen or not, arrest them first. Damn it, that man also damaged our door. We will have to repair it then. Don't kill him now. If you want to kill him, you must inflict all the punishments on him before letting him die. The men still alive in Villa number 4 have become extremely confident these days. They feel that as soon as they show their knives, no one will dare to resist. Aren't all the men and women in the villa like this? Even before he died, he was begging hard to let them go, but no one dared to resist. Lin Mingxin, arrest them all first, don't kill them. First ask about the situation here. Li Xiaoluo ignored Sun Qindong's arrogance and just said something to Lin Mingxin lightly. He brought so many women here, not only to kill people, but more importantly, to let them receive education. Yes, Lord. On the way here, Li Xiaoluo asked Lin Mingxin and Zhao Min to officially join the Taiyuan territory. Naturally, they also needed to call Li Xiaoluo the Lord. At first, Lin Mingxin felt a little awkward with this title, as she suddenly seemed to have returned to feudal society. But she got used to it, especially after seeing the tragedy in Villa number 4. She felt that Li Xiaoluo was just calling him Lord, but the faces of the women around him were the same as before the apocalypse, and there was no numbness or fear in their eyes. So it's just a title, but Li Xiaoluo is thousands of times stronger than these men. Lin Mingxin walked straight towards a man, and instead of being afraid, the man was smiling. Beauty, yes, just come to my brother. Don't worry. My brother won't dislike you for having a brain problem. However, before the man finished speaking, Lin Mingxin suddenly kicked him quickly. Before the man could react, he screamed in pain and was kicked out by Lin Mingxin. Damn, it turns out this woman knows Kung Fu. At this moment, Sun Qindong and the others finally knew where the confidence of Li Xiaoluo and the others came from. But it seems that Lin Mingxin is the only one who is very powerful. Sun Qindong suddenly wasn't so worried anymore. Everyone, please F*** K, this be **ch to death first. Sun Qindong immediately gave orders to everyone under his command. Sun Qindong's men naturally knew that if they were defeated by this group of people who appeared out of nowhere, their current good life would definitely be over. So everyone was very obedient. After Sun Qindong gave the order, they quickly found usable weapons around them and prepared to deal with Lin Mingxin. Screamed again? If Sun Qindong and others had been prepared and swarmed Lin Mingxin, there might have been a little pressure on her, and she might even have to pay a small price. But now, Lin Mingxin took advantage of the time when they were not gathered together and fought all the way. Some men were kicked in the crotch by her, and some were hit in the neck and knocked unconscious. Lin Mingxin defeated each one of them, and her attacks were very ruthless and accurate, so the man basically lost the ability to continue fighting with one move. Sun Qindong and Lu Dajuan, who were standing at the back, finally looked ugly at this time. The total combat strength on their side, including themselves, is only 12 people. In just a short time, this woman had already killed half of his people, and the remaining people had no fighting spirit, and some did not dare to step forward. Army, what should we do? Sun Qindong panicked. He didn't want to become a prisoner. Treading the horse, this woman is definitely a soldier, maybe a special soldier. We are taking a few women as hostages now. She will not leave her alone. Lu Dajuan next to Sun Qindong looked fierce, and then immediately arranged for the two confidants who were following them to go to the corner and grab two women. Smelly B******, stop it immediately. Otherwise, I will kill these two innocent women. Lu Dajuan looked at Lin Mingxin and said fiercely. After all, Lin Mingxin is not a fairy. Although she is very skilled and has strong combat power, she cannot kill everyone with a single thought. So she actually discovered that Sun Qindong and the others want to capture women and use them as hostages, but with Sun Qindong's men pestering her, she couldn't stop them at all. After she dealt with two more men, there were only 4 people on Sun Qindong's side, but 2 of Sun Qindong's men had already grabbed a woman in front of them, and then put a sharp knife on the woman's neck. As long as Lin Mingxin dares to step forward again, or if their leader Sun Qindong gives the order, they will slit the woman's throat. The women taken hostage by the 2 men were almost all in their 20s. It's just that one of the women had an internet-famous face. Facing the knife on her neck, her face showed extreme panic and fear. The other woman had an oval face, but her eyes were numb, even though the cold knife had cut her skin, and a trace of blood oozed out. But she remained indifferent, as if death was a relief for her. Chief, don't kill me. Don't take me as a hostage. I've always been very obedient. It was the internet-famous woman who spoke. She was the pet of a rich man before the end of the world, so she was very good at pleasing men. After Villa number 4 was controlled by demons like Sun Qindong and others, she behaved very obediently, so among all the female slaves, she was the one who suffered the least torture. When Lu Dajuan arranged for his men to capture hostages, they could only randomly capture the nearest woman, so the internet celebrity woman unfortunately became one of the hostages. But the internet celebrity woman felt that her status was definitely different from other female slaves, and she immediately cried and begged Sun Xiaotong to find another woman as a hostage. She didn't want to be in danger. Sun Xiaotong looked at the internet celebrity woman and smiled and said, "Don't ask me. You ask the woman opposite you. As long as she stops hurting my men and leaves my villa number 4 immediately, I will definitely not kill you." The internet famous woman immediately turned her head and said to Lin Mingxin, who was still on the spot and did not continue to attack, "Beauty, please stop immediately. I don't want to die. Please leave here. We are living a good life here, and we don't need you to meddle in our own business." Lin Mingxin was indeed controlled by Lu Dajuan. She could kill demons like Sun Xiaotong, but she could no longer watch these poor women die because of her. So she didn't attack again. But the words of the internet celebrity woman made Lin Mingxin look ugly. She pointed at the many scarred women kneeling on the ground and huddled in the corner, and glared at the internet famous woman. "Is this what you call living a good life?" The internet famous woman said confidently. "At least before you came, we were all alive. But after you come, you may kill us. We are used to this kind of life. So you should leave quickly. We will not need help." Sun Xiaotong and Lu Dajuan listened with great satisfaction. This internet celebrity woman performed really well. If this crisis passes, then consider promoting her from a slave to a full member of their Doomsday Paradise. Lin Mingxin was very angry at the words of the internet celebrity woman, but she did not dare to act rashly. After all, the internet celebrity woman was not the only hostage. Seeing the situation reaching a deadlock, Xialuo shook his head. He was still too merciful. However, Xialuo did not blame Lin Mingxin. In fact, it was normal for Lin Mingxin to have such a reaction. After all, she was not a thug who had turned into a beast and became cold-blooded. She is not a reborn person like Xialuo who has lived in 2 lives. You can't be as ruthless as Xialuo. Bang! Xialuo took out his pistol and fired directly at the roof. The sound of gunshots immediately frightened Sun Xiaotong and the others on the opposite side. Do these people still have guns? Xialuo glanced at the internet famous woman who spoke and said disdainfully, "Before the Doomsday, you shouldn't have plastic surgery to look like an internet celebrity, but you should make your face bigger to make it look bigger. You don't need anyone to rescue you? Did I say I came to rescue you? What does your life and death have to do with me?" The internet celebrity's face turned red after being scolded by Xiao, but looking at the gun in Xiaoluo's hand, she didn't dare to fire another one. Lu Dajuan looked at Xiaoluo and said, "Brother, your aggressive approach of retreating in order to advance is useless to us. Although you have a gun, we can kill a few women before you kill us. So if you don't want these poor women to die because of you, leave our villa immediately." Sun Xiaotong also smiled ferociously and said, "That's right, leave quickly, otherwise it will be a big deal." Xiaoluo smiled and said, "I am actually a person who persuades others with virtue. If you have not offended me, then I will not kill you casually. I may even give you a chance to follow me." Hearing Xiaoluo's words, Lin Mingxin's expression changed. Does the Lord want to take in these scum? But only Shin Miao Miao and the others were secretly laughing. They remembered that Xiaoluo also said the same thing to the group of security guards following Zhou Junjie a few days ago. They were also worried that they would become a team member with the thugs and security guards, but in the end, "But you threaten me with a group of women who have nothing to do with me? Then let's try it. You kill yours, and I'll kill mine." With that said, Xiaoluo pulled the trigger on Lu Dajuan. A gunshot. Lu Dajuan screamed and was shot in the inner thigh. Then Xiaoluo pointed the gun at a man holding a hostage. The man immediately hid his body behind the internet-famous woman and shouted in a trembling voice, don't force me, or I will really slit her throat." The internet-famous woman was also frightened, and a stream of water flowed down her crotch. She screamed, "Don't shoot. I am a woman. How can you ignore death? Do you still have humanity?" Bang! Xiaoluo fired directly, but his marksmanship seemed a bit awkward, and the shot did not hit anyone. Hearing the sound of gunshots, the man hiding behind the internet-famous woman was so frightened that he trembled with his hand and slit the internet-famous woman's throat. Suddenly, blood spurted out. Then the woman slowly fell down. Bang! This time Xiao really took aim and shot directly the man behind the internet celebrity woman. "Don't kill me. I surrender." Another man who took hostages saw that Xiao really shot and killed, and he didn't care about the life or death of the hostages at all. He suddenly yelled, threw the knife on the ground, and then knelt on the ground with his hands raised. "I also surrender, and I am willing to follow you, Lord." Seeing this situation, Sun Xiaotong did not dare to be stubborn anymore, and Xiaoluo had previously said that he would follow him if he had the opportunity. Although he was a little reluctant, Sun Xiaotong felt that it was more important to save his life first. The only 2 men in the villa who were still conscious or uninjured also surrendered. Xiaoluo did not shoot again. There was no need to waste bullets on these garbage. Xiaoluo asked Lin Mingxin to take Wang Shanshan and Li Xiaoqiao to tie up Sun Xiaotong and others one by one. When Sun Xiaotong and the others were tied up, they were actually very nervous, because Sun Xiaotong and the others knew that once they were tied up, they would have no choice but to be at the mercy of Xiaoluo. This feeling made Sun Xiaotong and the others feel very insecure. Because when Sun Shindong and others treated some other men in the villa, they also promised that as long as those men did not resist, they would not kill anyone. But after those men were tied up by Sun Shindong and others, Sun Shindong killed them at will. Sun Shindong was afraid that it would be their turn now. They don't know what Li Xiaoluo will do with them. Are you really willing to accept their followers? In fact, Sun Shindong and the others do not want to surrender if there is even a slight chance of winning. They don't want to leave their life and death to others because they have done all the bad things and are really afraid that retribution will fall on them. But they have no chance of winning at all. Li Xiaoluo not only has a master like Lin Mingxin, but he also has a gun in his hand. How to fight this? The strength of both sides is not at the same level at all. The ants are still living an ignoble existence, so naturally Sun Shindong and the others don't want to die. And just like when Sun Shindong established the power of Doomsday Paradise, he also needed some male confidants to form a strong team. Therefore, each of Sun Shindong and the others felt that they had the hope to become the lucky one. And then they could follow Li Xiaoluo to continue to enjoy the hot food and enjoy the privilege of being superior to others. Lord, all men are tied up. Lin Mingxin, Wang Shanshan, and Li Qiaoqiao tied up all the men and then escorted them to Li Xiaoluo. Lord, my name is Sun Shindong. I am the owner of this villa and the leader of the team I established in Doomsday Paradise. But you are more powerful than us. I am willing to lead everyone to submit to you. From now on, you will be our new leader. All our food, as well as all the women in this villa, I will dedicate to you, Lord. After Sun Shindong came to Li Xiao, he immediately took the initiative to introduce himself, and then expressed his loyalty and tribute to Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo glanced at Sun Shindong. Are you the owner of Villa Number 4? Was it before the end? Originally, there was nothing to ask this kind of question. After all, there has been no order since the end of the world, and it didn't matter who the owner of the villa was. Li Xiaoluo was simply curious. The young man in front of him neither looked like a successful person nor a super rich second generation. Returning to the Lord, my eldest brother was the real owner of this villa before the end of the world, but after his death, I inherited it. Li Xiaoluo understood. As for how his eldest brother died, Li Xiaoluo probably had a guess. Lord, what will you do with me? You said that if we had not offended you, you would not kill us. Li Xiaoluo smiled, looked at Sun Shindong and said, Don't worry, sometimes I still mean what I say. I really won't kill you. Sun Shindong's face was filled with joy. Now they're all prisoners. If Li Xiaoluo said he wouldn't kill them, then he might not kill them. After all, they are prisoners now. There is no need for Li Xiaoluo to lie to them again. It seems that surrendering this time is the right decision. Sun Shindong even lamented that although he is a scumbag and a scum, there are still many kind people in this world. Not only Sun Shindong showed joy on his face, but other men also breathed a sigh of relief. Great, really don't kill them. Only the two men who had been shot were extremely desperate. If I had known that Li Xiaoluo would not kill them, why were they resisting so fiercely just now? Wouldn't it be better to just surrender? Now they have suffered gunshot wounds. Although they did not hit the vital point. If they were before the Doomsday, they would definitely not die. But now is the post-apocalypse, and hospitals and the like have long been closed. They don't even have medicines. Even if the shot didn't kill them on the spot, death was only a matter of time. They can only wait to die slowly. Regret. However, Sun Shindong and the others were not excited for long. Li Xiaoluo had already spoken the next half of the sentence. Killing you will dirty my hands. So I will definitely not kill you, and my people will not kill you either. However, I believe someone will be interested in your lives. After Li Xiaoluo said this, Sun Shindong and the others were stunned for a moment. Their mood is like riding a roller coaster. Lord, what do you mean by this? We all sincerely surrender and want to be loyal to you. You also said you would not kill us. You can't break your promise. Li Xiaoluo ignored Sun Shindong and said to Lin Mingxin, Go and bring those women over. Lin Mingxin nodded and immediately carried out the order. Soon, about 20 women were brought over. When they came to Li Xiaoluo, a dozen women immediately knelt on the ground, crawled to Li Xiaoluo's feet, and began to lick Li Xiaoluo's shoes. There were about a dozen women standing there blankly, their eyes blank. Seeing such a scene, Shen Miao Miao and the others felt extremely shocked and sad, because they know in their hearts that these women have suffered countless inhuman tortures to become like this. As women, they're the most empathetic at this time, because in such troubled times, without the protection of law and morality, women are inherently weaker than men, and they are not as ruthless as men. So if you encounter an animal that has lost its humanity, you can imagine how miserable the fate of these women will be. System prompt. Qin Yuma is grateful for the life given by the host. Her friendliness is +6, and her current friendliness towards the host is 76. System prompt. Shin Yin Yin is grateful for the life given by the host. Her friendliness is +6, and her current friendliness towards the host is 78. At this time, a series of beeps sounded from the system. Among the women who followed Li Xiaoluo, except for Shin Miao Miao, the friendliness of the other women increased to varying degrees. Hearing these system prompts, Li Xiaoluo knew that the education class he specially asked them to watch this time was not in vain. The results are still very significant, especially after experiencing this incident. Even if I am very strict to them in the future, they will definitely feel very happy. Another thing to say is that the reason why Shen Miao's friendship level has not increased is because her current friendship level is 89. A friendliness level of 80 is a big threshold, and a friendliness level of 90 is also a big threshold, both of which are relatively difficult to achieve. Speaking of which, Xialuo calculated his current manpower. In fact, there are only 9 people in total. Su Xiaotong, friendliness level 88. Shen Miao, friendliness level 89. Shun Yin, friendliness level 78. Qin Yuma, friendliness level 76. Zhao Xialuo, friendship level 75. Wang Shanshan, friendliness level 73. Li Xiaoqiao, friendliness level 72. Zhao Min, friendliness level 68. Lin Mingxin, friendliness level 69. Except for Zhao Min and Lin Mingxin who joined last, the friendliness of other women has exceeded 70. According to the system's standards, a friendliness level of over 70 is definitely considered a confidant who can be truly trusted. It can be seen that the results of this educational class are very good. His thoughts returned to reality. Li Xiaoluo looked at the women brought over by Lin Mingxin. Most women are indeed very miserable and have suffered a lot of torture. It can only be said that these women are really unlucky and encountered a group of demons. Otherwise, the apocalypse has just begun, and even though most people will do some bad things to survive, they will not be too cruel. Even if people like Zhao Dezhu in Villa Number 10 are not good people before the end of the world, most of them will not take pleasure in torturing people. The most that can be done is to kill those who disobey. Now everyone listen, this villa has been occupied by me, and this will be my territory from now on. At the same time, all the materials in the villa, including the people, are my trophies. Now, who of you will tell me what happened here before we came? Maybe you will have a chance for revenge. Li Xiaoluo looked at the women kneeling on the ground. Although the effect of this education class was already very good just by watching the scene, Li Xiaoluo still wanted these women to tell what they had experienced so that Shen Miao could learn from it. More warnings from them. But all the women kneeling on the ground lowered their heads, and no one dared to speak. Not to mention those women who look numb. They seem to be walking zombies. No one wants to say anything. I don't know what happened here before, but Sun Shindong is right. Even if he does many evil things, he has never offended me and has no grudge against me. So I have no reason to kill them. Originally, I am a person who is more willing to help others, especially the weak. If you tell me what happened here and what harm you suffered, I might be able to give you a chance for revenge. You will have the opportunity to pay back all the harm Sun Shindong and others have done to you. But now it seems that there is an opportunity in front of you. But you don't want to take revenge? Okay then, I respect your own choice. But this time, before Li Xiaoluo finished speaking, someone in the group of women finally became excited. No, I want revenge. Will you really let us take revenge? I also want to take revenge. I have never dreamed of taking revenge, but won't they take revenge on us in the future? Why don't they want to take revenge? Why don't they want to kill Sun Shindong's people who have hurt them with their own hands? But many women had heard that Sun Shindong had surrendered to Li Xiaoluo. So Sun Shindong might be Li Xiaoluo's subordinate in the future, and his status would definitely be higher than slaves like them. The reason why they have this idea is because in the team established by Sun Shindong after the end of the world, men are the core members. After all, fighting and other things must rely on men. They women can only become slaves, serving them every day, and then let them vent their emotions wantonly. That's why, when Li Xiaoluo asked her for the first time, they didn't dare to say anything, for fear that they would be tortured even more miserably in the future. But what Li Xiaoluo said later made them unable to bear it any longer. They didn't know whether Li Xiaoluo was a good person or whether they could believe what he said. But they can't accept Li Xiaoluo saying that they don't want revenge. It can be said that some women are thinking about revenge all the time, thinking about how to kill those beasts like Sun Shindong. But they have always buried their hatred deep in their hearts and dare not show it at all. But no matter what time, there will always be brave people. So after Li Xiaoluo finished speaking, they stood up. Li Xiaoluo looked at the women who spoke loudly and slowly said, "Will Sun Shindong and the others take revenge on you in the future? It depends on you, not me. I said that I have no grudge against Sun Shindong and the others, and I will not kill them. But since I've given you a chance to take revenge, it depends on what you do. If you just slap them a few times, then they will definitely have the opportunity to retaliate against you in the future. But if you turn them into someone like the outside, just like those frozen corpses, how will they retaliate against you in the future?" Hearing Li Xiaoluo's words, more and more women showed dazzling light in their eyes, as well as the incomparable hatred that had been suppressed in their hearts. They all understood that Li Xiaoluo asked them to kill Sun Shindong and the others. Maybe they just want to use their hands to kill people, but they are 100,000 willing. Even those women who were originally like walking zombies. Some people's eyes are full of excitement. Suddenly, a lady with outstanding temperament knelt down in front of Li Xiaoluo. "Sir, my name is Li Zian. Can I tell you? I know everything that happens here best, because I am the hostess of this villa and the sister-in-law of Sun Shindong's B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* told what happened in Villa Number 4, as well as the situation of the two brothers Sun Qinyang and Sun Chendong. Xialuo has also gained experience. He did not expect that Sun Chendong was really a ruthless person. He killed his brother and did not even spare the child. However, the source of the grudge between Li Xiaoluo and Sun Qinyang is actually his mother's extreme partiality, which caused Sun Qindong to constantly suck blood from his brother Sun Qinyang like a blood-sucking insect. And he never showed any gratitude at all. But it takes it for granted. And once Sun Qinyang stopped letting him suck blood, Sun Qindong would immediately feel resentful. It stands to reason that normal parents would not be so biased unless there is some story behind it. Just like Li Xiaoluo's own life experience. If the apocalypse hadn't happened in his previous life, he would never have thought that he had no blood relationship with that father. Before the end of the world, it was reported in the news that none of the three sons were biological. This kind of thing is nothing new. But Li Xiaoluo is not interested in knowing what is going on with Sun Qindong and his family. Li Xiaoluo looked at Li Ziyan and other women and said, I keep my word and give you 10 minutes. You can do whatever you want with these men, whether you bleed them or cut them into pieces. If you need any tools, I can provide them as much as possible. Li Ziyan and the other women were stunned for a moment, and then became extremely excited. This is true, they can really deal with devils like Sun Qindong. Just kill him. It seems that Li Xiaoluo really has no intention of taking them in as his subordinates, not even as slaves. After being excited, Li Ziyan and all the other women immediately took action. They only had 10 minutes, and they must make good use of every second of these 10 minutes. A group of women like Li Ziyan came to Sun Qindong. They were thinking about how to make these beasts die the most miserable death so that they could avenge themselves or their relatives. Then a woman couldn't help it anymore and slapped a man hard. The man who was beaten suddenly began to curse at the woman subconsciously. F***K. You cheap slave, stinky B****H. How dare you slap me? I really regret that I didn't chop off all your fingers one by one and feed them to the dogs. Originally, men like Sun Qindong were already prisoners, and they had to be dealt with by these women. They should keep their tail between their legs and become talents. Maybe if you act pitifully, you'll suffer less. But men like Sun Qindong were used to being superior, used to beating, scolding, and torturing these women at will. They couldn't adapt to the sudden change of identity. So when I originally wanted to give in, what came out of my mouth was insults. And his words indeed ignited the powder keg and made the woman think about how to let this man die. Don't you regret that you tortured me enough? Don't you regret not chopping off all my fingers one by one and feeding them to the dogs? Since you regret what you didn't do, then I will satisfy you. The woman took a knife next to her. This was Sun Qindong's original weapon, a tool Li Xiaoluo allowed them to use. A finger pointed at a man. Ah! Ah! The man's shrill scream soon resounded throughout the sky. Although it wasn't their turn yet, Sun Qindong and the others who were tied up at the side felt extremely regretful in their hearts. They should have thought that there might be no good ending after surrender. After all, this is how they treated others in the first place. But when it was their turn to become prisoners, they thought that others were kind-hearted people with a bottom line and would not easily hurt those who surrendered. After all, international law says that prisoners cannot be killed. Besides, we are still a country of etiquette. Aren't our countries the most disciplined? Aren't the people the most kind-hearted? But what Sun Qindong and the others didn't expect was that Li Xiaoluo did not kill them after capturing them. But he was 10,000 times more vicious than killing them himself. Because Li Xiaoluo handed over their lives to these women. These women who were tortured by them were not human beings. If they fall into the hands of these women, Sun Qindong and the others can imagine their fate. That would definitely be a life worse than death. Life and death. The most painful words they know cannot even describe it. The most important thing is that besides enduring the physical pain of being tortured by these women, Sun Qindong and the others still have to endure mental torture, because sometimes people are the best at saving face. Many people can accept being humiliated by strong men or leaders, but they absolutely cannot accept being humiliated by people of similar level to them. Not to mention that these women were their slaves before. But seeing Li Ziyan walking up to him with a hammer full of hatred in her eyes, Sun Qindong was still frightened. Sister-in-law, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me again. Haha, forgive you again? Li Ziyan looked at Sun Qindong and suddenly laughed. Li Ziyan's laughter made Sun Qindong feel even more terrified. Sister-in-law, I was really wrong. I really know that I was wrong. I just hated my brother for making me stay in the detention center, so I was impulsive and accidentally killed my brother that day. But my brother is dead now. There is no resurrection. I'm the only male in our family now. If I die, our family will be destitute. Please forgive me, sister-in-law. Li Ziyan continued to laugh and looked at Sun Qindong. No, I don't blame you if you kill your brother because he deserves to die. Sun Qindong was stunned. Sister-in-law, I don't even know how to answer what you said. Your brother is good at everything, but he values his family relationship with you too much. Otherwise, he would not be sucked by you again and again, dragged down by you, but forgive you again and again. I have quarreled with him several times about your affairs, but he promised well that he would cut off contact with you in the future, but in the end he relented again and again. Now he has been killed by you, so no one else can blame him. It's him who deserves to die. But my sons, they don't deserve to die. I will repay you 1,000 times or 10,000 times for the harm they suffered. Ah! Ah! Soon, screams started to sound in the villa. Vomit! After Shin Miao Miao and the others watched for more than 10 seconds, they immediately ran to the side and vomited. Only Li Xiaoluo and Lin Mingxin continued to watch. Sun Shindong and the others knew that it was useless to beg those women, so they screamed and begged Li Xiaoluo for mercy. Lord, I sincerely surrender. You can't let them hurt us without keeping your word. Sir, I am a very good fighter. I will definitely be much more useful than these women if you keep me. I'm a fool. You agreed to accept our submission. If you trick us, we won't let you go even if we are ghosts. But no matter whether Sun Shindong and the others begged for mercy or cursed, Li Xiaoluo remained indifferent. If there really are evil spirits and they have done so many cruel things before and are not afraid, what does Li Xiaoluo have to be afraid of? In less than 10 minutes, the screams in the villa stopped. But many women are still out putting like crazy, until they completely ran out of energy. System prompt. Li Zian is grateful to the host for letting her take revenge with her own hands. Her friendship level is plus 25, and her current friendliness towards the host is 79. System prompt. Zhang Yin is grateful to the host for allowing her to take revenge with her own hands. Her friendliness is plus 20. Her current friendliness towards the host is 76. A series of beeps sounded. After killing Sun Shindong and the others with his own hands, almost all the women's friendships increased crazily. Half of the friendship levels directly exceeded 70, and the rest also reached over 60. However, Li Xiaoluo was not too surprised. The reason why it's not surprising is that even Wang Shanshan and Li Xiaoqiao's friendship has increased so much after they took revenge, let alone these women. The reason why they are not surprised is because there are no supernatural talents among these women. There are no female soldiers like Lin Mingxin who could be used in the early stage, and there are not even stunning beauties with outstanding temperament like Xiao Min. Therefore, for Li Xiaoluo, no matter how friendly these women are, they will not bring much surprise to Li Xiaoluo. Even Li Xiaoluo was thinking about whether to accept them. In fact, until now, Li Xiaoluo has still implemented the policy of elite soldiers, and he does not want all women. But after thinking about it, Li Xiaoluo decided to give these women a chance. There are still a few villas to be cleaned later. It depends on their performance. If you behave well, are obedient, bloody, and valuable, then Li Xiaoluo will give them a chance to become temporary members of Taoyuan leader. That's right, women who join in the future, unless approved by Charlotte Li, can only be temporary members. Of course, another reason why Li Xiaoluo gave these women a chance was because of their experiences. Everyone knows the catfish effect. Keeping these women in the team, whether it is Shun Miao Miao and others who join first, or the women who join Li Xiaoluo's team in the future, will know how to cherish it more and know that Li Xiaoluo Taiyuan has done a good job. Li Xiaoluo gathered Li Zian and the others together. All of you listen. Those men like Sun Shindong have received the fate they deserve. Now it's your turn to deal with you. Hearing Li Xiaoluo's words, many women trembled subconsciously. Don't they know what kind of fate will await them? But even if Li Xiaoluo kills them, they feel that they can die in peace. Li Xiaoluo ignored what they were thinking and just continued. I have said before that this villa will be my territory from now on, and you are all my trophies. But I never like to force others, and not everyone is qualified to follow me. So I give you a chance, and you can choose to stay or go. Those who choose to stay, I will ask someone to take you to villa number 5 later. I may make you fight, or even kill you. If your performance satisfies me, then you are qualified to follow me. Become a temporary member of the team. If you perform well in the future, you will also have the opportunity to become a regular member. If someone chooses to leave, I won't kill you, and you can take away whatever you can in villa number 4. Even if you have no way to leave in the ice and snow, I can also send you away go to the property management office. As for whether they will take you in and whether you can survive in the future, that depends on your own luck. Li Xiaoluo is not a murderous person. He is just an unreasonable person. Although he wants to clean up the people in villa number 2 to villa number 10, it is certainly not possible that all the people in these villas are bad people like villa number 10. Although some villa owners have threatened him in the owner group or privately, not everyone living in the villa deserves to die. As long as there is no malice in the friendship and they are willing to leave the territory designated by Li Xiao, then Li Xiao can let them leave alive, and he can take away their food. What Li Xiao wants is the territory of these villas, and he doesn't care about the food in their villas at all. But if someone thinks that since they live in the villas first and are the owners of these villas, they can reason with Li Xiaoluo, then that would be embarrassing. Li Xiaoluo's principle is that he decides everything in his territory. After hearing the choice given by Li Xiao, Li Zian and the others were finally not so worried. They are Li Xiaoluo's captives now, and they are all women. In fact, Li Xiaoluo has no need to give them a choice. Li Xiaoluo can arrange them however he wants, and they can only be obedient. Even if the men like Sun Shindong treated them, Li Zian and the others would not be able to resist at all. And now that Li Xiaoluo has given them the opportunity to choose, it means that Li Xiaoluo has no intention of enslaving them. Although according to what Li Xiaoluo said, if they choose to stay and follow Li Xiaoluo, then they need to obey orders in everything, which may be similar to servants, but at least they will not be tortured. This is thousands of times better than the days before. After these women have gone through this ordeal, no one thinks that there will be any equality between men and women after the apocalypse. There will still be a democratic society. Sir, I am willing to follow you. Sir, I am willing to. I do too. Soon, each woman hesitated for a while, and then, under the leadership of someone, rushed to express their stance. Before, they all dreamed of escaping from Su Xiaotong's clutches and no longer being controlled and tortured by men. But now it was Xialuo, and they were willing again. First of all, Xialuo asked them to take revenge, so their friendship increased significantly. Now they are all grateful to Xialuo. Secondly, although Xialuo allowed them to leave and gave them freedom, how far can they go? Moreover, once bitten by a snake, they have been afraid of well ropes for 10 years. Even if they go to other places, what if they encounter demons like Su Xiaotong and others again? So why are they bothering themselves? They might as well just follow Xialuo. Seeing that all the women chose to stay, Xialuo could only say that she was too charming and couldn't help it. Of course, they're willing to stay, but Xialuo may not necessarily want them. It will still depend on their own performance later. Xialuo asked Shen Miao to take the staff from her logistics department to find the food in the villa first, and then took some to share with Li Zian and the others. They have to go out to work later, so they can't do it without eating something to lose energy. After all, Xialuo wants to use them as men. Then while Li Zian and the others were recovering their strength, Xialuo flew a stealth drone to investigate the situation in the next few villas. There are 3 survivors in Villa number 5. There are just 2 women and 1 man, and they all appear to be in their 40s or 50s. There is no threat. Villa number 6. The drone looked around and found that everyone in the villa was dead. Something bad is happening in Villa number 7. There are a few thugs, but Lin Mingxin can deal with them. After looking at the conditions in the remaining villas, Xialuo basically had an idea. There is no need for him to personally clean up the next few villas. Just let Lin Mingxin lead the team to clean them up. Anyway, he has a drone monitor and a walkie-talkie, so he can know their situation at any time. If any accident occurs, he can immediately provide support. Once you come, you can secretly take a look at the performance of Lin Mingxin and the new women. After all, Xialuo used to be a worker, so he naturally knows that if there is a boss around, everyone will be pretending, and the real performance of the employees will not be seen at all. Secondly, Xialuo kept these women not just to let them have free time. From now on, whether they are doing logistics work in the territory, daily patrols, or going out to fight, it's all their job. Xialuo, the Lord, will not take action himself unless it is absolutely necessary. After all, he still has the character that a lord should have. Xialuo established his power and recruited people just so that he could retreat behind the scenes. So they must exercise more and experience the exercise of life and death. After the women replenished their strength, Xialuo called all the women together. Lin Mingxin, you will lead the team to clean up the next few villas later. Starting from villa number 5 and ending at villa number 9, the cleaning must be completed this morning. Then, you have to give them a score on how each of these new women performed during the operation. Xialuo's plan is to clean up the nearby villas in the morning, and then he can take out some materials that can be stored outside from the system space and store them in these cleared villas. In the afternoon, he can go outside and continue shopping for $0. Yes, Lord. Lin Mingxin stood up straight and responded loudly. But Lin Mingxin asked again, Lord, what should we do with the survivors in the villa? This is simple, the survivors you met in villas 5 to 9. If you think there are good talents, you can let them join Li Zian's assessment team. But remember, our Taoyuan leader only recruits women. Then, if you encounter the same situation as villa number 4, you can decide how you want those thugs to die. Finally, if they are ordinary survivors with little ability and you think they are not in danger, then you can drive them to the property building in my snowmobile. The supplies in their villa, whether they belong to them or not, let them take away as much as they want. After Xialuo said these words, all the women suddenly felt that their lord was still very humane. Lin Mingxin took about 20 women out of villa number 4 and went on a mission. Originally, when they were in villa number 3, Dulong wanted to give her and his wife, Zhao Min, to 2 bodyguards to play with. Lin Mingxin was already disgusted with men. Then, after seeing what happened in villa number 4, she no longer felt any pressure on Xialuo's order to clean up the next few villas, and was even very willing. Because she also knows that after the apocalypse, most women will be at an absolute disadvantage. As long as the men around them turn evil, women will definitely be victims. If there is a situation like villa number 4 again, she will be able to save everyone. As for Li Zian and the other women who followed Lin Mingxin, they now hate all men except Xialuo. If they find men bullying women again, they will let them be tortured to death. This is also what the Lord Xialuo authorized them to do. For those inhuman beasts, they can decide how they die. The Lord does not need prisoners. Lin Mingxin and the others are very fast. Villa number 5 encountered no resistance and was captured easily. After they entered villa number 6, they found that everyone in the villa had starved to death. There were 3 thugs in villa number 7. After seeing that Lin Mingxin and the others were women, they actually opened the door of the villa and let Lin Mingxin and the others in. After Lin Mingxin and the others entered the villa, the thugs in villa number 7 immediately showed their ferocious faces. He said that as long as Lin Mingxin and the others were obedient and served them well, they would be able to eat enough and have meat to eat every day. Looking at the scarlet eyes of those men, Lin Mingxin quickly understood what the meat in their mouths was. Lin Mingxin originally wanted to give these beasts a good time because she had no habit of torturing people. But in the end, Lin Mingxin chose to learn from the Lord. After defeating these 3 inhuman beasts, Lin Mingxin planned to hand them over to Li Ziyan and the others. Regarding torturing people, Lin Mingxin admitted that she was not as good as these women. There are some things that you can never feel or do without personal experience. In addition, Lin Mingxin did not take action against the 3 thugs this time. She just held the line from the side and then directed Li Ziyan and the others to take action. This is the task given by Li Xiaoluo. It is a test for them. If they want to follow Li Xiaoluo, they must show their own value and courage. And Lin Mingxin wanted to rate each of them. Originally, although Li Ziyan and other women were not too old, they were basically under 35 years old. But before the end of the world, they were either noble ladies or ordinary women. They basically had no experience in such things as fighting. But after being rescued by Li Xiaoluo, especially after killing the men like Sun Shindong with their own hands, their courage improved a lot. It turns out that the demons who had tortured them for so long would stab them with a knife, and they would be heartbroken in pain and humbly beg for mercy. So now they also believe that as long as they have enough courage, they can kill these thugs. Of course, Lin Mingxin was there to direct them on how to cooperate and how to attack. After 4 or 5 women suffered some minor injuries, the 3 thugs were frightened and surrendered, because they could see that Lin Mingxin was definitely a master. But Lin Mingxin didn't take action, but used them to train these women. And in the minds of several thugs, Lin Mingxin and the others are a group of women anyway. Even if they surrender, these women will not really do anything to them. Maybe after being together for a few days, everyone will get familiar with each other, and they will take the initiative to merge with them. But soon several thugs regretted it, because they saw how cruel women can be. I'm afraid that even if they go to the underworld, they will still have psychological shadow. Li Xiaoluo has been monitoring the performance of Lin Mingxin and the others through a stealth drone. Overall, Li Xiaoluo was very satisfied with their performance. Lin Mingxin has a high level of force. Before the superpowers appeared, and she didn't encounter thugs with guns in their hands, she was basically like a god of war. And Li Ziyan and other women who dare to kill people, especially men, will not be merciful at all, saving Li Xiaoluo the trouble of doing it himself. Yes, they are much easier to use than Wu Yufeng's cannon fodder before. And they're friendly enough that you don't have to worry about being stabbed in the back all the time. They grow up quickly too. Even if they are given time, Li Xiaoluo believes that they can occupy all the territory of the entire Longting Villa area for Li Xiaoluo and occupy the entire villa area. However, Li Xiaoluo felt that there was no need to go to such trouble. His goal was to clear out a few villas near him. This can not only eliminate danger, but also provide a temporary warehouse for storing materials. Although using those large and luxurious villas as warehouses has probably never been done before. As for the entire Longting Villa area, when most people are dead in the future, it will naturally be his territory. Now the owners of the entire Longting Villa area are poor in Li Xiaoluo's eyes. If they don't take the initiative to seek death, Li Xiaoluo really doesn't want to pay attention to them. This is why Li Xiaoluo allowed Li Ziyan and others to take anything with them when they chose to stay or go. Because there is basically nothing in their villa that Li Xiaoluo can take a fancy to. In their eyes, a piece of bread or a bottle of water may be extremely precious. But the dogs won't eat these foods at Li Xiaoluo's house. After watching Lin Mingxin's side for a while, Li Xiaoluo almost knew their performance, and there was no need to keep watching what happened next. Li Xiaoluo took Shin Miao Miao and the others back to Villa Number 3 and asked them to continue sorting out the useful materials in Villa Number 3. Then Li Xiaoluo himself came to Villa Number 2. Li Xiaoluo released thousands of tons of salt, cigarettes, and other materials from the system space. These materials would not break if left outside. In this way, when Li Xiaoluo goes out to buy goods for 0 yuan, he can collect thousands more tons of materials. Isn't it delicious? At 12 o'clock at noon, Lin Mingxin had completed Li Xiaoluo's mission. There were no more survivors peeking at him in the area near his villa. When Lin Mingxin led the team back, she reported the results to Li Xiaoluo. In this cleanup mission, a total of 5 thugs were killed and 6 enslaved survivors were rescued. 2 women performed very well, and Lin Mingxin kept them. No one on our side died. Only a few women were slightly injured. Then there are the trophies, which is actually what Lin Mingxin is most worried about. Because there is no food in the newly occupied villas. Otherwise, the people in the villas that would not have been starved to death, and cannibalism has appeared in some villas. Lin Mingxin is now very worried about the team's food problem. Li Xiaoluo looked at the 2 new women. They were in their 20s. Their friendship level was about 60, which was pretty good. Li Xiaoluo was going out for $0 shopping in the afternoon. So he called all the women together, including Shin Miao Miao and the others. The number of Taoyuan leaders has now reached 30, which is considered a large scale. This is also what Lin Mingxin was most worried about just now. In the face of such a disaster, it is very difficult to support oneself, let alone support so many people. Of course, Lin Mingxin's thoughts are only from the perspective of ordinary survivors. But she still doesn't know that Li Xiaoluo is not an ordinary person at all. If Li Xiaoluo thought, before the end of the world, he just hoarded thousands of tons of food, and now it would be no problem to feed 3,000 people, let alone 30 people. And in this post-apocalyptic world, he can also go out and buy whatever he wants for 0 yuan. As long as he is willing, there will be no shortage of food in a short time. But Li Xiaoluo is not the savior. He is not so great as to save one after another and then feed the survivors with free food. Everyone has his own destiny. Only those who are valuable to Li Xiao will be taken in by Li Xiao. It also shows that they do not deserve to die. Therefore, the food problem for more than 30 people is really just a drop in the bucket for Li Xiao. After Li Xiao gathered all the women, about 30 women looked at Li Xiao with burning eyes, waiting for his speech. Shen Miao's eyes were naturally so tender that she almost melted Li Xiao. What happened today really touched her a lot, and it also made her appreciate the happiness that Li Xiao brought her. And Qin Yueme and the others, they originally learned about the situation on the internet through their mobile phones, and they were already very grateful to Li Xiao from the bottom of their hearts. But after seeing what happened in Villa number 4 today, my gratitude reached its peak. And as the friendship level increased significantly, there was also a different emotion in their eyes when they looked at Li Xiao. As for the remaining women, they are all extremely grateful to Li Xiao, thanking Li Xiao for saving them from the sea of suffering and giving them a chance to live. You are all very good. You have initially passed my assessment. I now officially announce that you will join my Taoyuan leader and become a temporary member of the Taoyuan leader. After joining Taoyuan leader, I will provide you with shelter, food, and safety. And what you have to pay is to be obedient, loyal, and work for me. As long as you obey and abide by my rules, no one will hurt you at will in the future. Lin Mengxin. Eve. I now appoint you as the captain of the security team of our Taoyuan Territory Armed Forces, responsible for the security and defense of our territory. From now on, you will be under my direct jurisdiction. The woman who just followed you on the mission, you select the 20 best performing female soldiers to become your team. From now on, you will be responsible for managing and training them. You will train them according to the standards of the pre-apocalyptic army. I want them to become a team, a real female trooper. Lin Mingxin saluted and said loudly, "Yes, Lord, I promise to complete the mission." In fact, Lin Mingxin had some words in her heart that she didn't say. She would have no problem if she was asked to be the captain of the battalion to train female soldiers. She liked this kind of job. However, when female soldiers train, they naturally need to consume a lot of physical energy, so they definitely need a lot of food to replenish their physical strength. But now is the end of the world. Where is the food left to waste like this? But her habit is to obey orders first, and if there are any problems, she can discuss them in private. Meow meow. When Lin Mingxin selects the remaining people, they will all be transferred to your logistics department, and you will be responsible for management. From now on, the management and distribution of all supplies, accommodation, food arrangements, and other logistics work in Taoyuan will be all handled by your logistics department. Shin Miao Miao said softly. Brother Xialuo, I will try my best to do a good job. After the arrangement was almost complete, Li Xiao asked everyone to disperse and start official work. However, the two responsible persons, Shen Miao Miao and Lin Mingxin, surrounded Li Xiao and did not leave. Tell me, do you have any questions? Shen Miao Miao was the first to speak. Brother Xialuo, it's noon now. How do they calculate their food standards? Are the female soldiers in the logistics department and the security team the same? Lin Mingxin didn't say anything, but she obviously came here because of this matter. Meow meow. The treatment of territory personnel must not be the same. Let's do this. The basic food for the people in the logistics department is 2 white steamed buns per day for the time being. Then, based on their performance, you can reward them with some food, vegetables, etc. In fact, with 2 steamed buns a day, even if a woman has a small appetite, she will definitely not be full. But compared to what they had experienced before, it was pretty good. Of course, Li Xiao didn't want to save food by starving them. But don't let those women think that he has a lot of food. They can eat and drink enough just by working casually every day. Li Xiao needs them to have a sense of urgency and know that only by working hard and performing well every day can they get precious food. And for people who don't perform well, they can't blame others for being hungry. And it also gives Shun Miao Miao some rights, giving her the right to reward some food to keep the people below full. In this way, the people below will be more grateful to Shun Miao Miao. Also obey Shin Miao Miao's orders even more. Li Xiaoluo continued. Then there are the female soldiers in the security team. Their early training will definitely consume more energy. So give them double the basic food, and then give them a stew every day. If they perform well, they can also be given some soda drinks and fruits. Rewards like that. Hearing Li Xiaoluo's words, Lin Mingxin suddenly grinned. The Lord still understands the hard work of their female soldiers. However, Lin Mingxin said with some worry, Lord, we haven't harvested much food from those villas at all. If this continues, I'm afraid our food won't last long. Li Xiaoluo waved his hand and said to Lin Mingxin, your mission is to train me a female soldier team that can fight. You don't have to worry about food. I have a snowmobile, and I will go outside to look for food in the afternoon. In fact, there was no shortage of food in Li Xiaoluo's space, and the main purpose of his going out in the afternoon was not to find food at all. But Li Xiaoluo said this to better reflect the dangerous things he, the Lord, did for them. Only then can we leave a great and glorious image. Sure enough, after hearing Li Xiaoluo's words, Lin Mingxin's friendship level immediately increased by 2 points. After arranging things at home, Xialuo drove the snowmobile slowly towards his goal today. This time, Xialuo has two goals for 0 yuan purchases. One is the warehouse of a large grain and oil wholesale market. It is said that the grain and oil reserves here will reach tens of thousands of tons before the end. And not far from this large grain and oil wholesale warehouse, there is also a large Carrefour supermarket. Xialuo planned to collect the food from the grain and oil wholesale warehouse first, and then go to Carrefour supermarket to buy some for 0 yuan. In the apocalypse, although food is definitely the most important thing, sometimes daily necessities are also indispensable. If you don't have shampoo to wash your hair or toilet paper when you go to the toilet, it's also a headache. Especially for Xialuo, he will only survive in the apocalypse in this life, and he still has to enjoy life. The snowmobile was speeding, and Xialuo quickly drove the snowmobile to the grain and oil warehouse. Xialuo got out of the car, fully armed with a body armor on his body and a bulletproof helmet on his head. As for the weapon, he didn't hold it in his hand. As long as there was danger, he could take the gun out of the system space at any time. The grain and oil wholesale market was very quiet, and there seemed to be no sign of any survivor activity. But Xialuo didn't come to save people. He directly raided the warehouse of the grain and oil wholesale market, leaving not a single grain of rice behind wherever he went. After all the food in the grain and oil wholesale warehouse was collected into the system space, Xialuo looked at the total number. Rice is 3,000 tons. Flour is 1,200 tons. The cooking oil is 1,000 tons. These three items alone weigh almost over 5,000 tons. Then there are some miscellaneous foods. Xialuo collected almost 6,000 tons of food in total. Good guy, Xialuo said that if he were to eat all this food alone, he might not be able to finish it in 10 lifetimes. But for ordinary survivors, even moldy and expired food is extremely precious now. But for Xialuo, so much food did not make him too excited. Maybe it was because there was no shortage of food and drink, so Xialuo's excitement was gone. This is like if he was the richest man before the end of the world. He was already worth hundreds of millions. And even if he suddenly made many small goals, to him it would just mean that the numbers had changed again. It seems like there's really nothing to get excited about. Xialuo said that he never thought that one day he would have such happy troubles. After leaving the grain and oil wholesale warehouse, Xialuo drove to the building where Carrefour supermarket is located. In fact, there is not only Carrefour supermarket here, but also a large shopping mall called KK. The gate of KK Mall had long been covered with snow. After collecting the snowmobile, Xiao entered the mall directly from the second floor of KK Mall. But as soon as Xiao entered the KK shopping mall, he heard the noise of many people talking in the mall. There are survivors in this shopping mall, and Xiao is not surprised. After all, there is a large supermarket here, and there is no shortage of food, water, clothes, quilts, and other cold-keeping supplies here. So if there are survivors trapped here before the end, they can indeed survive, and they may live better than many people. So Xialuo didn't worry and took action immediately. He flew the stealth reconnaissance drone to see the situation in this mall first. Although no one should be able to harm him, it's always good to be careful. There are actually many survivors in the shopping mall at this time, and they're divided into two groups. One group of people occupies the Carrefour supermarket on the 3rd floor and the supermarket warehouse on the 4th floor. Their life is quite comfortable and pleasant. Another group of people occupied the 2nd floor of KK shopping mall. However, it is said that it is occupied, but in fact it is just that the group of people upstairs deliberately drove it to the 2nd floor. Because the 2nd floor of the mall is basically some clothing stores, luxury goods stores, daily necessity stores, etc., which will not play much role in the apocalypse. Can't even fill my stomach. At this time, in a clothing store on the 2nd floor of the shopping mall, a group of people wrapped up tightly were sitting together. There are 32 people in total, among whom there are more than 20 middle-aged women in their 40s or 50s, and the rest are a few middle-aged men, a few young couples, and one who is coughing constantly and looks sick. The woman, a 7 or 8-year-old little girl in a wheelchair. In short, most of these people are basically old, weak women and children. This is also the reason why this group of people were driven down by the people on the 3rd floor, because the old, weak, sick, and disabled do not have much fighting power at all. So how can they be the opponents of the group of people upstairs? The person occupying the 3rd floor is named Zhang Zhendong. Before the end of the world, he was an out-and-out social person, and he was also a wealthy social person. Some time ago, when he and his temporary girlfriend came to this mall to buy luxury jewelry, he accidentally discovered that the shopping guide in that luxury jewelry store was quite beautiful. So recently, he has been coming here frequently for shopping, hoping to find an opportunity to experience the special services of beautiful shopping guides. But just when he was about to capture the beautiful shopping guide, the ice disaster came, and Zhang Zhendong and several of his subordinates were also trapped in the mall. In the days before the ice disaster, everyone was worried and hesitant, but they still believed in the power of the country. So everyone is still sane, and everyone in the mall is getting along fairly well. But starting from the 5th day of the ice disaster, everyone slowly accepted the reality that the country's rescue might be gone. Those of them trapped in the supermarket have to find ways to survive on their own. However, many people are very lucky. They don't know how much virtue they have accumulated, and they are trapped in a shopping mall with a large supermarket. There is this large supermarket, and the food in it must be enough for them to eat for a long, long time. And although there are not too thick warm clothes in the mall, there are a lot of them, and everyone can wear as many as they want. And there are a lot of bedding products in the supermarket. When it's cold, you can just wrap yourself up in a cashmere quilt. So even if there is no rescue, if the survivors in the mall can continue to live in such harmony, then they may all see the second stage of the flood. But where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, especially in this kind of doomsday. Everyone is very nervous and scared, but they have to be trapped in a shopping mall. Survivors will naturally have some negative emotions in their hearts, and then there will definitely be various conflicts. For example, Zhang Jindong and several of his subordinates like to throw away the garbage after eating and then smoke casually in public places. They will naturally be lectured by some uncles and aunties. At the beginning, Zhang Jindong was relatively restrained. After all, this is a society governed by the rule of law, and he finally lived a good life as a successful person. Naturally, he doesn't want to harm himself by fighting with those old guys. But after knowing that there was no rescue and the order outside had collapsed, Zhang Jindong changed his mind. He quietly found some weapons with a few of his men, and when an aunt was lecturing him again, Zhang Jindong split her head open with an axe. Then while everyone was in panic, Zhang Jindong and his men waved their weapons and announced that they had taken over the mall. From now on, everything in this mall will belong to him, and everyone must listen to him. Whoever dares to be disobedient will have their heads split open. Faced with the sudden situation, there were many other survivors. But there is no organization and no weapons in hand, so naturally no one dares to be the leader. After Zhang Jindong took control of KK Mall, he began to formulate several rules. First, from now on KK Mall will be called KK Sanctuary. He is the director of KK Sanctuary and has the highest authority. Second, the KK Sanctuary Guard is established. All men who join the Guard enjoy various privileges, including being able to enjoy food from the supermarket every day, having their own private female slaves, and it is not illegal to hit others. Third, if young women voluntarily become their slaves, they can live with them on the third floor of the mall. As long as you serve them well, you will be rewarded with some food every day. And if there was anyone who didn't want to be his slave, he wouldn't force him to do it and just go to the second floor of the mall to stay. As for the older aunts and uncles, they all had no choice but to go to the second floor and wait to die. He's been putting up with these old guys for a long time. Zhang Jindong naturally knew that there were hundreds of survivors in the mall, and he and his men would definitely not be able to kill them all. And we can't push everyone into a panic. Otherwise, someone will definitely take the lead and fight him desperately. If he wants to consolidate his power, he must take the fighting young men among the survivors into his own hands, so that others will not be able to resist his rule. That's why Zhang Jindong formulated the second rule. All men who become soldiers of his guard will enjoy privileges. They can eat whatever they want every day, have their own female slaves, and it is not illegal to beat others. How could a Jiaoxi before the apocalypse resist such temptation? And if you don't submit to Zhang Jindong, you may be hacked to death by the cruel Zhang Jindong. But by following Zhang Jindong, they can immediately become masters. Most people are not stupid, nor do they have the guts to die rather than surrender, so they naturally know how to choose. Except for a small number of young men who already have girlfriends or wives, because they can't stand Zhang Jindong's behavior and don't want to follow Zhang Jindong. Their women have also become buses. So these men also chose to take their women with them, and then followed the uncles and aunts to the second floor. Zhang Jindong did not stop them, because most of the young men in the mall had already surrendered to him. Even if there are a few ignorant guys, they won't pose any threat to him at all. The same goes for women. He has no compulsion for the time being against those women who claim to be noble. First of all, there are still many women who have their own tastes and voluntarily become their female slaves. Secondly, if those women who were forced to stay with them had hatred in their hearts and wiped their necks while they were sleeping at night, that would be a tragedy. And he controls the food in the supermarket, so there is no need to force them. After those women are starved for a few days, they will beg to kneel down and lick him like AB******H. The second floor of the shopping mall at this time. The group of elders and aunties who were rushed to the second floor were watching a few young men complaining. Aunt Li, Xiao Wang, if this continues, all of us will starve to death. You're all young guys. Why are you so cowardly? You can't go upstairs and ask for some food from those damn beasts? Uncle Xiao. Yes, the same goes for you, Xialuo. If I were you when you were so young, and that Zhang Jindong dared to occupy the supplies in the supermarket, I would go up with a knife and fight them. As long as you are stubborn, that Zhang Jindong and the others they will be scared, and they will be afraid of death. Aunt Lu. Yes, they have food and drink now, and they must be very afraid of death. Xiao Wang, Xiao Wu, Xiao Li, you are the younger ones among us. You can't be too selfish and cowardly. Even if you don't respect the old and care for the young and think about us old guys, you should always think about your girlfriends or wives, right? At this time, the three young men who were scolded by a group of aunts and uncles all looked very ugly. These old guys are so disgusting. No wonder Zhang Jindong would kill people before. After these people were rushed to the second floor, the food and supplies on all of them were collected by these old guys. It is said that at this time, they can only unite as one to avoid being bullied by Zhang Jindong upstairs. But when all the food and supplies were managed uniformly, those old guys ate most of the food into their stomachs. and then divided up the warmest bedding and other supplies. Anyway, there is only one reason every time. Shouldn't you young people respect the old and love the young? Several young men were so angry that they wanted to scold her. Even if they wanted to respect the elderly and care for the young, there was a 7 or 8-year-old girl in their team, and she was also a disabled girl in a wheelchair. Shouldn't we be cared for more? But I haven't seen you give her anything to eat. And now, these old guys actually let them take the initiative to find Zhang Zhendong and the others to fight for their lives. If they don't go, then they are selfish people. But go to hell. Xiaoli finally broke out, and he yelled angrily at the aunts and uncles. K, am I your father, or are you my sons? Let us go and fight Zhang Zhendong for food, and then give it to you old guys? Since you said Zhang Zhendong and the others won't dare to fight as long as they are strong, then why don't you go get us some food and come back? If you go, even if something unexpected happens, you have already lived to such an old age. You should have lived enough, right? Xiao Li's words made the other 2 young men, who had been silent and livid, feel particularly relieved. In fact, they have long been fed up with these aunts and uncles. No matter what happens, they always have the style of "I am your uncle" gesticulating around. It's really annoying, and if they behave like their elders are fair and just and can convince others, then they will tolerate it. But these people may have developed habits before the end of the world. They are selfish, careless, and like to point fingers. They are not real grandsons. How can they keep swallowing their anger? Uncle Xiao roared angrily. Xiaoli, how can you talk about riding a horse? Do you still have any quality? We are already your parents at this age. How dare you let us rush to the front? Go away. You are old enough to be my parents, but you are not my parents. If you want food, just find a way to get it yourself. And then you will tell me what to do in front of me. I can't beat Zhang Zhendong and the others. But do you believe that I can learn from Zhang Zhen? I'll chop you up like a tiger. As soon as Xiao Li said this, several aunts and uncles who were filled with indignation and wanted to follow Uncle Xiao and continue to scold Xiao Li suddenly stopped talking. They are scared. At this time, these aunts and uncles remembered the horrific scene a few days ago. Originally, they all thought that since Xiao Li and these young men were not in cahoots with Zhang Zhendong, they should all be kind-hearted people. As old people, they gave them a few words of advice so that young people should not dare to resist. After a moment of silence, Aunt Li, who was the first to speak up, said, Okay, everyone, please stop arguing. We are on the same boat now. We can no longer fight among ourselves. We must unite as one. Live. Actually, I also know that it is dangerous for anyone to go upstairs to find Zhang Zhendong, and no one is willing to go. But we have no choice. Now we have been without food for more than a day. If we don't get food to eat, we still can't escape. One death. If there is a way, we old guys would also like to make some contributions to our team, even if we kneel down to beg that Zhang Zhendong. Even if we have to carry their feces and urine, if we can get food in exchange, we are willing to do it. Uncle Xiao. Yes, I am the same as Aunt Li. If we old guys are useful, we will be willing to do whatever we are asked to do. Yes, we are all willing to. A group of aunts and uncles expressed their views selflessly. After hearing these words from the aunt and uncle, the anger on Xiao Li's face also faded. Boom! Boom! At this time, a sound of footsteps came from the stairs on the 3rd floor, and then 2 men with weapons in their hands appeared on the stairs. One of the fat men said loudly, Hey, you guys come up here, 10 older people. The excrement on our 3rd floor these days needs to be carried downstairs and disposed of. Our brother Dong said that if you do this job well, he will be merciful. By then, each of the more than 30 people in your team will receive a piece of bread and a bottle of water. After the fat man finished speaking, everyone on the 2nd floor was stunned for a moment. What are you talking about? But Aunt Li and those people looked ugly. Although what they said just now was nice, it was just words. Now they are really asked to pee in feces. How can they stand this? And it only takes 10 people to work, but in the end the entire team can get food. Then no one would even want to go. Let others do these menial tasks. Wouldn't it be nice for them to wait for food? Seeing no one responded, the fat man who came down from the 3rd floor suddenly darkened his face. K. You don't want to do it? It seems you guys aren't hungry yet? That's fine, you can just continue to be hungry. Uncle Xiao. Aunt Li, hurry up and agree. Didn't you just say it well? Even if it means feces and urine, are you willing to do it? The man named Xiao Li suddenly became anxious. He was so hungry. He finally had the opportunity to get food without taking risks. How could he let the opportunity disappear like this? Aunt Li said with a look of disgust. Why? I used to have nannies at home to take care of me, and now you want me to do such a lowly job? You might as well let them kill me. And there are so many people here. And there are only 10 people. Why should they call me? Uncle Xiao. Laoli, what do you mean? You have a nanny to take care of you, so you are superior to others? Anyway, if you don't take the lead, I definitely won't go. Aunt Lu. Yes, we are not slaves in the feudal society. We have never done such dirty work. We are all old. Even if we starve to death, we will not suffer such an insult. The aunts and uncles who used to speak more beautifully than they sang now all changed their faces faster than turning the pages of a book. This made Xiao Li and the other young men next to him burst into anger again. Damn it, they were even a little touched just now. These old guys are really incorrigible. Still so selfish. Even the two men who came down from the third floor looked at these old guys with disdain. How could they be pretending to be wolves after this? How were you before the Doomsday? There were laws to protect you. But who is riding the horse now? You are noble, right? I want to see how noble you are. Thinking of this, the fat man who spoke before took out a ham from his pocket. Suddenly, the eyes of the people on the second floor were attracted by the ham in his hand, and everyone swallowed hard. Ha! Is there anything you want to eat? I want to eat. Please give me something to eat. I'm old and have stomach problems. I really can't go hungry. The fat man pointed his finger at Aunt Lu, who said she was not a slave before, and then raised his finger at her. Aunt Lu's face was filled with ecstasy. She didn't expect that she would become the lucky one. As long as she can have food to eat, she doesn't care about other people. Aunt Lu stood up immediately and wanted to rush towards the fat man. The fat man suddenly said in a cold voice, "Crawl over here." Aunt Lu was stunned for a moment, but after a moment, she immediately got up on the ground. Seeing Aunt Lu crawling not far in front of him, the fat man laughed, then bit the ham sausage package with his mouth, put the ham sausage in his mouth, bit it into several pieces, and spit it on the ground. "See, this is what I'm giving to you, fat brother. Eat it." Aunt Lu's face changed as she knelt on the ground, but looking at the food on the ground, hunger finally took over. She immediately picked up the ham on the ground and ate it. The fat man smiled very proudly. He felt that his method of humiliating these people should be no worse than those plutocrats in the kimchi country before the end of the world. "Okay, come out 10 people quickly. Our Dong brother is still waiting upstairs." Ahem. At this time, the coughing woman who had been in the corner suddenly raised her hand. "Can I go? I can do any dirty work." "You can't do it." Brother Dong said that he will only find 10 old guys to do the work. The fat man glanced at the woman who was speaking. A trace of desire flashed in his eyes. This woman's name is Lu Wanqi. It is said that she was an art teacher before the end of the world. She is tall, has a beautiful face, and has an outstanding temperament. In fact, Fatty had noticed her since she was trapped in the shopping mall. One is because Lu Wanqi is very beautiful, and the other is because there is a disabled little girl beside her who seems to be a student learning painting from her. It's hard not to be eye-catching with such a combination. But although Fatty had thoughts about Lu Wanqi, he didn't dare to really do anything to Lu Wanqi. Because not only Fatty has thoughts about Lu Wanqi, but also Zhang Zhendong has thoughts about Lu Wanqi. After all, Lu Wanqi is the most beautiful woman among the survivors in this shopping mall. As the boss here, Zhang Zhendong naturally thinks that the most beautiful woman should be his woman. Even if it's cold and I can't applaud for love, at least he has face. However, Lu Wanqi did not choose to stay on the third floor at that time. In addition, Lu Wanqi had a severe cold and cough at that time. Zhang Zhendong was afraid that he would also be infected, so he did not force Lu Wanqi to stay on the third floor. Zhang Zhendong wants Lu Wanqi to be so hungry that she can't bear it anymore, and then climbs to the third floor to beg him. Zhang Zhendong usually told fat men that they could not give Lu Wanqi food or work in private. And this time, the reason why Zhang Zhendong gave these people on the second floor a temporary job and then promised them some food was not because of Zhang Zhendong's kindness. But he doesn't want these people on the second floor to be really hungry, and they might be able to do anything by then. He wanted to boil the frog in warm water and play with these people slowly. But before Lu Wanqi took the initiative to kneel in front of him and beg for mercy, Zhang Zhendong would definitely not let Lu Wanqi get food. Although he promised that everyone would have some food by then, as long as Lu Wanqi did not go to work. Zhang Zhendong believes that with the selfish character of those aunts and uncles, they will definitely embezzle the food belonging to Lu Wanqi and the disabled little girl. In fact, Lu Wanqi also knew that, so she raised her hand and asked to take the initiative to do the work. Because only if she goes to work by herself can she really get the food. But Zhang Zhendong didn't give her a chance at all. Ahem. Lu Wanqi coughed, and then looked at the little girl sitting in the wheelchair next to her. The little girl had not eaten anything for more than a day, and was now extremely weak. Lu Wanqi looked at the fat man, and then said slowly, "Please go up and tell Zhang Zhendong that I am willing to go to the third floor, as long as he can guarantee food for me and Xiao Panpan." The little girl's name is Jiang Panpan, and her nickname is Xiao Panpan. "Teacher Cici, I'm not hungry. I don't want you to be bullied by bad people." Little Panpan, honestly, it's not because of you. It's because the teacher is so hungry that he can't stand it. The teacher doesn't want to die. The fat man glanced at Lu Wanqi and thought, the good cabbage he was looking for was about to be eaten by a pig. Hey, who told him not to be the boss here? Okay, I'll go up and inform the boss now. Fatty knew that Zhang Zhendong still cared about Lu Wanqi. Now that Lu Wanqi had given in, he would definitely go up and report to Zhang Zhendong immediately. Just in time, "I also want to meet your boss. Please take me with you." At this time, a sudden voice sounded, and then a heavily armed man suddenly appeared from the corner of the mall. The person who suddenly appeared was naturally Xialuo. He had just understood the situation of the mall through the drone and confirmed that the people in the mall posed no threat to him. Seeing Xialuo suddenly appearing, everyone on the second floor was stunned. What's going on? Where do they come from? According to the current situation, almost no one is active in the city. Why did a stranger suddenly appear in the mall? Why does it feel so weird? Who are you? How did you appear here? Seeing the sudden appearance of Xialuo, the fat man and his companions all picked up the steel pipes in their hands, with strong hostility on their faces. No matter who Li Xiaoluo is, none of them welcome Li Xiaoluo, because in this shopping mall now, Fatty and the others are all vested interests. They enjoy food, women's service, and privileges, so they don't want anything to change. But the eyes of the ladies and gentlemen on the second floor lit up when they saw Li Xiaoluo, because Li Xiaoluo still has SWAT equipment on him. Could it be that the authorities finally came to the rescue? Thinking of this possibility, especially the aunts and uncles were immediately excited. They miss the government. It's better to live before the end. This soldier, are you an official rescue worker? Are you following the army to rescue people? Hurry up and tell your people that there are many elderly people here who need emergency rescue. We can't delay for a moment. That's right. Tell your commanders quickly that there are many bad people here, and ask them to send more people over to arrest them all. Ha! I knew the country would not abandon us. We are finally saved. A group of aunts and uncles were just like when they went to the supermarket to grab eggs before the end of the world. They suddenly seemed to be full of motivation. They talked in a hurry, and then they all gathered around Li Xiaoluo. After all, in their hearts, they all want to be with the soldier Li Xiaoluo so that they can feel safe. If the government forces invade and Zhang Zhendong's thugs take people as hostages, they don't want to become hostages themselves. Stop. Get away. Looking at the group of aunts and uncles gathered around, Li Xiaoluo had no time to pay attention to them now. He had to control the thugs on the third floor first. How come you, a soldier, are talking to old people like us? Are you no longer a soldier of the people? Do you still have the discipline? That's right. You are here to serve us. What's your attitude? I'm telling you, if you don't give us good treatment, we will complain to your superiors about you. A group of aunts and uncles glared at Li Xiaoluo. When Zhang Zhendong and others humiliated them casually, they did not dare to resist in any way. But in front of Li Xiaoluo, they seemed to have regained the momentum of guiding the country before the end. Bang! Just when those Annies were about to approach Li Xiaoluo kicked the first Anne away. Li Xiaoluo will not spoil them. Ah! The Anne who was kicked away by Li Xiaoluo felt a sharp pain in her body and couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. I'm not official. If anyone dares to talk nonsense or approach me, she will be your fate. A group of aunts and uncles immediately stayed where they were. They were all so frightened that they didn't dare to speak, and they didn't dare to take a step forward. Hey boy, since you are not an official, then you are so stupid all by yourself, I'm still afraid of you. The fat man on the side heard that Li Xiaoluo was not an official, and his confidence suddenly returned. But before he could finish his words, he saw a black thing in Li Xiaoluo's hand, and it was pointed at him. Brother, you will be my big brother from now on. Don't shoot. I will listen to you in everything. The fat man was so frightened that he immediately raised his hands and surrendered. Shit, he should have thought of it earlier. Since Li Xiaoluo has body armor and other equipment, it means that he must have a gun. Aren't you looking for death? But fortunately, the boss doesn't seem to have any intention of killing him. Don't talk nonsense. Take me to the third floor. You better know what to do, otherwise I don't mind a few more holes in your body. Brother, don't worry. You can get to the third floor smoothly with me leading the way. Fatty and the others don't have much loyalty to Zhang Zhendong upstairs. Now that Li Xiaoluo has a gun in his hand, Li Xiaoluo is naturally the uncle. By then Zhang Zhendong may not be able to protect himself. Fatty and the others will not talk about loyalty foolishly. Brother, Zhang Zhendong upstairs asked me to come down and find some people to work on. We'd better bring some people up with us, so that we won't attract the attention of the guards, and we can go up to the third floor more smoothly. Okay, you pick a few people and come up together. So the fat man immediately ordered a dozen people and led them towards the third floor. Li Xiaoluo followed at the end. Zhang Zhendong naturally had someone guard the stairs going up to the third floor, also to prevent people on the second floor from jumping over the wall. Fat brother, why did you hear the screams of those old guys downstairs just now? Are you dealing with them again? Several men guarding the stair passage saw the fat man coming with some people, but they did not look at the people following the fat man. Instead, they smiled at the fat man. Basically, no one in this mall dares to resist them, so these people have no vigilance at all. The corner of the fat man's mouth twitched, but he did not dare to say anything more. He just squeezed out a smile and said, those old guys are just too busy to deal with their grinding. Okay, hurry up and don't keep Brother Dong waiting for too long. The men guarding the passage moved the obstacles away, and then planned to let Fatty and the others pass. Suddenly a voice sounded. You guys should go together too. Several men were in shock, who dared to speak, when they suddenly saw a gun pointed at them. Before the end of the world, these people were just ordinary people shopping in shopping malls. They had never seen guns. Suddenly, there was no nonsense. Everyone raised their hands obediently. Brother, don't kill us. We all do things according to Zhang Zhendong's orders. We are good people. Us. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go find your boss together. Li Xiaoluo interrupted there, begging for mercy. Yes, we will take you there right now. So Li Xiaoluo's team grew a little bigger, and they took Li Xiaoluo to the room where Zhang Zhendong and the others lived. Come on, have a drink. Haha, living a comfortable life with Brother Dong. Brother Dong, let me toast you again. In the room, Zhang Zhendong was eating and drinking with a group of his men. Anyway, there were a lot of drinks and snacks in the supermarket. Next to each of them, there was a woman who was carefully serving them. This little life was really comfortable. In the eyes of Zhang Zhendong and others, The people on the second floor are just a bunch of lambs waiting to be slaughtered, so no one in the entire mall can threaten them. At Li Xiaoluo's signal, the fat man kicked open the door of the room. Fat man, are you trying to rebel? Who asked you to kick in the door? Seeing that the person who kicked the door was a fat man, a drunk man with a red face immediately wanted to show off in front of Zhang Zhendong. Bang! Li Xiaoluo pulled the trigger, and a gunshot rang out. The man who spoke was shot directly and fell into a pool of blood. Damn it! Everyone was startled, and the drunkenness of Zhang Zhendong and the others immediately dissipated. Zhang Zhendong looked at Li Xiaoluo, who was standing at the end with a gun, and suddenly didn't understand why the fat man dared to kick the door. The other men who were drinking all stood up at this time, but when they saw the gun in Li Xiaoluo's hand, they all stayed where they were and did not dare to act rashly. In fact, Zhang Zhendong is also afraid. He is not indestructible, so how can he not be afraid of bullets? But everything here belongs to him, and he is not willing to lose everything like this. So after Zhang Zhendong stabilized his emotions, he pretended to be calm and said, "Brother, who are you? How come you are here? You have a gun, but you only have one gun per person, and I have a lot of people, so I don't think we need to fight to the death. What do you need? Food, women? As long as this shopping mall has things, I can let you take it away. But after you get what you need, you must leave this mall." Li Xiaoluo looked at Zhang Zhendong with a playful look on his face and said, "The suggestion you mentioned does not seem to be very tempting. I have a gun in my hand. Can't I just occupy this mall? Why should I just grab something and leave? You do have a lot of men, but you ask them, who is willing to come up and fight for you?" Zhang Zhendong glanced at the people around him, but everyone lowered their heads and pretended not to see his gaze. K brothers, there are so many of us, and he only has one gun. As long as we unite, if he dares to shoot. Bang! Li Xiaoluo did not let Zhang Zhendong finish his words and directly pulled the trigger. Zhang Zhendong was immediately shot in the head, and his eyes were still wide open when he died. The man who was still hesitating whether to resist because of Zhang Zhendong's words now sees Zhang Zhendong being killed directly and has no intention of resisting anymore. "Big brother, don't kill me. In fact, I have long been unhappy with this guy Zhang Zhendong. From now on, I am willing to follow you, big brother. Brother, I am too. This guy Zhang Zhendong plays with women and kills old people. He is simply worse than a beast. We have long disdained to associate with him." "Fat man, do you have any rope here?" Yes, we found a lot of ropes when we tied people up before." The fat man who brought Li Xiaoluo up felt happy when he saw that Li Xiaoluo came to him with a problem. It seems that he has made a contribution to leading the way. In the eyes of this killing god, his status is still a bit different. Maybe he could become Li Xiaoluo's confidant in the future. And the fat man was secretly very happy. Then, the fat man quickly found a lot of ropes. Li Xiaoluo nodded. "Fat man, you are very good." Then he said, "Fat man, take these people who came with us and tie up the hands and feet of all the men in the room first." When Li Xiaoluo said this, not only did the fat man feel that he was valued, but even the other thugs who led Li Xiaoluo's way suddenly felt that their status in Li Xiaoluo's heart was definitely different. When Li Xiaoluo said this, he pitted Fatty and the others against the drinking men in the room. If anyone dares to resist, there is no need for Li Xiaoluo to take action. Fatty and the others will have to perform well in front of Li Xiaoluo. Then Li Xiaoluo looked at the men drinking in the room and said, "When the fat man kidnaps people, I hope you won't resist or seek death on your own. Of course, if anyone is Zhang Zhendong's confidant and wants to avenge Zhang Zhendong, then you can resist now, because I may not let you go by then." Although Li Xiaoluo has a gun, he also has a lot of guns and ammunition. Percent at 1 ZSE at. But Li Xiaoluo didn't want to waste too much ammunition on these people, and if they were really driven to the point of jumping over the wall, there would still be a lot of thugs here. And in this indoor room, it is difficult for Li Xiaoluo to use his gun, even if he has a gun. It may be Li Xiaoluo who suffers the consequences. So Li Xiaoluo doesn't mind a little trouble. Let some people see hope of living. As long as they can't unite, it will be much easier to deal with. In fact, many people are like this. As long as the person who dies is not themselves, they are not pushed to a real dead end, and they can see a little hope of survival. Then they will not resist. Even after Li Xiaoluo finished speaking, many men looked at the two men among them. These two men are Zhang Zhendong's absolute confidants, and they followed Zhang Zhendong before the end. After Zhang Zhendong took control of the shopping mall in the post-apocalyptic world, their status has increased even more, and they often show off their status in a show of force. Now you are being punished. Many people are secretly happy, and Fatty and the others also looked at the two men, as if once those two men made a move, they would be able to make a contribution again. Fatty and the others now really want to have more opportunities and perform well in front of Li Xiaoluo. And the faces of the two men were a little uncertain. Listening to what Li Xiaoluo said just now, as Zhang Zhendong's absolute confidants, the two of them knew that their end might not be good. But when they saw the gun in Li Xiaoluo's hand and the traitors like Fatty who had completely fallen to Li Xiaoluo a long time ago, they knew that if they dared to take action, they would die faster. And maybe if they don't resist and obey honestly, they still have a chance to survive. So the two men didn't resist in the end and were tied up by Fatty and the others. Let the fat man be disappointed for a while. The credit is much smaller. Soon, The men who had been drinking with Zhang Zhendong in the room were all tied up. However, except for Zhang Zhendong's two confidants, the other men did not worry too much about their own safety after being kidnapped. They believe that Li Xiaoluo will not really kill them all, otherwise let alone Fatty and the others. Even the women in the mall will not dare to follow a cruel ruler like Li Xiaoluo, who does not keep his word. It's a pity that they don't know that Li Xiaoluo has never thought about ruling this place because he doesn't look down on this sanctuary at all. If they hadn't occupied the supplies Li Xiaoluo needed, Li Xiaoluo wouldn't have come here to meddle in his own business and spent so much effort to tie them all up. I won't even come to kill them. They bully women and want to starve those old people to death. In fact, they have nothing to do with Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo is not the savior, but he cannot save everyone. But now that he has taken action, Li Xiaoluo has no idea of letting these thugs live. They must all be killed. You go and call everyone on the second floor. Li Xiaoluo pointed at a woman and ordered. The woman didn't dare to hesitate and immediately ran to the second floor to call someone. Soon, all the remaining people on the second floor came to the third floor, including Lu Wanqi, who had a cold, and the disabled girl Jiang Panpan. Everyone was very cautious when they came up, not daring to let out any anger. They heard gunshots downstairs just now, and after entering the room, they saw several people lying in a pool of blood. Li Xiaoluo glanced at all the people and said, "Let me tell you something. I won't stay in this mall for long, and will leave here soon. But I prefer to help the weak. I know that many of you have been bullied by these men before. Now if any of you want revenge, you can do it." Li Xiaoluo's intention is very simple. Anyone who threatens him will definitely die. But you don't have to do it yourself. You can let others do it for you. After hearing Li Xiaoluo's words, dozens of people at the scene had different expressions. Many people did not expect that Li Xiaoluo would leave after occupying this place. In this apocalyptic world, is there any better place than this shopping mall? After all, there is a big supermarket here, where you can find food and all kinds of supplies. After the apocalypse, everything will be free of charge, and whoever has the biggest fist will own it. In such an apocalyptic world, being trapped in such a large supermarket is probably what many people dream of. Therefore, many people at the scene could not understand Li Xiaoluo's decision. Only Lu Wanqi, who kept coughing, looked at Li Xiaoluo with a different light in her eyes. In fact, many people were just surprised that Li Xiaoluo would make such a decision after hearing that Li Xiaoluo would not stay here for long. But more of them are already thinking about the future. For example, those people who stayed on the second floor before knew that if Li Xiaoluo left, they would most likely not end well. There was also Fatty and the others, who had already made up their minds to follow Li Xiaoluo. But if Li Xiaoluo leaves, will the original brothers forgive them for their betrayal? Even the women who stayed on the third floor before no longer want to live a life of being casually humiliated by these men. However, although everyone had an idea in their hearts, no one dared to express it for a while and act like a standout. Li Xiaoluo said impatiently, "Why, now that these people are tied up, no one wants to take revenge. I am a person who appreciates courageous people, who are the first to stand up and kill someone. I can agree to his small request. Ahem, can I come?" Lu Wanqi raised her hand in the crowd. Li Xiaoluo looked at Lu Wanqi, who raised her hand. Although she was wearing thick clothes and couldn't tell what her figure was, she had a good temperament and a beautiful face. "You dare to kill someone? And what kind of conditions do you want me to agree to?" Lu Wanqi nodded with firm eyes. "Brother, I dare to kill people. I hope you can take me out of here. I want to follow you." Li Xiaoluo was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but take another look at Lu Wanqi. "Are you sure you want to follow me out of here? You must know that there is a big supermarket here, and there are many survivors who are trapped at home. I am afraid they would never dream of coming to a place like this." Lu Wanqi nodded. Then he looked at Li Xiaoluo with a sincere face and said, "Brother, I believe that since you don't want to stay here, there must be a shelter that is no worse than here, and I was ostracized by everyone here before. It will definitely be much better to follow you in the future than to continue to stay here." Li Xiaoluo suddenly realized that this was the case. In fact, since Li Xiaoluo has established Taoyuan territory, he naturally needs to recruit people. As for food, there is plenty of it. However, not everyone wants Li Xiaoluo. Just like the aunts and uncles in this supermarket, they are not qualified to be members of Taoyuan Collar, regardless of their age or character. Not even qualified to be a temporary worker. This Lu Wanqi is pretty good, but Li Xiaoluo still looked at her and said, "Do you have any skills?" "I don't raise idle people here." Lu Wanqi hurriedly said, "I was an art teacher before my death, and my cooking skills are also very good. My ancestor was an imperial chef. I was trained in cooking by my father since I was a child, and I learned some skills." Li Xiaoluo's eyes lit up, but he didn't expect that Lu Wanqi was also a chef. Although she did not work as a chef before her death, she was from a family of royal chefs, so Li Xiaoluo believed that she should have some skills. Li Xiaoluo's family was short of a chef. He didn't expect that he would get one unexpectedly this time. "She's also a good cook, very good. Okay, you can follow me and leave then." Li Xiaoluo looked at Lu Wanqi and agreed. At this time, many women on the side also had their thoughts moved. Because they heard what Lu Wanqi said just now, they felt that it was indeed what Lu Wanqi said. Is this man Charlotte Li a fool? Obviously not. So since he doesn't want to stay here, it means he must have a better place. Moreover, Li Xiaoluo has a gun, so it is obviously much safer to follow Li Xiaoluo. Otherwise, if they encounter other intruders in the future, what will happen to them? Brother, I am also willing to listen to your words and kill people. Can you also take me away? Brother, I was a model before the end. I have a good figure. Please take me out of here. Young man, my aunt used to have a building to collect rent. I'm not short of money. You can take me with you. Many people figured out the key and immediately wanted to follow Li Xiaoluo. Shut up, Li Xiaoluo suddenly shouted. Wait until all the women calm down, Li Xiaoluo said coldly. You must understand that I am giving you a chance to take revenge, not that I need you to help me kill people. So you are not qualified to negotiate any conditions with me. If you don't want revenge, that's up to you. After I leave, if you want to continue living the same life as before, that is your own choice. If you continue to be humiliated and tortured by these thugs, then you deserve it. Hearing Li Xiaoluo's words, many people suddenly remembered the life they lived before, especially those who stayed on the second floor. They knew that as soon as Li Xiaoluo left, if these tied thugs were freed again, they would definitely end up like before. These men are demons. They followed Zhang Zhendong and killed many people before, and they did not give us food to eat. They humiliated, beat, and scolded us at will. People like them should not be alive anymore. Aunt Li from before was the first to stand up and shout slogans. Yes, people like them deserve to die, and it is not a crime for us to kill them. Kill them. Someone took the lead, and the aunts and uncles on the second floor, as well as the young people, all became angry with the crowd, because they all know that it is best for them to kill all the thugs who have bullied them. Now that these thugs are tied up, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So even if Li Xiaoluo didn't promise them any benefits, they had indeed been moved for a long time. So a group of people found knives from the ground, and then swung them at the tied thugs. F***KU, it hurts me to death. Brother, I am willing to be your dog. Don't let them chop me. Soon, screams started to sound one after another. All the tied men were killed quickly, and each of them had at least dozens of chops on their body. It can be said that their deaths were extremely brutal. A group of people had already been stunned, and suddenly they looked at Fatty and the others. They looked at Fatty and those others with chills in their hearts. These old guys who were just like ants in their eyes before were now as scary as his grandma. Brother, I was the first person to surrender to you. I listened to your words. The fat man immediately asked Li Xiaoluo for help. Suddenly, the group of people with red eyes calmed down a little. Although Fatty and the others deserve death in their hearts, if Li Xiaoluo doesn't let him be killed, they don't dare to have any objection. But Li Xiaoluo waved his hand and said, "This is your previous grudge. I will not interfere. And this is also related to who of you can control this mall in the future and who can live a good life. I am the one who wants to leave here, so I will not interfere with you." Hearing Li Xiaoluo say this, Fatty and the others were so angry that they wanted to curse. You don't want to interfere. You are just adding fuel to the fire. But before Fatty and the others could say anything, the group of murderous people had already attacked with knives. F***K them. Fight with them. Most of them are old guys. What are we afraid of? Fatty and the others were 4 in total, and their hands and feet were not tied, so naturally they were unwilling to be captured without mercy and then hacked to death. So they randomly grabbed a weapon from around them and started to fight back. People on both sides actually had anger in their hearts that they wanted to vent, so the fight was quite fierce. In the end, Fatty and the 4 of them relied on their desperate fighting style to kill more than 30 people on the other side with heavy casualties, and they no longer dared to move forward. But Fatty and the others were also seriously injured and soon fell into a pool of blood. Until his death, Fatty never figured out why Li Xiaoluo didn't accept his surrender. The fat man is dead, and the 3 people following the fat man were also seriously injured. They probably won't live long. As for Fatty and his opponents, the group of aunts and uncles plus a few young men, they did not get any benefits. 5 or 6 of them died, and 7 or 8 were seriously injured. It can be said that both sides suffered losses, but they should be grateful to Li Xiaoluo. At least Li Xiaoluo allowed them to die with dignity, right? Otherwise, if Zhang Zhendong continues to control this shopping mall, they will only be slowly humiliated to death in hunger. Looking at the survivors who are still alive, they are basically women, and there are a few aunts and uncles. Among the couples, there is still a man alive. Li Xiaoluo took a look at the man's friendliness and found that he was pretty good. He was not hostile to Li Xiaoluo. He might still be grateful to Li Xiaoluo in his heart. Of course, Li Xiaoluo didn't need his gratitude, but his friendliness saved him. If his friendliness reaches the danger value set by Li Xiaoluo, then Li Xiaoluo will deal with him personally. Although Li Xiaoluo will not stay here, he still has to work here for a period of time, so Li Xiaoluo will not keep anyone who is hostile to him and may be dangerous. Then Li Xiaoluo took everyone who was still alive to an office on the second floor. Okay, from now on, everyone will stay in this room with me. No one can step out of the room without my permission. When everyone heard Li Xiaoluo say this, they immediately nodded. At least Li Xiaoluo said this, which meant that he would not kill them. It was too late for them to get excited, so how could they dare to be disobedient? Then Li Xiaoluo looked at Lu Wanxi and said, "You watch all of them for me. Tell me who is disobedient when the time comes. This is also my test for you. If you do well, I will consider the request you made before. Promise you." Lu Wanxi nodded hurriedly. "Don't worry, I will watch everyone and prevent them from leaving this room. Li Xiaolong didn't say anything more and then left the room. But the people in the room, especially the aunts and uncles who survived, all looked excited. They could all guess what Li Xiaolong was going out for. He must have gone out to get supplies from the supermarket. But Li Xiaolong is alone. How much supplies can he take away? Even if you give him 1 sack, no, give him 10 sacks. The supplies that Li Xiaolong can carry are just a drop in the bucket for a large supermarket. Not worth mentioning at all. And after Li Xiaolong left, Zhang Zhendong and those thugs were all dead. By then, wouldn't the supplies in the entire supermarket belong to them? Thinking of this, several aunts and uncles are so excited that they want to fly. Even looking at Lu Wanqi is a lot more pleasing to the eye. Now Lu Wanqi represents Li Xiaolong. They don't want to offend Li Xiaolong at this last moment. But no one in the room would have dreamed that Li Xiaolong had indeed gone to pack supermarket supplies. But he didn't pack them in sacks, but in space. Li Xiaolong came to the supermarket on the 3rd floor. The supplies in the supermarket were basically the same as before the apocalypse, and they had not decreased much. After all, there are not many people like Zhang Zhendong, and besides himself and his confidants, Zhang Zhendong basically strictly controls the amount of food and supplies given to them every day, if they are women. Even like those who were driven to the 2nd floor by him, he did not waste any supplies. Now, everything is cheaper for Li Xiaolong. Li Xiaolong walked leisurely in the supermarket and hummed a song. Then, wherever he passed, all the supplies disappeared in the blink of an eye. Beverages, wine section, Budweiser beer, snow beer, and various brands of yogurt, pure milk. In the grain, oil, and seasoning area, Li Xiaolong actually had no shortage of food, but he just collected it anyway. No matter how much there was, he wouldn't mind it. And in addition to food, there are also various seasonings here for cooking. These are good things. Li Xiaolong didn't reserve much before. If there is no seasoning in cooking in the future, what will it taste like? And after the 2nd stage of floods, a bottle of fermented bean curd or hot sauce will be a luxury item before the end. So if you charge more now, you will win in the future. Then Li Xiaolong came to the daily necessities area. There are many essential things here. For example, soap, shampoo, toothpaste, toothbrushes, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, etc. Most of the survivors are still trying to survive at this stage. So many people don't care about these things. And with the current low temperature, it's okay not to take a shower for a year. So everyone is even less concerned about personal hygiene issues, and not many people pay attention to these supplies for the time being. However, things are naturally different in Li Xiaolong's Lord's Mansion. Life is basically the same as before the Doomsday, and it can even be said to be more comfortable. So if you want to continue to maintain your quality of life, these daily necessities are essential. Then Li Xiaolong passed through the dried fruit area, snack area, and fresh food area. Anyway, he walked all the way and bought them for 0 yuan. This way of shopping without looking at the price is really addictive. After collecting all the supplies in the supermarket on the 3rd floor, Li Xiaolong came to the warehouse on the 4th floor. This is the logistics warehouse of the supermarket. There are many supplies in it that are more numerous than in the supermarket because the items stored here are all in full boxes. There are thousands of boxes of instant noodles, ham sausages, snacks, and dried fruits. Long-term storage items such as toilet paper, sanitary napkins, toothpaste, and toothbrushes each cost thousands of bags/box. There are also edible salt, cooking oil, various seasonings. Okay, Li Xiaolong seems to have a lot of these things, but Li Xiaolong will definitely not leave anything behind if the goose is plucked. After all the materials in the warehouse on the 4th floor were collected, another 7,000 to 8,000 tons of materials were added to Li Xiaolong's system space. But fortunately, when Li Xiaolong came out, he released several thousand tons of supplies and stored them in the villa. So now he can collect another 4,000 to 5,000 tons. But there seems to be nothing worth taking in this mall. No, there is also the 2nd floor. At this time, Li Xiaolong remembered that the 2nd floor was a clothing store, a cosmetic store, a luxury store, and so on. These things will definitely be indispensable for him in the future, especially those beautiful women's clothes, all kinds of sexy lingerie, stockings, high heels, etc. After the flood, these human treasures may almost disappear, so you must quickly hoard more. Otherwise, the women around him will only be able to wear ordinary clothes in the future, not even his favorite stockings, which will be a lot less fun. So Li Xiaolong quickly went down to the 2nd floor and continued to sweep all the clothing stores, shoe stores, luxury stores on the 2nd floor. All of them. Of course, Li Xiaolong focused on underwear stores and stocking stores. Li Xiaolong had never visited these places before, but this time Li Xiaolong went in and discovered that the content inside was much richer than he thought. But Li Xiaolong doesn't have time to do more research now, so he just collected them all. After moving all the useful things on the 2nd floor, Li Xiaolong's $0 shopping event in the mall finally came to a successful conclusion. If Li Xiaolong bought and hoarded supplies before the end, he mainly stocked up on food, tobacco and alcohol, warm supplies, and travel tools. He only hoarded very few other supplies. So after vacating the entire mall this time, Li Xiaolong basically stocked up all types of supplies before the end. You won't be short of anything you want in the future. And even if there are some supplies that he won't be able to use himself in the future, once the 2nd stage of the flood is over, the value of all the supplies before the end will increase sharply, and it will be great for him to exchange them for things he needs. Li Xiaolong, who was in a good mood, came to the room where Lu Wanqi and the others were staying. Everyone in the room sat on the floor, honestly, without any other actions. They're all waiting for Li Xiaolong to leave here, so that they can have an entire shopping mall with supplies, enough for them to live a good life. So before Li Xiaolong left, they would be obedient to whatever Li Xiaolong asked them to do, for fear that some unusual behavior would anger Li Xiaolong. Don't let Li Xiaolong hurt or kill them if he is unhappy. Then they will really cry without tears. At this time, when they saw Li Xiaolong pushing open the door of the room and walking in, everyone in the room tightened their expressions. They knew that Li Xiaolong had probably taken enough of the supplies he wanted and might leave soon. Although some people have indeed considered leaving with Li Xiaolong, after all, following Li Xiaolong is still very safe. But if Li Xiaolong doesn't want to take them, they won't force it, because they will definitely live a good life in the future. Li Xiaolong glanced at the people in the room, and he could see uncontrollable joy on many people's faces. After all, I said I would not kill them, and I would not stay here to enslave them. I even eliminated all the thugs who oppressed them on their behalf. From now on, everything here belongs to them. But Li Xiaolong knew that they would soon stop laughing, because after they left, they saw that all the supplies in the mall had disappeared, and they knew how cruel this world was. The world now is not as simple as they thought. Then Li Xiaolong set his sights on Lu Wanqi. After all, he had said that he would take Lu Wanqi away, so naturally he had to confirm whether she met the requirements first. Especially the friendliness level must be up to standard. Lu Wanqi, friendliness 62, potential 15, special ability, none. I looked at it with my exploratory eyes and found that Lu Wanqi's friendliness was pretty good. Of course, if Lu Wanqi is really allowed to be a chef, this level of friendliness will definitely not be enough. But as long as the friendliness reaches the standard now, it can be gradually improved in the future. Lu Wanqi, take your things and follow me. When Lu Wanqi heard this, a happy smile suddenly appeared on her weak face. She really wants to follow Li Xiaolong and leave here, because she knows that even if Zhang Zhendong and those people are dead, the mall will become more harmonious in the future. But maybe except for her, as long as she stays, she will still not have a good life. It's not that she has done anything outrageous. Everyone has a grudge against her. It can only be said that sometimes it is a mistake for a woman to be beautiful, and it is a mistake that cannot be forgiven. Just when Lu Wanqi was happy, she suddenly felt her hand being pulled, and then she saw Jiang Panpan looking at Lu Wanqi longingly with aggrieved eyes. Lu Wanqi felt a pain in her heart. Jiang Panpan was a special student of hers. Because of her physical disability, she had been introverted and sensible since she was a child. Lu Wanqi particularly likes the little girl and takes good care of her. She will also take her out to play during holidays. After the apocalypse, Xiao Panpan actually suffered a lot of suffering and grievances because he was with Lu Wanqi. What Lu Wanqi thought before was that as long as she left here, the people still alive in the mall would no longer target Xiao Panpan. After all, she is just a little girl, no threat at all. But seeing Xiao Panpan's expression, although Xiao Panpan didn't say a word, Lu Wanqi knew that she wanted to follow her. In fact, Lu Wanqi didn't want to leave here with little Panpan, although she felt in her heart that after she left, the people here would no longer make things difficult for a disabled little girl. But Lu Wanqi is not sure, let alone thinking too much, because after this apocalypse, sometimes some things are gone, such as human nature. But Lu Wanqi knew that it would be useless for her to take away little Panpan, because Li Xiaolong had said before that he would not raise idle people. Those beautiful and healthy women wanted to leave with Li Xiaolong, but he didn't agree, let alone little Panpan in a wheelchair. But Lu Wanqi thought of the sins Xiao Panpan had suffered because of her, and thought that if Xiao Panpan was left here, no one would know how she would live in the future. Plop! Lu Wanqi knelt in front of Li Xiaolong, then pointed at little Panpan and said, "Brother, she's my student. I promised her parents to take good care of her. I know my request is a bit unreasonable, but as long as you can take her away with you, I will be your woman from now on, and I will listen to everything. Your." Li Xiaolong glanced at Lu Wanqi coldly, then turned around and left. He doesn't like women who don't know how to advance or retreat. The rules have been agreed with her a long time ago. He will not keep idlers there. He is not discriminating against disabled little girls, but his place is not an orphanage either. Since Lu Wanqi wants to stay with that little girl, then they can stay together forever. For ordinary women like Lu Wanqi, even if they are beautiful, Li Xiaolong will not give them any special treatment. Seeing Li Xiaolong leaving without saying a word, Lu Wanqi was stunned for a moment, and then a trace of despair flashed in her eyes, but she did not beg Li Xiaolong again. Well, it's actually quite good to be able to stay here with little Panpan, even if it means death. However, seeing Li Xiaolong leaving, although Lu Wanqi did not chase her, Jiang Panpan, who had always been quiet, suddenly turned her wheelchair hard and blocked Li Xiaolong's way. "Brother, don't leave. I won't leave with Teacher Lu. I won't leave with her. Just take Teacher Lu and leave alone." Li Xiaolong glanced at the little girl. She was a very cute little girl. In fact, Li Xiaolong is not short of food, and there is no pressure at all to feed an extra little girl. But Li Xiaolong, as a human being, naturally knows that there are thousands of poor people in this apocalypse, and he cannot save them at all, and what he fears most in the apocalypse is the heart of the Holy Mother. Li Xiaolong will not break the rules he has set. However, because the little girl blocked his way, Li Xiaolong subconsciously used his exploratory eyes on the little girl. Then, Li Xiaolong's eyes widened, and his mouth opened wide in surprise. "Little girl? What's your name?" Li Xiaoluo suddenly squatted down and looked at the little girl with a kind face. Zhang Panpan didn't know why Li Xiaoluo's originally cold face suddenly changed his attitude. She said timidly, "Brother, my name is Zhang Panpan and my nickname is Xiao Panpan. Lito Banban? What a good name. And you are also very sensible. You said that on purpose just to let your teacher leave with me, right? You are really great for being so sensible at such a young age." Li Xiaoluo rarely praises others, so his vocabulary is a bit limited. But she still praised little Panpan, and her little face turned red, feeling very embarrassed. Moreover, the little girl was also a little confused at this time. The current situation seemed to be a little different from what she thought. Not to mention that little Panpan was a little confused. Even Lu Wanqi on the side was also full of confusion. This Li Xiaoluo has changed too much. Just now, Lu Wanqi knelt down and begged him, and was willing to be his woman. But Li Xiaoluo wanted to leave without saying a word. But Xiao Panpan just blocked his way, and then said a few words, and his attitude changed so quickly. What did little Panpan say just now? Did it really move him that much? Lu Wanqi was in disbelief, but there was a hint of hope on her face. Li Xiaoluo looked at Lu Wanqi and said, "Get up, take all your things, and then leave with me." Lu Wanqi said uncertainly, "Brother, you mean? Xiao Panpan and I can leave with you." Li Xiaoluo nodded and said, "Little Panpan is a good child. Since she calls me Big Brother, she will be my god sister from now on. In this apocalypse, I will let her live a better life than anyone else." Lu Wanqi and Xiao Panpan were both dumbfounded. All this changed so quickly. They were all a little flattered, but the two of them were also really excited. "They can leave here." System prompt. Lu Wanqi is extremely grateful to the host. Her friendliness is +10, and her current friendliness towards the host is 72. It's not over yet. System prompt. Zhang Panpan is extremely grateful to the host. His friendliness is +15, and his current friendliness towards the host is 73. Hearing this, Li Xiaoluo was in a good mood, and he didn't care about Lu Wanqi's increased friendliness. But Xiao Panpan's friendliness has improved. Li Xiaoluo really cares. Zhang Panpan, friendliness level 73, potential value 98, special ability, teleportation to be awakened. This is Zhang Panpan's message and the reason why Li Xiaoluo's attitude changed drastically. At that time, Li Xiaoluo himself never thought that he would meet a person with supernatural talents in this shopping mall. Moreover, he is a genius with a talent level of 98, which is only a little lower than Xin Miao. He is definitely considered a top genius. Moreover, Xiao Panpan's superpower is teleportation. Damn it, this superpower is really shocking. Li Xiaoluo's system currently only has 5 quotas for contract subordinates, but apart from Xin Miao, what Li Xiaoluo is most sure of now is that this little Panpan must occupy one of the quotas. Because of Xiao Panpan's special ability, Li Xiaoluo wanted it very much. Even among all the powers known to his women, this is the one that Li Xiaoluo wants the most. What kind of ice power, healing power, planning power, and this teleportation power can make Li Xiaoluo's heart beat. This is simply a life-saving, super method for young people, and it is also very suitable for an old man like Li Xiaoluo. The only troublesome thing now is how to increase Xiao Panpan's friendliness to above 80. If little Panpan is an adult beauty, then Li Xiaoluo can be said to be 100% sure. After all, he seems to have found a shortcut to improve his friendliness. As long as the woman he applauds for love has a friendship score of less than 80. But Xiao Panpan is a little kid. Li Xiaoluo really doesn't know what to do. Coaxing children is really not what he is good at, but it shouldn't be difficult to think about it. Just agreeing to take her away this time. Xiao Panpan's friendship has increased so much. I will accept her as my sister from now on. Give her something delicious to eat later. Li Xiaoluo couldn't believe that she wasn't moved. Anyway, as long as you follow yourself back, you will be your own. Hey, at this moment, Li Xiaoluo couldn't help but feel happy. I originally thought that the biggest gain from coming to this mall was the supplies in the entire mall, but now it seems that Xiao Panpan's gain is no worse than the supplies in the entire mall. In some ways, it may even be more important. After all, as I said before, powers will also be divided into levels in the future, and the ability to teleport is definitely one of the top powers. Of course, such a power also depends on who possesses it, and whether they can survive until the power is awakened. In the last life, Li Xiaoluo as little Panpan most likely did not survive until she could awaken her teleportation ability, and might have died during the ice disaster. Otherwise, with her superpowers and genius-level talents, she will definitely become a famous figure in the apocalypse. And in this life, Li Xiaoluo will definitely not let her bury her again. After unexpectedly discovering a super talent, Li Xiaoluo left in no hurry. He used his exploratory eyes to look at all the women in the room. Wang Xiaoyan, friendliness level 46, potential value 15, special ability, none. Zhang Shuiqin, friendliness level 43, potential value 12, special ability, none. Unfortunately, as before, people with supernatural talents are still very rare. However, Li Xiaoluo was not depressed. It was a big surprise for him to find little Panpan unexpectedly this time. This also made Li Xiaoluo set a rule for himself. In the future, when he encounters survivors in the apocalypse, as long as they are women, whether they are women or children, they must first use their exploratory eyes to see the situation. In this way, survivors with supernatural talents can be discovered in time, and he will not miss any top talents. Of course, even women with supernatural talents must meet the standards before Charlotte will take them in. For example, if the woman's friendliness is very low and her character is very bad, Charlotte will not want such a person at all. Even Xialuo would destroy her personally. After all, she lived near Xialuo. If she couldn't be used by Xialuo if she grew up in the future, she would definitely be Xialuo's enemy. So it is better to nip the future danger in the cradle before they grow up. Lu Wanqi and Xiao Panpan had nothing to deal with. Apart from their mobile phones, they had nothing left. Just follow Xialuo and leave. And wait for Xialuo to leave with the two of them. The survivors in the shopping mall finally felt relieved. Haha, the food in the supermarket upstairs belongs to us? Young man, I'm starving to death. I'm gonna go upstairs to eat. Chicken legs, potato chips, Coke. I can eat whatever I want. But when they rushed to the third floor, they were dumbfounded when they saw the empty supermarket. Driving a snowmobile, Xialuo took Lu Wanqi and Xiao Panpan back to the Longting Villa area. Now the area near Xialuo's villa, from Villa number 1 to Villa number 10, has become Xialuo's territory. Xialuo also set up a special security team. When Xialuo drove his snowmobile and passed by Villa number 10 this time, he saw several women standing on the upper floor of Villa number 10 for duty and training. It seems that Lin Mingxin is very strict about leading troops. Xialuo did not drive the snowmobile directly back to Villa number 1, but came to Villa number 3. Then Xialuo used the intercom to notify Shen Miao and Lin Mingxin and asked them to bring all the women to Villa number 3. Although mobile phones can barely be used now, it is more convenient for Li Xiaoluoju to use a walkie-talkie. Not long after, Shen Miao and the others were the first to arrive at Villa number 3. Seeing that Xialuo had returned safely, all the women showed happy expressions on their faces. Then they noticed Lu Wanqi and Jiang Panpan who were following Xialuo. They didn't care about Lu Wanqi and the other girls. They were just a pretty survivor brought back by Xialuo. There are really no shortage of beautiful women among them. But for Jiang Panpan, a little girl in a wheelchair, Shen Miao and the others showed a hint of curiosity. When all women join Taoyuan leader, Xialuo will make it clear that he will not support idlers, and they must be able to prove their worth. But they didn't expect that Xialuo would take in a disabled little girl. At this moment, many women are thinking that the Lord is actually very caring. Not long after, Lin Mingxin also ran to Villa number 3 with a group of women. It seems that right now Lin Mingxin is still training these women. Then Lin Mingxin and the others' eyes also stayed on little Panpan for a while. Jiang Panpan was originally a very sensitive little girl. Now every woman she saw would look at her with a strange look in her eyes. She suddenly felt even more uneasy. She knew very well that no one would like her as a burden after the end of the world. After all, she is young and disabled. She has no effect at all except wasting food. Jiang Panpan felt sad. If the people here were not willing to take her in, then she would not embarrass her elder brother. Xialuo didn't notice the look on Xiao Panpan's face. He first glanced at all the women in the room. This was the current population of the Taoyuan leader he had established. Core members: Sister Shen Miao, Qin Yume, Zhao Xiaolu, Lin Mingxin, Zhao Min, plus Lu Wanqi and Jiang Panpan who joined today. There are 8 people in total. Temporary members: Wang Shanshan, Li Qiao, plus the 30 women who joined later, a total of 32 people. At this stage, there are only 2 departments in Taoyuan leader. Lin Mingxin is the captain of the security team of the Ministry of Armed Forces. There are a total of 20 female soldiers in the team, divided into 2 squads. Their daily task is to take turns guarding the safety of the villa area, and then train their skills under the leadership of Lin Mingxin. There is also the logistics department, which is now managed by Shen Miao. Except for the female soldiers in the security team, all other women are under the management of the logistics department. There is no need to introduce the work of the logistics department. Except for safety matters, everything else is now the responsibility of the logistics department. At this stage, Xiao doesn't have many people, so Xiao doesn't make it too complicated. Miao, have you checked the supplies in all the villas? How much food was found in these villas? Shen Miao nodded quickly and said, all the useful materials in those villas have been inventoried and registered, but there is not much food found, and there is only a little more food found in Villa number 10. We now have a total of 41 people, and according to the food standards you stipulated for each person, female soldiers need more food for training. The food we found may be enough for us to eat for 3 days. When Shen Miao said these words, he actually did not show any worry. Because the women who live with Xialuo all know that Xialuo has a system space with a lot of food in it. If it was just the food found in the villa outside, Xialuo would not recruit these women at all. But Lin Mingxin and other women didn't know Xialuo's situation. After hearing Shen Miao say that they only had 3 days of food, they all had extremely heavy looks on their faces. Their previous experiences made them know how precious food is in such a doomsday. For a piece of bread, some people simply become non-human beings. Especially little Panpan. When she heard that there was a serious lack of food here, she suddenly felt even more depressed. She felt that she must be abandoned. Seeing the expressions on Lin Mingxin's and others' faces, Xialuo slowly said, I have said before that you don't have to worry about food. As long as each of you works for me and follows me, you don't have to worry about hunger. This time I went out and got a lot of food. Hearing what Xialuo said, the faces of the women who didn't know that Xialuo had system space relaxed, and they all chose to believe Xialuo's words. Because they felt that if Xialuo didn't have a lot of food, he might have informed them to leave now, and it would be impossible for him to waste food on them. If before the end of the world, Xialuo might have wanted something from them, but after the end of the world, what else would they have besides their bodies? And there are so many beautiful beauties around Xialuo. Even if they want to sacrifice their bodies, they may not be qualified. Let me announce a few things. The first thing is that Villa number 1 will be my lord's mansion from now on, and I will reserve villas number 2 to number 6 as warehouses for storing supplies. So these villas will not have me or logistics in the future. With the permission of Minister Shun Miao, no one can approach or enter without permission. The first thing that happened was that Xialuo designated the villas closest to his villa number 1 as restricted areas. The reason why Xialuo cleared away the survivors in these villas was actually to make the area around his own villa safer, and then he used these villas as temporary warehouses. Second, if there is an emergency in the territory when I am not here, then all of you must obey Shun Miao's orders. When I am not around, Shun Miao will represent me. I said when you chose to follow me, I will provide you with safe shelter and food. But you need to work for me and then obey all my orders. So, who do I want you to listen to? You must also obey unconditionally. After the end of the world, I won't talk about enlightenment here, but as long as you are loyal and obedient, I will not hurt or torture you casually. But if anyone disobeys orders, don't blame me. As for the second thing, Xialuo sometimes goes to Su Xiaotong's place, so there must be a general person in charge here. Needless to say, among these women, Shun Miao's position in his heart is definitely the most important. System prompt. Shun Miao was moved by the host, her friendliness +3, and her current friendliness towards the host is 92. Ding, congratulations to the host. The friendliness of the contracted subordinates has exceeded 90 for the first time. He is one step closer to becoming the strongest lord. As a reward, he will receive a special power card and 100 energy points. Xialuo was just stunned for a moment when the system prompted him. In fact, the announcement that Shun Miao could represent him was just Xialuo's normal arrangement, and he really didn't mean to win Shun Miao's favor. After all, since Shun Miao's friendliness has exceeded 80 and is as high as 89, Xialuo no longer has to go out of his way to improve her friendliness like before. Shun Miao is already someone he can absolutely trust. But Xialuo didn't expect that because of his words just now, Shun Miao's friendship level would suddenly exceed the 90 mark. And because this is the first time that there are more than 90 contracted subordinates, the system will reward you. And this reward is actually a Zhanzhan card. You must know that after the system was officially activated, what Xialuo coveted most was this Zhanzhan card. Because as long as he has this Zhanzhan card, Xialuo can become a genuine superpower. This temptation was so attractive to him that it could be regarded as a wish from his previous life. And the system also rewards 100 energy points. In fact, Xialuo knew that these 100 energy points were not used for him to purchase goods in the system mall. It's used to activate abilities. Because the energy points required to activate a power are exactly 100 points. What does it mean? For example, Xialuo used the Zhanzhan card to copy Shun Miao's ice ability. But after copying it, just like Shun Miao now, the superpower is still waiting to be awakened. That is, it is not activated. Shun Miao and the others have to wait for the third stage of natural disaster to awaken, activate their abilities. But as long as Xialuo has 100 energy points, he can activate the copied ability at any time. In other words, the Zhanzhan card and 100 energy points awarded by the system this time are exactly the same match. It just allows Xialuo to have a superpower in advance. And now the survivors all over the world don't even know about the existence of superpowers, let alone awakening superpowers. Therefore, Xialuo will become the first person in the world to awaken his superpowers, and the only one with superpowers in the world. Haha, from being a useless person with no superpowers in the last life, to being the first to have superpowers in this life. Xialuo felt very excited just thinking about it. Excited as I am, I still need to continue arranging my work. Xialuo also made some arrangements for the people in the logistics department and the security team. Villa number 7 and Villa number 8 were allocated by Xialuo to the logistics department for use as residences and warehouses. Villa number 9 and Villa number 10 were allocated by Xialuo to the security team as dormitories and training grounds. Of course, at the same time, the female soldiers of the security team are also on duty in the outermost Villa number 10, so that if any survivors want to invade the territory, they can find it in time. As for their more specific work, Xialuo was too lazy to take care of it. Then Xialuo called the names of several women and began to dismiss everyone, letting them perform their respective tasks. As for the women who were named by Xialuo, in addition to Shun Miao and the others who originally lived in Villa number 1, there were also Zhao Min, Lu Wanqi, and Xiao Panpan. These 3 people will also stay in Villa number 1 in the future. Of course, Xialuo asked them to live in Villa number 1 not just because they were beautiful. For example, Zhao Min is indeed tall, beautiful, and elegant, and she is the most mature and charming woman. However, Xialuo let her live in Villa number 1, firstly because her friendliness was high enough, and secondly because of her relationship with Lin Mingxin. Now that the superpower has not appeared, Lin Mingxin is now Li Xiaoluo's #1 general. So by controlling Zhao Min, he can better control Lin Mingxin. Of course, judging from the current friendliness of Lin Mingxin and others, there is actually no chance of rebellion. And women are naturally not as ambitious as men. This is also the reason why Li Xiaoluo doesn't recruit any men. As for the two newcomers Lu Wanqi and Xiao Panpan moving into Villa #1 as soon as they arrive, there is nothing surprising. After all, they are all talents. Especially Xiao Panpan, her importance in Li Xiaoluo's heart may be second only to Xin Miao Miao. In some ways, it may even be more important. For example, this time the system rewarded a Zhanzhan card. After Li Xiaoluo thought about it, he didn't want to use this Zhanzhan card on Xin Miao Miao or Su Xiaotong. Because at this stage, what Li Xiaoluo wants most is not Xin Miao Miao's ice power talent, nor Su Xiaotong's water power talent. What he wants most is Xiao Panpan's teleportation power. Li Xiaoluo originally positioned himself not as a general charging into the battle, but as a big boss who stayed behind. Therefore, offensive abilities are not what he wants most. The ability to escape and save his life is what he needs most. Besides, even if he has copied Shan Miao Miao's offensive ice power at this stage, because there are no energy points to increase the level of the power he can exert is limited, and it may not be as deterrent as a gun. But now, although Li Xiaoluo is very coveted for Xiao Panpan's supernatural talent, he still needs to face a problem. That is, Xiao Panpan's friendliness has not reached 80 yet. So by letting Xiao Panpan move into Villa #1, Li Xiaoluo hopes that through some operations, Xiao Panpan's friendliness will exceed 80 as soon as possible, so that he can use Zhanzhan card as soon as possible. Of course, if it takes too long, Li Xiaoluo may also consider using the Zhanzhan card on Xin Miao Miao. Then, Li Xiaoluo took Xin Miao Miao and the others back to Villa #1. As soon as they entered the villa, everyone felt a heat wave coming over them. Li Xiaoluo and Xin Miao Miao were already prepared. The moment they entered the villa room, they began to take off their thick clothes. Only Zhao Min and Lu Wanqi were still stupid and a little at a loss. They don't know why there is such a high temperature in Villa #1. Wasn't there a power outage long ago? And even if there is no power outage, the air conditioner cannot make the room so warm, right? This is basically no different from summer. Okay, everyone don't be dumbfounded. The temperature inside our villa is 28 degrees, which is very warm. So everyone should take off all your thick clothes quickly. As the hostess, Xin Miao Miao quickly reminded Zhao Min and the others, and then personally helped little Panpan take off her thick clothes. Because Xin Miao Miao can see that brother Xialuo treats this little girl very differently. As long as Li Xiaoluo likes something or someone, Xin Miao Miao will also like it. Little Panpan originally thought that everyone would drive her away, but she didn't expect that not only did this not happen, but she also moved into the best Villa #1. Now the hostess Xin Miao Miao came over to take off her clothes in person. Little Panpan's face was immediately flattered, and she waved her hands a little at a loss. Beautiful sister, you don't need to come. I can do it myself. At this time, Li Xiaoluo looked at little Panpan and said, Little Panpan, Xin Miao Miao is my wife. From now on, you can call her Miao Miao sister-in-law, and don't be polite to your sister-in-law. Then Li Xiaoluo looked at all the women in the room. There are new people staying in the villa today. Here I will explain the rules of the house, and then arrange your work. First of all, when you live in Villa #1, the rules are similar to those in Taoyuan. You need to obey orders. Then Miao Miao and I are your masters. But starting from today, your master has added one more person. Little Panpan is my sister, and she will be the eldest lady from now on. Hearing Li Xiaoluo's words, all the women were stunned for a moment. Even Xin Miao Miao did not expect that Li Xiaoluo would pay so much attention to this little girl. Xin Miao Miao and the others have actually been together with Li Xiaoluo for so long, and they already know Li Xiaoluo's character. He is not a soft-hearted man, nor is he a kind-hearted person who will help the poor survivors when he sees them. There were even dozens of people who died in Li Xiaoluo's hands, if not 100. So Li Xiaoluo could take in this disabled little girl and treat her like her own sister, which really made them all curious about what kind of magic power this little guy had. Zhang Panpan herself was even more flattered. She was also baffled as to why Li Xiaoluo was so kind to her. Okay, that's a little too much. System prompt. Zhang Panpan is extremely grateful to the host. His friendliness is +5, and his current friendliness towards the host is 78. Little Panpan is a very sensitive little girl, so she is really grateful for Li Xiaoluo's kindness to her. In fact, if it were still before the end of the world, Li Xiaoluo's behavior would definitely make Zhang Panpan wonder whether Li Xiaoluo was a human trafficker or something like that. But in this apocalyptic world, although Zhang Panpan is young, she also knows that if Li Xiaoluo wants to hurt her, there is no need to go to such trouble. So the eldest brother is really good to her. Li Xiaoluo was very satisfied when he heard the notification sound from the system that Xiao Panpan's friendliness had increased. The only regret was that it did not directly exceed 80. But Li Xiaoluo didn't force it anyway. He wasn't too anxious now. From now on, Qin Yuemei, you will be responsible for taking care of Shun Yinyin and Xiao Panpan. Don't put them in any danger. Lu Wanqi, please cook some dishes later and let me try your cooking skills. If your cooking skills pass, you will be my chef from now on. If your cooking skills do not pass, you may not stay at #1 qualified for the villa. Zhao Min and Zhao Xialuo, You two will be responsible for the chores in the villa from now on. If anyone performs poorly, he will not be qualified to live in villa number 1. Li Xiao roughly arranged the work for several women, and then asked Lu Wanqi and the others to wash up first. After all, as his personal chef and maid, cleanliness must come first. As for little Pan, Qin Yueme personally waited on her to take a bath. When Lu Wanqi and the others came to the bathroom with a change of clothes, they were shocked again. They really didn't expect that this villa would be as warm as spring, and the water was not cut off, and you could even take a hot bath. Nowadays, most places outside have lost power and water, and everyone has long been living a primitive life. Heating and lighting can only rely on fire, and water can only rely on mineral water or melted snow water. This is simply paradise, right? In the bathroom on the second floor, Qin Yueme was a nurse before her death, so she was better at dealing with little girls like Xiao Pan, and it was easier to gain Xiao Pan's trust. While preparing toiletries for little Pan, Qin Yueme and little Pan slowly became familiar with each other. Qin Yueme and Xiao Pan talked about a lot of things that happened in this villa area, including some bad things. If it were before the end, Qin Yueme would definitely not say dark things to a little girl like Xiao Pan. But now that it's the end of the world, she still wants to let little Pan know the cruelty of the end. It also let her know how difficult it is to live the life she has now, and she should really cherish it. But Xiao Pan will probably tell Qin Yueme about what she and teacher Lu experienced in the mall. Only then did Qin Yueme realize that little Pan might have experienced more dark things than she did. In the shopping mall, little Pan saw with her own eyes several aunts and uncles being beaten to death by those men. Then they were driven to the second floor by the thugs who occupied the supermarket and refused to give them food. Among the group of people who were driven to the second floor, Xiao Pan and Lu Wanqi were the most bullied. Even though Qin Yueme may have seen more dark things than Xiao Pan, in terms of personal experience, Qin Yueme is really not as miserable as Xiao Pan. Qin Yueme put the bath water in the bathtub for little Pan, then took off her clothes and began to take a bath for little Pan carefully. Zhang Pan has grown up with others looking at her strangely. Except for her mother, she has never been treated like this in the bath, and it was still in such a luxurious bathroom. Even before the end, Zhang Pan didn't dare to think about it. Sister May, do you think this is paradise? Compared with the desperate mood in the mall before, Zhang Pan felt that she was in heaven now. Qin Yueme smiled. If compared with the survivors outside, the inside of this villa is almost like paradise. Because it's warm as spring here, there's a lot of food here, and the defense here is very strong. Several waves of thugs tried to attack here before, but they couldn't get in, so it's very safe here. But it's actually your little one who's lucky that the Lord looks at you with admiration and even recognizes you as his sister. Otherwise, let's not talk about whether you can be taken in. Even if you can be taken in, you may only be a temporary team member like the women in the logistics department, and then live in other villas. There is no water or electricity in those villas. Even those of us who have lived in Villa Number 1 for a long time do not have your status and treatment. We don't have the same treatment as taking a bath. So the Lord is really nice to you. You have to be grateful in your heart. Zhang Pan nodded heavily. Just like Qin Yueme said, Lu Wanqi and Zhao Min don't have any bathing treatment. But after taking a comfortable hot bath, Lu Wanqi and Zhao Min completely fell in love with this place. They're all women who love to be clean, but they really didn't expect that they would be able to take a hot bath now. It's such a blessing to live here. However, Lu Wanqi and Zhao Min knew that if they wanted to stay here, they still needed to pass the assessment. Therefore, Lu Wanqi and Zhao Min did not dare to waste time when taking a shower. After quickly cleaning their personal hygiene, they began to prepare for dinner. As night fell, Lu Wanqi put a lot of thought into making a total of 8 dishes and 1 soup. Fried pork with chili pepper, spicy crab, stir-fried yellow beef, squirrel fish, Yangzhou lion head, Wincy tofu, nourishing chicken soup, and a pot of fish porridge. No wonder it is said that real food has both color, flavor, and taste. I asked Qin Yueme and the others to cook a few meals before. Let's not talk about the taste, but it just looks several levels worse than Lu Wanqi's dishes. For example, if Qin Yueme and the others are asked to cook a fish, it will already be minced when it comes out of the pot. It can be eaten, but the fish made by Lu Wanqi is very beautiful on the plate, which is very pleasing to the eye even before eating. Li Xiaoluo sat at the main seat of the dining table, and then sisters Shun Miao Miao sat on both sides of him, but there was one more person at the dining table today, and that was Xiao Pan. Li Xiaoluo takes talent seriously. Then a few people started to eat and taste the dishes. Li Xiaoluo likes spicy food, so he ate a few dishes first, and they all tasted very good. It's even more delicious than the meal he ordered before the end of the world. In fact, Lu Wanqi's real strength is still reflected in the dishes such as squirrel fish, Yangzhou lion head, and Wincy tofu. Especially the Wincy tofu dish at the end. Although the ingredients are very simple and cheap, it is just made of soft tofu cut into thin strips with a knife, and then cooked with some fresh soup. But it's not easy for ordinary chefs to make this dish well, and they can't even master it. After all, if you want to cut tofu into pieces as thin as the eye of a needle, you can't do this without talent and hard work. Lu Wanqi did not work as a chef before her death, but she had a good talent for cooking. She had been trained by her father for more than 10 years since she was a child, and her cooking skills could be said to be very superb. Anyway, Li Xiaoluo and Xin Miao were full of praise for their food, especially the squirrel fish and Yangzhou lionhead dishes. Even though Li Xiaoluo liked spicy food, they both thought they were very good. And Xin Miao and the others like to eat these sweet and sour dishes, and they find them extremely delicious. As for little Pan, she was drinking fish porridge and nourishing chicken soup. When she was in that shopping mall, she basically didn't eat a few decent meals, and she was starved for more than a day later. She couldn't overeat now. But even if it was just fish porridge, Zhang Pan almost cried. Zhang Pan's family conditions before the apocalypse were average, so she was easy to support, but after the apocalypse, she was even more starved. Now that she can eat hot and delicious fish porridge, she is so happy. Seeing that Li Xiaoluo and the others were very satisfied with their meal, Lu Wanqi also had a smile on her face. Only then did Lu Wanqi realize how reasonable her father's words were when he forced her to practice her cooking skills. She might be able to put her skills to use someday. If she hadn't said she knew how to cook when she was in the mall, she might not even be able to come here, let alone live in Villa Number 1. After Li Xiaoluo and the others finished eating, Lu Wanqi and the others began to clean up, and then they began to eat in the kitchen. While Lu Wanqi and the others were eating, Zhang Pan came in a wheelchair to look for Lu Wanqi. Teacher Lu, Sister Mei, is this all you eat? In the kitchen, Lu Wanqi and Xin Yuemei were eating, but the food they ate only had a little green vegetables and a little bit of leftover food from Li Xiaoluo and the others. Xin Yuemei looked at Xiao Pan with a smile and said, "Isn't our food good? Go check online and see how many people can still eat steaming rice and stir-fried vegetables." Lu Wanqi was sipping her porridge in small sips. She was relatively weak now and needed to take good care of herself, and her face was also full of satisfaction. People who were scared of hunger could now have these foods to eat, and she was truly satisfied. "Sister Mei, that's not what I meant. I don't think these foods are bad. I just think you can only eat these foods, but I eat them so well." In fact, Zhang Pan really didn't think that what they were eating was not good. Zhang Pan did not come from a very wealthy family before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, she even experienced days when there was no food at all, so she could endure hardships. She just felt that she was a burden and could not help her elder brother at all. Unlike Teacher Lu and Sister Mei, one of them is a nurse, and the other is a chef who cooks delicious food and is much more useful than her. But Teacher Lu and Sister Mei's food was far worse than hers, and Zhang Pan felt uncomfortable all over. "Silly girl, this is your good luck. You have met a noble person, so don't feel any burden. Just repay the Lord well when you have the opportunity in the future." Lu Wanqi and Xiao Pan have known each other for a long time. She is also her teacher, so she naturally knows Xiao Pan's character. Little Pan has a somewhat introverted personality and never wants to trouble others. In the past, when Lu Wanqi took her to the supermarket to buy things, she didn't dare to buy the things she liked. Now that he is suddenly receiving so much attention, Little Pan must be feeling a little anxious. Lu Wanqi looked at Little Pan seriously and said, "Little Pan, don't worry. The Lord is really good to you. When we were cooking before, the Lord also specifically asked me to make fish porridge and chicken soup for you, saying these foods can help you get well as soon as possible." Qin Yuemei also said with envy, "Yes, except for Mrs. Miao. I have never seen the Lord treat anyone so well." System prompt. Zhang Pan has become attached to the host. Her friendliness is +5, and her current friendliness towards the host is 83. In the master bedroom on the second floor, Li Xiaoluo was originally planning to do something he loved with Xin Miao. After all, with the weather like this and no social activities, he could only play more human-making games with Xin Miao. But the sudden sound of the system prompt made Li Xiaoluo pause for a moment while his hands were messing with Xin Miao's plump body. Xin Miao also woke up from her confusion and infatuation, and immediately found the opportunity to leave Li Xiaoluo's arms with difficulty. "Brother Xialuo, it's still early, I'll go see Yin first." As the delicious food in her mouth escaped, Li Xiaoluo had no intention of catching her back for the time being. At this time, Li Xiaoluo was still surprised. Why did the friendliness of this little Pan suddenly increase again? And he also broke through the 80 threshold in one fell swoop. However, this is definitely great news for Li Xiaoluo. This means that he can sign a contract with Xiao Pan, and the teleportation power he has longed for will be available soon. That's why Xin Miao was able to easily escape from his clutches just now. But now she is the first person to awaken her powers, which makes her even more attractive to Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo couldn't wait to walk out of the bedroom, and then found Xiao Pan. After paying a lollipop, Li Xiaoluo successfully signed a contract with Xiao Pan. After signing the contract with Xiao Pan, Li Xiaoluo did not hesitate and directly used the Zhangjiang card on Xiao Pan. "Ding, congratulations to the host. You have copied Zhang Pan's teleportation talent. Wow, haha. Good luck, I got into the soul immediately." System luck? It's not like the author wants the male protagonist to have special powers. Why are you talking about luck? Li Xiaoluo called up the system interface and took a look. The strongest shelter system in the Doomsday. Lord, Li Xiaoluo. Level 1, Lord's Mansion. Villa Number 1, Longting, 36th floor, Building A, Watanjuan Community. Innate ability, Exploring Eye. Special abilities, Space, 16,000/20,000. Teleportation, to be activated. Contracted subordinates, 3/5, Su Xiaotong, Xin Miao Miao, Jiang Panpan. Energy points, 100. Shop. Level 1. The system interface finally had some changes, especially seeing the addition of the teleportation ability. Charlotte couldn't help but be excited. System. Activate teleportation ability. Received, 100 energy points are required to activate the ability. Does the host confirm that 100 energy points will be deducted? Confirm. Xialuo did not hesitate or feel reluctant to part with it. Anyway, these energy points were originally rewarded by the system. Moreover, 100 energy points can't be used to do other big things at all. It is the most cost-effective to use them to activate abilities. As Xialuo's confirmation voice fell, Xiao suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his mind, as if something was taking root and sprouting in his head. In the previous life, Xialuo was not a person with superpowers, so he naturally didn't know that awakening superpowers had to go through pain. Fortunately, the pain was bearable and had no tendency to get worse, so Xialuo didn't worry too much, but carefully felt the changes in his body. After about 5 minutes, the pain in Xialuo's head disappeared, but he could feel that he seemed to understand something naturally. Xialuo thought, and then he suddenly appeared on the roof of number 88 Longting Villa. But the next second, Xialuo knew that he was stupid because he was still wearing thin clothes. So Xialuo teleported back to the villa almost instantly. But using the teleportation ability twice in a row made Xialuo feel that his white source ball was a bit consumed. It turns out that after Charlotte awakened her teleportation power, a transparent energy ball the size of a sesame seed was formed in her mind. This energy ball contained the source power that allowed Charlotte to use her teleportation power. According to Xialuo's knowledge, the maximum straight line distance he can move instantly is about 500 meters. And if you are an ordinary person, you may be able to teleport once or twice when you first awaken your superpower, and the source power of the energy ball will be almost consumed. But Xialuo has been strengthened by the system, and the source of power in his energy ball will be more, which can allow him to teleport at least 5 or 6 times. Of course, after the source power in the energy ball is consumed, there is no way to continue to use the power for the time being. However, of course, it does not mean that it will never be usable. In fact, just like when people do a lot of exercise and exhaust their physical strength, there are 2 ways to recover. The first is to let it recover naturally, but this will be slower. Especially if you are still in battle and the superpower has no superpower, he will be the same as ordinary people. Second, just like magicians in the game need magic potions to restore their magic power, the same goes for superpowers. The crystals that will appear in the future can not only be used to increase the level of superpowers, but the energy absorbed in the crystals can also be used to recover. This is also the reason why crystals will be very precious in the future. Xialuo has been studying the teleportation ability he just obtained for a long time, and his face is full of excitement. I don't say whether there will be any power that can restrain the teleportation ability in the future, but at least at this stage, he is absolutely invincible and no one can hurt him. Xin Miao Miao had returned to the room from her sister for a while. She had already changed into silk pajamas and saw that Xialuo had been thinking about something, so she did not disturb Xialuo. Xin Miao Miao just looked at Xialuo with affectionate eyes, her face full of happiness. Although they have only been together for a few days, Xin Miao Miao's dependence on Xialuo is getting deeper and deeper, especially since Xialuo is really kind and important to her, which makes her really happy in this apocalypse. But thinking of happiness, Xin Miao Miao's face suddenly turned red, and she didn't know what scene she was thinking of. At this time, Xialuo had already studied the power he had just obtained, and then saw Xin Miao Miao, whose face was red and looked particularly attractive. Miao Miao, come here. I went out today and brought you some gifts. Xialuo was already in a good mood, but now that he saw the beautiful Xin Miao Miao, he naturally wanted to do something happier. It could be regarded as a reward for Xin Miao Miao. And there are gifts? Thank you, Brother Xialuo. Xin Miao Miao showed a happy look on her face, and then walked to Xialuo with 2 slender legs. In fact, she doesn't lack anything now and doesn't care about gifts, but Xialuo still wants to bring her a gift when she goes out. Of course, she is very touched and happy. Xialuo smiled, and then took out his gift from the system space. When Xin Miao Miao saw the gift Xialuo brought out, her already rosy face turned even redder. I'm going to take a shower first. You pick a gift. I'll check it out when I get out of the shower. After saying that, Xialuo went to the bathroom. And Xin Miao Miao looked at the several sets of sexy underwear and stockings left by Xialuo and didn't know how to choose for a while. Although, they're all beautiful, they are too avant-garde. Xin Miao Miao had never come into contact with such intimate clothing, and she blushed just looking at it. However, Xialuo had arranged a task, and Xin Miao Miao didn't dare not complete it. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how Brother Xialuo would take care of him. Xin Miao Miao blushed and chose a set of white underwear and stockings. She thought that if she wore them, her skin would definitely look whiter. Brother Charlotte will probably like it. After putting on her clothes with a blushing face, Xin Miao Miao put the remaining gifts from Xialuo into the closet. Xialuo always took a shower very quickly. When he returned to the room, he saw a beautiful white figure, tall and sexy, and against the backdrop of white clothes, her exposed skin is really white. Hey, Brother Charlotte, you have finished taking a shower? Xin Miao Miao, who was arranging her clothes, didn't hear the sound, but suddenly felt someone sticking behind her, and then hugged her slender waist. Although she was startled, Shen Miao Miao knew who it was without looking and quickly calmed down. However, her blushing face and trembling body seemed to betray her. The night is endless, and the night in the apocalypse no longer has the bright lights before the apocalypse. But inside Xialuo's villa, it was a different scene. At least it wasn't completely dark. The lights in the entire villa were turned off. Lights represent hope. Shen Miao Miao put her hands on the window and looked at the snowy scenery outside through the lights in the house. Although the night view outside is a bit monotonous, they can still see it at this time. Now elsewhere outside, at night, everything must be dark. Li Xiao looked at Shen Miao Miao's beautiful side face and flawless body, which were extremely alluring under the night. Miao Miao, our future children will be so lucky. Brother Charlotte, can we really have a baby? Shen Miao Miao, who was originally blushing, suddenly had a glimmer of light in his eyes. They say that if a woman is willing to give you a child, it at least means that she loves you. On the contrary, Shen Miao Miao has always been her wish to have a child for the man she loves. But now is the end, and Shen Miao Miao thinks that her idea may never be realized. Because many adults can't survive now, let alone children. There will be. Maybe we are shouldering the great mission of humankind's continuation. Besides, the granary you prepared for your children is so big. If our children don't use it, wouldn't it be a waste? Shen Miao Miao's face turned crimson, and she didn't know whether it was because of Li Xiaoluo's words or because of something else. Then, Li Xiaoluo concluded. So Miao Miao, we have to work harder in the future. Omit 12,089 words. Crash, deleted everything. Omit. Before the end of the world, Shen Miao Miao was still a beautiful school beauty. Originally, having a baby seemed to be quite far away for her. Although Shen Miao Miao is very beautiful, she always thought that she was just an ordinary woman before the end of the world. Like ordinary women, she will graduate from college, then work, and when she matures, she will get married and have children. However, after the end of the world came, Shen Miao Miao suddenly grew up due to what he experienced. Therefore, Shen Miao Miao will not refuse to have a baby. In fact, Li Xiaoluo could feel that Shen Miao Miao was particularly excited after he joked about having a baby. In fact, Li Xiaoluo is not as enthusiastic as Shen Miao Miao about having children. What he values is to let nature take its course. If you have it, give birth to it. If you don't have it, it doesn't matter. As for whether the children born after this apocalypse can be fed and grow up safely, this is not a problem at all for Li Charlotte. If even he can't survive in this end of the world, then human civilization may be almost extinct. Looking at Shen Miao Miao, who was sleeping with a tired look on his face, Li Xiaoluo smiled bitterly. In fact, men are most afraid of others saying they can't do it, but sometimes it's too good and it seems to be a bit troublesome. But fortunately, in this apocalyptic world, Li Xiaoluo definitely has no shortage of women. For example, in Villa Number 1, there are the sexy Queen Qin Yueme, the noble and elegant Zhao Min, and the artistic Lu Wanqi. Although they have different temperaments, these women are different. But they also have many similar characteristics, that is, they have fair skin, good looks, long legs, and a curvy figure. Although the relationship between Li Xiaoluo and them has not reached that stage yet, as long as Li Xiaoluo wants to, they cannot refuse, and they may even be prepared in their hearts. But Li Xiaoluo is not a creature who thinks in the lower body after all. These women living in Villa Number 1 will be his real team members and core members of the team from now on. So it's better to take your time. As for now, Li Xiaoluo thought for a moment, and it seemed that he hadn't gone to see Xiao Xiaotong for several days, so he might as well go and have a look now. Arriving at the study room of the villa, Li Xiaoluo activated the portal and returned to Lord Number 30 SXS mansion in an instant. What? The moment Li Xiaoluo appeared, the general who was warming up to the corn immediately became alert and then made a whining sound. But before the general could bark, it immediately smelled the scent of its owner, Li Xiaoluo. Then the general swallowed his cry and ran towards Li Xiaoluo, wagging his tail happily. Although the general looks tall and thick, his loyalty is definitely unshakable. Moreover, Li Xiaoluo has always been very kind to the general, and the food and drinks are the best. This makes the general recognize Li Xiaoluo as his master even more. I haven't seen Li Xiaoluo for so long, so naturally I am very enthusiastic. Okay, I'll take you out to play tomorrow. Now go accompany your corn. I also want to accompany my woman. Li Xiaoluo touched the head of the enthusiastic general, and then drove him back to the kennel. Everyone is male. Why are you so enthusiastic? General, I am not a human, but you are a real dog. Li Xiaoluo came to the bedroom, and the room was dark. In fact, although Li Xiaoluo has electricity at home, Xiao Xiaotong turns off the lights early every night. Because all the buildings outside now have no electricity, it is pitch dark at night. If she keeps the light on at night, she will be like a firefly in the dark, and it will be impossible for others to notice her. Although Li Xiaoluo told her that the house at home was very strong and difficult for survivors to break into, it was annoying to be disturbed every day. So Xiao Xiaotong simply goes to bed early at night or simply doesn't turn on the light. This way you won't be out of tune with your surroundings. Li Xiaoluo did not turn on the light. He quickly came to the big bed with the light of his mobile phone. Because the temperature in the room is very high, Xiao Xiaotong wears sexy pajamas and a small blanket when sleeping. At this time, Xiao Xiaotong's large fair skin was exposed like a sleeping beauty. At this moment, Xiao Xiaotong seemed to wake up on the bed, and then exclaimed, "Who?" Li Xiaoluo rushed forward to suppress Su Xiaotong, deliberately changing his voice and saying in a low voice, "You robber, don't move. Just cooperate and I won't hurt you. Otherwise, be careful as I scratch your pretty face." Su Xiaotong subconsciously wanted to struggle, but suddenly, a smile appeared on her face in the darkness. "Who are you?" My outside door is locked." "You. How did you get in? Please don't hurt me. I'll give you whatever you want." There was fear in Su Xiaotong's voice, as if she was afraid of being hurt. "Hey, I don't want anything. I just want your people. I heard that you are very beautiful and have a good figure. Then play with me and serve me well. Then I will let you go." Su Xiaotong suddenly stretched out his hands and hugged Li Xiaoluo's neck. "People know, don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you." Li Charlotte was stunned for a moment. Are these girls so cooperative? But Li Xiaoluo quickly realized that even though it was dark inside the house and couldn't see, Su Xiaotong might have known it was him. "Be serious, they are robbing someone?" My dear boss, I am very serious." The night was endless. Not long after Li Xiaoluo entered the bedroom, the general who was outside the bedroom was immediately awakened by a sound. But after listening for a while, he lay down again. "It means that I have heard this sound too much before and have already become accustomed to it." However, the general, who had been woken up several times in a row, seemed to have lost his sleep all of a sudden. In the darkness, the general stared at the dog's eyes, asking him to trouble the misbehaving owner. The general felt that it was unnecessary. After all, the new shit sweeper was very nice to it. He gave it good food and drink, and even found him a beautiful bee ****. So it's forgivable that the poop scraper sometimes disturbs its sleep. And when the general thought of the beautiful wife his master had found for him, the general suddenly became excited. Then the dog face glanced at the sleeping corn, and then quietly and slowly moved towards the corn. "Corn wife, don't sleep. Uncle Dog is here to take care of you." The sleeping corn was woken up by the general, and what came into view was the general's dark dog face. Bang, bang, bang. Corn slapped him with his dog's paws a few times without any courtesy. He was upset when he saw the general's ugly face. Although he has been shamed by the general these days and successfully breached the fortress with both soft and hard tactics, Corn still doesn't like to see the general. The general was stunned for a while before he came to his senses. Then he immediately stuck out his tongue, licked the dog's face, and continued to laugh in apology. It doesn't dare to really make the corn unhappy, but privately, the general felt miserable. Sure enough, the old dog senior was right. When looking for a wife, you can't look for a good-looking wife. The good-looking ones have a bad temper. 1106 words omitted. "Boss, why are you back so late today?" And Su Xiaotong didn't have the nerve to say the next words. Li Xiaoluo smiled and said, "The things over there were almost settled, and then I missed you, so I came back to see you." Su Xiaotong smiled happily. "Boss, I miss you so much." Su Xiaotong didn't ask much about what Li Xiaoluo had been doing these days. She could clearly place her own position. As long as Li Xiaoluo can return safely, she will be satisfied. "By the way, has anyone come to our place to cause trouble these days while I'm away?" Su Xiaotong immediately replied, "Yes, people have come outside our house from time to time these days, breaking down the door and threatening us, but I have ignored them." Li Xiaoluo said, "Why don't you use high-pressure water cannons to deal with them? There is no reason to explain after the end of the world. Only by using high-pressure water cannons to hurt them will they not dare to come." Su Xiaotong smiled bitterly. "Those people may know that we have installed high-pressure water cannons, so when they came to break down the door the first 2 times, they prepared waterproof measures. Later, they saw that our door couldn't be opened at all, so they just came up and threatened us verbally. When they threatened, they only hid in the stairwell and shouted, and no one came close at all." Li Xiaoluo nodded. This was actually not surprising, since he knew there was a high-pressure water gun in his house. As long as you are not a fool, you cannot come here and die in vain without preparation. And the disadvantage of high-pressure water guns is that they cannot be carried with you at all. As long as they didn't enter the corridor on the 36th floor, Su Xiaotong had nothing to do with them. Li Xiaoluo asked, "What did they threaten?" Su Xiaotong replied softly, "They said that the people downstairs established an organization called Alliance A, and then all the survivors in this building will be under the jurisdiction of their Alliance A. Then each household will have to pay some food or supplies as a cash deposit. Protection fees. Unless you join them, you will be exempted from paying protection fees. They said that if we don't obey, they will arrange for personnel to be on the 35th floor all the time, so that we will never be able to step out of the 36th floor for the rest of our lives." After listening to Su Xiaotong's words, Li Xiaoluo couldn't help but want to laugh. Are they the only ones who want to talk to him for the rest of their lives? How long will their food last? Of course, Li Xiaoluo did not expect that they would actually establish an A-League organization now. This organization called Alliance A did not appear in the previous life. However, the name of this organization is still easy to understand. Li Xiaoluo's building is Building A, so Alliance A means that everyone in Building A has united. However, the so-called alliance after the end of the world must be decided by a small group of people. In the post-apocalyptic world, it will be difficult to have any truly democratic force team. And if these people are really allowed to collect the food in the entire building, maybe some people can really survive to the second stage of natural disaster, or even survive to the third stage of natural disaster. After all, no matter what organization it is after the end of the world, when food is insufficient, it will definitely only be able to give priority to the small group of people in the pyramid. As for other people, they might even become reserve food. At this time, Xialuo also figured out a previous question. Just 2 or 3 days ago, Xialuo found that the owners group here suddenly became very quiet. No one cries for help in the group anymore, and no one sends various messages in the group. Now Xialuo knows the reason, because let's not talk about whether everyone in the entire building is controlled by Alliance A. Even if there are still some people who are not controlled, they definitely don't dare to talk randomly in the group. What if it attracts the attention of Alliance A and comes to trouble them? It's just like before the end of the world. People don't just say whatever they want on the internet. After having a general understanding of the situation here, Xialuo hugged Su Xiaotong and went to sleep. As for other things, we will naturally discuss them tomorrow. Of course, Xialuo came here not just to applaud Su Xiaotong for love. He also wanted to come over to see if Su Xiaotong and the others were dead. They have been given a good experience of the end of the world. If they're not dead yet, then Xialuo should help them. And now that he knows that someone has established a power in his territory and wants to cause trouble for him, Xialuo will naturally not tolerate it. Just like at Longting Villa, it's time to clean up all those annoying flies. In the past, it might have been a little bit dangerous for Xialuo to deal with the survivors in the building, but now Xialuo not only has a gun, but also has the ability to teleport. No matter how many ordinary survivors there are now, it will be very difficult to pose a threat to him. So there is no need for Xialuo to be cautious now, and he can go out and do what he wants to do without any worries. In the early morning, Su Xiaotong slowly opened his eyes and looked at Xialuo, who was still sleeping soundly. A happy look appeared on Su Xiaotong's face. With Xialuo by her side, she slept peacefully last night, and being able to open her eyes and see Xialuo next to her is the happiest thing for her now. Su Xiaotong was not in a hurry to get up and just lay quietly on Xialuo's body, enjoying the beautiful morning time. But this good feeling didn't last long. There was a sound of horns outside the room. Xialuo, how long are you going to be a coward? Xialuo, surrender quickly. It's hard for you to fly on the 36th floor. Our alliance leader said that as long as you take the initiative to surrender now, we will give you preferential treatment. Xialuo, we advise you not to be stubborn. Sooner or later, you will not be able to hold on. If you surrender at that time, we cannot guarantee what will happen. Xialuo, who was sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened by a noise and glanced at Su Xiaotong, who was nestled in his arms. Xialuo frowned and said, "These guys come here at this time every day?" Su Xiaotong shook his head and said, "The time they come here is not fixed, sometimes in the morning, sometimes in the evening, but basically they come up to shout once a day." Although Su Xiaotong is still calm, there must still be some worry on her face. After all, they live on the top floor. Although the house is very sturdy, it seems to be really difficult to go downstairs or leave the building in the future. Of course, the reason why Su Xiaotong is only a little worried is because she knows that her boss is not an ordinary person. The boss knew about the situation yesterday, but he didn't look worried. Su Xiaotong believed that Xialuo must have a way to solve it. Xialuo smiled after hearing Su Xiaotong's words. It was interesting. Over at Longting Villa, he was used to his people calling for others to surrender every time. Unexpectedly, this time I would experience the feeling of being threatened by others again. But don't worry, Xialuo came here this time to take revenge and at the same time clean up the building where he lived. This way no one can easily bother him in the future. After lying on the bed with Su Xiaotong for a while, Xialuo and Su Xiaotong got up and washed up and went to the living room. When the general and Corn saw Xialuo, they walked around him happily and were very happy. Xialuo did not let Su Xiaotong make breakfast, but directly took out a large table of ready-made delicacies from the system space. Su Xiaotong looked at the steaming food on the coffee table. She was no longer surprised. After all, she had seen it many times. But looking at the delicacies on the coffee table, including beef, seafood, and various braised dishes, it is simply so luxurious. Su Xiaotong said speechlessly. "Boss, is our breakfast a little too exaggerated?" Xialuo was taking out some chicken legs and beef from the system space to give the general and the others a snack. The general and the Corn kept wagging their tails happily. It's better if the man is at home. There is something delicious. When Xialuo was not at home, Su Xiaotong did not have high requirements for food and only had 1 or 2 dishes for each meal. And sometimes in order to stay in shape, there is not even a meat dish. General and Corn followed Su Xiaotong, sometimes eating dog food or white rice with vegetables. Compared with the standard of food that Xialuo had at home, it was simply the difference between heaven and earth. "Eat," Xialuo ordered. "You're welcome, General and Corn," and they're all working hard. Xialuo took his mobile phone and took a few photos of the general and the others eating. Then Xialuo sat on the sofa and smiled at Su Xiaotong. "There is really no need to eat so much in the morning, but I was woken up from a sweet dream early in the morning, and I felt very unhappy. Since they made me unhappy, I will make them unhappy first, and then deal with them properly." After speaking, Xialuo took a few photos of the delicacies on the coffee table, and then posted them all to the owner group of the community together with the photos of the general and the others eating. Xialuo at everyone, "Why are the owners of our community so quiet recently? Are everyone living a comfortable life now? One more thing to ask you. Why are some dogs barking in front of my house with horns every day these days? Have you ever encountered such a thing? This early morning has made me lose all my sweet dreams. I can only eat something to calm down the shock. As soon as the news about Xialuo was released, the survivors among the owners who could still see the news had mixed feelings. She was both envious and jealous of Xialuo, and hated her with itching teeth. The envious people are naturally the survivors who are so hungry that they're almost reduced to skin and bones. They really can't imagine why Xialuo can still live so well now. As for the people who hate him so much, in addition to those in the A League, there are also people who are familiar with Xialuo, especially people like Xiaowei and Su Xiaotong, seeing that Xialuo was living such a good life now. But Xialuo was cruel and refused to help them, made them really wish that Xialuo would be arrested immediately by the thugs from Alliance A. In fact, the current situation of Xialuo's building is quite complicated. Although the people from Alliance A nominally control the entire building, everyone must obey the orders of Alliance A. But there is actually no harmony within the so-called A League. The man who founded Alliance A was Sun Jihao, the man who took the lead in going to Su Xiaotong's house to grab food. At that time, Sun Jihao didn't actually grab much food from Su Xiaotong's house, but he opened Pandora's box for him and showed him how to live gracefully in a disaster. So he took his people, starting from the 12th floor of Su Xiaotong's house, and then started collecting supplies from each household upstairs. Of course, in the beginning, Sun Jihao even united to resist him in order not to arouse strong resistance from everyone. So the methods Sun Jihao adopted were relatively mild. He just asked the survivors to hand over half of the food at home and promised not to harm them. But if anyone dares to refuse to hand over or hide food secretly, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Then, using the stolen food, Sun Jihao began to recruit more young and strong men. In Sun Jihao's plan, as long as he has enough thugs, the previous survivors will not only have to hand over half of the food. From now on, their food, women, and everything else will be his. Sun Jihao's plan went very smoothly. In just 1 or 2 days, from the 12th floor to the 35th floor, basically all the residents chose to accept the management of Alliance A. So Sun Jihao planned to strike while the iron was hot and clean up the residents below the 12th floor, and then completely show his fangs. But what Sun Jihao didn't expect was that when he led his men to the 11th floor, he discovered that 11 already had a force and was doing the same thing as him. After they took control of the residents on all floors below the 11th floor, they were also collecting food and recruiting thugs. The strength cannot be underestimated. Moreover, the people in the team downstairs were very secretive, and Sun Jihao of the A League had never discovered it before. When Sun Jihao led his men to the 11th floor, they were immediately ambushed and suffered a little loss. After the fight, Sun Jihao learned that the leader of the group was called Zhao Xiaobing, the person who killed Wang Qinglong, and that they had conflicts before the end. Therefore, Sun Jihao, who was ambushed by Zhao Xiaobing and suffered a loss, naturally refused to give up and immediately organized more men to kill Zhao Xiaobing and the others on the 11th floor. However, after several battles, Sun Jihao and Zhao Xiaobing both lost a lot of manpower. They knew that if they continued to fight, both sides would really suffer. Now they are all leaders of a party, controlling the life and death of dozens or hundreds of people. Naturally, they don't want to really fight like this. So after several negotiations, the two power groups finally began to shake hands and make peace, and reach the conditions for a truce. Zhao Xiaobing took everyone under him to join Alliance A nominally and came under the jurisdiction of Sun Jihao. But in fact, Zhao Xiaobing's team is still the same as before, and Alliance A can't control them. And Zhao Xiaobing still controls the territory on the floors he originally controlled. Be on good terms with Alliance A. So in Building A where Xialuo lives, although there is only one force on the surface, there are actually 2 forces, and each controls a part of the floor. Of course, in fact, there should be 4 forces in Building A. In addition to Sun Jihao and Zhao Xiaobing from the A Alliance, there are also some owners who have secretly established an offensive and defensive alliance in private. And there is also Xialuo, who has always been aloof from the world. Sun Jihao's original plan was to wait until he occupied the floors below the 11th floor, and then completely enslave all the owners of the entire building. Finally, free up your hands to deal with Xialuo, so that from now on, Building A will be completely decided by him. The strength of their A alliance will also be stronger. However, the emergence of Zhao Xiaobing's team completely disrupted Sun Jihao's plan, and the strength of Sun Jihao's A alliance not only did not become stronger, but also weakened a lot. And in this way, Sun Jihao no longer dares to rush to clean up the owners of the floors he controls. After all, if he continues to force himself, if those owners jump to the wall or join forces to resist him in private, then his men may have to pay a lot of casualties. At that time, not to mention whether Zhao Xiaobing downstairs will take the opportunity to make trouble, even his subordinates may have objections. Therefore, Sun Jihao did not rush to deal with those owners, but continued to collect protection fees. Sun Jihao believes that as long as the owners are not pushed too hard, even if those owners are bullied, some of them may even starve to death. But those people who have a little more food at home will definitely not make trouble together if they're lucky enough. As long as the owners don't unite to make trouble, it won't be a problem at all, and Sun Jihao is not worried at all. In addition, for Sun Jihao, he does not have the strength to deal with Xiao Xiaobing's group downstairs for the time being, and the owner of the floor he controls cannot deal with them for the time being. Therefore, Sun Jihao focused on Li Xiaoluo on the 36th floor. Originally, Sun Jihao wanted to leave Li Xiaoluo to deal with it until the end, but he didn't want to lose both sides with Xiao Xiaobing downstairs, and he didn't want to offend the anxious owners who had joined forces privately and no longer had much oil and water. So after much deliberation, it seems that it is best for Li Xiaoluo to deal with it. Because there are only two people in Li Xiaoluo's family, and Li Xiaoluo has offended many people among the owners after the apocalypse. When he takes care of Li Xiaoluo, there should be absolutely no one to help him. In fact, there will definitely be many people clapping their hands and applauding. So Sun Jihao sent people to the 35th floor to guard Li Xiaoluo, and then sent people to find trouble for Li Xiaoluo every day. Even if he couldn't open Li Xiaoluo's fortress, he could still have people shouting at him every day to add some psychological pressure to Li Xiaoluo. Sun Jihao felt that Li Xiaoluo might have a mental breakdown one day, and then he would open the door and surrender himself. But until this morning, Li Xiaoluo posted pictures of his breakfast and the breakfast of his dogs in the owner group. Only then did Sun Jihao realize that be ********D. Li Xiaoluo, not to mention his heart was broken, was actually living a nourishing life at home. That stupid Li Xiaoluo actually prepared a table full of delicious food for just one breakfast. Although Sun Jihao now controls a team of hundreds of people, the owners of the floors he controls also have to provide food to him. But Sun Jihao's daily breakfast is just ordinary milk and bread. As for meat, even if Sun Jihao collected food from most of the families in the building, his entire team's meat diet now is less than 3 kilograms. Only when Sun Jihao has something happy to celebrate would he be willing to let the chef carefully cut 2 ounces of meat to satisfy his craving. But compared to Li Xiaoluo upstairs, Sun Jihao really felt that he, the leader of the alliance, was too poor. Not to mention Li Xiaoluo's own food. Even his dogs were fed beef and chicken legs. It was really a shock to him. Sun Jihao gritted his teeth in the owner group at Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo, I am Sun Jihao, the leader of Alliance A. Li Xiaoluo, I hope you understand that in this apocalypse, the government can no longer save us. We can only save ourselves by uniting ourselves. This is also the purpose of establishing Alliance A, so that everyone can share all resources and let everyone live together. Now all the residents in our building have joined Alliance A. Li Xiaoluo, I hope you can come out of your room and join our big family. Otherwise, everyone in the building will be your enemy. The owner group was no longer as lively as before. After Li Xiaoluo sent a message in the group, it took a while for anyone to reply. Moreover, the person who replied to Li Xiaoluo was Sun Jihao, the leader of Alliance A. This also made Li Xiaoluo confirm one thing. It should be that no one dared to speak in the owner group anymore for fear of Sun Jihao's revenge. Maybe many owners have established another small group privately, and then exchange messages privately in the small group chat. But Li Xiaoluo didn't care. He believed that even if everyone didn't dare to speak in the owner group, they must still be secretly watching the news in the group. So Li Xiaoluo replied to Sun Jihao. Sun Jihao is the leader of Alliance A, right? In other words, you are the one who has people coming to my house to disturb me every day. Sun Jihao. Yes, I arranged it. Li Xiaoluo, don't think that you will be fine if you build a safe house and hide in it. Now the whole building is your enemy, and you can't hide for the rest of your life. Li Xiaoluo, Sun Jihao, you will know soon that provoking me is the biggest mistake you have ever made. Also, when did I say I would hide for the rest of my life? Sun Jihao. Oh, who can't tell lies? Li Xiaoluo, do you dare to walk out of your room? Li Xiao, what am I afraid of? Sun Jihao. Do you really think everyone in this building will listen to you? Believe it or not, as long as I am willing, I can immediately find a group of people to deal with you. Sun Jihao. Ha, Li Xiaoluo, do you only know how to brat? Li Xiaoluo. At everyone, I need to recruit 20 young and strong men who can fight at the moment. The task is to clean up the people of League A for me. Anyone who is brave is welcome to come to me on the 36th floor. As for remuneration, I believe you have just seen the life of my 2 dogs. As long as you can pass my assessment, I believe the reward I will give you will not be much worse than that of my dogs. Although Li Xiaoluo's words are a bit demeaning, if possible, most people in the owner group would actually want to be Li Xiaoluo's dog. In this situation now, there are not many people who want to lose face. Sure enough, the news that Li Xiaoluo was in the owner group had just been sent out not long ago. Immediately, many owners sent messages to Li Xiaoluo privately, or simply dragged Li Xiaoluo into some small group chats. Brother Xialuo, I am a resident living on the 29th floor. My name is Fatty. I am tall and strong. I can fight very well. Is what you said in the owner group true? Do you really want to recruit 20 people? A young man? Hello, Li Xiaoluo. I am a resident living on the 22nd floor. My name is Lu Jiwei. My cousin and I were fitness instructors before the end of the world. The former Sun Jihao didn't dare to let his people provoke our brothers. As long as you can really give me the food that the 2 dogs in the photo you sent are eating, and we will work hard for you. Li Xiaoluo, I am very strong and I am willing to do things with you. But can you let me have a full meal first? I am too hungry. Li Xiaoluo looked at the messages sent by many people on his mobile phone. Naturally, Li Xiaoluo was too lazy to reply to them all. Li directly responded to the owner group. The news about recruiting 20 young and strong thugs, temporary workers, is true and valid. Anyone who is interested can come directly to the 36th floor. In fact, the reason why Xialuo did this was a little trick he made casually. Xialuo wanted to use food temptation to make some people come to him. Maybe more people from League A will come up. At that time, Xialuo will directly control them as cannon fodder, and then go to deal with Sun Jihao of Alliance A, as well as the survivors in this entire building. After all, Xialuo is still used to controlling some cannon fodder to work for him, and he doesn't have to do everything himself. Of course, if all the survivors in this building are controlled by Alliance A, and the people who join A are not fooled, and no one takes the initiative to serve as cannon fodder for Xiao, then it doesn't matter much. The worst-case scenario is that Xialuo starts from the 35th floor, then grabs some cannon fodder himself, and then controls the cannon fodder to continue cleaning up the floors behind. In short, let's look at the situation first. So after Xialuo talked in the group, he started to enjoy the food and stopped paying attention to the messages on his phone. It didn't matter how many people could come later. At this time, in a room on the 18th floor, Sun Jihao looked very ugly. Sun Jihao did not expect that Xialuo would come up with such a way to use food to recruit people in the property group. As for the purpose of recruiting people, it goes without saying that it must be used to deal with him. But Xialuo gave too much. Although it is treated the same as Xialuo's dog, there are beef, chicken legs, and a lot of vegetables and fruits. This kind of food is completely comparable to the one before the apocalypse, right? And in these last days, how many people can withstand such temptation? Not to mention the starving survivors. Even the core members of Alliance A, and even Sun Jihao himself, would have wanted to be Xialuo's dog if he hadn't been reluctant to give up the power of the Alliance leader. Women can't play in this horrible weather now. Most of the survivors live just for food. Military advisor. Do you want to inform the brothers on the 35th floor immediately? If anyone really dares to seek refuge with Xialuo, I will hack him to death. Sun Jihao was angry for a while, then suddenly seemed to remember something, and then immediately looked at a young man wearing glasses next to him and said, "The man with glasses is named Xiaoyong, and he was a student at a key university before the end of the world. Although Sun Jihao himself is a gangster, he actually envies those college students with excellent grades." Especially after establishing Alliance A, Sun Jihao knew that in order to make Alliance A bigger and stronger, it would not be possible to just rely on fighting and killing. Talents were still needed to manage and develop it. So after knowing that Xiaoyong was a famous college student, Sun Jihao immediately gave Xiaoyong the treatment of a military advisor. In order to prevent himself from starving to death, and so that his girlfriend would not have to serve other men, Xiaoyong was willing to work for Sun Jihao and formulated a set of rules for Sun Jihao to manage the A-League. With the rules formulated by Xiaoyong, Liga suddenly became much more formal. Therefore, Sun Jihao also pays more attention to Xiaoyong and basically has to discuss all issues with Xiaoyong. Xiaoyong naturally saw the food pictures that Xialuo posted in the group and the recruitment of 20 thugs to deal with the A-League. But Xiaoyong actually had a better way. Xiaoyong looked at Sun Jihao and said, "Leader, actually asking the brothers on the 35th floor to intercept those who want to join Xialuo is just a bad idea." Sun Jihao suddenly became interested. "Commander, do you have a better way?" Xiaoyong smiled and said, "Leader, since Xialuo wants to recruit people to deal with us, why don't we take the initiative to send people to him? In this way, the initiative can truly be in our hands." When Sun Jihao heard this, his eyes lit up. "Wonderful. This method is indeed a good one. Xialuo wants to recruit people by hoarding food, and there will definitely be many survivors who will be interested." Sun Jihao's first thought was naturally to intercept those who wanted to seek refuge with Xialuo on the 35th floor. As long as no one was allowed to go to the 36th floor, Xialuo would not be able to recruit anyone no matter how much food he had. But if this method is used, it will not only tie up Sun Jihao's manpower and energy, but it seems that there will be no gain for him. There may even be bloody conflicts with those survivors who want to defect to Xialuo. But if Xiaoyong uses Xiaoyong's strategy and takes the initiative to send people to Xialuo, these people must be his confidants in the A Alliance, so he might be able to catch Xialuo directly. At that time, the food and women in Xialuo's house will all belong to him. What a brilliant idea! From Sun Jihao's point of view, Xialuo had no way of knowing who was from the A-League and whether he was truly loyal to him. At that time, as long as Xialuo dares to walk out of his house, Xialuo will be finished. Of course, the premise of all this is that Xialuo wants to get out of the safe house. Otherwise, they would have nothing to do with Xialuo. But Sun Jihao felt that Xialuo should come out. Because if Xialuo just hides in safety and then makes empty promises to give food to those who surrender to him, and then without even showing his face, let them attack Alliance A, I'm afraid only people with mental problems would believe Xialuo. This is a good idea, military advisor. Let's do it this way. Now I will arrange for some loyal people to go upstairs and take refuge in Xialuo. 36th floor. Xialuo had just finished breakfast when his cell phone kept ringing. Xialuo picked up his phone and looked at it. It turned out that many people who wanted to join him had already come upstairs. But they all hid in the corridor on the 35th floor and did not dare to go up to the 36th floor. After all, almost everyone in this building knows that Xialuo has a high-pressure water cannon at home. Their enthusiastic property owner, Director Ma, is said to have been soaked by Xialuo with a high-pressure water cannon and then froze to death. So now, although they all came to seek refuge with Li Xiaoluo, no one dared to completely believe Li Xiaoluo's words. If Li Xiaoluo did not come out of the house to receive them, they would not dare to approach Li Xiaoluo's house. Of course, the fact that such a situation occurs is also the result of people arranged by Sun Jihao to spread rumors among the crowd. Sun Jihao's purpose of sending people this time is to catch Li Xiaoluo, so they must let Li Xiaoluo get out of the room. Li Xiaoluo flew the stealth reconnaissance drone, and then the scene in the corridor on the 35th floor was quickly displayed in front of Li Xiaoluo. There are indeed many people who want to seek refuge with Li Xiaoluo. There is a group of people standing in the dark corridor, at least 40 or 50 of them. Although Li Xiaoluo said in the owner group that he only recruits 20 young and strong men. But some middle-aged men, and even some women with their hair cut into a crew cut, also ran up. At this time, the treatment offered by Li Xiaoluo was too tempting, and they all wanted to try their luck. What if Li Xiaoluo recruits more people? And in this post-apocalyptic world, anything can happen. Maybe when Li Xiaoluo recruits people, it might end up being a carnival to rob Li Xiaoluo. Then if they follow behind, they might be able to catch some mistakes. After the end of the world, many people have long lost the distinction between right and wrong. They just want not to starve, and they just want to live. Li Xiaoluo looked through the drone and found that there were about a dozen young men who were obviously in a group. The faces of these 10 people all looked very good, and they obviously lived a good life after the apocalypse. Moreover, they gathered together and talked and laughed, and the other people around them were obviously a little afraid of them. Seeing this situation, Li Xiaoluo laughed. You can tell who these people are at a glance. Sun Jihao of Alliance A is quite smart and knows how to send his subordinates to pretend to surrender to him. And look at those people, they all have weapons in their hands. Maybe as soon as you walk out of the room, they will rush out and hack you to death. But the reason why Li Xiaoluo laughed was because if he were an ordinary survivor, he might have fallen into Sun Jihao's scheme, and his end might be quite miserable. But now, Li Xiaoluo actually hopes that he will send more cannon fodder. In the face of absolute strength, any strategy is useless. Li Xiaoluo wanted to see what the expression on Sun Jihao's face would be when he saw the people he sent here turning to deal with him later. General, let's go out and kill people. Woof woof. The general who was summoned by Li Xiaoluo immediately ran over in a hurry. Since he hasn't gone out these days, the general has already been depressed. Boss, you must pay attention to safety. Su Xiaotong looked at Li Xiaoluo worriedly. In fact, she didn't want Li Xiaoluo to go out and take risks. After all, even if Li Xiaoluo told her about the gun, there were so many people in Alliance A. If they attacked collectively, she was worried that Li Xiaoluo would be harmed. Su Xiaotong really has no way to accept losing Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo put her arms around Su Xiaotong, kissed her hard on her delicate and beautiful face, and then comforted her with a smile. Don't worry, I care about my own safety very much, so I will never fight an uncertain battle, let alone put myself in danger. I don't want such a beautiful secretary like me to fall into the hands of others. I haven't enjoyed it enough yet. Su Xiaotong's beautiful face suddenly turned crimson, but her heart was extremely sweet, and she looked at Li Xiaoluo tenderly. After Li Xiaoluo comforted Su Xiaotong, he sent a message to the owner group that he was going out, and then opened the door with the general and walked out. Leader, Li Xiaoluo has really come out. He is alone, and he also brings his big black dog with him. There are so many people squatting on the 35th floor, so naturally there are people watching the movements of Li Xiaoluo's family all the time. So the moment Li Xiaoluo walked out of the house, everyone in the stairwell knew it. And the people sent by Sun Jihao also reported to Sun Jihao immediately. After Sun Jihao received the news, he couldn't help but curse, then burst out laughing. Li Xiaoluo, this B asterisk 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 D, is finally willing to come out of his B asterisk 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 D shell. It's not easy. You must know that from the first day of the end, there are countless people who want to deal with Li Xiaoluo. I don't know how many people have worked hard and even sacrificed their lives in order to deal with Li Xiaoluo, but Li Xiaoluo is too stubborn. He made the house impregnable and installed a high-pressure water cannon. What can anyone do against him? The only thing Sun Jihao can do is to have people go to Li Xiaoluo's house with a loudspeaker every day to curse, which will cause some psychological pressure on Li Xiaoluo. But he didn't expect that things would take a turn for the worse, and that Li Xiaoluo would come out and die on his own today. It must be that Li Xiaoluo has been staying in the house all this time, and still hasn't seen the cruelty of the end. He thinks he can recruit people with food, and then the people he recruits will be obedient and work for him? Now is not the end of the world. No one cares about the bullshit contract spirit anymore. Sun Jihao was happy for a moment, and then immediately gave orders to his confidants on the 35th floor. You act according to the situation. If Li Xiaoluo is willing to surrender obediently and hand over the keys to his home, then don't hurt him first and bring him down to see me. If Li Xiaoluo still wants to resist, then you should give him a good beating first, and then bring him down to see me. By the way, he also brought his black dog with him. Brothers haven't eaten meat for a long time, so today I'm going to let everyone have a luxurious meal and have a delicious dog meat hot pot. In fact, Sun Jihao regrets it now. If he had known that Li Xiaoluo would be so stupid and come out of his B asterisk 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 D shell without any warning, he would have gone up in person for this operation. There are two main reasons why Sun Jihao did not take action personally. Firstly, It's because he is now the leader of the alliance, so naturally he can no longer act like before, personally taking action in fights and rushing to the front. Secondly, Sun Jihao was not sure whether Li Xiaoluo would come out of the house. If Li Xiaoluo still didn't come out, then he would go up like before, climbing more than 10 flights of stairs in vain. Now that Li Xiaoluo has come out, it will be easy for Sun Jihao to catch Li Xiaoluo. But now he is even more afraid that after his men catch Li Xiaoluo, if they enter Li Xiaoluo's house and see a lot of food, they may choose to betray him. So he asked his men to bring Li Xiaoluo down first after catching Li Xiaoluo, and then he would go to Li Xiaoluo's house in person. 36th floor. After seeing Li Xiaoluo really come out of the house, the people on the 35th floor walked to the 36th floor with confidence. Most of the people from Alliance A sent by Sun Jihao were walking at the back of the crowd. They were afraid that if they walked in the front, Li Xiaoluo would notice something unusual, and then Li Xiaoluo would suddenly run home and hide. But as long as they can get close to Li Xiaoluo, even if Li Xiaoluo discovers something is wrong, Li Xiaoluo will not have time to escape home. But what excited Sun Jihao's men was that Li Xiaoluo didn't seem to have any sense of crisis at all, and just stood there waiting for them. Ha, Li Xiaoluo, do you have this day too? When a group of people were not far away from Li Xiaoluo, and after confirming that Li Xiaoluo had no time to escape back to the room, Sun Jihao's men walked out of the crowd one by one with weapons in hand. But when Sun Jihao's men showed their ferocious faces, Li Xiaoluo's actions made them dumbfounded. Li Xiaoluo looked at the crowd gathered around him. He didn't show any fear at all on his face. Then he reached behind his back and pulled it out, and a submachine gun appeared directly in Li Xiaoluo's hand. Whether it was Sun Jihao's subordinates or others who wanted to watch the fun, everyone was immediately stunned. Where did such a big gun come from? Was Li Xiaoluo really hiding behind him? Moreover, how could this gun appear in their building? If what Li Xiaoluo had was just a pistol, then some people might believe it was true. It might be that Li Xiaoluo obtained the pistol through some secret channels. But when they saw the black submachine gun in Li Xiaoluo's hand, most people didn't believe it was real. Are you joking? How could Li Xiaoluo in their country obtain such arms? Ha, Li Xiaoluo, have you watched too many movies? Get a toy gun to scare people? Exactly. What does Li Xiaoluo think about acting in a young and dangerous movie? We are all so easy to deceive. If we just take out a gun, we will be frightened. I advise you to kneel on the ground and surrender immediately, so that you can also take some torture. Li Xiaoluo, don't be so shameless. In fact, some people were indeed frightened by Li Xiaoluo's move, but as someone spoke, everyone suddenly didn't believe that the gun in Li Xiaoluo's hand was real. They held steel pipes, machetes, and other weapons in their hands, and began to surround Li Xiaoluo. 10 meters. Vuif, 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 vuif. Before Li Xiaoluo took action, the general immediately rushed in front of Li Xiaoluo, and then roared ferociously at the men who were surrounding him. The general is a large dog, and it is the kind of ugly and very powerful large dog. So when you are angry, it is quite a deterrent. If it were an ordinary survivor, even 1 or 2 men, they would probably show timidity when they saw the general's ferocious look at this moment. But there were about 10 men sent by Sun Jihao, each of them holding a weapon, and they were all fierce people who had seen blood. So there are so many of them, so naturally, they will not be intimidated by the general. Ha, Li Xiaoluo, in fact, if you dare to come out, your biggest support is this silly dog, right? Hey, our alliance leader asked me to thank you on his behalf. It just so happens that our alliance is short of meat, so today we can eat dog meat hot pot. Mom, stop talking. I'm so greedy now. Hurry up and kill this silly dog. Sun Jihao's men looked at the general and laughed wantonly, and then many of them swallowed their saliva. 8 meters. The general felt a little chilled by the sight of these people, but he didn't flinch, roaring and getting ready for a fight. Rottweilers are notoriously loyal and protective dogs. But Li Xiaoluo naturally has no intention of letting the general fight desperately now. Its glorious moment has not yet come. Li Xiaoluo raised his pistol and started to pull the trigger at the men walking in the front. Da da da. The men targeted by Li Xiaoluo had no time to dodge, and they were all shot and fell into a pool of blood. On my legs. It hurts me to death. This is a real gun. There were 5 or 6 men shot by Li Xiaoluo, but not all of them were killed on the spot. Some people were shot in the heart and died immediately. But some people were only shot in the thighs, and some were shot in the abdomen. They fell to the ground and howled miserably, but did not die. But whether it's the dead, the injured, or even the lucky ones who escaped the disaster temporarily, everyone understands one thing. That means the guy in Li Xiaoluo's hands is real. Li Xiaoluo really has a submachine gun. Everyone immediately throw away their weapons and squat on the ground with their heads in their hands, or you will die. Don't even think about escaping, unless you can escape from this building. Otherwise, whoever dares to escape, I will make him die miserably later. Li Xiaoluo looked at everyone in the corridor and shouted in a cold voice. As soon as Li Xiaoluo finished speaking, many people who had no weapons in their hands immediately obediently squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands. Some of them actually wanted to come to Li Xiaoluo, so there is nothing embarrassing at all in obeying Li Xiaoluo's words. Even though some people had some small thoughts, the situation at the scene still made them immediately choose to listen to Li Xiaoluo first. There are 7 or 8 people still standing. Basically, all of them are subordinates sent by Sun Jihao from Alliance A. In fact, it's not that they are tough and not afraid of death. You can see their mood at this moment from their trembling hands holding weapons. But they are worried that given their status, if they lay down their weapons and surrender, they may die faster. It's not like Alliance A has never used such a routine before. Sometimes when dealing with some survivors who resist tenaciously, they naturally don't want to trade their lives with those survivors. So they will first trick the survivors into surrendering. And after those survivors no longer need to resist and are all arrested, it will be up to them to decide how to deal with those survivors. So the people in Alliance A were afraid that Xialuo would do the same to them, trick them into putting down their weapons, and then kill them all. After all, Xialuo's purpose of recruiting people this time seems to be to deal with the people in their A alliance. So they were more worried that Xialuo would kill them. But now if they are asked to fight Xialuo with a submachine gun with a knife, they don't seem to have the courage. Xialuo. No, Brother Xialuo, it was our alliance leader's son Jihao who arranged for people to come to your house every day to cause trouble for you. This time, it was son Jihao who arranged for us to arrest you. I followed son Jihao just to survive. Yes. If I lay down my arms and surrender now, you must promise not to kill me. Bang. Xialuo raised his hand and shot the man who spoke directly. Then Xialuo said coldly to the men who were still standing, "Listen to me, immediately put down your weapons and squat down with your head in your hands. You are not qualified to negotiate terms with me. If I want to kill you, I can kill you right now. Kill them all." Bang sound. Everyone who had weapons in their hands immediately threw their weapons to the ground. Then, like those who had been obedient for a long time, they squatted on the ground with their hands on their heads. Xialuo glanced at the people in the corridor. Originally, he only wanted to recruit about 20 people, but he still underestimated the temptation of food to the current survivors. In order to get the same treatment as the general, at least 50 people came to the scene, but the more people there are, they are all cannon fodder anyway. And according to his long-standing standards, he might even eliminate a lot of people, because people who are not friendly enough are not even qualified to be cannon fodder for him. Xialuo looked at the people squatting on the ground honestly and said, "Everyone listen, I believe you all know why I asked you to come up. That Sun Jihao from League A is looking for death. People disturb my peace every day, so I will let him never have peace again. As I said in the group before, I need to recruit a group of people to take care of Sun Jihao for me. The number of people will depend on the situation. Here I will first talk about my recruitment requirements, which are actually very simple. Anyone who wants to follow me must be loyal enough. People like these people from Alliance just now pretended to be ordinary survivors and came to seek refuge. What will happen to you? Saw it too. So, those who really want to surrender to me stand up, and then everyone scolds Sun Jihao, and then swears that they sincerely surrender to me and have no ulterior motives. After Xialuo finished speaking, everyone who was squatting on the ground immediately stood up. No one is a fool, and no one is a fool. Of course, everyone knows how to choose. Moreover, the so-called oath of loyalty is too childish in their opinion. Isn't it just a casual oath? Is it really possible to be struck by lightning? In this apocalypse, they only know who is powerful, and they will follow him. If Xialuo cannot control the situation later, they will still be loyal to Sun Jihao again. Sun Jihao is just a turtle B asterisk 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 D. I, Luo Jijun, swear that I will be absolutely loyal to boss Xialuo. If I lie or have other intentions, I will die badly. Everyone lined up to express their allegiance to Xialuo, and Xialuo also used the detective eye to look at their personal information. Luo Jijun, friendship level 14, potential value 18, special ability, none. The first man in line was named Luo Jijun. Looking at the sincerity on his face when he swore, Xialuo was sure that this man must be a staunch materialist and should not believe in ghosts or gods at all, because he is not guilty at all. But Xialuo will let him know later that you don't have to believe in gods, but it's best not to make vows casually. Otherwise, you may really suffer retribution. Luo Jijun, go, and stand by the wall on the right first. Yes, boss Xialuo. Luo Jijun looked at the expressionless Xialuo and felt a little uneasy. He didn't know whether Xialuo was satisfied or not with his performance just now, and asking him to stand on the right side. What does this mean? Does the person standing on the right pass or fail? However, Luo Jijun still obediently walked to the right wall and stood still. He felt that Xialuo might be bluffing. How could Xialuo know who was sincere if he just swore casually like this? He is not a god, so it should be the same as the interview before the Doomsday. As long as you speak fluently and have a sincere expression, you will definitely pass. Then a second person came forward to show his loyalty. Lu Dazhuang, friendliness level 52, potential value 19, special ability, none. Lu Dazhuang, stand by the wall on the left. Sure enough, there is a difference. Whether it was Luo Jijun before or someone who had not been interviewed by Xialuo, they all verified their guesses in their hearts. But what makes them suffer is that no one knows whether it is better to stand on the right or the left. Without answers, they didn't even know where to get excited about going. However, no one dared to ask Xialuo, so the on-site interview was very fast. Everyone just says a few words, and it doesn't take much time at all. Xialuo only took one look at each person and then asked them to stand on the left or right side without saying a single extra word. Li Xiang, friendliness level 34, potential value 15, special ability, none. Go and stand on the right side. Chen Jianjun, friendship level 55, potential value 80, special ability, power system, to be awakened. This time Li Xiaoluo looked at Chen Jianjun a few more times, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Go and stand on the left." 10 minutes later, everyone was interviewed by Li Xiaoluo. There were 47 people in total, and they were divided into two camps. There are 32 people on the left and 15 on the right. People on both sides looked at Li Xiaoluo with some uneasiness, not knowing what they would face next. I don't know whether the side they are on is good or bad. The unknown is the scariest thing. Lu Dazhuang, Chen Jianjun, you two come out. The two people whose names were called by Li Xiao quickly walked out of the team on the left. Lu Dazhuang is a tall, fat man in his 20s. He is about 1.78 meters tall and weighs at least close to 200 kilograms. I don't know how he maintains such a good figure. Chen Jianjun is a middle-aged man, but he stands upright and looks upright. The two of them are considered to be the two most friendly people among them, so Li Xiaoluo decided to give them a certain amount of importance. Lu Dezhuang and Chen Jianjun still didn't know their fate, and their faces looked nervous, especially the fat man Lu Dezhuang, whose big round head was already covered with sweat. After all, Li Xiaoluo kills people at will, which puts too much pressure on him. A fat man before the apocalypse. You two have performed well, and I have decided to promote you to team captain. There are 30 people standing on the left with you. Each of you selects 15 people as temporary members of your team. Li Xiaoluo's words made Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun a little stunned. They did not expect that being called out by Li Xiaoluo alone was not to hurt them, but that he was suddenly entrusted with an important task. In fact, there's a reason why Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun thought it was not a good thing to be called out by Li Xiaoluo alone at first. Lu Dazhuang is a homebody, so his social skills are very weak. When he swore his loyalty to Li Xiaoluo just now, he might have stuttered a little because of nervousness. The people following Lu Dazhuang almost couldn't help laughing. That's why Lu Dazhuang was suddenly praised by Li Xiaoluo for his good performance, and he was a little confused. Lu Dazhuang himself didn't even know where he performed well. The other Chen Jianjun felt that it was not a good thing for him to be called out. That's because Li Xiaoluo said in the owner group that he is recruiting young and strong men. He has already entered middle age and is definitely not considered young and strong. But Chen Jianjun was forced to have no choice. There were still people in his family who needed food to save their lives, so he could only come here shamelessly. So Chen Jianjun thought that Li Xiaoluo called him out because he was going to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. "Thank you, boss. Don't worry. I will do a good job." "Thank you, boss." Li Xiaoluo didn't like being called boss, so he asked them all to call him boss before, which was temporary anyway. Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun immediately expressed their loyalty to Li Xiaoluo in surprise. System prompt. Lu Dazhuang is in an excited mood. His friendliness is +5, and his current friendliness towards the host is 57. System prompt. Chen Jianjun is extremely grateful to the host. His friendliness is +10, and his current friendliness towards the host is 65. After receiving the system prompt, Li Xiaoluo's face did not show much emotion. Anyway, these are temporary employees he hired, so their performance will not make Li Xiaoluo feel too much emotion. However, their performance will still have a great impact on themselves in the future. Lu Dazhuang, Chen Jianjun, pick up all the weapons on the ground first. Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun immediately obeyed the order and collected all the weapons that the members of Alliance A had thrown on the ground. Then Li Xiaoluo asked Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun to start selecting team members. Each of them took turns to select one person to his team at a time. The selected person had no right to refuse. Soon, the 30 people on the left were assigned by Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun. Chen Jianjun's team was named the first team by Li Xiaoluo, and Lu Dazhuang's team was named the second team. The name is so simple. Li Xiaoluo, boss, what should we do? After the person on the left was busy for a while and formed a team, among the 15 people who were asked by Li Xiaoluo to stand on the right, someone finally couldn't stand the torment in his heart and took the initiative to ask Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo glanced at the man who spoke indifferently and said slowly, "Actually, you all already have conjectures in your mind, don't you? The people standing on the left are all people whose loyalty has been recognized by me. As for those of you on the right, if you don't sincerely want to do things for me, then just go to hell." Li Xiaoluo's words immediately made the 15 people standing on the right panic. Among these 15 people, part of them actually belonged to Alliance A. They are core members of Alliance A. They were all high-ranking beings in this building before, so naturally, they are not sincerely loyal to Li Charlotte. There are also some people who have long been dissatisfied with the fact that Li Xiaoluo can still live a carefree life after the apocalypse. This time they came here just to kill Li Xiaoluo and then rob Li Xiaoluo's supplies. Therefore, they naturally did not really want to submit to Li Xiaoluo. It was entirely because Li Xiaoluo had a gun that they had to temporarily succumb to Li Xiaoluo. But when they showed their loyalty just now, they didn't show any dissatisfaction. They are not stupid. They can still act and pretend. So they don't believe that Li Xiaoluo can really see through their ulterior motives, let alone admit it. "Boss Li Xiaoluo, are you mistaken? I really submit to you sincerely. How could I be insincere?" "Me too, boss, or I'll swear a poisonous oath. If I don't sincerely submit to you, if I have other thoughts in my heart, let me go out and be hit by a car. I'll be struck by lightning." Li Xiaoluo, You are unfair. We all sincerely surrender to you. The words of loyalty I said before are exactly the same as what the person in front of me said. Why is he sincere? And I am not. Seeing everyone who was scared, angry, and aggrieved, Xialuo was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Why do you think I should do it? Is this okay? As he spoke, Xialuo raised the gun in his hand and then pulled the trigger directly towards the crowd on the right. Da-da-da! A flurry of bullets were fired. Screams continued to be heard from the crowd. And at the same time, people continued to fall in a pool of blood. Seeing that Xialuo really wanted to kill them, there were also fierce men who refused to sit still and wait for death. They braved the hail of bullets and tried to rush towards Xialuo without fear of death, but they were immediately shot to death by Xialuo. However, the bullets in Xialuo's magazine are also limited, and they will soon be exhausted. At this time, among the 15 people on the right, there were already more than 10 people who were shot dead or seriously injured. After all, they were too close to Xialuo. Xialuo could easily shoot them without having to aim at all when shooting. There are only 4 or 5 people on the right who can still stand, or can still move. Although these 4 or 5 people were lucky enough not to be shot, they were frightened to death and thought they were bound to die. But until Xialuo suddenly stopped shooting, a strong desire for survival suddenly appeared in their eyes. Haha, brothers, Xialuo has no bullets. Let's hurry up. Only by catching Xialuo can we survive. Yes, hurry up and catch Xialuo together. The 2 men shouted loudly to the few of their companions who could still move, but their own legs were trembling and they did not dare to step forward, because no one is sure whether there are really no bullets in Xialuo's gun, or whether there are still bullets in Xialuo's body. Although they knew this was their chance, they would die if they didn't resist. But they want others to rush in first. F***K. At this time, you are still cowardly and selfishly thinking that others will go first. Do you all want to die? Xialuo has no strength anymore. Let's go together quickly and catch him first. A tall young man roared. This man was Luo Jijun, who was the first to express his loyalty to Xialuo. Not only is he a member of the A-League, he may also have some status. Under his scolding, several other men finally overcame their fear and surrounded Xialuo. Xialuo stood there calmly. Who said he had no strength? We just recruited so many cannon fodder. Temporary workers. It's not useless if you don't use it, and it's time to let them do the work. Chun Jianjun, Lu Dazhuang, it's your turn to take action. Kill all these people. Xialuo ordered Lu Dazhuang and Chun Jianjun, who were standing on the left. After hearing Xialuo's words, several men who were planning to attack Xialuo suddenly stopped. The leader, Luo Jijun, turned around and looked at Lu Dazhuang and Chun Jianjun fiercely. Who dares to step on the horse? Xialuo has no bullets in his gun now. I wonder who among you dares to touch our A-League people. Lu Dazhuang, Chun Jianjun, right? As long as you bring your people to join us now, and then help us capture Xialuo, our alliance, it will give each of you enough food for a month. But if anyone dares to continue to follow Xialuo, we in Alliance A will definitely use all the torture on him, and we will not spare any of his family members. Luo Jijun's words are still very effective. Under Luo Jijun's threat, several people in the team around Lu Dazhuang and Chun Jianjun suddenly looked timid and quietly retreated to the back of the team. The whole building knows how people in League A do things, so there are very few people who are not afraid of retaliation. Originally, Xialuo had a gun, so they really didn't have to worry about Alliance A if they followed Xialuo. But if Xialuo's gun is out of bullets now, some people will immediately give up, because most people's friendship level with Xialuo is only over 40, and there is basically no loyalty at all. Of course, some people retreated, but most of them, led by Lu Dazhuang and Chun Jianjun, fought towards Luo Jijun and the others. In fact, many people came to seek refuge with Xialuo. In addition to being greedy for the food rewards Xialuo gave, there were also some people who had grudges against people from Alliance A. They or their family members had been bullied by Alliance A in the past because no one dared to stand up and organize everyone to resist Alliance A. Even if some people wanted to resist, they did not dare to take the initiative in the end and could only endure the humiliation and be bullied. Now Xialuo has led so many of them to resist the people of Alliance A and promised to give them food. So they are naturally on Xialuo's side now. Moreover, Xialuo just stopped shooting, but was there really no bullet in his gun? Anyway, if they didn't follow Xialuo to deal with Alliance A, they would just be slaves raised by Alliance A. He may also die in the end. So most people still choose to fight. Lu Dazhuang and Chun Jianjun had weapons in their hands, and with the overwhelming number of people under the group fight, the unarmed Luo Jijun and the others had no room to resist, and were instantly defeated by Lu Dazhuang and Chun Jianjun with their men killed. Please don't chop me, I surrender. I don't want to die. Someone on Luo Jijun's side couldn't help it, and immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Only then did Lu Dazhuang and Chun Jianjun realize that the people from Alliance A, whom they had always feared like tigers, were actually not scary at all. Even under their siege, it can be said that it is vulnerable. In fact, at the moment of life and death, several people led by Luo Jijun were already resisting desperately. But they have no weapons in their hands, and they're not very skilled people. Moreover, their numbers are much smaller than Lu Dazhuang and Chun Jianjun. Therefore, Luo Jijun's resistance was in vain. As some people were injured and knelt down to beg for mercy, Luo Jijun, and several other men were all hacked to the ground. The stupid alliance, asked you to take away half of the little food left in my house, causing my parents to starve to death. Damn it. Let you beasts take away my wife. I have long wanted to destroy you all. UB asterisk 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 D. I was just a little slow to open the door that day, so you slapped me a dozen times. Now are you so arrogant? Lu Dazhuang and Chun Jianjun, a group of people, some have long-standing grievances against these people in Alliance A, and some have deep hatred, so some of them have become red-eyed. They don't care if anyone kneels down to beg for mercy, and directly vent all their anger on them. On the body. Until all Luo Jijun's people died, and some even died without their bodies intact. Li Xiaolong didn't stop them. He didn't need to capture these people in the first place, so he just killed them, seeing that Luo Jijun and others were all dying. There were 5 or 6 men who had retreated to the back and did not dare to take action after being threatened by Luo Jijun. Now they see that the overall situation has been decided. They looked at each other. Since Luo Jijun and others were dead, they must still show off in front of Li Xiaolong. Now they are not sure who will be the final winner between Li Xiaolong and Li Ge. But at least this round, Li Xiao won, so they are still Li Xiaolong's people now. In order to show that they had contributed, they immediately followed the crowd and roared loudly, and then started kicking the bodies of the dead Luo Jijun and others. Go to hell, you A-League bastards. If you bullied us before, I'll kick your balls out. UB asterisk 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 D. You guys died before I could use my strength. I really gave you an advantage. Li Xiaolong watched their performance and couldn't help but smile, but Li Xiaolong did not interrupt their performance. Let them live for a few more minutes first. Moreover, Li Xiaolong always likes to kill people and punish them first before punishing them. Chun Jianjun, boss, I'm here. Li Xiaolong looked at Chun Jianjun and said, there is a stronghold of Alliance A on the 35th floor. There should be some food and weapons. You and your team should go and get those things. Yes, boss. Chun Jianjun immediately nodded in response, and then led his team towards the downstairs. Not long after, Chun Jianjun and his men came up with a lot of food and some weapons. It can be seen from the excited expressions on Chun Jianjun's and others' faces that they should have found a lot of supplies on the 35th floor. Of course, what can excite survivors like Chun Jianjun and others now is food. On the 35th floor, Chun Jianjun and the others really found a lot of food, rice, bread, biscuits, endless chicken legs. When Chun Jianjun and others put the food on the ground, a group of people suddenly stared at the food. Now, for these people, the attraction of these foods is no worse than 100 million yuan of money or a stunning beauty before the end of the world. Even more tempting. After all, even if there are not 100 million before the end of the world, they will not go hungry, let alone their lives will be in danger. But in this post-apocalyptic world, they have tried all the pains of starvation. Li Xiaolong took a look at these foods that they regarded as treasures. He really didn't like these things, and he couldn't bear to put them into space. And if you want these people to be motivated to work, you naturally need to give them a little sweetness. Li Xiaolong pointed at the food, looked at everyone and said, I said, those who do things for me loyally will naturally be rewarded. When Li Xiaolong said this, a group of people's eyes lit up when they looked at Li Xiaolong. The eyes are full of expectation. Li Xiaolong did not disappoint them and continued. Chun Jianjun, Lu Dazhuang, these chicken legs have been given to you too. Among that pile of food, there were only 4 of those kinds of packaged infinite chicken legs. Before the end of the world, these kinds of packaged chicken legs cost about 15 yuan each in the supermarket. But in this post-apocalyptic world, they are extremely precious meat. Now let alone buying one for 15 yuan. Even if someone takes 15 pounds of gold, they can't exchange it for one. Lu Dazhuang and Chun Jianjun were extremely surprised when they heard that these chicken legs were given to them. No matter how big the pie Li Xiaolong drew before, he still couldn't make them happy by giving them some actual supplies now. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Lu Dazhuang and Chun Jianjun were not polite and immediately stepped forward and took away 2 precious chicken legs. After Chun Jianjun was given the chicken legs, he did not eat them directly, but immediately hid them in his thick clothes. Chun Jianjun still has relatives at home, and he comes out to earn food for his family. In order to give him more strength when he came out, Chun Jianjun's family gave him the little food left at home. So after Chun Jianjun got the food, even though he was very hungry now, he was reluctant to eat it himself. As for the fat man Lu Dazhuang, after he got the chicken legs, he immediately tore one open and then gnawed it hungrily. Soon he even chewed up the bones and ate them into his stomach. The fat man Lu Dazhuang is single, and his biggest hobby before the end was eating. Now that this chicken leg has been rewarded to him by Li Xialuo, no one can stop him from eating. The people around looked at Lu Dazhuang chewing the chicken drumsticks, and the laughter came out of the corners of his mouth. This kind of temptation really makes them suffer. But fortunately, Li Xiaolong did not forget them. Lu Dazhuang, Chun Jianjun, whoever in your team performed well just now, you should reward each of them with a piece of bread first. Remember, it is those who behave well who get the bread, and those who behave poorly do not get any food. Got it, boss? Lu Dazhuang and Chun Jianjun were not stupid, and they naturally understood the meaning of Li Xiaolong's words. When dealing with Luo Jijun and the others, some people watched from behind and did nothing. In fact, they were already unhappy with those people. and they always remembered those 6 people. So Lu Dazhuang and Chun Jianjun began to distribute the bread, and everyone who got the bread happily ate it. Naturally, those 6 people who had no contribution were not given any bread. Boss, we did our best later, but there were too many people surrounding us at the beginning, and we couldn't squeeze in. Please give us something to eat. We are really hungry. A man saw that other people had something to eat. He could only swallow his saliva, and quickly explained to Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo glanced at the man who spoke, and said with cold eyes, "Is this your attitude of admitting your mistake?" After saying that, Li Xiaoluo raised the gun in his hand. Bang! That man was shot directly by Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo directly shot and killed the man who was speaking, showing his 2 attitudes. First, I am very dissatisfied with their performance and their attitude towards admitting their mistakes. Second, you don't have to guess, your gun still has bullets in it. As for how many bullets are left, then no one knows. Even Li Xiaoluo himself doesn't know. In fact, the bullets in the magazine of Li Xiaoluo's previous gun had indeed been exhausted long ago. But Li Xiaoluo's system space still has many guns with full magazines, so as long as he thinks, the gun without bullets in his hand can immediately turn into a gun with bullets, and without even knowing it. So as long as the bullets Li Xiaoluo found in the arsenal are not used up, the gun in his hand will theoretically always have bullets. Boss, we know it's good. Please give me another chance to change it. Yes, boss, we still have old people and children at home waiting for us to support them. We were also afraid of the A-League's retaliation before. The remaining 5 men were so frightened that they all knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging Li Xiaoluo for his life. At this moment, they really regretted it. They shouldn't have been careful if they had known it before. Now they have no food, and may even lose their lives. It is really a big loss. F***KU. The boss made it very clear when he came to us. We were originally going to deal with Alliance A. You are afraid of the retaliation of Alliance A. So why did you come here? The fat man Lu Dazhuang was a straight man. He did not give face to the few people kneeling on the ground and directly exposed their lies angrily. The few chicken drumsticks given by Li Xiao just now made Lu Dazhuang's friendliness even higher. Everyone who received the food became more loyal to Li Xiaoluo, especially since there are still bullets in Li Xiaoluo's gun. As long as they have the gun, they will have the confidence to deal with the people of Alliance A. It's definitely not wrong to follow Li Xiaoluo. Boss, how do you deal with the 5 of them? Lu Dazhuang raised the knife in his hand, and then looked at the 5 people kneeling on the ground. It seemed that as long as Li Xiaoluo gave the order, he would immediately kill these people. Li Xiao waved his hand. Forget it, no one is a saint. No one can make mistakes. I will give them another chance. Li Xiaoluo's words were like the sound of nature, surprising the 5 people kneeling on the ground. However, Li Xiaoluo's next words made them feel like they were facing an abyss. But since they made a mistake, they naturally need to make up for it. Since they were so afraid of the people of Alliance A just now, then when they go downstairs to deal with the large force of Alliance A, let a few of them rush to the front. If they have the courage and strength to survive, then I won't hold them accountable for the mistakes they made this time. But I have to say it again, this is the first time they made a mistake, so I gave them a chance to make up for it. But if anyone dares to fight later, don't blame the bullets in my gun for not showing any mercy. Got it? Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss, for giving us another chance. Although the men kneeling on the ground were about to cry without tears, they could only keep kowtowing to Li Xiaoluo to thank him. In fact, they all knew that the opportunity Li Xiaoluo gave them was too dangerous. Just let them rush to the front and serve as cannon fodder and death squads. But they still want to be grateful. After all, it is better than being killed by Li Xiaoluo's order now. As long as he is alive, he still has a chance. This is why those prisoners on death row will not be afraid of death as long as they are promised a chance to live, even if they are sent to the most dangerous place on the battlefield. Although I know it will be very dangerous and most people may die. What if I become the lucky one? This is also the reason why Li Xiaoluo did not kill the 5 of them directly. Waste also has value. The people around them, Lu Dazhuang and Chun Jianjun, also felt that the boss's method was very good. Rather than killing these people directly, it is better to wait and let them rush to the front, so that Lu Dazhuang and Chun Jianjun will be in much less danger. Now many people are secretly glad. Fortunately, most of them hate Alliance A, or they made the right choice. Otherwise, now they may also suffer the same fate as these people. Where is it like now, where they can eat food and then look at the miserable appearance of the 5 people on the ground? Whether it is before the apocalypse or after the apocalypse now, people like to compare others. Even if you are living a very hard life, if you see someone who is having a much harder life than you are, then you will feel a sense of satisfaction in your heart. Happiness is the result of comparison. Lu Dazhuang, Chun Jianjun, assign a weapon to each member of your team. Now it's time to uproot the A-League's lair. Yes, boss. Lu Dazhuang and Chun Jianjun immediately stood up straight and responded, and then began to distribute weapons to those who did not have weapons. Just now, Chun Jianjun led people to find a lot of weapons from the 35th floor, although they couldn't allow each of the more than 30 people to have a knife. But at least it allows everyone to have weapons in their hands, and there are more than 10 knives, which increases their confidence a lot. Just when Li Xiaoluo was arranging his cannon fodder team upstairs and preparing to set off towards the A-League's den downstairs. At this time, in the home of Alliance A on the 18th floor, Sun Jihao looked at the phone in his hand with some irritability. F asterisk asterisk K. What does that guy Luo Jijun do for a living? Why doesn't he reply to my messages? Military advisor. You said that after they captured Li Xiao, did they disobey my order and secretly go to Li Xiaoluo's house? No wonder Sun Jihao was angry at this time. Zhao Xiaobing and his group downstairs were already enough to upset him. If Luo Jijun upstairs now leads others to rebel again, that would really not be good news for him. Yi Xiaoyang, the military advisor of Alliance A, sat next to Sun Jihao. He thought for a while before speaking. Leader, it stands to reason that it shouldn't be the case. The people you sent here are very loyal. And when we selected people, we also deliberately selected some people who would not deal with Luo Jijun. So even if Luo Jijun wanted to rebel, he would not. Everyone listens to him. And Luo Jijun and the others are probably not stupid. They're at the top now. If they rebel, where can they go? Are they going to hide in that Li Xiaoluo's house for the rest of their lives? What I'm worried about now is not Luo Jijun and the others' rebellion. I'm more worried about that Li Xiao. Sun Jihao was stunned for a moment. Military advisor, are you worried that Li Xiaoluo will take Luo Jijun and the others? Sun Jihao did not finish what he said later, because this should be impossible. Charlotte Li is not Superman. How could it be possible to kill so many people brought up by Luo Jijun? Yi Xiaoyang said. Luo Jijun reported that Li Xiaoluo walked out of the safe house before. In fact, I felt a little uneasy. If I were Li Xiaoluo, there would be an indestructible safe house, a lot of food, and even women. Why should I take risks? Is Li Xiaoluo really stupid? Sun Jihao's face suddenly turned ugly. But at this time, Yi Xiaoyang suddenly smiled again and said, Leader, you don't have to worry too much. Those are all my guesses and may not be true. But just in case, I think we still need to prepare our brothers for battle and strengthen our defenses. And even if Li Xiaoluo really has some trump cards, have you forgotten Alliance Leader? We also have a few people in our hands, and they should be quite important to Li Xiaoluo, right? With them here, we can control Li Xiaoluo. When Sun Jihao heard this, he immediately knew who Yi Xiaoyang was talking about, and he immediately laughed. Okay, military advisor, you immediately notify the brothers to prepare for battle. If Luo Jijun doesn't reply to the message after waiting for you upstairs, we will go upstairs to check the situation in person. Also, call Su Xiaotong, her daughter, and Li Xiaoluo's brother Li Xiaowei over. Yes, Alliance Leader. Soon, Su Xiaotong, her daughter, and Li Xiaowei were brought to Sun Jihao. Judging by their looks, mother and daughter Li Xiaowei and Su Xiaotong are actually doing well. Hello, Alliance Leader. After Su Xiaotong and her daughter saw Sun Jihao, they immediately greeted Sun Jihao with smiles on their faces. In the A-League team, most women, like all women who survive in the apocalypse, have a very low status. But with the exception of a few women, such as Su Xiaotong and her daughter, Sun Jihao gave them the treatment of core members. Because at the beginning, Sun Jihao still valued Su Xiaotong's status as the director of the Mother's Business Committee. And the women on his team also need someone to manage them for him. Leader, what do you want us to do? Li Xiaowei, who came with Su Xiaotong and her daughter, also looked at Sun Jihao with a flattering expression. Li Xiaowei was actually quite lucky. After the ice apocalypse came, his family didn't have any food stored at all. He asked Li Xiaoluo for help, but Li Xiaoluo ignored him at all. He also asked his neighbors for help, but whose family would have extra food to share with him? Forced to have no choice, Li Xiaowei also wanted to learn the method taught online. So he took a knife and tried to rob the neighbor's food. But his start was at a disadvantage. Li Xiaowei had just moved here and was not familiar with some of the conditions of the residents here. The neighbor he chose to rob had several strong men in his house. Seeing that Li Xiaowei dared to act arrogantly alone, he did not indulge him and beat Li Xiaowei severely. Li Xiaowei suddenly felt a little frustrated because he didn't get the food and was severely beaten. In fact, Li Xiaowei also regretted one thing. It would have been better if he had not sold Dahe to Li Xiaoluo. It's enough for him to eat for a long time. Just when Li Xiaowei was about to starve to death, Sun Jihao and his men began to rob the survivors, and Li Xiaowei was lucky enough to be the first group of residents to be robbed. Why do you say you were lucky if you were robbed? Because apart from his people, Li Xiaowei had nothing worth being robbed at home. Instead, Sun Jihao was recruiting troops in order to strengthen his team. Li Xiaowei was about to die, so he didn't care whether following Sun Jihao would lead to murder or arson. So he almost begged to join Sun Jihao's team. After following Sun Jihao, although Li Xiaowei had no fighting ability, under the power of a fox and a tiger, the family who had dealt with him before was unlucky. The men were killed by him and his men, and the women were captured by them and used to serve them. This made Li Xiaowei breathe a sigh of relief, and he was completely determined to follow Sun Jihao to do evil. Sun Jihao looked at Li Xiaowei and the others and said with cold eyes, "You three have a close relationship with that Li Xiaoluo." However, before Sun Jihao could finish speaking, Li Xiaowei immediately jumped to his feet and said, "Alliance Leader, heaven and earth are a lesson. From the day I followed you, I am yours, and I am absolutely loyal to you." What's more, Li Xiaoluo was so stupid back then. He refuses to save me until death. So you can rest assured that I will never go to Li Xiaoluo. When Su Xiaotong heard Li Xiaoluo's name, she was filled with hatred and said, "Leader, I am the same. From a moment Li Xiaoluo betrayed me, I have completely separated myself from him. In fact, The reason why Su Xiaotong wanted to get back together with Li Xiaoluo was because she saw Li Xiaoluo suddenly became rich. That's why she kept talking to Li Xiaoluo and endured Li Xiaoluo's disregard for her. But until she realized that Li Xiaoluo was really no longer her lover, and even wanted to harm her, and there was no sign of the end of the apocalypse, and the wealth before the apocalypse became useless, Su Xiaotong also completely gave up on Li Xiaoluo. Even because of Li Xiaoluo's previous attitude towards her, her home was robbed, and Su Xiaotong hated Li Xiaoluo more than others. Okay, don't worry about showing your loyalty in front of me. I called you here to tell you that if Li Xiaoluo really has some tricks and becomes the situation, then you must play the emotional card with Li Xiaoluo, so that Li Xiaoluo does not dare to act rashly for you. Li Xiaoluo laughed and said, "Ha, leader, you're really good at joking. Apart from hiding at home and being a coward, what can Li Xiaoluo do? What kind of climate can he become? I don't know others, but I am too familiar with Li Xiaoluo." Su Xiaotong also followed. That's right, Li Xiaoluo is a waste. Apart from getting some money to build a B********* D shell before the end of the world, he has no other abilities at all. However, before Su Xiaotong could finish her words, a man suddenly ran in a panic. "Leader, what's wrong?" Li Xiaoluo led dozens of people to kill us downstairs. Li Xiaowei and Su Xiaotong immediately stayed on the spot. This slap in the face must have come too quickly. K. Why are you panicking? There are dozens of us, and they are all elites. Are we afraid of the rabble led by Li Xiaoluo? Sun Jihao was actually stunned for a moment. He did not expect that the military advisor's prediction would come true. Li Xiaoluo must have some trump card that they didn't know about. He actually got rid of all the people he sent to deal with him, and now he leads a group of people to fight them down. But although he was a little surprised, Sun Jihao didn't think he would lose now. The men under him are basically young and strong, and they're all people who have seen blood. There is no reason why they would lose to Li Xiaoluo and the others. Then Sun Jihao took Su Xiaotong and the others with him, put on his weapons, and walked out of the room. When we arrived at the corridor on the 18th floor, all the soldiers from Alliance were already standing there with weapons in hand. Fortunately, the military advisor reminded him to send people to patrol upstairs. Otherwise, if everyone was eating, drinking, and having fun in the house as usual, they might have been attacked by Li Xiaoluo now. Have Li Xiaoluo and his people come down? Sun Jihao was just about to ask Yi Xiaoyang about his situation. Kill. Suddenly, there was a sound of hacking in the corridor on the 19th floor, and then I saw a group of people waving weapons in their hands and rushing towards the downstairs. However, those people who rushed down from upstairs looked like they had no combat experience at all. They were just waving their weapons and fighting randomly. In the narrow corridor, some people even injured their companions because of random beatings. Ha! Li Xiaoluo and this group of people are indeed a mob. Sun Jihao showed a smile on his face. On Li Xiaoluo's side, Li Xiaoluo took Lu Dazhuang and Chun Jianjun to the 18th floor unimpeded. Li Xiaoluo had long known through the drone that Alliance A's stronghold was on the 18th floor. Even through drone reconnaissance, Li Xiaoluo saw several people he was familiar with who were now in the A-League. This gives Li Xiaoluo another reason to clean up Alliance A. He didn't expect that they are all together. When Li Xiaoluo and the others came down from upstairs, the people from Alliance A seemed to have no time to organize manpower to stop them. But at the stairs leading to the 18th floor, Alliance A has already deployed a large number of manpower. However, Li Xiaoluo didn't pay attention to any military tactics and simply asked Lu Dazhuang and Qin Jianjun to lead the charge downstairs. Of course, the 5 people who had to take the blame and make meritorious deeds were naturally at the forefront. If they can survive, Li Xiaoluo promises not to care about the mistakes they made before. Kill these lackeys of Alliance A. The sounds of fighting soon came in the stairwell. The people on Li Xiaoluo's side walked down from the top of the stairs, and the few people rushing at the front were all the death squads designated by Li Xiaoluo. They knew that if they didn't fight hard this time and dared to retreat, the boss Li Xiaoluo would never give them another chance to live and would definitely shoot them directly. So they could only wave the weapons in their hands desperately, and then fight with the people of Alliance A desperately. As for the people from Alliance A guarding the stairwell, they have become accustomed to being superior these days and completely regard themselves as the owners of this building. The owners who usually lived on the floors under their jurisdiction were like quails when they saw them. They didn't dare to let go even after being bullied by them. The thugs of Alliance A did not believe that these untouchables in their eyes would be able to achieve much by following Li Xiaoluo, so they actually didn't pay much attention to this battle at all. They felt that as long as they raised their machetes, Li Xiaoluo's mob might be so frightened that they would kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. But soon, the thugs from Alliance A who rushed to the front discovered that they were wrong, and how wrong they were. Li Xiaoluo's people who rushed to the front all seemed to have taken medicine, as if they didn't care about their lives. Even if someone was cut by them, even if the faces of the first few people showed pain and fear, they still fought forward with their weapons desperately. The thugs at the front of Alliance A soon saw blood and were injured because they were not in a good position at the bottom of the stairs, and when they encountered the enemy's desperate tactics, it was useless even if they had great combat experience. Then the A-League thugs became timid, and the injured began to retreat. People in Liga really want to say to the desperate people on Li Xiaoluo's side, "Damn, brother, we're all the lowest level just making a living. And it's not like you're defending your country. Why are you working so hard? If we die or are injured, no one will pity us." Although the thugs from Alliance A enjoy the status and treatment given to them by the Alliance in this building. But people are selfish and afraid of death, and they are not willing to dedicate their lives to Alliance A. They are not that great yet, especially in this post-apocalyptic world. Many people have long only cared about their own life and death. Therefore, the injured or frightened thugs from Alliance A began to retreat downstairs in panic. When we meet on a narrow road, the brave will win. In a narrow stairwell, the advantage of having a large number of people cannot be used. What matters is who is braver. Once a deserter appears among the people in Alliance A, it will immediately be infected with other people. Because all of them were ordinary people without training. When they saw their companions retreating and running away, they would not think about holding onto their position or fighting for their lives. So they naturally fled downstairs immediately. So Sun Jihao, who was standing downstairs watching the battle, was suddenly dumbfounded. A moment ago, he was laughing at Li Xiaoluo's people who were just a mob, and their fights were completely unorganized. There are even funny scenes where one of his own people hit one of his own people. But the next moment, Li Xiaoluo's men were indeed extremely brave and refused to retreat, directly beating his men to fear. This slap in the face really hurts. Leader, Li Xiaoluo's people have gone crazy. Those of us rushing in front can't hold it anymore. Let's all retreat, so that we can kill Li Xiaoluo's people in the corridor, and our people can also all go into battle to kill the enemy. One of Sun Jihao's cronies ran up to him and quickly suggested, "Okay, let the brothers retreat into the corridor, and then everyone is ready. If anyone dares to retreat again, I will personally chop him down." In fact, without Sun Jihao giving an order, their people had already retreated from the stairwell to the corridor. So Sun Jihao did not hesitate and immediately issued the order loudly. It can be regarded as a step down for their defeat. Moreover, Sun Jihao did not think that his people were defeated. Sun Jihao felt that Li Xiaoluo was too insidious. Li Xiaoluo must have arranged for a few of his most capable and brave men to rush to the front. The stairwell cannot accommodate too many people to fight, so his men will lose. But as soon as they reach the corridor, Li Xiaoluo's advantage as a few individual soldiers is gone. However, for the sake of his own safety, Sun Jihao and a few close guards quickly retreated back. Soon, the thugs who joined her retreated into the corridor, and then their confidence returned. Because the corridor is much easier to fight than the stairwell, Li Xiaoluo's people no longer have the geographical advantage to attack them from above. Moreover, the corridor is relatively spacious, and the thugs of Alliance A can also take advantage of their crowd tactics. In short, they must get back the humiliation just now. Soon, Li Xiaoluo's people also came to the corridor on the 18th floor from the stairwell. But Li Xiaoluo's people looked at the dozens of thugs from Alliance A who were already preparing to attack and looked at them with fierce faces. The hands of Li Xiaoluo's people holding weapons were trembling a little. The main reason why he was able to win in the stairwell just now was that Li Xiaoluo let the 5 suicide squads rush in front. Those 5 people knew that they could not retreat, otherwise they would be shot to death by Li Xiaoluo. So in order to survive, those 5 people indeed broke out with amazing fighting power and courage. But now, those 5 people who were dead or injured have all withdrawn from the battle. Now it was Liu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun leading their respective teams to the front. In fact, the people in Alliance A are not wrong. Most of the people under Li Xiao are just a bunch of rabble. After seeing the menacing main force of Alliance A, many people have long been extremely scared. If Li Xiaoluo was holding the battle from behind and knew that Li Xiaoluo had a gun in his hand, most of Li Xiaoluo's team might have fled in a hurry. Li Xiaoluo, you do have some tricks. You were able to kill the people I sent up here, and you even made these losers risk their lives for you. I'm curious, what benefits did you promise them? Sun Jihao did not immediately order his men to attack, but stood on the other side of the corridor and shouted loudly towards Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo smiled and said, "Sun Jihao, the benefits I promised will be directly distributed to the owner group. As long as you are not blind, you should be able to see it, right? By the way, let me advertise here again. Are there any people in League A who want to change jobs? If you're willing to change jobs and follow me now, then I will welcome you. Of course, except Sun Jihao and his henchmen." However, no one in League A responded to Li Xiaoluo. In the minds of people in League A, this Li Xiaoluo was probably not here to make a joke, right? Although they suffered a small defeat just now, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Alliance A now has the advantage and has strong troops. How arrogant is Li Charlotte to be able to say something that makes them rebel? Sun Jihao roared. Li Xiaoluo, shut up. Sun Jihao also felt that Li Xiaoluo was mentally retarded. Where does his confidence come from? Many of the people on Li Xiaoluo's side were trembling. Does Li Xiaoluo think they can win? Li Xiaoluo, I'm also a person who loves talent, so I can also give you a chance. As long as you surrender with your people, I can forget about what you have done before and give you the title of the 3rd leader of our A-League. Identity, what do you think? Sun Jihao looked at Li Xiaoluo sincerely, as if he really valued Li Xiaoluo. But will Sun Jihao really let things go? Of course not. Li Xiaoluo had caused a lot of losses to his Alliance A this time, and he wanted to skin Li Xiaoluo right away. But Sun Jihao listened to the military advisor and wanted to take the overall situation into consideration. Li Xiaoluo now has a lot of people under his command, and some of them seem to have been injected with chicken blood. If Sun Jihao orders his men to fight Li Xiaoluo's people, he will win in the end, but he may lose a lot of people in the end. Sun Jihao's opponent is not just Li Xiaoluo. Even before today, he had never regarded Li Xiaoluo as an opponent at all. Sun Jihao's opponents have always been Zhao Xiaobing's group downstairs. Therefore, Sun Jihao does not want to fight Li Xiaoluo head-on, and does not want to continue to lose the strength of the A-League. As long as Li Xiaoluo is willing to submit to him, he will naturally find a way to deal with Li Xiaoluo when the time comes. Then there will be no need to waste a single soldier. Sun Jihao's idea was quite good, but he met Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo never considered Sun Jihao as an opponent. Seeing that Li Xiaoluo had no intention of surrendering, no one under Li Xiaoluo planned to surrender either. Sun Jihao's face suddenly darkened. It seemed that they had to kill Li Xiaoluo's people until they were scared, so they would put down their weapons. But since he wants to take action, Li Xiaoluo is a dead person in the eyes of Sun Jihao, and he will not give Li Xiaoluo another chance to surrender. Brothers, rush forward and kill these ungrateful bastards. You really think you can go to heaven if you gather a few people? Let me show them the strength of our Alliance A. Sun Jihao waved his hand, and then loudly gave the order to attack to the thugs in Alliance A. Kill, kill, kill. All the thugs in Alliance A suddenly roared in unison. Not to mention, the momentum suddenly increased. This is actually a rule Sun Jihao set for them. As long as there is a large-scale battle, everyone must first shout kill 3 times in unison. Firstly, it is to enhance their own momentum, and secondly, it is to intimidate the enemy from their momentum. Judging from their previous practical experience, the effect is quite good. Of course, the reason why Sun Jihao said that the effect is not bad is actually because the opponents that Alliance A currently encounters are not too strong. At least their Alliance A has always had the advantage. It was the same this time. The people of Alliance A came towards Li Xiaoluo's people one by one, and the people on Li Xiaoluo's side suddenly became a little confused. Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun led some people to resist desperately. Lu Dazhuang, a fat man, was very strong. He relied on brute force to constantly wave the weapons in his hands to kill the enemy. He had good combat effectiveness. As for Chen Jianjun, he pays more attention to skills. He must have been a soldier, so he can barely cope with several people by himself. But there were still some people on Li Xiaoluo's side who started to retreat even before they came into contact with the enemy. Some even lay down on the ground and pretended to be dead. In front of the machetes of the A-League thugs, they seemed to have forgotten Li Xiaoluo, who was watching the fun in the back, and they also forgot what happened to those who backed down from the battle upstairs. Therefore, Li Xiaoluo's side was already at a disadvantage in terms of numbers and strength, and some people were afraid not to fight. No matter how brave Lu Dezhuang and Chen Jianjun are, no matter how brave they are and fearless of death, they are about to be unable to withstand it. Bang! Suddenly, there was a gunshot. Make the whole corridor quiet. The people who were still fighting seemed to be frozen, and they all stayed in place. Lu Dezhuang and Chen Jianjun breathed a long sigh of relief. Their boss finally took action. The reason why Lu Dezhuang and Chen Jianjun are not afraid of the people from Alliance A to kill the enemy bravely is because Li Xiaoluo is their confidence. They know that although they are at a disadvantage on the surface, as long as their boss Li Xiaoluo takes action, they can reverse it immediately. The reason why boss Li Xiaoluo didn't take action at the beginning may be to test them, or he may not want to waste bullets. Lu Dezhuang and Chen Jianjun didn't know what their boss was thinking, but now as long as the boss takes action, they can feel much more relaxed. And fortunately, they have persisted in fighting until now without retreating or escaping, otherwise they would end up faced with the sudden sound of gunfire. Everyone in Alliance subconsciously did not dare to move, with a look of fear on their faces. Who was not afraid of guns when riding a horse? Moreover, why are there guns in their building? Then everyone looked at Li Xiaoluo, or to be exact, at the submachine gun in his hand. In China, guns are a very mysterious thing for ordinary people. Many people have only seen them on TV, and basically have no chance to see them in reality. Moreover, people from Alliance A originally thought that the gun in Li Xiaoluo's hand should only be a pistol or the like, or a homemade shotgun like those in rural areas. But when they saw the gun in Li Xiaoluo's hand, the people in Alliance A were even more stunned. Although they didn't know what type of submachine gun Li Xiaoluo was holding, it didn't stop them from knowing that this kind of gun was definitely much more powerful than a pistol. There are probably not many people who have not heard of the famous AK. Although the AK is an automatic rifle and not a submachine gun, the style is still similar. Sun Jihao also felt a chill in his heart. Now he finally knew why the people he sent didn't deal with Li Xiaoluo, and he also knew why Li Xiaoluo's people were so brave that they were not afraid of death. All because Li Xiaoluo had a gun in his hand. At times like this, the man with the gun is the boss. It's the ancestor. Who dares to disobey? Sun Jihao was also very scared at this time. If everyone was a cold weapon, even if Li Xiaoluo was particularly good at fighting, he would be able to kill Li Xiaoluo with others. But he really didn't expect that Li Xiaoluo actually had arms. Especially looking at the fear on the faces of all his men, Sun Jihao knew that if he didn't think of a way, his end would be coming. Sun Jihao, who was forcing himself to calm down, suddenly lit up. He felt that the military advisor was really his savior and had prepared him in advance. This preparation is naturally made by Su Xiaotong and Li Xiaowei. Brother Charlotte, I have been asking people to go upstairs to disturb your life before. It is my fault. I sincerely apologize to you. and I can give you some food or material compensation. You can give it as much as you want, as long as you promise me. How about if we don't interfere with each other in the future? Xialuo smiled and said, Sun Jihao, do you think you are qualified to make conditions with me now? Sun Jihao said, Brother Charlotte, you have a gun, but we have many brothers in Alliance A. I think it's better for everyone not to fight to the death. And look at who these two people are. Su Xiaotong and Xiaowei are both with me. In my hands, if the fish is really going to die, I guarantee that the two of them will die in front of me. Saying that, Sun Jihao immediately asked his henchmen to escort Su Xiaotong and Xiaowei to the front, and both Su Xiaotong and Xiaowei had knives on their necks. In Sun Jihao's view, Su Xiaotong is Xialuo's ex-girlfriend, and Xiaowei is Xialuo's younger brother, although the relationship may not be very good. But Sun Jihao didn't believe it. Xialuo could really watch Su Xiaotong and Xiaowei die. Su Xiaotong and Xiaowei actually did not expect that things would develop to this situation. The two of them had completely broken up with Xialuo in their hearts. After seeing Xialuo, they just wanted to trample Xialuo under their feet, and then look for opportunities to severely humiliate Xialuo. When Sun Jihao came to them and said that Xialuo might become a climate, they regarded it as a joke. Whether it is Su Xiaotong or Xiaowei, it can really be said that they grew up with Xialuo. Do they not know how much Xialuo weighs? Can Xialuo resist the A-League? But now, Su Xiaotong and Xiaowei admitted that they really couldn't see through Xialuo. In fact, from the days before the end, Su Xiaotong and Xiaowei couldn't understand Xialuo. They felt that he really seemed to be a different person. How to put it, it's like the body is still Xialuo's body, but the soul is no longer that Xialuo. Su Xiaotong and Xiaowei didn't know how Xialuo had a gun, but they knew the current situation. Xialuo seemed to have really gained the upper hand, so they really need to put on a show. Su Xiaotong looked at Xialuo with a pitiful look that I felt pity for. Brother Xialuo, help me. We grew up together as childhood sweethearts, and you have liked me for so long. You must save me. Xiaowei also quickly said, Brother, I am your brother. We are relatives whose blood is thicker than water. You can't just ignore death. I know that I was a bit too much in the past, but after what happened after the apocalypse, I realized that my relatives I have really changed my preciousness. Brother, please give me another chance. Su Xiaotong and Xiaowei both asked Xialuo for help with frightened expressions on their faces, looking so helpless and pitiful. In fact, in Su Xiaotong and Xiaowei's heart, they hoped that Xialuo would live a miserable life and be caught and tortured by the people of Alliance A. But if the people in Liga really can't beat Xialuo, then they don't mind following Xialuo. So just like the previous Alliance leader Sun Jihao said, what they have to do now is to play the emotional card and make Xialuo compromise in order to save them. Xialuo looked at Su Xiaotong and Xiaowei with a strange smile on his lips. Sun Jihao, these two people do have something to do with me, and I'm also somewhat interested in them. Let's do this. If you hand them over to me now, I won't kill you. Hearing Xialuo's words, Sun Jihao's face opposite showed a hint of joy. Haha, Xialuo really cares about Su Xiaotong and Xiaowei, so he feels confident. In fact, this is what Sun Jihao feels. After the apocalypse, most people's relatives and friends will almost all be dead. It is actually very difficult for anyone to survive with people who have close connections with them. So Xialuo has no reason not to care about the life and death of Su Xiaotong and Xiaowei. Su Xiaotong and Xiaowei also showed a hint of excitement on their faces. They were both very excited when they heard that Xialuo still cared about them. Sun Jihao looked at Xialuo and said, Brother Xialuo, our alliance really doesn't want to conflict with you anymore. In this doomsday, we survivors are already living a very difficult life. There is really no need for us to kill each other anymore, right? Don't worry, as long as you are willing to accept my peace proposal. I will hand over Su Xiaotong and Xiaowei to you, but not now. Let's do this. As long as you are willing to coexist peacefully, I will have someone personally deliver Su Xiaotong and Xiaowei to you in 3 days. Go to your home on the 36th floor. Xialuo glanced at Sun Jihao indifferently. I gave you the chance to live, but you didn't grasp it yourself. Hearing the tone of Xialuo's words, Sun Jihao suddenly panicked. Xialuo, Su Xiaotong, and Xiaowei are still in my hands. Don't mess around. Su Xiaotong and Xiaowei may be your last relatives in this world. If you dare to kill my people, I will really kill you. You will regret it for the rest of your life. In fact, if Xialuo experienced the apocalypse for the first time, he would indeed be as Sun Jihao said, even if there were some conflicts with Su Xiaotong and Xiaowei before the apocalypse. But when most of our relatives and friends may have died, anyone close to us who is still alive is very precious. It's a pity that Xialuo has experienced this life long ago, and now he doesn't need any so-called relatives. Xialuo ignored Sun Jihao and looked at the rest of the A-League people. Everyone in Alliance said, listen, immediately throw all the weapons in your hands to me on the ground. Then put your head in your hands and surrender. Otherwise, don't blame the bullets in my gun for not having eyes. Xialuo's shouting made the thugs from Alliance A look at Sun Jihao. In fact, they are more willing to follow Sun Jihao because they are all core members of Sun Jihao. But after surrendering, they will be prisoners. Xialuo, do you really want to force me? Sun Jihao was anxious. He personally took a knife from the hand of a henchman and then walked to Xiaowei. Xialuo, if you dare to kill my people, I will kill Xiaowei. Bang! Bang! Li Xiaoluo didn't wait for Sun Jihao to finish what he said. He directly took the gun and shot at Sun Jihao's men continuously. It wasn't that Li Xiaoluo didn't want to shoot Sun Jihao directly, because the distance was a bit far and there were too many people between him. So it's the same thing to deal with Sun Jihao's men first. After shooting several people, Li Xiaoluo said in a cold voice, "Either throw away the weapons and surrender, or die." Seeing that Li Xiaoluo actually shot and killed people, the people in Alliance no longer dared to place their hopes on Sun Jihao. Most of them immediately threw away their weapons, and then immediately squatted down and surrendered with their heads in their hands. It's not that they are not brave enough, nor that they don't want to resist. It's just that they are also made of flesh and blood. People who shoot guns are afraid from the bottom of their hearts. Only Sun Jihao and a few of his confidants were unwilling to become prisoners, and they might even die after surrendering. Sun Jihao looked at Li Xiaoluo with a fierce look on his face. "Li Xiaoluo, you really want to fight to the death, right? Then I will help you." After saying that, Sun Jihao waved the machete in his hand and struck Li Xiaowei. "Ah!" Li Xiaowei let out a shrill scream, and his left ear was chopped off by Sun Jihao. "Leader, why are you serious?" Li Xiaowei was in agony and looked at Sun Jihao in horror. The expressionless Sun Jihao ignored Li Xiaowei. He just stared at Li Xiaoluo. "Li Xiaoluo, are you sure you really want to watch your brother Li Xiaowei die? And he died because of you. Won't you have nightmares in the future?" Li Xiaowei also endured the pain and trembled all over. "Brother, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. If I die, your father and my mother will be very sad, and they will die with their eyes open. Brother, you are my brother, ah. You have an obligation to take care of me." Li Xiaoluo slowly raised the gun in his hand, looked at Li Xiaowei calmly, and said, "I'm sorry, I have severed ties with you before the end, so your life and death really have nothing to do with me. But don't worry, for the sake of growing up together, I will also kill the people who kill you." Bang! After saying that, Li Xiaoluo continued to shoot those in League A who did not throw away their weapons. All died. Sun Jihao went completely crazy, because after failing to threaten Li Xiaoluo with hostages, he knew that his situation was over, and the only final result would be death. So Sun Jihao's only intention now is to kill people related to Li Xiaoluo, regardless of whether Li Xiaoluo really doesn't care about their life or death, or deliberately pretends not to care. He has to recruit a few people to support him. "Don't kill me, Alliance leader. I am really loyal to you." Seeing that Sun Jihao was really murderous towards him, Li Xiaowei was so frightened that he couldn't even care about the pain in his ears, and immediately expressed his loyalty to Sun Jihao. "Li Xiaowei, if you want to blame Li Xiaoluo. If you are a ghost, go find him too." After saying that, Sun Jihao took the knife in his hand and cut Li Xiaowei's throat directly. Suddenly, Li Xiaowei's blood spurted out. Li Xiaowei struggled to break away from the two people holding him, and then reached out to stop the blood, but he couldn't stop it. Before dying, Li Xiaowei looked in the direction of Li Xiaoluo. He couldn't understand how his eldest brother Li Xiaoluo, who had been tolerant to him in the past, could be so cruel now and refused to save him until death. After killing Li Xiaowei, Sun Jihao looked at Su Xiaotong. At this time, Su Xiaotong was trembling all over, and a stream of yellow liquid flowed from her legs to the ground. "Brother Xialuo, please save me. I'm your Xiaotong. Brother Xialuo, we have been together for so long and have so many beautiful memories. Have you forgotten it? When we were young, we went to school together and came home together after school. I remember when I was in junior high school, a boy stopped me with a few people on my way home from school. He said he wanted to be friends with me, but I knew he was the bad student who was hanging out was naturally unwilling to agree to him, so he wanted to bully me. Then, Brother Xialuo, you ran over and stood in front of me. At that time, you said that I was yours and no one could bully me. Later, those bad boys scolded you for overestimating your own abilities and being nosy. There were so many of them, and they threatened to beat you up if you didn't go away. But you kept standing in front of me and finally got into a fight with them, and you were beaten later. It was very miserable. 2 teeth were knocked out. But you never begged for mercy, nor did you let them bully me. In the end, those bad boys were afraid of something happening, so they ran away in fear. At that time, I was really touched. Charlotte, you are really a good person." Just when Su Xiaotong was crying pitifully and playing the emotional card, Sun Jihao stood next to Su Xiaotong with a knife and did not make a move. In his heart, he also hopes that Su Xiaotong's performance will be more pitiful, and then Li Xiaoluo can be moved, so that Li Xiaoluo can't bear to see Su Xiaotong hurt again. In that case, Sun Jihao can also have a chance to survive. However, Li Xiaoluo looked at Su Xiaotong, who was crying with pear blossoms and rain. If it was in the previous life, if Su Xiaotong was so pitiful, Li Xiaoluo would have felt compassion for her. After all, sometimes the dog-licking mentality is not so easy to change. But now Li Xiaoluo just felt sick when he heard it. "Damn you. Why do you think that everything Su Xiaotong said was all done by yourself? You White Lotus have the nerve to say it? Since you want to play the emotional card, why don't you tell me what you paid for it?" However, Li Xiaoluo did not fire anymore. After all, the overall situation was basically determined now, and there was no need to waste any more bullets. As for the finishing work, don't use the cannon fodder you have. Seeing that Li Xiaoluo no longer fired or raised the gun, Sun Jihao and Su Xiaotong both had a smile on their lips. However, before Sun Jihao and Su Xiaotong could be happy for a few seconds, Li Xiaoluo made another move. Lu Dazhuang, Chen Jianjun, take your people and collect all the weapons on the ground first. Yes, boss. Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun had already done this job upstairs, so they took action immediately and took their team to collect all the weapons that Alliance A had thrown on the ground. Those in League A who surrendered behaved quite honestly. In fact, as long as Li Xiaoluo doesn't kill them, in their eyes, there is no difference whether they follow Sun Jihao or Li Xiaoluo. Even if they follow Li Xiaoluo and their status will be lower, as long as they can survive, they will not fight for Sun Jihao. Li Xiaoluo, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to peacefully coexist? Do you really want me to kill Su Xiaotong? Seeing that Li Xiaoluo would not shoot his men, Sun Jihao acquiesced that Li Xiaoluo planned to negotiate peacefully. But he didn't expect that Li Xiaoluo would let people continue to act, so he could only put the knife on Su Xiaotong's fair neck again. Li Xiaoluo ignored Sun Jihao's incompetent roar. He looked at the surrendering thugs in Alliance A and said, "Listen to all those who have surrendered in Alliance A, now I will give you a chance to show off. Go and capture Sun Jihao for me, whether you live or die. I won't say whether there will be any rewards for catching Sun Jihao, but I can promise that as long as they perform well and are willing to contribute, I will not kill them." Those who are willing to raise their hands. As soon as Li Xiaoluo finished speaking, all those who surrendered immediately raised their hands. The corners of Li Xiaoluo's mouth raised. In fact, Li Xiaoluo had tried this trick repeatedly. Let alone promises and the like, they are worthless in the apocalypse. What's more, Li Xiaoluo only said that he would not kill them, but he did not say that others would not kill them. Under siege by 20 or 30 surrendered thugs from Alliance A, their leader Sun Jihao was quickly tied up, and several of Sun Jihao's close men were basically dead and injured. As for Su Xiaotong, she was just stabbed by Sun Jihao. Because after seeing that Li Xiaoluo really didn't care about Su Xiaotong's life and death, Sun Jihao stabbed Su Xiaotong once and had no time to finish the stabbing. But Su Xiaotong, who had been stabbed, had already shed blood on the ground, although she did not die on the spot. But in such an environment, with cold weather and no medical treatment, Su Xiaotong was just waiting for death in despair. Lu Dazhuang and his men were very happy to watch the A-League people biting dogs and killing each other. With the boss here, the enemies are already killing each other, so there is no need for them to risk their lives anymore. They were all glad that they chose to follow Li Xiaoluo and never thought too carefully. Now the victory belongs to them. The tied-up Sun Jihao and several of his confidants were quickly brought to Li Xiaoluo. "Brother Luo, I surrender. I am willing to bring the entire A-League to submit to you. Don't kill me." Sun Jihao knelt in front of Li Xiaoluo, and he no longer had the aura of a superior person. Li Xiaoluo was too lazy to pay attention to Sun Jihao. There was no need to waste any time on Sun Jihao now. Li Xiaoluo called Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun, and then asked them to lead their team to tie up everyone who belonged to Alliance A. "Boss Li Xiaoluo, haven't we already helped you arrest Sun Jihao? You said that as long as we are willing to help, you will not kill us." "That's right, Boss Li Xiaoluo. Can't you just keep your word?" When they heard that they too were going to be tied up, many of the A-League thugs who were the first to surrender and then desperately tried to capture Sun Jihao suddenly became unwilling. They feel that even if they are so obedient and hardworking, they can't gain your trust immediately, Li Xiaoluo, but they don't have to be tied up as prisoners no matter what, right? Lu Dazhuang on the side looked at Li Xiaoluo's face and immediately looked at the talking A-League thugs and roared, F***K. How did our boss decide that we need to explain to you losers? Whoever dares to talk nonsense again, we won't just tie you up, we will let you and your piece of shit alliance leader end up together. After being roared by Lu Dazhuang, no one dared to resist anymore. They thought about it and realized that Li Xiaoluo probably wouldn't kill them all. After all, there is no peace in this apocalyptic world. Everyone can only keep fighting for territory and food. It's so dangerous inside their building, not to mention how dangerous it will be in the entire community or outside the community in the future. Although Li Xiaoluo has a gun, he can't do everything himself, right? And Li Xiaoluo's bullets are definitely not unlimited. So as long as he is an ambitious man, who doesn't want to recruit as many soldiers as possible and then dominate one side. So they felt that Li Xiaoluo would not kill them all. And Li Xiaoluo glanced at Lu Dazhuang. This fat man was quite good at observing people's emotions, so there was no need for Li Xiaoluo to talk nonsense. After all the living people in Alliance A were tied up, Li Xiaoluo was about to deal with them. Suddenly the door of a room on this floor was opened, and then a middle-aged woman rushed out of the room. "Xiao, my daughter, don't die. Don't leave, Mom." The middle-aged woman was Su Xiaotong's mother. She threw herself on Su Xiaotong's body in a pool of blood and cried heartbreakingly. She only has a daughter, Su Xiaotong, and she has been raising her like a baby. Now that Su Xiaotong is about to die, how can she not be sad? "Mom, I'm so cold." Su Xiaotong's face turned pale, and she felt that her life force was passing away. "Daughter, don't let anything happen to you. Otherwise, how will Mom survive?" Su Xiaotong suddenly hugged her mother tightly, as if she wanted to feel her mother's arms for the last time. But Su Xiaotong put her mouth next to her mother's ear. "Mom, I'm not willing to accept it. It was Li Xiaoluo who caused me to be like this. I also want Li Xiaoluo to die. Mom, after I die, don't make trouble with Li Xiaoluo and pretend that you don't blame him. Just think that the person who killed me was Sun Jihao, and you can only seek revenge from Sun Jihao. Then you approached Li Xiaoluo as Li Xiaoluo's elder, lurked around Li Xiaoluo, and looked for opportunities to avenge me. After saying the last sentence in a low voice intermittently, Su Xiaoxiu's body became completely cold. There was a cold flash in Su Xiaoxiu's mother's eyes, but she quickly returned to normal, and then she cried loudly while holding Su Xiaoxiu's body. Xiaoxiu, my poor daughter, Sun Jihao, a murderer with 1,000 swords, actually killed a weak woman like you. Don't worry, even if mom dies, she will kill the devil Sun Jihao to avenge you. Li Xiaoluo lit a cigarette. He was not in a hurry anyway, so he quietly watched Su Xiaoxiu's mother cry. He did not let anyone deal with her, and he did not take any action himself. Su Xiaoxiu's mother cried for a while, and finally seemed to have recovered. She stood up and walked towards Li Xiaoluo. Charlotte, you and my Xiaoxiu are a good match, and my aunt is very optimistic about you. But you young people always have your own ideas and like to have conflicts. I don't know how you and Xiaoxiu suddenly quarreled. Maybe my aunt has pampered Xiaoxiu too much since she was a child, making her too willful to offend you. Happy. But anyway, you and Xiaoxiu are also good friends, and our two families have been friends for so many years. Now Xiaoxiu has been killed by Sun Jihao. Annie, I don't ask you for anything else. I just ask you to let me kill him instead. Xiaoxiu takes revenge. Saying that, Su Xiaoxiu's mother plopped down and knelt down in front of Li Xiaoluo, looking at Li Xiaoluo with a pleading face. Lu Guiying, friendliness level 0, potential value 9, special ability, none. Life is really like a play, it all depends on acting. Su Xiaoxiu's mother is the least friendly person Li Xiaoluo has ever seen, and the lowest level is 0. This shows how much she hates Li Xiaoluo in her heart. But at this time, she regarded herself as an elder, and her face was sincere when she looked at herself, and only when she looked at Sun Jihao, her face showed hatred. Li Xiaoluo can only say that he is worthy of being the director before the end of the world, and his superficial skills are done well. Even if you don't become an actor, it's a waste of talent. Okay, Aunt Lu, you and my mother have been friends for many years, and I should fulfill your little wish. Sun Jihao has been tied up, you can deal with him how you want. Li Xiaoluo was not in a hurry, but looked at Su Xiaoxiu's mother with a smile and said. When Su Xiaoxiu's mother heard this, her face suddenly showed a look of gratitude, and then she rushed towards Sun Jihao crazily. Sun Jihao died miserably after being clawed and bitten. Charlotte, thank you for recognizing me as Aunt Lu. Woo-woo, Xiaoxiu is not with you. It is our Xiaoxiu's loss and her life. Charlotte, thank you for letting me avenge Xiaoxiu. Even if I die, I can feel at ease. Aunt Lu, then you can go with peace of mind. Su Xiaoxiu's mother's face was filled with gratitude one moment, and a look of horror appeared on her face the next. Charlotte, what do you mean? Until she saw Li Xiao raising the gun in his hand towards her. Su Xiaoxiu's mother understood completely without Li Xiaoluo's answer. Su Xiaoxiu's mother screamed. Li Xiaoluo, you want to kill me? Your mother and I used to be good sisters. I watched you grow up, and I am half your elder. You actually want to kill me. You are not afraid of thunder. Ah, Li Xiaoluo said calmly. Aunt Lu, since Su Xiaoxiu is dead, you are no longer helpless and have nothing to worry about in this apocalypse. You still miss Su Xiaoxiu and feel sad every day, so I am helping you. Complete relief from this painful day. Su Xiaoxiu's mother really wants to send all the unpleasant words she knows to Li Xiaoluo. I'm so grateful. Thank you for helping me like this. But Su Xiaoxiu's mother did not dare to scold Li Xiaoluo now. She could only say pitifully, Xiaoluo, I can't die yet. Before she died, Xiaoxiu told me to live strong. Aunt Lu doesn't need you to help me out. Bang! Li Xiaoluo shot directly, and then Su Xiaoxiu's mother opened her eyes wide in fear, staring at Li Xiaoluo, and soon she lost her breath. Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun on the side were a little confused, and they couldn't figure out the situation for a while. Does my temporary boss have a good relationship with Su Xiaoxiu's mother? Or does he have a grudge? Say you have a grudge. But the boss and Su Xiaoxiu's mother were very polite when they talked. They didn't quarrel or blame each other. The boss's name is Su Xiaoxiu's mother, Aunt Lu, and Su Xiaoxiu's mother is also called Li Xiaoluo. Isn't this a very harmonious scene? But say you have no grudges. How can you shoot someone else's mother just because their daughter is dead? What else can you do to help Su Xiaoxiu's mother escape? This help is too great. However, Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun did not dare to ask more questions, but they were more and more in awe of Li Xiaoluo. And when Li Xiao looked at the dead Su Xiaoxiu, her daughter, and Li Xiaowei, she felt a little relieved in her heart. Most of the people who hurt him in his previous life have been sorted out now. As for people like Aunt Wang, Li Xiaoluo was too lazy to look for them. If they are not dead now and happen to meet again later, Li Xiaoluo will also teach the mother and son how to behave. If he hadn't met them, Li Xiaoluo wouldn't bother to look for them, so there was no need to waste any time on them. Lu Dazhuang, take some people to the room at Alliance A Stronghold and bring everyone out. Whether they are men, women, or children, everyone must come out. If anyone dares to resist and disobey, you will take care of it yourself. Yes, boss, don't worry. I promise to complete the task. Lu Dazhuang patted his chest and quickly assured him. Now the thugs who joined A are dead, and those who were caught were caught. There may be some women in the room who were captured as slaves, so there is basically no danger. If he can't even complete this task, then he can just go home and lie down waiting to die. After Lu Dizhuang and his team entered the room, Li Xiao ordered Chen Jianjun, take some photos of the dead Sun Jihao and the others, as well as the people who tied up Alliance A, and then send all the photos to the owner group. Send a notice to the owner group. From now on, Building A will be my territory, Li Xiaoluo. Chen Jianjun nodded quickly, and then started working according to Li Xiaoluo's instructions, taking photos and sending notifications. After Chen Jianjun's news was released, it immediately caused an uproar among the owners. Some owners naturally knew that Li Xiaoluo and the people from Alliance A were fighting, and they were curiously waiting for the results. Although any survivor in Building A who has not joined Alliance A will be bullied by Alliance A, so everyone actually hopes that Alliance A will be defeated. But intellectually, few people are optimistic about Li Xiaoluo. After all, there are so many thugs in Alliance A. How can they be so easy to deal with? But the survivors who were watching the show in secret did not expect that just a moment later, the leader of Alliance A, Sun Jihao, and his confidants were both dead, and most of the people in Alliance A were arrested. This result is really surprising. Li Xiaoluo, what on earth did he do? The survivors hiding at home were not at the scene, so they naturally had no idea what happened at the scene. But with the death of Sun Jihao, the most powerful Alliance A in this building was wiped out in an instant, which still made some people feel a strong sense of crisis. Inside the owner group, Zhao Xiaobing. At Li Xialuo, hello boss Xialuo, I am Zhao Xiaobing, the second in charge of Alliance A. But although I am the nominal second in charge of Alliance A, boss Li Xialuo, you can just ask anyone in Alliance A. Sun Jihao and I are actually mortal enemies. My second in charge is also an identity randomly given by Sun Jihao. I am in A. The Alliance does not have any power, and I have no sense of belonging to Alliance A. The role of my brothers and I is actually to guard the safety of the downstairs for Sun Jihao. In fact, the entire community is now short of supplies, and the survivors in other buildings have begun to try their best to rob them. Occasionally in our building, there will be a shortage of supplies. There were survivors from other buildings who wanted to invade, but we fought hard to drive them away. Boss Li Xiaoluo, my brothers and I are willing to submit to you, and I hope you will allow us to continue to guard the territory downstairs for you. Li Xiaoluo naturally also saw the message posted by Zhao Xiaobing in the group. Li Xiaoluo also heard about the relationship between Zhao Xiaobing's team and Alliance A. In fact, Li Xiaoluo and Zhao Xiaobing were not alarmist about the survivors from other buildings trying to invade this building, because such a thing would definitely happen. The reason why Sun Jihao tolerated Zhao Xiaobing temporarily was because he wanted to use Zhao Xiaobing's people downstairs to block intruders from other buildings for their A alliance. In this way, the people of Sun Jihao's Alliance A will not be in danger, nor will they lose any strength, and they can even consume Zhao Xiaobing's men. That's why Sun Jihao is not in a hurry to kill Zhao Xiaobing. In fact, Zhao Xiaobing has always wanted to change the situation, and it would be best to defeat Sun Jihao. Originally, Zhao Xiaobing was still thinking that Li Xiaoluo's trouble with Alliance A this time might be an opportunity. If Li Xiaoluo can cause some trouble to Sun Jihao and greatly reduce Sun Jihao's strength, then he might be able to reap the benefits. But Zhao Xiaobing never expected that the victor would be Li Xiaoluo, and judging from the situation, he would completely crush Sun Jihao. Zhao Xiaobing is not stupid. He knows that his manpower is definitely no match for Li Xiaoluo. So he made a prompt decision and expressed his loyalty in front of the group immediately. His demands were not high, as long as Li Xiaoluo could continue to let him occupy the 10 or so floors downstairs. However, Zhao Xiaobing's idea is very beautiful, but Li Xiaoluo is not Sun Jihao. Since Li Xiaoluo spent so much time cleaning up the survivors in the entire building today, he will naturally not allow other forces to exist in this building. Even outsiders will not be allowed to exist in the future. In fact, Li Xiaoluo had already thought about what to do when he started. The operation is also very simple. Just do the same as at Longting Villa. Solve what needs to be solved, and drive away what needs to be driven away. Now that Alliance A has been solved, Zhao Xiaobing and the others can just solve it when the time comes. In the meantime, there is one more thing to do. Li Xiaoluo sent several messages directly to the owner group. At everyone, I am Li Xiaoluo, and I am now issuing a notice. All surviving owners of Building A, please bring your food, warm clothes, and other necessary supplies. All residents above the 18th floor must gather on the 18th floor. 18. All the residents below are waiting in the corridor outside their rooms. Attention everyone, I only give you 1 hour. After 1 hour, everyone, including women and children, must assemble according to regulations. At that time, I will start from the 35th floor and clear out the survivors hiding in the rooms on each floor. If someone doesn't want to leave home, they will end up like Sun Jihao. The same goes for you, including Zhao Xiaobing. I may need someone to watch the door downstairs, but what I need is an obedient person, not a watchdog who thinks he can bite. So you'd better stay downstairs on your own. Assemble and surrender. Maybe you will still have a chance to guard the door for me. The message that Li Xiaoluo sent to the owner group can be said to be groundbreaking. The owners who were still watching the show suddenly became panicked. Li Xiaoluo asked them to gather downstairs with their food and supplies. He must have wanted to rob them. At this moment, many survivors felt that Li Xiaoluo was as much of a devil as Sun Jihao of League A. even more hateful than Sun Jihao. Sun Jihao wanted their food and supplies and would have people grab them. But Li Xiaoluo didn't even bother to grab it and just let them deliver it to his door. It is simply hateful and insulting. But even the powerful A alliance was defeated by Li Xiaoluo and Sun Jihao was killed. Who else dares to resist Li Xiaoluo? In fact, not to mention the survivors in the owner group. Even Chen Jianjun and his temporary subordinates who followed Li Xiaoluo were at a loss to deal with the message Li Xiaoluo sent in the group. Because although Chen Jianjun and the others are now considered to be Li Xiaoluo's people, Li Xiaoluo said in the group that everyone should go downstairs. So are their family members included? Boss, do everyone in our family also need to come down and gather? Chen Jianjun was also a little confused about the purpose of boss Li Xiaoluo suddenly issuing such an order. Just for the food and supplies at the survivors' homes? But isn't my boss short of food? However, Chen Jianjun still didn't dare to neglect. He had to ask his boss whether their family members also needed to come down to gather. Although he had followed Li Xiaoluo for less than a day, Chen Jianjun had already seen Li Xiaoluo's decisive killing. Chen Jianjun was very sure in his heart that no matter who failed to obey the boss's orders, the end would be the same. Even he or Lu Dazhuang, the captain, did not have any privileges from Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo looked at Chen Jianjun and had a good impression of this middle-aged man Li Xiaoluo. Not only is Chen Jianjun's friendship level relatively high, it's almost 70. There are also other aspects, such as Chen Jianjun's calmness, his skill, and his bravery in fights. Others basically wolfed down the food immediately after getting it, but he was the only one who carefully kept the food close to his body. Chen Jianjun even secretly begged Li Xiaoluo, hoping that if he died in the battle, Li Xiaoluo would give the food to his family. In fact, from ancient times to the present, whether in troubled times or prosperous times, there have always been good people and evil-doing people. It's just that in the prosperous times, because there was order, there would be many more kind people and many fewer evil people. But in this apocalyptic world where order has collapsed, it's just the other way around. There will be many more people who will become evil, and there will be many fewer good people who can still maintain their nature. And kind people in the apocalypse often don't end well. But whether he is kind or not is Chen Jianjun's own business, and Li Xiaoluo won't say anything more. And when his kindness met Li Xiaoluo, maybe it wasn't all bad. Because only kind people know how to be grateful, and their friendliness will be high. Because Chen Jianjun still has supernatural talents, Li Xiaoluo will let him live only if he has a high degree of friendship. Even if Li Xiaoluo's team only recruits female players, he will not be allowed to join his team. But if Chen Jianjun's friendship is high in the future, he might be able to develop into a peripheral subordinate and do some chores for Li Xiaoluo. As for the question Chen Jianjun asked, everyone in Chen Jianjun's team actually wanted to ask it, so everyone was nervously waiting for Li Xiaoluo's answer. In fact, in their hearts, they naturally hoped that Li Xiaoluo can give them some special treatment. After all, they could be considered Li Xiaoluo's subordinates now, right? Although Li Xiaoluo had told them when recruiting people, they were only recruited temporarily. But sometimes things can change. At that time, they probably had not yet received the approval of boss Li Xiaoluo. But now that they have defeated the people in League A and their performance is okay, they should be recognized by the boss, right? Li Xiaoluo didn't care what everyone was thinking. He looked at Chen Jianjun and nodded. Yes, everyone needs to come down or gather outside the room. However, you are still my people now, so I will remind you one more thing. Ask your family to bring all the food and useful supplies as much as possible. I just asked you to move downstairs. I won't want anything from you, but you will never have the chance to go home and get anything again. After listening to the boss's words, Chen Jianjun and the others suddenly understood something. It turned out that the boss was not interested in the food and supplies in the survivors' homes, but wanted all the survivors in this building to move downstairs. Knowing Li Xiaoluo's final intention, Chen Jianjun felt confident. At least Li Xiaoluo doesn't want to kill everyone, nor does he want to take away the food of all survivors. Because taking away all the food from the survivors is actually equivalent to indirectly killing all the survivors. As for moving, Chen Jianjun actually doesn't have much ambivalence about it. After all, it's the end of the world, so what kind of home is there? Where is home? As long as the family can be together, wherever they go is home. Boss, can we send a message to our family? After Chen Jianjun knew Li Xiaoluo's intention, he immediately asked Li Xiaoluo for instructions. Li Xiaoluo nodded. Li Xiaoluo naturally agreed to this little thing. As long as their family was willing to move, and Li Xiaoluo was not a murderer, he would naturally not insist on killing everyone. So Chen Jianjun and his team quickly sent a message to their families and asked them to bring all the food and supplies at home before going downstairs. At this moment, Chen Jianjun and the others were very fortunate. Let's not talk about how much reward they could get from following their boss Li Xiaoluo this time. But this piece of inside information can help them reduce a lot of losses and even save their families' lives. Because when other survivors see the message Li Xiaoluo posted in the group, they will definitely think that Li Xiaoluo wants to rob them of their food and supplies. So even if they come down to gather, some of them won't bring much from home, but then they will regret it. After a while, Lu Dazhuang and his men came out with a group of people. Boss, everyone in the room has been brought out. There are 25 people in total, including 22 women and 3 men. These men and women were all captured by the people of Alliance A to serve as their slaves. Li Xiaoluo took a look and saw that most of the 25 so-called slaves were younger women. Since Alliance A is a team of thugs in which men are in power, the treatment of women is naturally not very good. Most of the women are either injured or emaciated from starvation. However, among these 25 people, 2 people caught Li Xiaoluo's attention. One was a woman wearing a white down jacket, with an oval face, a pure appearance, and a gentle and delicate look on her face. She followed Lu Dazhuang nervously, and Lu Dazhuang would secretly glance at the woman from time to time, and then a naive smile appeared on his face. Li Xiaoluo couldn't help but use his exploratory eyes to take a look at this woman. Tan Jingjing, friendliness level 41, potential value 11, special ability, none. This woman had neither a good impression nor hostility towards Li Xiao, but Li Xiaoluo always felt that she saw the shadow of Su Xiaotong in her. But Li Xiaoluo didn't care. It seemed that her current target was Lu Dazhuang. It depends on how Lu Dazhuang handles it himself. If he still wants to be a licking dog in this apocalyptic world, he will find the end of himself. Another person who caught Li Xiaoluo's attention was a young man, probably in his 20s. Although he was wearing bloody clothes, Li Xiaoluo could tell at a glance that the look on his face did not look like that at all. Like a slave. Yi Xiaoyang, friendliness level 24, potential value 19, special ability, none. Sure enough, there is a problem. Then Li Xiaoluo quickly looked at all the remaining 23 prisoners and found no women with supernatural talents. However, their friendliness is basically above 40, and some even have above 60. After all, Li Xiaoluo saved them, so he would be grateful under normal circumstances. Li Xiaoluo asked Lu Dazhuang to bring 2 thugs from Alliance A who were tied up, and then pointed at the 25 slaves brought out by Lu Dazhuang and said, "You two, look at these people. Are they all slaves you captured?" The eyes of the 2 thugs stayed on Yi Xiaoyang for a few seconds, and then after meeting Yi Xiaoyang's eyes, they hesitated and nodded. "Yes, boss. These people are slaves we captured, and are here to serve us." That's right, that's right. Li Xiaoluo walked up to Yi Xiaoyang expressionlessly, and then said, "Then tell me, how did the people in Alliance A treat you after they captured you as a slave, and what did they ask you to do every day? Why do I look at you? You seem to be looking pretty good." Yi Xiaoyang's expression changed slightly, but he quickly calmed down and said quickly, "Brother, it's like this. After the people from League A caught me, they didn't give me food at first, and then they beat me every day. They want me to join them and harm ordinary survivors, but I am a graduate of a prestigious university, and I am not willing to follow them and help them. Originally, they wanted to kill me when they saw that I wouldn't give in, but then they decided to kill me because I knew how to cook and my cooking skills were pretty good. So they kept me as their chef, so my food treatment was better than that of ordinary slaves." "Oh, really?" Li Xiaoluo smiled and said nothing more. But Yi Xiaoyang always felt that the way Li Xiaoluo looked at him made him feel very uncomfortable, as if he was looking at a dead person. This Yi Xiaoyang is naturally the strategist of Alliance A. His premonition is still very accurate. Before, he always felt that Li Xiaoluo could solve the trouble upstairs so quickly. There must be some trump card that they didn't know. So when Li Xiaoluo led people to fight down, he stayed at the back of the team. Even when Li Xiaoluo fired, he had already quietly ran back to the room. Then he found a pair of old bloody clothes, injured himself a little, and pretended to be an innocent prisoner captured by Alliance A. Maybe Li Xiaoluo will also need talents by then, and he can rely on his high academic qualifications to become a person valued by Li Xiaoluo. But he just casually mentioned his academic qualifications. But Li Xiaoluo didn't react at all. Instead, he looked at him with a look that made him very uncomfortable. Yi Xiaoyang could only pretend to be calm, hoping that he was overthinking it. The reason why Li Xiaoluo ignored Yi Xiaoyang was because he didn't have time to deal with him yet. Li Xiaoluo was busy with other things at this time. Li Xiaoluo secretly launched the stealth drone, and then went upstairs to monitor the survivors moving. Of course, Li Xiaoluo didn't care at all whether those survivors would bring their food and supplies with them. The main thing he uses the stealth drone to check is whether anyone doesn't want to carry out his orders. If someone doesn't plan to leave their home, thinking they'll be fine, just hiding inside with the door closed, they will soon learn the consequences. Although I will not rob their food or women like the people in Alliance A, nor will I enslave them. But for those who disobey, Li Xiaoluo will still make them have a hard time, and may even kill people. However, Li Xiaoluo sent Sun Jihao's photos of dead people in the group, which was still very deterrent. Most of the surviving owners basically did not dare to disobey Li Xiaoluo's order. After packing some things, they took their families out to gather on the 18th floor. 25th floor. Zhang Meiying and her daughter quickly packed several large bags with food, clothes, and other supplies that could be taken away from home. And then the 2 women, one large and one small, carried their things out with difficulty. But at the moment Zhang Meiying opened the door to her room, the door to the room opposite her also opened. A middle-aged couple also carried a few small bags in their hands, and then walked out of the room leisurely. "Brother Lu, Sister Na." Zhang Meiying showed a smile on her face, and said hello to the middle-aged couple. But Zhang Meiying's daughter frowned, and didn't want to call anyone. This middle-aged couple is named Lu Songping and Li Meina. They have been neighbors of Zhang Meiying's family for many years. In the past, the conditions of the 2 families were similar, and they were both ordinary workers, so the relationship was still very good. However, this Lu Songping was a late bloomer. He started his own business, and became the owner of a small factory when he was in his 40s. Later, his wife Li Meina also opened a restaurant. Both of them had a pretty good business and earned as much money as they did. The conditions for starting Zhang Meiying's family are getting better and better. Although the two did not say anything on the surface, their usual behavior showed that they were slowly alienating Zhang Meiying's family, and even looked down upon Zhang Meiying's family. However, showing off in front of Zhang Meiying's family is their favorite thing to do. After the apocalypse came, Lu Songping and Li Meina were lucky enough to stock up on a lot of food. The reason why Zhang Meiying's daughter didn't want to pay attention to Lu Songping and Li Meina was because after the end of the world, Lu Songping and Li Meina privately showed off in front of her parents that they had a lot of food at home. But when her father went to beg them to borrow some food, they didn't borrow a grain of rice. As a result, their family almost starved to death, and today her father Chen Jianjun also had to go out for adventure. Of course, the most irritating thing is that Lu Songping and Li Meina's family didn't lend a grain of rice to Chen Jianjun's family. But when people from Alliance A came to ask for food, they obediently offered a lot of food. However, Zhang Meiying does not blame Lu Songping and Li Meina. After all, it is their freedom whether to borrow food or not, and it is also their freedom to give their food to whomever they want. Xiaoying, didn't your Chen Jianjun go to work as Li Xiaoluo's subordinate? Why you still need to hand over supplies? And you still take so many things? Li Meina now smiles warmly at Zhang Meiying. When Chen Jianjun came to work for Li Xiaoluo, they were still calling Chen Jianjun a fool at home. But the couple never dreamed that Li Xiaoluo would suddenly become the master of this building. Then Chen Jianjun's status is naturally higher than them now. That's why they want to restore a good neighbor relationship with Zhang Meiying. It would be nice to know some inside information in the future. Zhang Meiying thought for a while and then said to Li Meina, Sister Na, my Chen Jianjun told me to take all the useful supplies from home. Sister Na, you'd better. Li Meina smiled and interrupted Zhang Meiying. Haha, Xiaoying, I always thought that your Chen Jianjun was an honest man, but I didn't expect that he would be flattering now. He asked you to bring everything from home just to honor the Li Xiaoluo, right? But with your little supplies, others may look down upon you. As for our family, we really don't have any extra food or supplies. I have everything in my hands. As for Li Meina's husband, Lu Songping stood aside and said nothing, but he did not show the same contempt for Chen Jianjun's family as before. Now Chen Jianjun is following Li Xiaoluo. Before the situation becomes clear, he doesn't dare to stand high in front of Zhang Meiying and others like before. As for what Zhang Meiying said, take all the supplies at home and hand them over? Only a fool would do it. Lu Songping and his wife had the same idea. Chen Jianjun wanted to flatter her and handed over all the supplies at home. But they are not fools, so they would not do such stupid things. When I took the initiative to hand over half of the food to the people of Alliance A, they had been heartbroken for a long time. Because at that time, I thought that the people from League A would give them some preferential treatment or privileges, but there was nothing. Even because they are older, they are not even qualified to join the A League. Now that someone else is in charge of this building, Lu Songping and his wife will no longer be obedient and take the initiative to hand over the things at home. Zhang Meiying saw that Lu Songping and his wife didn't listen to her reminder, and she didn't care either. With the current relationship between the two families, she could only remind them of this, which would be regarded as the most benevolent and righteous thing to do. Soon the time specified by Li Xiaoluo for the survivors was almost up, and some survivors began to come to the 18th floor from upstairs one after another. The survivors who are still alive are basically women or half-grown children or middle-aged men and women. The elderly are basically not seen, and most of these survivors basically have one characteristic, that is, they are very thin, and some of them are even so hungry that only skin and bones are left. Of course, there are also a very small number of people who are still as hungry and thin as they were before the end. Then, when one after another survivors arrived on the 18th floor, they immediately saw blood and corpses all over the ground, and everyone's bodies couldn't help but tremble with fear. This is the 18th floor. It's almost like the 18th floor of hell. Won't they be killed too? The survivors who arrived on the 18th floor suddenly didn't dare to make a sound. They all stood obediently in the corner. Both Zhang Meiying and her daughter saw Chen Jianjun following Li Xiaoluo, but they did not dare to say hello to Chen Jianjun. The survivors after the apocalypse have basically learned to be cautious. But when Chen Jianjun saw his wife and daughter, his eyes shone brightly, especially when he looked at the thin bodies of his wife and daughter. He knew that they were in urgent need of food now. Boss, my wife and daughter have come down. Can I go and deliver some food to them? Li Xiaoluo nodded. Okay, just ask your wife and daughter to come over. We are not an army, and there are not so many rules. Thank you, boss. Chen Jianjun said gratefully, and then quickly waved for Zhang Meiying and her daughter to come over. Boss, this is my wife Zhang Meiying, and this is my daughter Chen Lele. Then Chen Jianjun quickly introduced Li Xiaoluo to Zhang Meiying and her daughter. In fact, he didn't need to say it. Who in this building doesn't know that his boss is called Li Xiaoluo? Li Xiaoluo glanced at Chen Jianjun's wife, Zhang Meiying, and daughter Chen Lele. Zhang Meiying was a very kind middle-aged woman, and Chen Lele looked more delicate in her teens. Chen Jianjun's daughter is much more beautiful than him, and she doesn't resemble his genes at all. Zhang Meiying and her daughter Chen Lele were very reserved and did not dare to say anything after saying hello to Li Xiaoluo. But other survivors were envious of Zhang Meiying and Chen Lele being able to show their faces in front of Li Xiaoluo. Especially Lu Songping and his wife. Their hearts are very unbalanced. Before the end, they had looked down on Chun Jianjun's family from the bottom of their hearts. Although they were neighbors, they were no longer in the same class. Even after the apocalypse, Lu Songping and his wife lived a relatively comfortable life. But Chun Jianjun and his family almost starved to death. So the post-apocalyptic world is also incomparable to them. But suddenly, the status of Chun Jianjun's family was higher than theirs, which made Lu Songping and his wife feel really uncomfortable. After all, Chinese people are like this. Many people like to compare with those around them. No matter how many people there are with money and status, it won't matter. But if anyone gets along well among neighbors, he will definitely be jealous of others. Although this phenomenon occurs more in rural areas, it does not mean that it does not exist among urban people. But then something happened that made Lu Songping and his wife even more jealous. Chun Jianjun took out 2 infinite chicken drumsticks from his body and handed them to his wife and daughter. Yeah, big chicken legs. The little girl Chun Lele looked at the chicken drumstick in her hand and couldn't help but exclaimed, "This surprise is really big. Dad, have you eaten?" Chun Lele swallowed, but did not tear open the package immediately, but looked at Chun Jianjun with a serious face. Chun Jianjun smiled. "This is what the boss gave me. Of course I have eaten it. This is specially reserved for you and your mother. Please eat it quickly." But how could Zhang Mei on the side not know her husband's character? After he has food, he will definitely not eat it himself first. But Zhang Mei didn't say anything. She put away the package of chicken legs in her hand, and then tore open the package in Chun Lele's hand. Then she divided the chicken into 3 portions that the whole family could eat. Chun Jianjun looked at his wife and smiled, did not refuse, and started eating happily. The survivors who had just come downstairs looked at Chun Jianjun's family eating and drinking, and all of them suddenly wanted to curse. Why did they have to watch this kind of scene when they came here? It was so torturous. Many people even regretted it extremely much. If only they had gone upstairs to seek refuge with Li Xiaoluo before. After Chun Jianjun's family finished eating, Li Xiaoluo looked at the time. His allotted time has come. Everyone, you are all very good, and you are very lucky to have come down at the time I specified. But there are also some people who are not very obedient. Lu Dazhuang, take people to room 1905 and room 2306, and bring down those who are disobedient and hiding. Okay, boss. Lu Dazhuang was stunned when he heard Li Xiaoluo's order. How did the boss know which owner had not gone out? This is so amazing. Lu Dazhuang obeyed Li Xiaoluo's order and led his team upstairs immediately. Not long after, Lu Dazhuang and the others came back, and they also detained several men who had been beaten with bruises and swollen faces. However, the eyes of Lu Dazhuang and his team were full of surprise when they looked at boss Li Xiaoluo. After they went upstairs, they found the survivors hiding in the 2 rooms the boss mentioned. The boss is really amazing, isn't he? Not only Lu Dazhuang and the others were surprised, but their boss Li Xiaoluo became more and more mysterious. Those survivors who chose to go downstairs were extremely lucky at this moment. Fortunately, they chose to listen to Li Xiaoluo's words and did not hide at home with any luck. Lu Dazhuang brought the men he caught upstairs to Li Xiaoluo. "Boss, what should we do with these disobedient people?" "Boss Li Xiaoluo, don't kill me. I didn't see the notice you sent to the owner group, because my phone was broken. I really didn't mean to be disobedient." "Yes, boss Li Xiaoluo, I didn't see the notice you posted in the group. In order to preserve my strength, I have been lying at home and sleeping, seeing the blood and corpses all over the floor on the 18th floor. The survivors captured by Lu Dazhuang were frightened. No matter why they didn't listen to Li Xiaoluo's words, they are now racking their brains to find a reasonable excuse. "Shit, your phone just happened to be broken? Take out your phone and let me take a look." Lu Dazhuang was a little unconvinced and planned to check the first speaker's phone. The man suddenly showed a trace of panic on his face. But Li Xiaoluo waved his hand to Lu Dazhuang. Why is the fat man so serious? No matter what excuses these people make, they actually treat Li Xiaoluo the same way. So Li Xiaoluo didn't even bother to waste time on them. Seeing Li Xiaoluo stop Lu Dazhuang, the man's face suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Li Xiaoluo first checked the personal information of all survivors. Then Li Xiaoluo looked at Lu Dazhuang and said, "Those of them who did not come down within the stipulated time, no matter what the reason, must be punished. Later, let them be responsible for carrying the corpses upstairs to the first floor." Lu Dazhuang, you send someone supervision. The task must be completed today. The reason why Li Xiaoluo did not pursue them was because he wanted to reuse their remaining value. Moreover, they didn't bring anything with them. Even if Li Xiaoluo didn't kill them, their life would be very difficult in the future. As for carrying the body downstairs, this matter must be carried out, and it is also one of the reasons why Li Xiaoluo wants to clean up the entire building. Because Li Xiaoluo knew that the body would be fine no matter how long it was left under the extreme low temperature of the current ice disaster. But after the ice disaster is over, the temperature will rise, and these corpses will definitely not be left in the building by then. Therefore, Li Xiaoluo's operation this time was not only to clean up the survivors, but also to clean up all the corpses in this building, otherwise he would not be able to be here at all in the future. In fact, there are many ways to get the body downstairs, but Li Xiaoluo chose the most difficult one, which is to carry it manually. In fact, it can be regarded as a kind of punishment. Of course, there are many corpses in this building, and Li Xiaoluo will definitely not let just a few of them carry them. It would be so exhausting that they wouldn't be able to finish the move. there are many free coolies. For example, when we went down to the 18th floor to fight against Alliance A, some people who were timid and cowed appeared. There shouldn't be any more fighting in the future, so they don't need to be Vanguard death squads anymore. So let's punish them for carrying corpses. And the thugs who surrendered in Alliance A can also be used as waste. Of course, for the thugs from Alliance A, Xialuo will still implement his usual style and kill a group of people first. Of course, there is no need for Xialuo to do it himself. He can just leave it to the women captured by Alliance A or the survivors at the scene. Xialuo didn't believe that no one wanted to take revenge because the A-League had made the whole building full of complaints these days. Sure enough, when Xialuo announced that he would give everyone 10 minutes, anyone could deal with the surviving thugs from Alliance A as they pleased. Immediately, many people's faces showed excitement. Although the thugs from Alliance A had only controlled this building for a few days, they had visited almost every house and committed crimes. It's just that some owners' families have suffered much more severe injuries, while some families may have suffered less harm. After all, even Sun Jihao of the A-League did not want to go too far for the time being, for fear of arousing public anger and everyone joining forces to resist him. But after all, those who do things are people under Sun Jihao, and as long as they are human, they will have their own emotions and desires. Especially in the end of the world when order is lost, the distortion of human nature will be infinitely magnified. For example, Alliance A stipulated that each household should hand over half of the food, but when people under Sun Jihao implemented it, they might take half of the food from the survivors' homes and then take the opportunity to eat and drink themselves. If some survivors don't have much food at home, then the survivors will naturally have to fight tooth and nail to resist, and those who dare to resist will definitely be beaten or killed. Or maybe the thugs from Alliance A will tease someone whose wife is beautiful, or they will directly seize the base to serve them. Regarding these incidents, when the people in Alliance A were still in power, most people could only choose to swallow their anger. But now the people in Alliance A are prisoners, and they can do whatever they want. If they don't dare to take revenge, are they still men? It hurts me to death. Please spare me. It was the Alliance leader who asked me to rob your family of food and kill your old man. After Xialuo gave him 10 minutes of free time, a few men stood up first and then found the A-League thugs they had always remembered. Someone took the lead, and more survivors began to run to vent their anger on the Tide thugs. Even if there is no revenge for killing husbands and seizing wives who has not been robbed of food by thugs from Alliance A, soon, even the rescued women finally knew that Alliance A was really doomed, and they also joined the ranks of crazy revenge. Lu Dazhuang also found some of the A-League thugs who bullied him and beat them up severely. Jingjing, are you afraid that beating these beasts will dirty your hands? Then tell me who has bullied you, and I will help you kill them. Lu Dazhuang saw that many women were seeking revenge, but Tan Jingjing stood aside without moving. So he immediately stepped forward and asked with concern. A trace of uneasiness flashed across Tan Jingjing's face, but she recovered quickly, and then said gently, Brother Dazhuang, thank you for your kindness, but I have already planned to forget what happened before, so I don't want to mention anything about it again. I don't want to face those people anymore. Lu Dazhuang quickly comforted him. It's okay. What you did is right, and you don't need to take action. Anyway, there are people to deal with these beasts. Just when the 10 minutes were about to expire, 3 women suddenly ran up to Li Xiao. They pointed at Yi Xiaoyang and said, Li Xiao boss, he is not a slave of Alliance A at all, nor is he a chef. Don't be deceived by him. His name is Yi Xiaoyang, and he is the strategist of Alliance A. He is the one who has many ideas for bullying survivors. I figured it out. Bang, bang. After several gunshots, Li Xiao shot Yi Xiaoyang directly, as well as the 2 thugs who had repeatedly confirmed that Yi Xiaoyang was a slave. In fact, Li Xiaoyang knew that there was something wrong with Yi Xiaoyang, and he could kill him without any reason before. However, Li Xiaoyang used a drone to monitor the survivors upstairs, allowing them to live for a few more minutes. Now that someone has revealed his identity, Li Xiaoyang naturally has no reason to keep them anymore. It just happens to be to establish his authority in front of the survivors who came down behind. As for Yi Xiaoyang being a highly educated talent, it is of no use to Li Xialuo. Li Xiaoluo's team does not need any highly educated and outstanding talents. In Li Xiaoluo's view, in addition to people with supernatural talents, as long as they are loyal and obedient, they are outstanding talents. Of course, the prerequisite is that you are a woman. Li Xiaoluo looked at the 3 women who reported Yi Xiaoyang. They were all in their 20s. Although they were not great beauties, they were still young and beautiful. Meng Jiejia, friendship level 65, potential value 18, special ability, none. Subconsciously, Li Xiaoluo used his exploratory eyes to look at the information of these 3 women. In fact, he has checked the information of everyone here before, just in case he finds any special talents. However, there were many people there before, so Li Xiaoluo didn't remember their personal information, and the friendliness level was constantly changing. So since these 3 women have attracted Li Xiaoluo's attention, they naturally need to take another look. You 3 dared to stand up and expose Yi Xiaoyang's identity, and you performed well. Tell me, what reward do you want? Food, supplies, or other rewards could be offered. The friendliness of the 3 women was pretty good, so Li Xiaoluo decided to give these 3 women a little reward. As a superior, it is natural that rewards and punishments should be clearly defined. Although Li Xiaoluo has not regarded anyone here as a real subordinate, he may still need to deal with these people in the future, so he also sets an example for these people. Those who have made merit will be rewarded by themselves. The three women headed by Meng Jiejie looked at each other, and then let Meng Jiejie speak on behalf of them. Boss, we don't want rewards. We want to follow you. Is that okay? Meng Jiejie and the others looked at Li Xiaoluo expectantly. Meng Jiejie and the other three people actually knew each other before the end. They were all white-collar workers working in the company before the end, and then they rented a house together. When the thugs from Alliance A saw that they only had 3 young girls at home, and not even a man, they robbed everything in their home, including their people. They were really scared at that time, thinking that if there was a man at home, they would not be bullied at will. But after being captured at the A Alliance stronghold, Meng Jiejie and the others discovered that the men at home were just as useless. Some of the women who were captured as slaves along with them had husbands who did not dare to resist, and some who resisted were killed by the A Alliance thugs. Got it? Therefore, men without strength cannot defend women at all in the apocalypse, and are no match for those gangs of thugs. After these days of experience, Meng Jiejie and the others understand clearly the cruelty of the last days. Especially women, if they want not to be enslaved, they must either become extremely powerful themselves or find a powerful backer. You all want to follow me? Li Xiaoluo was stunned for a moment. Before, he had forced people to accept them, but no woman offered to follow him. Meng Jiejie and the other 3 women nodded vigorously. Li Xiaoluo thought for a while. Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun here were just temporary employees hired by Li Xiaoluo, and they were actually equivalent to cannon fodder. Of course, we can't actually say that they are cannon fodder. Compared with the cannon fodder of Wu Yufeng at Longting Villa, people like Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun are much luckier. Although Li Xiaoluo regarded them as cannon fodder, he actually regarded them as an employment relationship. As long as they complete the tasks assigned by Li Xiaoluo will give them a certain reward, and he will not try to kill them like he did to Wu Yufeng and the others. Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun were hired by Li Xiaoluo with money to do things. Li Xiaoluo would not burn bridges. Therefore, there is a difference between Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun and cannon fodder. After all the dangerous and heavy work is done later, Li Xiaoluo will terminate the employment relationship with Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun. The rules of Li Xiaoluo's team will not change, and no men will be recruited, and he won't be able to support so many people now. So here, Li Xiaoluo really wants to recruit some people of his own. However, there are many more survivors here than at Longting Villa, and there are also many more women. Therefore, Li Xiaoluo will have stricter requirements for women who can join his Taoyuan collar. But it doesn't matter. You can set up an evaluation period, just like there was a probation period before working in a company. Unqualified women will be eliminated when the time comes. As for Meng Jiejie and the others, their friendliness is up to standard, and that's enough for the time being. So Li Xiaoluo looked at the 3 women Meng Jiejie and said, "Okay, you 3 have quite some ideas and courage. I'll give you a chance to follow me. But let's make an agreement first. Those who follow me need to obey my orders. Even if I ask you to kill, you must kill, and I will also provide you with food and safety." Meng Jiejie and the others showed joy on their faces. Food and safety, aren't they the most precious things in the apocalypse? Boss, we know. We must be obedient. Meng Jiejie and the others immediately assured. Li Xiaoluo said, "You are different from them. Don't call me boss, call me lord from now on. Also, you have a 1-month evaluation period. If any of you performs poorly, I will eliminate her. Lord, if you are eliminated, will you be killed?" Li Xiaoluo shook his head. "That's not true, just kicking me out of my team. But if you are really eliminated, you will regret it for the rest of your life." Meng Jiejie and the other 2 people must still not be able to understand the feeling of being eliminated by Li Xiaoluo and regretting it for the rest of their lives. But after hearing that being eliminated is not death, they have no worries at all. When they saw Meng Jiejie and the other 3 successfully becoming Li Xiaoluo's people, many people were immediately moved. Some women and even many men came over and begged to join. But Li Xiaoluo said directly, "We are not recruiting people for the time being." Then Li Xiaoluo began to put Lu Dazhuang's team in charge of supervising those who needed to be punished, and began to move the bodies one by one, while he led the others downstairs. From the 18th floor to the 17th floor, there are already several survivors of the owners on the 17th floor, and they are waiting at the door with food. After seeing Li Xiaoluo, they immediately smiled humbly and wanted to dedicate the food in their hands to Li Xiaoluo. But Li Xiaoluo just said lightly, "Take what you have in your hands and follow us." Then came to the 16th floor. Li Xiaoluo glanced at the waiting survivors, and then said to Chen Jianjun, "The people in room 1609 haven't come out. Go and arrest them all. Then hand them over to Lu Dazhuang and ask them to carry the bodies as well." Chen Jianjun was stunned for a moment. Did the boss know that someone was hiding in that room? How would the boss do it? The group of people following Li Xiaoluo also opened their eyes wide, feeling incredible and magical. Next, on every floor, Li Xiaoluo could know if there were any survivors hiding at home. Although many people, including Chen Jianjun, do not believe in ghosts and gods, at this moment, they all wonder if Li Xiaoluo is a god. Or it must have some special abilities. Do you have clairvoyance? Can you still sense human breath? In short, all the survivors are increasingly aware that Li Xiaoluo is mysterious. In fact, thinking about it now, it seems that from the beginning of the disaster, Xialuo was the famous person in their building. At first, it was Director Ma and Aunt Wang from the business committee who made trouble for Xialuo. Later, Aunt Wang's son Wang Qinglong wanted to trick Xialuo. After Alliance A appeared, Alliance A sent people to trouble Xialuo, but it seems that everyone who makes trouble for Xialuo will not end well. And now, let alone causing trouble for Xialuo, even those who disobey him will probably not end well. And Xialuo seems to know who is disobedient, and even knows who is hiding at home. Let's be honest, Xialuo is definitely not an ordinary person. At this moment, everyone was in awe of Xialuo. Soon, Xialuo and the others arrived at the 11th floor. Starting from the 11th floor, this place is already controlled by Xiao Xiaobing and his group. Aunt Wang and her son, who had always wanted to cause trouble for Xialuo, lived on the 11th floor. However, Xialuo discovered through drone reconnaissance that Aunt Wang, her mother, and her son were already dead, and she seemed to have been tortured before she died, and her home was bloody. Moreover, Xialuo also discovered that starting from the 11th floor, there were many fewer survivors standing outside the room waiting for Xialuo. It's not that someone was hiding in the house and didn't come out, but that the people in those rooms were either killed or starved to death. All in all, there are far fewer people alive than on the floors above. Not long after, Xialuo led a group of people to the 6th floor and was about to walk to the 5th floor. Boss, I heard that Xiao Xiaobing's group's stronghold is on the 5th floor. Should we get everyone ready for battle? Chen Jianjun walked up to Xialuo and reminded him. Although Chen Jianjun lived on the 25th floor before, it was a territory controlled by Alliance A. But Chen Jianjun and the others formed a small group in private, so they also heard a lot about Xiao Xiaobing and his group. Chen Jianjun and others heard that Xiao Xiaobing's group was more ruthless than the people in Alliance A and often killed people. Moreover, when robbing survivors of food, they would not leave any bit for them. Xialuo shook his head and said, "No need to bother. Xiao Xiaobing and the others have already left our building." Xiao Xiaobing and his gang were indeed scared away. In fact, after Xialuo was unwilling to accept their offer to guard Xialuo's door, Xiao Xiaobing and his gang immediately packed up their things and fled the building. After all, they are not strong-minded. They know that even the people in Alliance A have been completely wiped out. They are definitely no match for Xialuo. Since Xialuo didn't even give them a chance to be dogs, they would definitely not stay here waiting to die. Anyway, these days, there are actually survivors from other buildings who want to come to Building A to snatch food. There are already ways to escape to other buildings. So Xiao Xiaobing and the others fled directly. In fact, if Xialuo really wanted to kill Xiao Xiaobing and the others, he could certainly do it, but Xialuo didn't take them seriously at all. In the post-apocalyptic world, there are countless thug teams. Xialuo is not the savior. He has no great goal of killing all the thug teams. As long as he is not provoked, Xialuo is too lazy to take action. When Xialuo said that Xiao Xiaobing's group had left, Chen Jianjun and his team breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they heard that Xiao Xiaobing and his group were all lunatics, and no one in Alliance A wanted to provoke them before. If Xiao Xiaobing and the others were still on the 5th floor, it would definitely be another fierce battle. If Xialuo hadn't taken action, Chen Jianjun and his team might have suffered heavy casualties, and many people would have been frightened. Fortunately, the boss scared them away. After Xialuo and the others arrived on the 5th floor, Lu Dazhuang soon led a group of corpse removal teams to the 5th floor. Xialuo asked Lu Dazhuang and the others to suspend their work first, and then gathered everyone in the corridor on the 5th floor. Xialuo said, "Everyone listen, from now on, everything in Building A belongs to me. Anyone who wants to stay in this building must obey my rules in the future. Of course, if someone wants to leave this building, I won't stop you. You can stay or leave as you like. In addition, from today on, your original home is no longer yours. Apart from the things you carry with you, you have nothing else. Everything at home has nothing to do with you." Xialuo's words caused some survivors who had listened honestly to panic. If they don't have a house, where will they live? Moreover, some of them thought that Xialuo asked them to come out with food to hand it over to Xialuo, so naturally they would not honestly take out everything at home. They had hidden most of the food very secretly for a long time, fearing that Xialuo would send people to search their home. But they never thought that Xialuo would not play according to the routine. The supplies they were asked to bring out were all for themselves, and the ones left at home belonged to Xialuo. What a sixth man! It's impossible to guard against it, especially the couple Lu Songping and Li Meina in the crowd. In this building, their food is definitely ranked among the top. But now, the food in their hands is the least. The two of them really wanted to slap themselves in the face, because Chen Jianjun's wife reminded them at that time, but they didn't believe others at all. "Boss Xialuo, if you take away our house, where will we live? In this weather, you won't let us live outside in the snow, right? What's the difference between that and killing us directly?" Although everyone is now afraid of Xialuo and may die, some people still have the courage to express their dissatisfaction. Xialuo looked at everyone and said, "You should know that it is actually very easy for me to kill you, so if I really want to kill you, I don't have to go to such trouble. In this post-apocalyptic world, everything is actually ownerless and belongs to whoever has the ability to get it. I said, if you want to leave this building, you can leave at any time. But if you don't want to leave for the time being, then I will also give you a temporary residence. You can choose any of the houses from the 5th floor down. There are so many rooms on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors, which should be enough for you people. Then Chen Jianjun and Lu Dazhuang, listen, I am a person who distinguishes rewards and punishments. Later, you and your team will have priority in choosing a house. And the food and supplies that Zhao Xiaobing and his group did not take away will also belong to you. It will be yours today. Pay me what you have done. Thank you, boss. Chen Jianjun and Lu Dezhuang both looked at Li Xiaoluo gratefully. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. The other survivors also breathed a sigh of relief. At least Li Xiaoluo gave them another house to live in and didn't really want to kill them. Moreover, many survivors were actually very happy to be able to live downstairs. After all, if there is really no food downstairs, it is more convenient for them to go out and look for food. There are very few survivors like Lu Songping and Li Meina who have a lot of food at home and have yet to starve. So all of a sudden, most people had no opinion. There are still some people who dare not say anything even if they have opinions in their hearts. Today, Li Xiaoluo has done a lot of things. First, eliminate the people from Alliance A in this building. From now on, he will be the only voice in this building, Li Xiaoluo. Second, move all the survivors in this building to the bottom floors. As for the purpose of doing this, it is actually similar to that of Longting Villa. Third, Lu Dezhuang was asked to take the re-education through labor prisoners, to carry all the corpses in the entire building downstairs, then pour gasoline on them and burn them all. No matter good or bad, their dead bodies should no longer be insulted. Fourth, Li Xiaoluo found a few people among the survivors who knew how to make and install stainless steel doors and windows, and then gave them tools and materials to install a stainless steel door in the stairwell on the 5th and 6th floors. With this door, the area above the 5th floor will officially become a restricted area for all survivors in this building. Without Li Xiaoluo's permission, if they dare to break in privately, they will bear the consequences at their own risk. And with this door behind, the 3 women Ming Jejia recruited by Li Xiaoluo can easily defend it, and Li Xiaoluo does not need to worry too much. It was getting dark, and after finishing his work, Li Xiaoluo took the general back to Lord's Mansion number 36 upstairs. After climbing more than 30 flights of stairs, Li Xiaoluo now realized firsthand the trouble of not having an elevator. In fact, Li Xiaoluo's physique has been strengthened. It is still very easy for him to climb the 36th floor, but it is also troublesome and time-consuming. Not to mention the general who followed Li Xiaoluo. Going upstairs was much more difficult for him than going downstairs. Moreover, there were more than 30 floors of stairs. It was simply his first time. It's too much trouble. Fortunately, it is still a large dog and has strong athletic ability. In fact, for ordinary survivors, it is very painful to go up and down 20 or 30 floors. Especially after the end of the world, they already don't have much physical strength. This is why many survivors who lived on high floors in the past would rather rob neighbors of food, or even starve to death, rather than run downstairs to find a chance of survival. Because if they leave home and don't find food downstairs, they may not have the strength to climb upstairs and go home, and they will end up freezing to death outside. So, Li Xiaoluo forced all the people living in the high-rise buildings to go downstairs, and maybe even made up his mind for some of them, so that they could go outside to look for food. Of course, the reason why Li Xiaoluo let them live on the floors below was actually to use them to resist some annoying little harassment. After all, it can be known from Zhao Xiaobing and his gang that now there is not only a thug team in their building A, but also many other thug teams in the community, and some thug teams have even begun to invade other buildings. In fact, Li Xiaoluo was not worried at all about the team of thugs in the community. Li Xiaoluo could kill as many as they came. But Li Xiaoluo doesn't have time to guard against those people's invasion, and Li Xiaoluo can't go around to promote it. I have a gun in my hand, so don't come and die. So Li Xiaoluo temporarily let Lu Dezhuang, Chen Jianjun, and other survivors live downstairs to fend off a steady stream of minor troubles for him. However, Li Xiaoluo is not hiring them now, and does not need to pay them anymore. Boss, you are back. The sound of Li Xiaoluo opening the door immediately woke up Su Xiaotong, who was reading a book on the sofa. Suddenly hearing the sound of opening the door, Su Xiaotong was not afraid, even though he had not seen anyone yet. Instead, he stood up and ran towards the door with a face full of surprise. Because she is now extremely confident in the defense of this house, the only person who can come in is probably her beloved boss. Su Xiaotong came to Li Xiaoluo, and after confirming that Li Xiaoluo was not injured, she felt completely relieved. Although he knew that Li Xiaoluo was mysterious, powerful, Su Xiaotong would still subconsciously worry when Li Xiaoluo went out. Then Su Xiaotong reached out to help Li Xiaoluo take off his heavy down jacket. At home, he could just wear short sleeves. Li Xiaoluo smiled and naturally accepted the meticulous service of his beautiful secretary. On the contrary, the general at Li Xiaoluo's feet rolled his eyes. He was very tired after climbing such a high staircase with his master. I didn't expect that now I have to watch 2 owners spreading dog food. Am I the dog? Or are you the dogs? It's just too much bullying. Whiff, 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 whiff. The general raised his head and barked twice into the air, not knowing that he was reminding Li Xiaoluo to pay attention to its feelings. Let's remind the corn at home that it's back. Hurry up and greet it. However, it seems that neither the owner nor the corn pays attention to it. The general's eyes suddenly showed a hint of sadness, and then he ran to his kennel injured to think about the dog's life. Li Xialuo and Zhou Xiaotong looked at the general's self-performance and found it a bit funny. But Korn doesn't like it, and there's nothing they can do about it. The general can only rely on his own efforts. After Zhou Xiaotong took off the thick clothes on Li Xiaoluo's body, she then bent down to get a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet to change Li Xiaoluo's shoes. Because there is no one at home and the temperature is not cold, Zhou Xiaotong usually wears cool and sexy clothes. At this time, Zhou Xiaotong was wearing a purple silk pajamas. The length of the pajamas was already as long as her white thighs. When Zhou Xiaotong bent over, almost all of her beautiful, white legs were exposed. This fairy is really becoming more and more charming. The moment Zhou Xiaotong stood up, Li Xiaoluo hugged Zhou Xiaotong from behind, then raised her sexy lips and pressed them on her. Zhou Xiaotong's lips were very soft, and Li Xiaoluo couldn't stop kissing her. Zhou Xiaotong also smells very good, not the smell of perfume, but her body fragrance. Holding Zhou Xiaotong's body, Li Xiaoluo felt very comfortable. Boss, don't worry about it now. I'm changing your shoes, and you've been busy outside all day, so you're probably hungry. Let's eat first. Zhou Xiaotong finally managed to stay awake, twisted her body, and said coquettishly to Li Xiaoluo. In fact, Zhou Xiaotong felt very happy when she felt Li Xiaoluo's infatuation with her. Now Li Xiaoluo was everything to her. But Zhou Xiaotong knew Li Xiaoluo's strength. She was afraid that Li Xiaoluo would be hungry already after a busy day today. Wait, don't get even more hungry. It's okay, it's beautiful and delicious. I can eat whatever you want, and it will satisfy you. You change your shoes, and I'll eat my delicious food, Li Xiaoluo said with a smile, and then his hands began to move. Zhou Xiaotong's beautiful face turned rosy instantly, and with her back turned like this, how could she change Li Xiaoluo's shoes? Zhou Xiaotong held the slippers in her hand and didn't know how to operate them for a moment. After dinner, Zhou Xiaotong listened to Li Xiaoluo tell her roughly what happened today. Although Zhou Xiaotong didn't see it with her own eyes, she could imagine what the survivors in this building lived like. Because the ice apocalypse came so suddenly, many survivors did not have much food at home, and it was very difficult to survive. But in the last days, there are often not only natural disasters but also man-made disasters. The survivors living upstairs on the floor under the jurisdiction of Alliance may be slightly better off. Although they will be robbed of most of the food at home, they can at least survive. The survivors living downstairs on the floor under the jurisdiction of Zhao Xiaobing and others were even worse. After Li Xiaoluo assigned the 5th floor to Qin Jianjun and the others, Qin Jianjun and the others naturally had to choose a house to live in. But when they pushed open each house and saw the bloody scenes inside, many people couldn't help but retched even though there was no food in their stomachs. Then everyone discovered that between Sun Jihao, Zhao Xiaobing, and Li Xiaoluo, after such a comparison, it was indeed better to follow Li Xiaoluo. At least as long as they abide by the rules set by Li Xiaoluo, and Li Xiaoluo does not snatch their food or women. Many women still beg to follow Li Xiaoluo, but Li Xiaoluo didn't want to. Li Xiaoluo will not kill them if they have not made any mistakes. So by following Li Xiaoluo, at least you don't have to worry too much about your food and life safety. The only pity is that it is too difficult to become Li Xiaoluo. Even Qin Jianjun and Lu Dazhuang were only on temporary employment, and their employment relationship has been terminated today. The person who wants to truly become Li Xiaoluo must be a woman, and it also depends on whether Li Xiaoluo wants it or not. So compared to the survivors downstairs, Zhou Xiaotong really felt that she was too happy. It is simply a fairy-like life. Boss, since everything above the 6th floor is safe, can I go out and help you? Zhou Xiaotong hugged Li Xiaoluo's arm and said softly. The reason why Zhou Xiaotong wanted to go out and do some work was not only because it was too boring to stay at home all the time, but also because she really wanted to share the work with Li Xiaoluo. After all, she is a secretary. How can she continue to live the life of a rich wife? In fact, Li Xiaoluo still has feelings for Zhou Xiaotong and Shen Yamiao. Although he wanted them to exercise, he didn't want them to be in danger. In addition to having feelings, it's also because they are Li Xiaoluo's right-hand men in the future, and they don't want to die before they grow up. You can go out if you want, but you have to learn to first. Li Xiaoluo thought for a while, and then made a decision. Zhou Xiaotong opened her mouth wide, and then her fair face turned crimson. Her mind was a little confused. Does doing that kind of thing have anything to do with whether she could go out? And she knows a lot now, so it's not difficult to fight. Anything like that. But as soon as Li Xiaoluo thought about it, a pistol suddenly appeared in his hand. Then Zhou Xiaotong, dumbfounded. It seems like her thoughts are a bit dirty. It turns out to be a real gun. Then Zhou Xiaotong saw Li Xiaoluo's half-smiling expression, and she still didn't understand that the boss was deliberately making fun of her. Boss, you're so annoying that people don't think about all that nonsense. Zhou Xiaotong rolled her eyes at Li Xiaoluo and hummed. Li Xiaoluo smiled and said, What are you thinking about? I haven't said anything yet. Snort. Zhou Xiaotong snorted and expressed her dissatisfaction. It would be strange for her not to be a bad example after following her boss. Then Zhou Xiaotong looked at the gun in Li Xiaoluo's hand and said curiously, Boss, this is a real gun. It's the first time I've seen it. I've seen it on TV before. Li Xiaoluo handed the pistol to Zhou Xiaotong. I'm a little afraid to take it. Will it cause fire? Zhou Xiaotong said timidly. In fact, let alone Zhou Xiaotong, except for a few people who need guns in China, probably the vast majority of people have never seen a real gun. So when real guns appear in front of them, they will naturally have some concerns. Moreover, Su Xiaotong and other women don't like these things very much, and they are also a little afraid of them. It's okay. I'm here, and I will teach you slowly. Su Xiaotong nodded obediently, and then took the gun from Xialuo's hand. Ah, it's so heavy. The moment he got the pistol, Su Xiaotong subconsciously exclaimed. In fact, it's not that a pistol really weighs much, but just now I saw Xialuo holding it as if it didn't weigh much, so Su Xiaotong thought it was very light. But after buying it, she realized that it was heavier than she thought. After Su Xiaotong felt the weight of the pistol and got used to it, Xialuo began to personally teach Su Xiaotong how to shoot. First, how to open and close the safety, then how to load bullets, and how to aim at 3 points in one line. After Su Xiaotong became familiar with it, Xialuo took her to the shooting range again. This so-called shooting range, in fact, is to open the window and let Su Xiaotong shoot into the dark outside. Although he can't hit anything, he can at least experience the feeling of shooting. As for letting Su Xiaotong shoot indoors, Xialuo didn't want to commit suicide. Early the next morning, the sun was already shining when Xialuo and Su Xiaotong got up, but they had free time anyway, and no one would disturb them anymore. Xialuo's breakfast is very rich: beef, milk, fried eggs. Even the breakfast for the two dogs, General and Corn, was very good. But only then did Xialuo realize that he had the final say in this building now, and almost all of his enemies seemed to be dead. It seems there is no point for Xialuo to show off his food among the owners in the future. Alas, life has lost a lot of fun. After breakfast, Xialuo used the intercom to contact the 3 women Ming Jejia station on the 6th floor and was told that everything was normal. Of course, in fact, if there is something abnormal, they can't deceive Xialuo. And don't forget that Xialuo can't go downstairs immediately when he is on the 36th floor. In fact, as long as Xialuo is willing, he can instantly reach the 6th floor with a teleport. However, this is a life-saving means and a trump card, and Xialuo will not use it easily in front of others. Xialuo and Su Xiaotong got dressed and started to go out. Xialuo planned to let Su Xiaotong manage the logistics work here, so today he took her downstairs to get to know Meng Jejia and the others, and to feel the outside environment. In the future, if Meng Jejia and the others encounter any situation and Xialuo is not around, they can report it to Su Xiaotong in time. Su Xiaotong followed Xialuo out of the room. This was the first time she walked out of the safe house after the ice disaster. Feeling the cold outside the room, it took Su Xiaotong a while to adapt. At this moment, Su Xiaotong could deeply appreciate the happiness of following Xialuo. Now the survivors outside are enduring severe cold, hunger, and even man-made disasters every day. It can be said that survivors outside live in fear and pain every day. But Su Xiaotong has never been hungry or even experienced the ice outside since the ice disaster. Xialuo has protected her from any danger. System prompts. Su Xiaotong has affectionate love for the host, and the friendliness level is +1. The current friendliness level towards the host is 89. The sudden prompt from the system made Xialuo look at Su Xiaotong for a moment. But it was a pity that the friendliness level did not exceed 90. However, there may be no reward for exceeding 90 this time, so Xialuo doesn't care too much. Boss, is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me all the time? When Su Xiaotong saw Xialuo looking at her in a daze, she couldn't help but ask. She would have to meet outsiders later, so she couldn't make any jokes. Xialuo smiled. There is nothing wrong with your face. You are still so beautiful. No woman doesn't like to hear compliments from the man she likes, and Su Xiaotong is no exception. A charming smile suddenly appeared on her face. However, Xialuo then laughed. It's just that you are wearing such thick clothes today, without high heels and black stockings to complement your tall and sexy figure, which makes me a little uncomfortable. Su Xiaotong's face suddenly turned red. In fact, she also knew what her boss liked her most. She was quite tall to begin with, and her beautiful legs were long and white. If she wore high heels, even without stockings, she would still be quite sexy. Vwif, 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 vwif. Seeing the two masters flirting with each other, the general yelled twice impatiently. You have forgotten what you came out for, right? You can't leave yet. What is it called? Xialuo glared at the general. Don't think that he didn't see it just now, with a shy face, and tried to lick the corn, but the corn opened it with a slap. Although the general looks like Zhong Kuei, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, his force value is 0 in front of corn. With one look from corn, it could only run to the side dejectedly. That's right, today Xialuo not only brought Su Xiaotong with him, but also brought the two dogs General and Corn with him. After all, dogs like people need some exercise occasionally. Xialuo took Su Xiaotong and 2 dogs and quickly arrived at the 6th floor. Lord, 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 Lord. When the 3 women Meng Jejia who were guarding the 6th floor saw Xialuo, they immediately walked up to Xialuo and respectfully said hello to Xialuo. Her name is Su Xiaotong. From now on, you can call her Secretary Zhou or Madam Lord. Hello, Madam Lord. Several women immediately said hello to Su Xiaotong. Su Xiaotong nodded in response with a smile on her face and looked very happy. Then Su Xiaotong took out the insulated lunchbox he was carrying and said with a smile, "Seeing that your eyes are bloodshot, you must have been watching them all night, right? I brought you some food. You all have something to eat." What Xiao Xiaotong was carrying was some of the leftover food that Li Xialuo and the others had eaten in the morning. Originally, the leftover food they ate usually went to the general. However, Xiao Xiaotong thought that when she met her subordinates for the first time, she would like to express her concern for them, so that she could start working later. In fact, Xiao Xiaotong's thinking is completely pre-apocalyptic thinking. Before the apocalypse, even leaders hope to have a good relationship with their subordinates and let them support their work. But in the post-apocalyptic world, there is actually no need to do this. People who are disobedient and disobey orders will not have any good results here. However, Li Xiao did not stop Xiao Xiaotong at that time, and she would get used to it gradually. Moreover, Li Xialuo is a person who is too lazy to bother. The daily management in the future will definitely be left to Xin Miao Miao and Xiao Xiaotong. Therefore, as long as the general principles and policies are in accordance with Li Xialuo's ideas, as for how to do detailed strategies, Li Xialuo, it's up to Xin Miao Miao and Xiao Xiaotong to do whatever they want. They want to be kind to the people below them, or who they want to train as confidants. That is their business. Thank you, Lord and Madam. The three Meng Jieja girls took the food from Xiao Xiaotong excitedly. The food was still hot. In fact, they had not had breakfast in a long time, let alone hot food. Before, they were slave girls in League A, and they had very little food every day. And if they make those men unhappy, they will beat and scold them at will to vent their anger. Meng Jieja and the others thought that sooner or later they might be beaten to death by members of Alliance A, or that when they ran out of food, they would be the first to starve to death. But they did not expect that they would one day regain their freedom and be able to eat these foods. Not surprisingly, the system prompts that the friendship between Meng Jieja and the other three women has improved a lot. Li Xialuo glanced at the three Meng Jieja women. After being reminded by Xiao Xiaotong just now, he discovered that all three of them did have bloodshot eyes. It was obvious that they basically didn't sleep much last night. Li Xialuo frowned and said, Meng Jieja, when I left, didn't I tell you three that you could take turns on duty and rest? Why don't you all seem to have had a rest? Are the people downstairs trying to cause trouble? When the three Meng Jieja girls saw Li Xialuo's face, they were so frightened that they didn't dare to eat anymore. Meng Jieja said with some fear, Lord, it's all our fault. The people downstairs didn't actually cause trouble, but we are afraid that someone will sneak up upstairs. If we have only one woman to guard the well, if you were killed by them in a sneak attack, we are no match, and we may not even be able to warn you. Although Li Xialuo installed a stainless door in the stairwell on the 6th floor and put a lock on it, it was still troublesome for people downstairs to come up to the 6th floor. But it's actually just a little more troublesome, not impossible. Meng Jieja and the others have all experienced the darkness of human nature in the apocalypse, so they did not dare to close their eyes last night. Li Xialuo thought for a while. Meng Jieja and the three women had not received any training. They were just a few ordinary weak women before. They were asked to guard the downstairs and had to be rotated. The manpower was indeed a bit short. Moreover, now that all the people in the high-rise rooms of this building have been driven downstairs by Li Xialuo, those empty rooms can also be used as temporary warehouses for storing supplies in the future. So the security force really needs to be strengthened. As for the solution, it's actually very simple. First, recruit more women. The more people you have, the more powerful you will be. Second, they must undergo professional training to hone their abilities and courage. Otherwise, it will be useless no matter how many people they have. When it comes to recruiting people, there are many women here. Yesterday, many women wanted to follow Li Xialuo, but Li Xialuo didn't want them. As for training, Li Xialuo doesn't have to do it himself. When enough people are recruited, he can just go to Longting Villa and bring Lin Mingxin over. Professional things should be done by professionals. Soon, the survivors downstairs learned that Li Xialuo was going to recruit some more people. Li Xialuo's recruitment conditions are also very simple. Female, no more than 30 years old, no male relatives, courageous, good physical fitness, and need to pass the physical examination. Note, women who have been soldiers, athletes, learned martial arts, or have killed thugs after fighting Doomsday will be given priority in admission, and the age can be relaxed appropriately. Now the survivors downstairs all know one thing. Li Xialuo has food and a gun. If you can follow Li Xialuo, you won't have to go hungry in the future, and you won't have to worry all day long about meeting a gang of thugs and being enslaved. Moreover, Li Xialuo is not as cruel as Sun Jihao's previous gang of thugs, so you will not be harmed if you follow Li Xialuo. Therefore, among the surviving women in this building, almost all of them do not want to follow Li Xialuo. But yesterday, Li Xialuo only took in 3 women. Other women wanted to follow, but Li Xialuo did not want them. Unexpectedly, Li Xialuo suddenly released news today that he would continue to recruit people. Of course, there are many conditions. Regarding Li Xialuo's recruitment conditions, many women showed annoyed looks on their faces. Some women are overage, some are raising families, and some are afraid that their physical fitness is not good enough. But no matter what, many women want to try it, just in case they are selected. Because of the news about Li Xialuo's recruitment, a lot of things are happening on the floors below at this time. Let me say something here. Yesterday, Li Xialuo gave the floors below the 5th floor to the survivors. Although Li Xialuo did not stipulate who would live in which room, Chen Jianjun and the survivors actually had their own arrangements. The people from Chen Jianjun's team who worked for Li Xialuo yesterday all live on the 5th floor. Then there are the people from Lu Dazhuang's team, they all live on the 4th floor. Although these two teams only worked for Li Xiaoluo for one day yesterday, they no longer belong to Li Xiaoluo and are free individuals again. But after all, they have been through life and death, and they still have some tacit understanding with each other, so their team and relatives all live on the same floor. After all, everyone is familiar with each other, so conflicts are less likely to arise, and they can take care of each other when in danger. Finally, those survivors who had never been with Li Xiaoluo could only live on the third floor. In fact, everyone knows that living at the bottom will be the first to be unlucky when there are intruders, but they have no choice. The fifth floor at this time, at Chun Jianjun's house, a woman in her 20s looked around in the corridor and saw that no one was there, then quietly knocked on Chun Jianjun's door. "Who?" Chun Jianjun's deep voice sounded in the room. Although Chun Jianjun is familiar with the people who live on the fifth floor, after experiencing the apocalypse for so long, Chun Jianjun knows that it is right to be careful, even if they were companions who fought together before. But now they are living their own lives. They are still unpredictable. "Uncle Chun, I am Lu Xiaoluo. I have something to ask you for help." After a moment of silence in the room, the door opened. "It's Xialuo. What's the matter with you?" It was Chun Jianjun's wife Zhang Meiying who opened the door, but Chun Jianjun was standing behind Zhang Meiying, and Chun Jianjun just saw through the peephole that Lu Xiaoluo was alone, so he let his wife open the door. "Hello, Uncle Chun. Hello, Auntie." Lu Xiaoluo stood at the door and greeted Chun Jianjun and his wife politely. "Xiaoluo, come in and talk." Lu Xiaoluo was alone. Zhang Meiying had nothing to be afraid of and quickly let Lu Xiaoluo into the house. After the end of the world, they don't dare to keep the door open. "Xiaoluo, Xiaowei asked you to come here? Did something happen to him?" Chun Jianjun looked at Lu Xiaoluo and asked, "If there is nothing more important after the apocalypse, no one will casually visit other people's homes." Xiaowei in Chun Jianjun's mouth is called Wang Wei, who is Lu Xiaoluo's boyfriend. In fact, Chun Jianjun was not familiar with Wang Wei and Lu Xiaoluo before the end of the world. They did not live on the same floor. They only met occasionally in the elevator and were considered acquaintances. But yesterday Wang Wei was Chun Jianjun's team member, and yesterday he was a comrade who had experienced life and death together. Moreover, the house they chose yesterday was next door, so they became familiar with each other. Through yesterday's familiarity, Chun Jianjun also had some understanding of the young couple Wang Wei and Lu Xiaoluo. Both of them are very young, only in their 20s. They met at work and have lived together for more than a year, but they are not married yet. Later, Lu Xiaoluo quit her job and became a freelancer at home. In fact, she basically relied on Wang Wei to support her. When Li Xiaoluo rewarded them with some food yesterday, except for Chun Jianjun, he didn't eat any of it and kept it for his wife and daughter at home. Then there was Wang Wei, who basically didn't eat anything and wanted to keep it for his girlfriend Lu Xiaoluo at home. So Chun Jianjun actually has a good impression of that young man Wang Wei. Now seeing Lu Xiaoluo coming to the door alone, Chun Jianjun thought something had happened to Wang Wei. If he could be of any help, Chun Jianjun still planned to help. "Uncle Chun, Wang Wei is fine. I have something to do with you. Please help me." Lu Xiaoluo shook her head and said that Wang Wei was fine. Even when she heard Wang Wei's name, a trace of embarrassment flashed across her face. But Lu Xiaoluo soon made up her mind. She looked at Chun Jianjun and continued, "Uncle Chun, did you see the recruitment message that Mr. Li Xiaoluo upstairs just sent?" Chun Jianjun nodded, as if he had guessed something. Lu Xiaoluo looked at Chun Jianjun with a longing look on her face. "Uncle Chun, I want to follow Li Xiaoluo upstairs. You are familiar with Li Xiaoluo? Can you help me?" Although Chun Jianjun had already made a guess, he did not expect Lu Xiaoluo to really have such an idea. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Zhang Meiying next to her said, "Xiaoluo, it's not that my old Chun won't help you, but Mr. Li Xiaoluo's recruitment requirements clearly stated that there cannot be male relatives. If you have Wang Wei, you should not be able to meet the requirements. You also know Mr. Li Xiaoluo's style. We don't dare to deceive him." Lu Xiaoluo immediately said, "No, Wang Wei is my temporary boyfriend. I'll just break up with him. He can't be considered a relative of mine at all." When Chun Jianjun heard this, he really wanted to slap Lu Xiaoluo twice, but he held back. "I just feel a little unworthy for Wang Wei. Xiaoluo, I'm sorry. In fact, I'm the temporary employee of Mr. Li Xiaoluo. I have no face with him at all, so I really can't help you in any way." Chun Jianjun, what excuse are you making for me if you don't help me? I can take the exam myself and pass. After I follow Mr. Li Xiaoluo, don't ask me to help you in the future. Meanwhile, on the fourth floor, Lu Dazhuang came to room 406. Lu Dazhuang himself lived in room 405, and there were two women living in room 406, one of whom was Tan Jingjing. Tan Jingjing is one of the female prisoners Lu Dazhuang rescued from Alliance A yesterday, but Tan Jingjing should have known Lu Dazhuang before the end of the world. She has been with Lu Dazhuang since she was rescued yesterday, and they seem to have a very close relationship. In fact, Lu Dazhuang did know Tan Jingjing before the end, because the two of them lived on the same floor across from each other. Then Lu Dazhuang was an otaku before his last days and knew few girls. Although Tan Jingjing is not too beautiful, she knows how to dress up before the end of the world. Every time she wears something cool and sexy, she appears in Lu Dazhuang's dreams countless times. However, before the apocalypse, although Lu Dazhuang and Tan Jingjing knew each other, Lu Dazhuang was the kind of person with a thief heart but no courage. Every time they met, he dared to say hello to Tan Jingjing, and then occasionally help Tan Jingjing. In that way, he can have a happy day. but he still didn't dare to confess to Tan Jingjing. And Tan Jingjing has never thought about taking a step further with Lu Dazhuang. He is not even a spare tire. It can only be regarded as a relatively familiar neighbor, and then you can use it for free. But there were too many such men around her before the end, so Lu Dazhuang didn't attract her attention at all. But yesterday, the people of Alliance A were defeated, and it was Lu Dazhuang who led the team into the room and took away all the women. This surprised Tan Jingjing, and she immediately pretended to be pitiful in front of Lu Dazhuang and acted like she enjoyed Lu Dazhuang's protection. Lu Dazhuang was naturally very happy that Tan Jingjing was close to him, so he took great care of Tan Jingjing. However, later on, Tan Jingjing realized that Lu Dazhuang actually did not have much power at all, nor was he very powerful. Even they were just temporary workers recruited by Li Xiaoluo. They were fired by Li Xiaoluo in the evening, and they were just ordinary people from now on. So Tan Jingjing unknowingly distanced herself from Lu Dazhuang again. It's just that Lu Dazhuang didn't feel it himself. He was still in contact with the beauty Tan Jingjing. Even the fourth floor was originally occupied by people or family members of Lu Dazhuang's team. People like Tan Jingjing could only live in the more dangerous third floor with other survivors. But Lu Dazhuang took advantage of his prestige as a captain and gave the room next to his to Tan Jingjing. Naturally, Tan Jingjing did not refuse, but invited her best sister Dai Linlin to live with her. In fact, she wanted to get the benefits Lu Dazhuang gave her and wanted Lu Dazhuang to continue treating her well, but she didn't want to really follow Lu Dazhuang. At this time, Tan Jingjing and Dai Linlin were talking at Tan Jingjing's house. Dai Linlin, Jingjing, do you really want to go upstairs to take the assessment? Tan Jingjing nodded and said, of course I want to go. After we left League A, no one will support us. Now Li Xiaoluo is the most powerful in our building, and he has the most food, so I naturally want to follow him. Dai Linlin smiled and said, who said no one will support you? Didn't that Lu Dazhuang say he wants to support you? If you want to go upstairs, he will definitely not agree, right? Tan Jingjing snorted coldly. Huh, that fat guy and I are still ordinary friends. Why shouldn't he agree to where I want to go? Dai Linlin smiled. Okay, Jingjing, you can figure it out by yourself, then we will go up to take the assessment together later. If Jingjing, you can really follow Li Xiaoluo, don't forget me in the future. Tan Jingjing said calmly. That's natural. You are my best sister and the most trusted person. I will naturally take care of you if something good happens. Just like living here now, if I don't call you, can you live here? Is it on the fourth floor? Dai Linlin nodded quickly. Hey, I knew you were the best, Jingjing. Boom. Suddenly, there was a knock on Tan Jingjing's door. Jingjing, it's me? Lu Dazhuang's voice came from outside the door. There was a squeak. The door of Tan Jingjing's house opened, and Tan Jingjing stood in front of Lu Dazhuang handsomely. Brother Dazhuang, are you here? Tan Jingjing seemed very happy when she saw Lu Dazhuang. Lu Dazhuang felt happy and warm in his heart. Then Lu Dazhuang handed Tan Jingjing a few pieces of bread, a few packets of instant noodles, and a few bottles of water in his hand. Jingjing, you don't have much food or water. You must be hungry now. I'll bring you some food. As soon as she heard about the food, Tan Jingjing's eyes showed a glimmer of light, and Dai Linlin in the room also ran out. Her eyes lit up when she looked at the food in Lu Dazhuang's hand. At this time, no one will refuse food. Even if they have it at home, it is better to get more. According to the current market conditions, the food in Lu Dazhuang's hands is enough to buy Tan Jingjing and Dai Linlin. But Tan Jingjing thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, Brother Dazhuang, food is too precious now. I can't take it. This may be your life-saving material in the future. Dai Linlin looked at Tan Jingjing in surprise. She probably didn't expect that Tan Jingjing would say this. Even Lu Dazhuang didn't expect it, but at the same time he was very moved and thought Tan Jingjing was a good girl. Lu Dazhuang smiled naively and said, Jingjing, you know that I shared a lot of food yesterday, so don't be polite to me. Otherwise, you won't be able to survive without food. Tan Jingjing's face suddenly showed a look of hesitation. Then she glanced at Lu Dazhuang and then stopped talking. Lu Dazhuang noticed Tan Jingjing's abnormality and immediately said, Jingjing, do you still have any difficulties? Just tell me, and I will help you as long as I can do it. Tan Jingjing paused for a while, then gritted her teeth and said, Brother Dazhuang, I really can't keep asking for your food, otherwise it will hurt you. So, I want to go to Mr. Li Xiaoluo's assessment upstairs. Follow Mr. Li Xiaoluo. Brother Dazhuang, you were the captain under Mr. Li Xiaoluo before. You should be familiar with Mr. Li Xiaoluo. Can you help me? What? You want to go upstairs? No. And the boss doesn't hire women with male relatives. Lu Dazhuang subconsciously objected. But soon, Lu Dazhuang realized that he didn't seem to have that kind of relationship with Tan Jingjing. But Lu Dazhuang still shook his head. Jingjing, in fact, I am not familiar with the boss, so I really can't help you. Jingjing, don't worry, I will definitely go out to get a lot of food. I can feed you, so don't go. Is it good upstairs? Tan Jingjing glanced at Lu Dazhuang. In fact, he had no idea that in addition to food, there was also a sense of security and status. There was no way that Lu Dazhuang could compete with Li Xiaoluo. But White Lotus will naturally maintain a good persona in front of her spare tire. So Tan Jingjing was moved and said, Brother Dazhuang, actually I don't trust any man now. I only know that you are really good to me. In fact, I don't want to go to Li Xiaoluo's place, but I don't want to hurt you. And I don't want to be you. Burden. Lu Dezhuang immediately shook his head and said, Jingjing, you are not a burden to me. I will never let you go hungry. Just wait. Our team decided to go out to look for food today, and we will definitely find a lot of food. You wait for me to come back. Well, Brother Dezhuang, more than half an hour later, some young men from Lu Dezhuang's team were fully armed and went out for an adventure. At Tan Jingjing's house, Dai Linlin looked at Tan Jingjing and said, Jingjing, it's almost time to go upstairs for the assessment. I'm going to go up. Why don't you go? Tan Jingjing stood up. Who said I won't go? I just said casually to that fat man Lu Dezhuang. Do you really think I will wait stupidly for him to go out to find food? And even if he can find food, he has the ability to hold on to it. Are you capable of protecting my safety? Noon, 6th floor. Meng Jejia opened the lock on the stairwell door, and then a group of women who had been waiting at the stairwell on the 5th floor immediately went upstairs. In fact, the people waiting on the 5th floor were not only the group of women who couldn't wait to go upstairs to take the assessment, but also some men and women watching the excitement. These men and women watching the excitement are actually very envious of the women who can go up and take the assessment, because they're not even qualified to take the assessment. In fact, many people hope that Li Xiao can be like the previous A-League, and the core members are all men. In this case, when most of the young and strong men in this building are dead, they should all have the opportunity to follow Li Xiaoluo. But they never expected that Li Xiaoluo would only recruit women, not even a man. They don't know what Li Xiaoluo thinks. It can be said that Li Xiaoluo is purely lustful and only recruits women for his own enjoyment. But it seems that Li Xiaoluo doesn't just look for beauty when recruiting women. Some beautiful women actively want to follow him, but Li Xiaoluo doesn't want them. Let's say Li Xiaoluo is ambitious. He wants to become a large force like Alliance A. So he keeps recruiting troops, but what's the use of recruiting some women? But no matter what the people watching the fun downstairs think, Li Xiaoluo's recruitment upstairs has started. Chun Jianjun looked upstairs on the 5th floor with a trace of confusion on his face. He looked at Zhang Meiying beside him and said, Honey, why don't you also go to the 6th floor and try? Zhang Meiying glared at Chun Jianjun. Old Chun, what did you say? Chun Jianjun said with sadness in his eyes. I'm serious. I hope you can live happily with our daughter. Although we got a little food yesterday, we can't eat it for many days. I will definitely have to go out to look for food by then, and I don't know, after going outside, can you still come back alive? And survivors from outside may come to invade us. I don't know if I can resist it then. In today's world, everyone is killing and plundering each other in order to survive. If you want to survive, going upstairs is the best option. Okay, stop talking. Zhang Meiying interrupted Qin Jianjun. Don't mention that Mr. Li Xiaoluo's recruitment conditions are clear. He does not recruit women with male relatives. Even if you recruit, I won't go. If something happens to you, our family will be gone. What's the point of me and my daughter continuing to live? So no matter what happens, our family will together, never apart. Meng Jejia took all the women who participated in the assessment to the 6th floor. When they saw Li Xiaoluo, the women who were originally very excited on their faces became serious. Now in this building, Li Xiaoluo exists like an ancient emperor, and everyone is afraid of him from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time, this group of women also saw Su Xiaotong next to Li Xiaoluo. Many women who had some small thoughts in their hearts suddenly felt a little ashamed of themselves, because now compared with Su Xiaotong, they were like white swans and ugly ducklings. In fact, if it were before the end of the world, there would be some pretty women in this group of women, plus they knew how to dress up and were sought after by countless lickers on weekdays. They were all very confident. But in this apocalypse, their figures are almost out of shape due to hunger, and they have never washed themselves, let alone put on makeup so you can imagine their current appearance. In front of the nourished and beautiful Su Xiaotong, what are they if they are not ugly ducklings? Lord, Madam, all the people who participated in the assessment have been brought here. There are 28 people in total. After Meng Jejia brought the women up, she immediately ran to Li Xiaoluo and Su Xiaotong to report the situation. Li Xiaoluo did not expect that so many women would come up, but he knew that many of these women would not meet the conditions. The members he recruited this time were members of his Taoyuan leader. Although they were only temporary members, they still had to pass a 1-month assessment period if they wanted to become regular members. But Li Xiaoluo will definitely not recruit anyone like Chun Jianjun and others as temporary workers yesterday. Meng Jejia, please bring out the food first and let them all eat something first. Yes, Lord. Meng Jejia responded, and then hurriedly went to bring the food with her other 2 team members. But this group of women who came to take the assessment did not expect that they would have food to eat as soon as they came up, and they all looked excited. Sure enough, it's better to follow Mr. Li Xiaoluo. And soon, Meng Jejia's 3 daughters came up with food. The food at noon is actually very simple, a big bowl of braised beef noodles. The red soup base is still steaming. It is really appetizing in such weather. Especially for this group of women, they haven't had hot food in an unknown amount of time. Not to mention the beef noodles, which are so delicious. The reason why Li Xiaoluo asked these women to come up for the assessment at noon and gave them food before the evaluation was done was not because Li Xiaoluo was kind-hearted and pitied them. Li Xiaoluo actually did this for several purposes. First, since physical fitness is to be assessed, these women must be allowed to recover a little bit of their physical strength. Otherwise, some talents may be buried. Second, what Li Charlotte values most when recruiting people is actually women with a high degree of friendliness, But these women have nothing to do with Li Charlotte, so the friendliness of most people is around 40. This kind of friendliness only meets the requirements of being cannon fodder, but it certainly does not meet the requirements of joining the Taoyuan collar. Therefore, when Li Xialuo recruits people in the future, he will give them a meal first. In this way, if a woman knows how to be grateful, her friendliness will naturally increase. As for women who are ungrateful, there is no need to take part in the subsequent assessment, because even if they are talented people, they are not qualified to follow Li Xialuo. Thirdly, it naturally reflects his treatment here and gives these women more motivation to stay. And even if most women are eliminated, Li Xialuo can still make his reputation known. It will be much easier to recruit people or temporary cannon fodder in the future. Let Meng Jejia and the others take the group of women to eat in the corridor. Li Xialuo and Su Xiaotong also went into the same room to eat. The food they ate was naturally better. After lunch, Li Xialuo and Su Xiaotong came to the group of women again. At this time, the eyes of many women looking at Li Xialuo were indeed different. There was gratitude and enthusiasm. In short, they wanted to stay with Li Xialuo even more. However, Li Xialuo soon began the first cruel assessment. The first level is the interview with the exploring eye. Every woman has to come up to Li Xialuo and say her name. This makes many women confused. Just say a name? Shouldn't you introduce your age, skills, etc. in detail? But Li Xialuo is God. Whatever he says will be whatever he says. Hello, Sir Charlotte. My name is Wang Yin. The first woman walked up to Li Xialuo, bowed deeply, and then spoke nervously. Wang Yin, friendliness level 65, potential value 18, special ability, none. Well, you passed the first level. Thank you, Master Charlotte. Hello, sir. My name is Lu Xiaoluo. Lu Xiaoluo, friendliness level 42, potential value 12, special ability, none. You're eliminated. Hearing that she was eliminated like this, Lu Xiaolu's face turned very ugly. She had just observed that she looked no worse than the woman named Wang Yin in front of her. No matter in terms of height or appearance, I don't seem to be inferior to that woman, right? And he only mentioned one name. So why was he eliminated? Although Lu Xiaoluo was deeply dissatisfied, she did not dare to show any dissatisfaction on her face. This is not about going to a company to interview for a job at the end of the world. If she had been treated like this during a job interview before the end of the world, she would have dared to point at the interviewer's nose and scold him, then slam the door and leave. But now Li Xiaoluo is the master of this building. Unless Lu Xiaoluo thinks she has a long life, she will still smile with her face even if she is humiliated by Li Xiaoluo. But Lu Xiaoluo was still very unwilling to be eliminated like this. So unfair. Moreover, the food and life here in Li Xiao really made her reluctant to leave. Lord Charlotte, Chen Jianjun is my uncle, and we have a very good relationship. Please give me another chance. I will definitely work hard in the future, and I will do whatever you ask me to do. Li Xiaoluo looked at the woman and said coldly, Go away, don't waste my time. I'm recruiting people here, and no one's connections will work. Lu Xiaoluo was so frightened that she didn't dare to say anything, and quickly and consciously walked to the eliminated team to stand. Seeing that Lu Xiaoluo only said her name and was eliminated, the women behind them suddenly became nervous. The reason for this is because they really want to follow Li Xiaoluo now. They want to be Li Xiaoluo's people even more than when they came up before. This is the power of the bowl of beef noodles that Li Xiaoluo gave them just now. After the end of the world, it is no longer just a bowl of delicious beef noodles, but also represents Li Xiaoluo's wealth. At the same time, it also means that not only will you not be harmed by following Li Xiaoluo, but you can also live a very good life. This is just like jobs before the end of the world. Poor jobs may not be able to recruit people, but good jobs may require many people to compete. Then the interview continues. Tang Gua, friendliness level 69, potential value 16, special ability, none. You passed. Tan Jingjing, friendliness level 41, potential value 15, special ability, none. You're eliminated. Tan was stunned for a moment. Before coming up, Tan Jingjing found a way to get some water to clean her face, and then found some cosmetics to dress herself up beautifully. Unexpectedly, Li Xiaoluo was eliminated in exchange for a light word. In fact, when she came up, Tan Jingjing also thought that she might fail the physical test, so Tan Jingjing also wanted to use Lu Dezhuang to get closer to Li Xiaoluo. But she didn't expect that she would be eliminated after just saying her name. And because of Lu Xiaolu's lesson just now, Tan Jingjing didn't dare to mention Lu Dezhuang, because it is of no use at all. It only took a few minutes, and the first interview was over. Of the 28 women who came up, 13 were eliminated at the first level. The eliminated women were naturally not qualified to stay on the 6th floor any longer. Li Xiaoluo asked Meng Jejia to take all the eliminated women downstairs. As for the 15 women who passed the first level of assessment, Li Xiaoluo handed it over to Su Xiaotong to continue the subsequent assessments on them. The beautiful secretary is there to help Li Xiaoluo solve his problems. And Li Xiaoluo never liked dealing with these trivial matters. The reason why he came to the first level in person was because he was the only one who could see the friendliness of each woman. As long as the recruited women can pass the test in a friendly manner, other abilities are irrelevant to Li Xiaoluo. Of course, apart from Su Xiaotong's loyalty to each woman, she could not see it. As for other abilities, the results could be obtained through assessment. For example, Li Xiaoluo now mainly recruits female combat soldiers and women who manage logistics. As for female combat soldiers, they naturally need women with good physical fitness. So while at Longting Villa, Lin Mingxin formulated a recruitment assessment standard unique to Taoyuan territory based on the physical fitness assessment standards for recruiting female soldiers before the apocalypse, and based on the current situation and environment of survivors after the apocalypse. Similarly, personnel in the logistics department also have assessment standards. Xiao Xiaotong only needs to take the assessment according to the standards. A woman who can pass the assessment will naturally not be too poor in ability. In the end, of the 15 women who participated in the second round of assessment, 7 women passed the female soldier assessment, and 5 women passed the logistics department assessment. There were 3 other women who were naturally eliminated. This is because Xialuo has recruited more places this time, otherwise more people will definitely be eliminated. But no matter what, out of the 28 women who came up, 12 women finally passed the assessment. You can imagine the excitement in the hearts of these 12 women. No matter how good the job is before the end of the world, if you don't get an interview, then you'll just have to find another job. But in this situation, many women actually know in their hearts that the success or failure of this assessment may mean life or death. At least for women who pass the assessment. If they follow Li Xiaoluo in the future, their chances of survival will be greatly increased. And those women who have not passed the assessment can only continue to face their food and survival crises. 5th floor. When he saw Lu Xiaoluo and Tan Jingjing, the women who had been eliminated at the first level, coming downstairs, Chun Jianjun felt very complicated. In fact, in his heart, he hoped that Lu Xiaoluo and Tan Jingjing could pass the assessment. In that case, he might not be so entangled. Because Lu Xiaoluo is the girlfriend of his teammate Wang Wei, but Wang Wei may not know what Lu Xiaoluo has done yet. He didn't even know whether he should tell Wang Wei. The same goes for Tan Jingjing. Chun Jianjun and Lu Dazhuang have a pretty good relationship after fighting side by side yesterday. As for the relationship between Lu Dazhuang and Tan Jingjing yesterday, he could see it as long as he was not blind. But he didn't expect that Tan Jingjing would also go to the 6th floor to take the assessment today. You said that if Lu Xiaoluo and Tan Jingjing pass the assessment, then they will all be Li Xiaoluo subordinates from now on, and they will basically have nothing to do with the people downstairs, so there is no need to think too much. But Lu Xiaoluo and Tan Jingjing failed, so Chun Jianjun didn't know whether to tell Wang Wei and Lu Dazhuang about this. Tell them, Lu Xiaoluo and Tan Jingjing are miserable enough. If they have conflicts with Wang Wei and Lu Dazhuang again, those 2 women may not be able to survive. But let's not talk about it. Chun Jianjun seemed to feel a little sorry for Wang Wei and Lu Dazhuang. In the afternoon, after arranging the work and guard tasks of Meng Jiejie and the others, Li Xiao took Xiao Xiaotong back to the 36th floor. After opening the door and entering the room, Xiao Xiaotong immediately felt what it means to be in a world of ice and fire. There are 2 worlds inside and outside the room, and the temperature is too different. After Xiao Xiaotong took off his clothes, he quickly served Li Xiaoluo to take off his clothes and put on clean shoes at home. But when he bent down to take the shoes from the shoe cabinet, Xiao Xiaotong seemed to have thought of something, and his face immediately turned red. Unfortunately, Li Xiaoluo didn't pay attention and didn't do anything he loved today. Swish swish. After Xiao Xiaotong returned home, she immediately took out the walkie-talkie given by Li Xiaoluo and then pressed the call button to contact the person opposite. Meng Jiejie, I am Xiao Xiaotong. Can you hear me over there? Ma'am, I can hear you. Okay, if you can't contact me on your mobile phone, just use the walkie-talkie to report anything to me. Yes, ma'am. Li Xiaoluo temporarily handed over the management of Meng Jiejie and the others to Xiao Xiaotong. Xiao Xiaotong was actually quite happy. After all, there were few entertainment activities after the apocalypse, and it would be quite boring if there was nothing to do. And she also wants to solve the boss's problems as much as possible, and doesn't want to just be a vase. So although it was very cold outside, Xiao Xiaotong was in a very good mood when she came back from the outside and was very motivated at work. And going outside for the first time today also allowed her to see how the survivors outside lived. At noon, she simply made a bowl of beef noodles, but she saw the shock of all the women when they saw that bowl of beef noodles, and many women even cried. Maybe they didn't expect that they could still eat such delicious food. One can imagine what kind of life they lived before. And Xiao Xiaotong thought about herself. She had been staying at home with her boss since the ice disaster. She was extremely happy every day, and her food, clothing, and supplies were even better than before the apocalypse. As a result, she has to exercise every day to stay in shape. So sometimes Xiao Xiaotong is really lucky. Before the end of the world, she chose to be taken care of by her boss. It was probably the most correct decision in her life. Xiao Xiaotong chatted with Meng Jiejie through the walkie-talkie for a few words, and then ended the call. Seeing Li Xiaoluo sitting on the sofa playing with her mobile phone, Xiao Xiaotong walked to Li Xiaoluo and sat down, then snuggled into Li Xiaoluo's arms and said, Boss, Meng Jiejie and the others now have a total of 10 female soldiers. They plan to divide them into 2 groups, and then take turns guarding the door to the 6th floor in 2 shifts. In this way, they have 5 people in each class. Even if there is an enemy invasion downstairs, they can completely resist it for a while, so those who are resting can rest peacefully. Then according to your request, the logistics department is set up on the 18th floor. Now the 5 people in the logistics department are sorting out the food and supplies left behind by the former Alliance A stronghold. When they finish counting the food and supplies at the Alliance A stronghold, I will give them to them. The assigned task is to prepare food for the female soldiers every day, and then start searching for food and useful supplies from house to house. Xiao Xiaotong was actually reporting work to her boss, and also wanted to hear if her boss had any opinions on her arrangements. But Li Xiao usually doesn't bother to care about such small things. So I continue to play with my phone without expressing any opinions at all. Xiao Xiaotong continued to worry about himself. The trouble now is that the elevator can't be used. It's inconvenient to go downstairs. So it's a bit troublesome to know the working situation of the people below in real time. I can only contact them through communication, and I don't know. Will they be honest? After all, the team members downstairs were all newly recruited. Li Xiaolong knew that these women were loyal, but Xiao Xiaotong didn't know that. So in this situation where it was difficult to supervise, she actually didn't know what the working conditions of the people below would be like, especially those women who belong to the logistics department. According to pre-apocalyptic terms, their positions are the most likely to breed corruption. If they stole something and hid it, it would be difficult for Li Xiaolong and Xiao Xiaotong to know. Of course, Xiao Xiaotong is actually not a stingy person, nor does he insist on catching anyone who makes a mistake. It's just that food and materials after the apocalypse are very precious. Now these things belong to Li Xiaolong. Since the boss has entrusted her with the management of people, she naturally has to think about the boss. Originally, if she could go out and supervise more, those people below might not dare to do anything fishy. However, Xiao Xiaotong also knew that not only was it too troublesome to go up and downstairs, but also for safety reasons, so the boss did not let her supervise the work below. In fact, Li Xiao really didn't pay much attention to these things. If they were the leader of another team, they would definitely pay great attention to the supplies downstairs, because those supplies might be their life. But for Li Xiaolong, he didn't care about those supplies at all. Otherwise, he would not have allowed the survivors to take away all their belongings when they moved. And the female team members downstairs had better not have any inappropriate thoughts. First of all, as long as Li Xiaolong wants to, he can monitor their every move through a drone. Secondly, if they have any strange thoughts in their hearts, their friendship will be reduced, and Li Xiao will naturally know it immediately. However, Li Xiaolong thought about it and decided to let the team run everything on its own as much as possible, including supervision. You can't rely on Li Xiaolong to discover everything yourself. Li Xiaolong doesn't want to have to work hard on everything. Such small things will waste his energy. Therefore, systematic supervision can only be used as his last trump card. The team still needs to rely on the women under him to manage it normally. Thinking of this, Li Xiaolong decided to go to Longting Villa to bring Lin Mingxin over. Because Lin Mingxin is here, she can not only train the female soldiers here, but also act as Xiao Xiaotong's bodyguard, so that Xiao Xiaotong can go downstairs to inspect the work at any time. Normal things to do with a management team. It can be said that it accomplishes multiple things with one stone. So after talking to Xiao Xiaotong, Li Xiaolong came to Longting Villa number 1 through the portal. Opening the door, Li Xiaolong came out of the study room of the villa and happened to see Zhao Min cleaning the wall with her plump buttocks raised. Li Xiao didn't know whether Zhao Min was a professional at work, but Zhao Min was wearing tight jeans with plump and round buttocks, and she kept twisting while wiping. Li Xiaolong looks very eye-catching, and this posture is indeed quite attractive. And when he opened the door and came out just now, there should have been some movement, but Zhao Min didn't seem to hear it. Still working hard with her plump but raised. Are you sure this wasn't intentional? But it seems that this beautiful woman Zhao Min was originally entrusted to him by Mr. Du, and she is already regarded as Li Xiaoluo's person. So it seems reasonable for Li Xiaoluo to do something. To be honest, among the women living in Villa number 1 of Longting here, the most beautiful one with the best figure is definitely Xin Miao. But the other beauties also have their own merits. Qin Yuemei's charm, Lu Wanqi's intelligence. Zhao Min, on the other hand, is mature and elegant, like a mature and beautiful young woman, which makes men so excited that they can't help but want to conquer her. Moreover, Zhao Min has the tallest figure among the girls and is very beautiful, especially with her noble, elegant, and mature temperament. She is definitely a top beauty. Therefore, except for Xin Miao, many women in the villa are very beautiful, but the one that makes Li Xiaoluo's heart move the most, well, in fact, it was the woman who made him most impulsive, and Zhao Min was the first to bear the brunt. After all, in addition to Zhao Min's status as a wife, Zhao Min is indeed too beautiful and alluring. Before the end of the world, who wouldn't want such a top-notch beauty? But let alone think about it. It is difficult for ordinary people to see it. Well, Li Xiaoluo felt that he was thinking a little too much. Li Xiaoluo walked toward Zhao Min. However, Li Xiaoluo was even more certain that Zhao Min was acting. Maybe he was deliberately seducing himself. Because not only was he very close to Zhao Min, but the sound of his footsteps was also quite obvious. But Zhao Min was still cleaning the house seriously, and her beautiful buttocks were upright and swaying, which made people even more imaginative. Snap! Li Xiaoluo suddenly slapped the round and plump surface, making a loud sound. Ah! Zhao Min exclaimed, but the sound was not very loud. After seeing clearly that it was Li Xiaoluo standing behind him, Zhao Min immediately showed a blush on his face. She looked at Li Xiaoluo with a face full of panic and shyness. Lord, why are you like this? And if my wife or others see it, we won't be able to explain it. Haha, if it weren't for the suspicion in his heart, Li Xiaoluo would really believe her. Explain? Why do you need to explain? You are my woman now, aren't you? Du Yulong personally entrusted you to me. Li Xiaoluo had a smile on his face, but his eyes when looking at Xiao Min were full of possessiveness, as if he wanted to swallow her directly. Although I don't know why Xiao Min did this. Xiao Min's friendship has not declined, so Li Xiao doesn't bother to care about the reason. Since Xiao Min has her own ideas, I will fully cooperate with her. Xiao Min seemed to understand what Li Xiaoluo's eyes meant. Like a frightened little rabbit, she quickly got up and wanted to leave this place of right and wrong. But Li Xiaoluo quickly took a few steps forward, took Xiao Min's hand, and pulled her into the study room where Li Xiaoluo came out just now. Regardless of whether Xiao Min is playing hard to get or just trying to be ambiguous, Li Xiaoluo is a cheerful person. Lord, what do you want to do? Xiao Min in the study looked at Li Xiao nervously, as if he couldn't believe that Li Xiaoluo would come. Xiao Min said anxiously, Lord, please don't mess around. Your wife will see you. Meow Meow is at Villa number 3 right now. She won't be back for a while. So you deliberately seduced me? In fact, Li Xiao didn't even need to release the drone. He just used the system's monitoring to see that Shun Meow Meow was at Villa number 3. Xiao Min was startled. She didn't expect that the Lord knew that Madame and the others were not in the villa, and also knew that she did it on purpose just now. Xiao Min's beautiful face suddenly turned redder. Okay, she may have overacted just now, but Xiao Min did not expect that Li Xiaoluo's reaction would be more excessive and direct. It seemed like she wasn't ready yet. But just when Xiao Min was stunned, Li Xiaoluo stretched out his hand and then pressed the mature and beautiful woman on the desk from behind. Lord, you can't do this. I'm not trying to seduce you. If you do this again, I'll call you. Yes, your acting skills of resisting and welcoming are good, and it really makes you feel better this way. Keep up the good work. Li Xiaoluo didn't know what Xiao Min was thinking, but since she was seducing him just now, that was enough. System prompt. Xiao Min's intimacy with the host has increased. Her friendliness is plus 15, and her current friendliness with the host is 85. Time passes. The movement in the study also completely calmed down, but the messy scene in the room made it clear at a glance that a lot of movement had just happened here. In the luxurious and huge study room of Villa number 1, there are not only many bookshelves and collections of books, but also a reception room and even a lounge. In fact, Xiao Min has not entered this study yet, because it is a forbidden area and no one can enter at will without Li Xiaoluo's permission. But just now Li Xiaoluo held Xiao Min and visited every place in the study. She confirmed that there seemed to be no mysterious places in the study, and she didn't know why Li Xiaoluo said it as a forbidden place. At this time, Xiao Min was lying limply on Li Xiaoluo's body on the big bed in the study lounge, with a small blanket covering her graceful body. But the short blanket could only cover her body, and her long, white legs were almost completely exposed. At this time, Xiao Min's eyes were full of confusion, and his face was full of touching blush. After Xiao Min felt that she was alive again, she looked at Li Xiaoluo with a hint of fear in her eyes, and at the same time, there was also a hint of complexity in which she wanted to cry without tears. She really didn't expect things to turn out so quickly, but when he felt Li Xiaoluo's eyes again, Xiao Min was so frightened that he quickly surrendered and said, No, you are really too powerful. I have no strength at all now, so just spare me. Although Li Xiaoluo did not speak at this moment, there was a knowing smile on his face. Men actually care about this. Although Su Xiaotong and Shin Miao Miao also said such words, hearing it from Xiao Min, a mature and dignified beautiful woman, still made Li Xiaoluo feel a sense of accomplishment. You really wanted to seduce me outside before? Li Xiaoluo didn't really want to continue tormenting Xiao Min, so he started to find a topic. Xiao Min blushed and nodded. It was like this anyway, and she had nothing to admit. Li Xiaoluo was a little surprised. He really didn't expect Xiao Min to be such a proactive woman. So when we were in the study just now, we were just playing hard to get. Seeing Li Xiaoluo's eyes, Xiao Min quickly blushed and continued to explain. It was all the idea given to me by that guy Machine. I originally thought that everyone who followed you seemed to have their own abilities, but I seemed to be the only one who didn't know anything. You arranged for me to follow Xialuo and do some dishes washing and the like. I don't know how to do a lot of chores. So I was worried that you would think I was useless and drive me away. Then I asked Mingxin to find a way to see if she could teach me some skills. But Lin Mingxin said that it is definitely too late to learn skills now, so I can only deliberately create a little ambiguity with you first so that you will not drive me away. And with Mrs. Meow Meow here, you will not really do anything to me. It turns out that everything was Lin Mingxin's suggestion, the culprit. But Li Xiaoluo didn't expect that Xiao Min would really follow Lin Mingxin's suggestion. But it's no wonder that Xiao Min has a sense of crisis. Before the end of the world, she was a model and a beauty pageant champion. After marrying Du Yulong, she became a super lady. She only had to be responsible for her beauty every day. But in this post-apocalyptic world, it seems that apart from her beauty, she really has no ability to take action. Li Xiaoluo arranged for her to work with Xialuo, but she couldn't even wash dishes and couldn't compare to a middle school student. How could she not feel a sense of crisis? Because after this apocalypse, Xiao Min and the others experienced some bad things in their own Villa number 3, and later they also saw with their own eyes the misery of the women in Villa number 4. So Xiao Min now has a deep sense of fear about the outside world. In other words, she is now accustomed to the life in Taoyuan collar. Because only here in Taoyuan, most of them are women, and only Li Xiaoluo is a man. However, her favorability towards Li Xiaoluo is getting higher and higher, so it is best to stay here. Before the end of the world, she, a mature and beautiful woman, had always been noble, elegant, and confident. But after the end of the world, she became worried about gains and losses, fearing that Xialuo would drive her away. If she is really driven away by Xialuo, Xiao Min knows that the best outcome for her is to die. Otherwise, she may be worse off than alive. Sometimes, it is actually a sin for a woman to be too beautiful. After Xiao Min recovered her strength, Xialuo and Xiao Min both put on their clothes. However, Xiao Min's face was flushed, and he lowered his head and did not dare to look at Xialuo. She feels very complicated now. Although it was said that she took the initiative to seduce Xialuo, she thought it was just a temptation, and at most it was a little ambiguous. How could she have imagined that such a situation would happen? Without any preparation, Xialuo completely ate him up. But when it comes to hating Xialuo, Xiao Min doesn't do it either. After all, she was originally given to Xialuo by Du Yulong, and this time it was Xialuo who took the initiative to seduce her. Can you blame Xialuo for not being able to withstand the temptation? It's not that Xiao Min is boasting. She is very confident in her body and appearance many times. She is tall, mature, and plump, and her skin is very fair and tender as if it is dripping water. Every time before when she changed into pajamas at night, Xiao Min looked at her plump and voluptuous body in the mirror, and she couldn't help but sigh that her body would be cheaper than any man's. But it is ridiculous to say that before the end of the world, countless men looked at her with possessive eyes, but they could only look at her and were not qualified to get her at all. Dilong got her through some means, but the old guy was powerless and regarded Xiao Min as a mascot. So Xiao Min never thought that her perfect body would be an advantage to Xialuo in the end. From the study room to the living room, Xialuo said to Xiao Min, "Can you inform Lin Mingxin and ask her to come here to see me?" Xiao Min was stunned, and she quickly whispered, "Don't blame Mingxin, okay? Mingxin gave me the advice. The main thing is that I want to live. I know that if I want to survive in this apocalypse, I just have to. It's my own decision to follow you." Xialuo smiled and said, "Who said I would get into trouble with Lin Mingxin because of this matter? Then why are you looking for Mingxin?" Xialuo joked. "Of course I have to reward her. Without her, I still wouldn't be able to taste you. The feeling just now was really satisfying to me." Xiao Min didn't expect Xialuo to speak so frankly, and an embarrassed look suddenly appeared on his face. However, Xiao Min was still a little happy in her heart. She could feel that her mature and perfect body had really made Xialuo very satisfied with her body just now. If she hadn't raised the white flag of surrender, she might not even be able to get out of bed now. But even if Xialuo is satisfied, there is no need to specially call Lin Mingxin over to thank her, right? How embarrassing it would be for both her and Lin Mingxin. Seeing Xiao Min's look, Xialuo smiled and stopped joking with her. "I called Lin Mingxin here not because of your business, but because I want to take her to another of my strongholds and need her to train the female soldiers there. So that's it." When Xiao Min heard that it was a work matter, he naturally did not dare to delay and quickly contacted Lin Mingxin. Before Lin Mingxin came over, Xialuo patted the seat next to him and asked Xiao Min to sit next to him. Xiao Min didn't resist. Anyway, she had done more intimate things than this, and she no longer had any resistance to Xialuo in her heart. Lin Mingxin may want to go there for a while. Do you want to go there with her? There was a hint of surprise on Xiao Min's face. "Can I follow you there too? But I don't know anything." In fact, Xiao Min also had this idea in her heart, but she did not dare to mention it to Xialuo. The reason why Xiao Min wanted to go over there was naturally because of Lin Mingxin. Needless to say, her relationship with Lin Mingxin was so natural that she wanted to follow wherever Lin Mingxin went. In addition, Zhao Minju suddenly had a relationship with Xialuo, and she was like a mistress later. She didn't know how to face Shen Miao. Although a slap in the face can't make a difference, Xialuo still has the responsibility. And since Xialuo keeps so many beauties in Villa Number 1, Shen Miao may have been mentally prepared for it, especially now and after the apocalypse. It is normal for a capable man to spend more time. But Zhao Min didn't expect that she was the first mistress. After all, women like Qin Yume followed Xialuo before her. So Zhao Min didn't know what Shen Miao and the others would think of her after knowing what happened today. It would indeed be a very good choice to live with Lin Mingxin in another stronghold for a period of time. You are my woman now, so of course I don't need you to do any dirty work anymore. Just go over there and manage it, and there will be someone to take care of you. Li Xiao actually asked Zhao Min to go over there, except that they needed manpower there, and there were a lot of manpower at Longding Villa. Another reason is to find a companion for Su Xiaotong. Otherwise, if she was not there, Su Xiaotong would stay alone in the house every day, and she would indeed feel a little lonely with no one to talk to. Lin Mingxin used to train soldiers, not to be Su Xiaotong's companion. Lin Mingxin was not qualified to live in Lord's Mansion number 36. Only by letting Zhao Min pass can we truly find a companion for Su Xiaotong, the kind who can sleep together. It turns out that everything was Lin Mingxin's suggestion, the culprit. But Li Xiaoluo didn't expect that Zhao Min would really follow Lin Mingxin's suggestion. But it's no wonder that Zhao Min has a sense of crisis. Before the end of the world, she was a model and a beauty pageant champion. After marrying Du Yulong, she became a super lady. She only had to be responsible for her beauty every day. But in this post-apocalyptic world, it seems that apart from her beauty, she really has no ability to take action. Li Xiaoluo arranged for her to work with Zhao Xialuo, but she couldn't even wash dishes and couldn't compare to a middle school student. How could she not feel a sense of crisis? Because after this apocalypse, Zhao Min and the others experienced some bad things in their own Villa Number 3, and later they also saw with their own eyes the misery of the women in Villa Number 4. So Zhao Min now has a deep sense of fear about the outside world. In other words, she is now accustomed to the life in Taoyuan collar. Because only here in Taoyuan, most of them are women, and only Li Xiaoluo is a man. However, her favorability towards Li Xiaoluo is getting higher and higher, so it is best to stay here. Before the end of the world, she, a mature and beautiful woman, had always been noble, elegant, and confident. But after the end of the world, she became worried about gains and losses, fearing that Li Xiaoluo would drive her away. If she is really driven away by Li Xiaoluo, Zhao Min knows that the best outcome for her is to die. Otherwise, she may be worse off than alive. Sometimes, it is actually a sin for a woman to be too beautiful. After Zhao Min recovered her strength, Li Xiaoluo and Zhao Min both put on their clothes. However, Zhao Min's face was flushed, and he lowered his head and did not dare to look at Li Xiaoluo. She feels very complicated now. Although it was said that she took the initiative to seduce Li Xiaoluo, she thought it was just a temptation, and at most it was a little ambiguous. How could she have imagined that such a situation would happen? Without any preparation, Li Xiaoluo completely ate him up. But when it comes to hating Li Xiaoluo, Zhao Min doesn't do it either. After all, she was originally given to Li Xiaoluo by Du Yulong, and this time it was Li Xiaoluo who took the initiative to seduce her. Can you blame Li Xiaoluo for not being able to withstand the temptation? It's not that Zhao Min is boasting. She is very confident in her body and appearance many times. She is tall, mature, and plump, and her skin is very fair and tender, as if it is dripping water. Every time before when she changed into pajamas at night, Zhao Min looked at her plump and voluptuous body in the mirror, and she couldn't help but sigh that her body would be cheaper than any man's. But it is ridiculous to say that before the end of the world, countless men looked at her with possessive eyes, but they could only look at her and were not qualified to get her at all. Dilong got her through some means, but the old guy was powerless and regarded Zhao Min as a mascot. So Zhao Min never thought that her perfect body would be an advantage to Li Xiaoluo in the end. From the study room to the living room, Li Xiaoluo said to Zhao Min, "Can you inform Lin Mingxin and ask her to come here to see me?" Zhao Min was stunned, and she quickly whispered, "Don't blame Mingxin, okay? Mingxin gave me the advice. The main thing is that I want to live. I know that if I want to survive in this apocalypse, I just have to. It's my own decision to follow you." Li Xiaoluo smiled and said, "Who said I would get into trouble with Lin Mingxin because of this matter? Then why are you looking for Mingxin?" Li Xiaoluo joked. "Of course I have to reward her. Without her, I still wouldn't be able to taste you." The feeling just now was really satisfying to me. Zhao Min didn't expect Li Xiaoluo to speak so frankly, and an embarrassed look suddenly appeared on his face. However, Zhao Min was still a little happy in her heart. She could feel that her mature and perfect body had really made Li Xiaoluo very satisfied with her body just now. If she hadn't raised the white flag of surrender, she might not even be able to get out of bed now. But even if Li Xiaoluo is satisfied, there is no need to specially call Lin Mingxin over to thank her, right? How embarrassing it would be for both her and Lin Mingxin. Seeing Zhao Min's look, Li Xiaoluo smiled and stopped joking with her. "I called Lin Mingxin here not because of your business, but because I want to take her to another of my strongholds and need her to train the female soldiers there. So that's it." When Zhao Min heard that it was a work matter, he naturally did not dare to delay and quickly contacted Lin Mingxin. Before Lin Mingxin came over, Li Xiaoluo patted the seat next to him and asked Zhao Min to sit next to him. Zhao Min didn't resist. Anyway, she had done more intimate things than this, and she no longer had any resistance to Li Xiaoluo in her heart. "Lin Mingxin may want to go there for a while. Do you want to go there with her?" There was a hint of surprise on Zhao Min's face. "Can I follow you there too? But I don't know anything." In fact, Zhao Min also had this idea in her heart, but she did not dare to mention it to Li Xiaoluo. The reason why Zhao Min wanted to go over there was naturally because of Lin Mingxin. Needless to say, her relationship with Lin Mingxin was so natural that she wanted to follow wherever Lin Mingxin went. In addition, Zhao Minju suddenly had a relationship with Li Xiaoluo, and she was like a mistress later. She didn't know how to face Shen Miao Miao. Although a slap in the face can't make a difference, Li Xiaoluo still has the responsibility. And since Li Xiaoluo keeps so many beauties in Villa Number 1, Shen Miao Miao may have been mentally prepared for it, especially now and after the apocalypse. It is normal for a capable man to spend more time. But Zhao Min didn't expect that she was the first mistress. After all, women like Qin Yuemei followed Li Xiaoluo before her. So Zhao Min didn't know what Shen Miao Miao and the others would think of her after knowing what happened today. It would indeed be a very good choice to live with Lin Mingxin in another stronghold for a period of time. You are my woman now, so of course I don't need you to do any dirty work anymore. Just go over there and manage it, and there will be someone to take care of you. Li Xiaoluo actually asked Zhao Min to go over there, except that they needed manpower there, and there were a lot of manpower at Longding Villa. Another reason is to find a companion for Su Xiaotong. Otherwise, if she was not there, Su Xiaotong would stay alone in the house every day, and she would indeed feel a little lonely with no one to talk to. Lin Mingxin used to train soldiers, not to be Su Xiaotong's companion. Lin Mingxin was not qualified to live in Lord's Mansion number 36. Only by letting Xiao Min pass can we truly find a companion for Su Xiaotong, the kind who can sleep together. The feast continued, when Li Xialuo and Su Xiaotong both drank a few more glasses of wine. The atmosphere in the room also became ambiguous. If you are not drunk, everyone will get drunk. He looked at the two beauties sitting on his left and right. Xiao Min is enchanting and charming, with a mature and dreamy figure. And that curved figure, if it were before the end of the world, it would definitely attract the attention of men. And Su Xiaotong has a delicate appearance, tall figure, fair skin, especially those round and beautiful legs, which are very eye-catching. And after following Li Xialuo for so long, she now has a touch of mature temperament, and she is a very beautiful young woman. For Li Xialuo, of course he still prefers mature and beautiful young women at his age. Maybe when he becomes an uncle, he will prefer young and beautiful girls like his sister-in-law. Of course, Li Xialuo said he liked it more. In fact, he also likes young and beautiful girls as long as they meet his aesthetic standards and have fair skin, good looks, and long legs. Even speaking of it, Su Xiaotong and Xin Miao were trained step by step by Li Xialuo from young and beautiful girls to the beautiful young women they are now. Accompanied by two stunning beauties each with their own merits, Li Xialuo enjoyed this meal to the fullest, and the food and wine seemed even more delicious. But these are just appetizers to Li Xialuo, and there is definitely no way to compare them with the main meal that follows. After Xiao Min and the others drank a few glasses of wine, they became more open-minded. Xiao Min took the initiative to refill the glasses for the three of them. Husband, I also want to toast you and Sister Tongtong. Xiao Min's cheeks, which were already rosy from drinking, looked even more beautiful at this time. Su Xiaotong looked at the wine glass held by Sister Xiao Min and was speechless. The boss originally wanted to get them drunk, but he didn't expect Sister Xiao Min to take the initiative to deliver food. Maybe she was a little confused because she drank a lot just now. Husband, life is so good now, I love you. Drunk Xiao Min looked at Li Xiaoluo and then suddenly said affectionately, It's true, Xiao Min is already drunk. Otherwise, she had never done such a bold thing before. You must know that Xiao Min was very strictly controlled before. He couldn't do anything out of the ordinary, just like a canary kept in a cage. Although she had no worries about food and clothing, she never felt happy, only depressed. Especially after the apocalypse, she saw the darkness of human nature and experienced betrayal. She originally thought her end would be very tragic, but she didn't expect that after coming to Li Xiao, she felt as if her heart was alive again, and she was happier than before the end. Oh, I can't do it anymore. I'm already drunk. I'm going back to my room to rest. Boss, you and Sister Min continue. Just when Xiao Min was drinking like crazy, Su Xiaotong's face turned red with embarrassment, and then quickly found an excuse to flee the scene. Su Xiaotong also drank a lot tonight, and she seemed to be swaying when she walked. However, Su Xiaotong's departure made Xiao Min sober up, and then she realized that she seemed really crazy just now. It seems like he said a lot of very bold things. But when Su Xiaotong returned to the room, Xiao Min breathed a sigh of relief and didn't feel too embarrassed. Omit 10,258 words here. It's ridiculous, I deleted it all. A night without words. Actually speaking, a lot of things happened that night. Anyway, Li Xiaoluo was so happy last night. I finally realized what it was like for a king to never come to court early in the morning. At this time, the sun was already high outside, and it was obviously getting late. Li Xiaoluo rubbed his sore waist. He really struggled for his life last night. His strength and body actually had some sequelae. Why? Sure enough, if women take it seriously, men will still suffer. No matter how strong a man is, his body structure is different after all. When Li Xiaoluo put on clothes and came to the living room, Su Xiaotong and Xiao Min, who were joking on the sofa, suddenly showed a hint of shyness on their faces and stopped joking when they saw Li Xiaoluo coming out. Li Xiaoluo touched his cheek. He wasn't that scary, was he? This woman is truly a strange creature. Li Xiaoluo didn't pay attention. After washing up, it was breakfast time again. In fact, it's already past 10 o'clock now, and we can have lunch any later. However, Li Xiaoluo's time is free, and he wants to live his life again. He just wants to enjoy life carefully and do everything as he pleases. Because there was one more person, the breakfast prepared by Su Xiaotong was even richer. Beef noodles, seafood porridge, wontons, milk, fried eggs, etc. It can be said that there are all kinds of flavors you want to eat. But really speaking, these breakfasts were really made by Su Xiaotong himself, and they only consisted of fried poached eggs. Now Su Xiaotong dare not say anything about cooking other meals, but she is definitely a professional at frying poached eggs. As long as Li Xiaoluo was at home, she would fry some poached eggs for Li Xiaoluo herself. And it's also in the shape of a heart. After breakfast, Su Xiaotong and the others wanted to go downstairs to see the work of the logistics department. Although Lin Mingxin was downstairs, Lin Mingxin was mainly in charge of the female soldier in the security team, and she didn't have much energy to watch the logistics department. Before Su Xiaotong could find a right-hand man she could trust, she had to do more supervision. In fact, this is something Su Xiaotong is very willing to do. Otherwise, if she stays at home every day, unable to go anywhere, and has nothing to do, she is afraid that she will die soon. Even though she now has Xiao Min, an additional sister who can talk, she still hopes to have something to do. Xiao Min, too, wanted to have something to do. In these last days, apart from housework at home, their best job is to manage the logistics department. Li Xiaoluo also followed Su Xiaotong and Xiao Min downstairs. Of course, Li Xiaoluo went down there not to do anything, nor was Li Xiaoluo worried about the danger they would encounter if they went downstairs. After all, in addition to being equipped with weapons, Su Xiaotong and the others could also let Lin Mingxin protect them. Li Xiaoluo went down because he wanted to go out for a walk again. He now has hot weapons and superpowers in hand. At this stage, it can be said that no one can hurt him. Just when Li Xiaoluo took Su Xiaotong and Xiao Min downstairs, a lot of things were happening downstairs. At Lu Dazhuang's home on the 4th floor, Tan Jingjing said with admiration in her eyes while eating hot instant noodles. Brother Dazhuang, you are really amazing. I didn't expect that you could get so much food back from outside yesterday. Hey, it's okay. This is the food I took my people to search for from a restaurant. But it's a pity that a lot of it has been taken away, otherwise we would definitely get more food. And when we went to that hotel, there happened to be a group of survivors going there to look for supplies. They originally threatened us to leave, but I didn't tolerate them. I just took people to do their thing. Those people were killed by us. After knocking down the next few, they gave up, and then they all left in despair and took the initiative to give us all the supplies in the hotel. Lu Dazhuang was elated when he saw Tan Jingjing's admiring eyes, and his vanity was extremely satisfied. So it was a little bragging. After all, Lu Dazhuang was originally tall, fat, and very strong, so he was very fierce in fights. And after training with Li Xiaoluo for a day, he now has no lack of courage. Some ordinary survivors outside are really no match for them. So Lu Dazhuang does have bragging rights. Ah, Brother Dazhuang, you weren't injured yesterday, were you? Lu Dazhuang smiled stupidly. It's just a little skin injury. I'll be fine after a night's rest. In fact, when Lu Dazhuang was grabbing food yesterday, someone from the other party made a cut with a knife. He bled a lot, and there were a lot of blood stains on his clothes. This is why he didn't go to Tan Jingjing immediately after he came back yesterday. It wasn't until today that the wounds stopped bleeding, and then he found a pair of clean clothes to change into, and then he asked Tan Jingjing to come over this morning to see what he had learned yesterday. Brother Dazhuang, are you seriously injured? It's all my fault. You still had a lot of food, but you went out to take risks for me. If anything happens to you, I really can't forgive you. Myself. Tan Jingjing looked at Lu Dazhuang nervously. Her eyes instantly turned red, as if she was about to cry at any time. Seeing Tan Jingjing crying because of herself, Lu Dazhuang suddenly panicked and was extremely moved. Jingjing, my injuries are not serious at all. Really, you see, everything is fine with me. Is there something wrong? As he spoke, Lu Dazhuang patted his chest. Tan Jingjing looked better when she saw Lu Dazhuang like this. Then Lu Dazhuang continued. Besides, it's not entirely because of you that I went out to look for food. Although I still have some food, I can't just sit back and eat. So for myself, I must also go out to look for food. Get up. Otherwise, the food around here will be robbed by others. Brother Dazhuang, you don't need to say anything. I understand your thoughts. I'm really touched. I never thought that a man could pay so much for me. If I didn't still hate men in my heart, I would really like to be with you forever, but now I still feel. Lu Dazhuang hurriedly said, Jingjing, don't feel any pressure. In fact, I secretly liked you before the end of the world. Every time I can run into you once when I go home, I will be happy. So you still have a knot in your heart now. It doesn't matter. I will always be kind to you and wait for the day when you can untie the knot. Brother Dazhuang, you are so kind. Tan Jingjing looked at Lu Dazhuang with great emotion. And Lu Dazhuang smiled stupidly. Then he hesitated for a moment and finally couldn't help but asked, Jingjing, do you still want to go to Boss Li Xiaoluo upstairs? Tan Jingjing said seriously, Brother Dazhuang, actually I went upstairs yesterday and ate a bowl of delicious beef noodles from Li Xiaoluo's place. That bowl of beef noodles was the best I have ever eaten after the apocalypse. Food. I have to say that Li Xiaoluo really has a lot of food, enough to feed a lot of people. However, the more Tan Jingjing continued talking, the more ugly Lu Dazhuang's face became. At this time, Tan Jingjing continued, but no matter how much food Li Xiaoluo has, I will never think about following him again in the future. Why? Lu Dazhuang did not expect such a sudden turn of events. Tan Jingjing hesitated for a moment, and then said angrily, Originally, I thought Li Xiaoluo did not regard us women as his trophies and gave us our freedom. I thought he was a man who would not bully women. But when I went up for the assessment yesterday, Li Xiaoluo interviewed me personally and hinted that if I wanted to pass the assessment, I would have to become his S***ex-slave and obey all his orders unconditionally. Even if I die now, I naturally don't want to be forced and enslaved by men anymore, so I directly rejected Li Xiaoluo, and then I was eliminated in the first interview yesterday. Actually, even if Li Xiaoluo lets me pass the first level interview, I will not take the second level assessment again. Lu Dazhuang said with anger in his eyes. Jingjing boss, did Li Xiaoluo really do that to you? Tan Jingjing said sadly. Brother Dazhuang, don't you still believe what I said? Do I need to lie to you? In fact, since Li Xiaoluo announced that he only recruits women, and they're still young women, I should have guessed that he was recruiting the purpose of women. After hearing Tan Jingjing's words, Lu Dazhuang immediately believed Tan Jingjing's words completely. It seems that this is indeed the case. Otherwise, why would Li Xiaoluo suddenly want to recruit some young women? Tan Jingjing shook her head at this time and said, Brother Dazhuang, forget it, I don't want to mention what happened yesterday. Let's not provoke Li Xiaoluo, okay? We are not his opponents at all. If we make him unhappy, He can kill us at any time. Lu Dazhuang nodded. He really didn't dare to trouble Li Xiaoluo now. But Lu Dazhuang still said seriously, Jingjing, don't worry. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely take revenge on your behalf. Tan Jingjing smiled. Brother Dazhuang, you are actually much better than Li Xiaoluo. He just has a gun. By the way, Brother Dazhuang, is there a lot of food in the community outside now? Lu Dazhuang nodded first, then shook his head. There used to be quite a lot of food in restaurants and supermarkets in our community. But people from other buildings left earlier than us. So now most of the food has been taken over by them. There is a supermarket over there in Building C. Now that supermarket is occupied by a group of people. There are so many of them that no one dares to provoke them. Tan Jingjing said, Brother Dazhuang, aren't there a lot of people following you? And you are so powerful. Aren't you a match for that group of people? It would be great if we could take down the food and supplies from that supermarket. Lu Dazhuang shook his head. There were only about 10 people who were willing to follow me out yesterday, but there were at least 20 young and strong men in that group. We are no match. Tan Jingjing's eyes lit up, and she quickly persuaded. Brother Dazhuang, our manpower is not much less than that of the group that occupied the supermarket. How about we go to the 5th and 3rd floors to ask if anyone else is willing to follow? Are you fooling around? Lu Dazhuang listened to Tan Jingjing's words, and then took Tan Jingjing to the 5th floor. The people living on the 5th floor were basically the people from Chen Jianjun's team yesterday, as well as their families. Lu Dazhuang originally felt that it was not a good idea to go upstairs to win over Chen Jianjun. After all, he and Chen Jianjun were teammates who had fought side by side before, and they had a pretty good relationship. When he followed Li Xiaoluo before, Chen Jianjun also took good care of him. But Tan Jingjing didn't think so. She told Lu Dazhuang that he and Chen Jianjun were only temporary workers hired by Li Xiaoluo before. Now that the relationship with Li Xiaoluo has been terminated, Lu Dazhuang not only no longer has a superior subordinate relationship with Li Xiaoluo, but also no longer has a teammate relationship with Chen Jianjun. And those people who live with Chen Jianjun on the 5th floor are no longer Chen Jianjun's team members. Now they're just hugging each other for warmth. So, everyone has their own freedom. Lu Dazhuang took them out to find food in order to let them survive. So there is no need to have any psychological burden at all. On the contrary, Lu Dazhuang was willing to take them out to get a lot of food. They should all thank Lu Dazhuang. Lu Dazhuang is their savior. Tan Jingjing also said that her big brother would definitely not be like Li Xiaoluo. After having a lot of food, he would not help the suffering survivors at all, and even thought of using food to threaten women to become his slaves. So what Lu Dazhuang did was a great thing, leading everyone to live together. Under Tan Jingjing's persuasion, Lu Dazhuang no longer hesitated in his heart, and he was very ambitious, and he felt that he was definitely capable of doing great things. In addition, Tan Jingjing was willing to help him and personally persuaded the survivors on the 3rd and 5th floors to join his team. Lu Dazhuang was extremely moved. He vowed to treat Tan Jingjing well in the future, because Lu Dazhuang knew that it was okay to let him fight, but to let him fool. No, he was trying to persuade everyone to follow him and work for him. He really didn't have that eloquence. The reason why the people on the 4th floor were willing to follow him before was actually because they let him take the lead and even wanted to use him to rush ahead. But if, as Tan Jingjing said, he could set up a formal team and let everyone obey his management, that would be great. Although Lu Dazhuang was just an ordinary loser before his death. What man has no ambition? Diao don't want to be a master? Of course I do, but I didn't dare to think about it before. Boom, boom, boom. After Tan Jingjing and Lu Dazhuang went up to the 5th floor, they first knocked on the door of room 501. Who? A man's voice came from inside the room, and then footsteps came to the door. But the person in the room did not open the door, and was probably observing the situation outside the door through the peephole. Tan Jingjing and Lu Dazhuang did not hide, but stood generously where the peephole could see. Hello, brother. We are Lu Dazhuang and Tan Jingjing on the 4th floor. We are just two people. We don't have any hostility. We just have something to talk to you about. Can you please open the door? With a creak, the door was opened. In the room, a man in his 30s looked at Lu Dazhuang politely and said, Captain Lu, are you coming to see me for anything? After all, Lu Dazhuang was the captain before. If Li Xiaoluo recruits people to do things in the future, maybe Lu Dazhuang and the others will be reused. So when the man in the room saw that the person coming was Lu Dazhuang, he quickly opened the door and behaved very politely. Anyway, there are only two of them, Lu Dazhuang, one man and one woman. The man is not afraid that Lu Dazhuang will be unfavorable to him. Faced with the man's inquiry, it was naturally Tan Jingjing who responded. Tan Jingjing looked at the man with a smile and said, Brother, what should I call you? My name is Xiang Lijun. Brother Xiang, let me tell you the truth. Although you were given some food yesterday, you certainly won't be able to eat it for long, right? We came to you this time to ask you to join our team, and then we can unite and go outside to find more food. Our Captain Lu Dazhuang said that you were very brave under Captain Chen Jianjun, so you were the first one he came to see. As long as you are willing to join our team, you will immediately become a key member of our regiment. Xiang Lijun subconsciously asked, Has Captain Chen Jianjun joined your team? Tan Jingjing immediately smiled and said, Brother Xiang, Captain Chen Jianjun received more food yesterday, so he didn't want to go out and take risks. We all respect his decision. But our people on the 4th floor are willing to follow our Captain Lu out to find a way to survive. Our captain also hopes that more people can join us. This is actually a win-win situation for everyone. After all, more people are more powerful. If there are more people, Captain Lu and the others will have less risk when they go out. And those of you who don't have much food can also get more food. Of course, we are not forcing you to agree. All the initiative lies in your own hands. If you are not willing to go out and take risks, we will not force you. After all, our Captain Lu has a lot more food than you, and we will definitely be better than you. Last longer. Xiang Lijun thought for a while, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. If they dare not go outside for fear of death, Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun will definitely live longer than them. Instead of having to go out to look for food alone when the time comes that I won't be able to survive anymore, it's better to go with everyone now. Anyway, he is alone and has nothing to worry about. As long as he can survive. Okay, I'll join you. Tan Jingjing and the others were very lucky. The first family they found was Xiang Lijun. Without any worries, he readily agreed to follow Lu Dazhuang and the others under Tan Jingjing's offer. Then Tan Jingjing and the others went to the second house. Unexpectedly, they were still acquaintances. Lu Xialuo and her boyfriend lived there. Faced with the recruitment of Lu Dazhuang and Tan Jingjing, Lu Xiaolu's boyfriend, Wang Wei, originally wanted to refuse, but he still wanted to follow the former captain Chen Jianjun. But because Lu Xiaolu failed Li Xiaoluo's assessment, she not only resented Li Xiaoluo, but also held a grudge against Chen Jianjun. In her opinion, if Chen Jianjun was willing to send a message to say even a nice word for her in front of Li Xiaoluo, there was no way she would be eliminated in the first round. Originally, although Lu Xiaolu had some resentment towards Li Xiaoluo and Chen Jianjun, under the current circumstances, she could only bury this feeling deeply in her heart. Because she neither dared to provoke Li Xiaoluo nor Chen Jianjun, nor could she leave here. The only thing she could do was to close the door and say a lot of bad things about Li Charlotte and Chen Jianjun in front of her boyfriend Wang Wei. And now that Lu Dazhuang and Tan Jingjing came to them to find another way out, wouldn't it be a good time for her to get away from Chen Jianjun? There might be a chance to come back for revenge in the future, so Lu Xiaolu was naturally willing to follow Lu Dazhuang and Tan Jingjing. Lu Xiaolu's boyfriend was used to obeying Lu Xiaolu's words before the end, so he finally compromised and chose to join Lu Dazhuang's team. The continuous recruitment success made both Lu Dazhuang and Tan Jingjing very excited. There are so many like-minded people. It seems that great things can be expected in the future. Li Xiaoluo drove the snowmobile slowly on the snow. When Li Xiaoluo came out this time, he naturally continued to buy things for 0 yuan. Although he has a lot of supplies now, just like those rich people before the end of the world, who would think that he has too much money. Especially at this time, it may be difficult to have things from before the end of the world, so it would be great if Li Xiaoluo could collect more. Not to mention that Li Xiaoluo's system space is not full yet. Even if his system is full, he can still find many places to use as temporary warehouses to store supplies. For example, at Longting Villa, each villa is used as a temporary warehouse and can store at least several thousand tons of materials. As long as these supplies can be kept outside without being kept fresh, it will be fine. And here, Li Xiaoluo has emptied the entire upper 30 floors of Building A. Even if the flood will reach the 10th floor in the future, a lot of supplies can be stored on the floors above the 10th floor. So even if Li Xiaoluo's system space is filled with supplies, as long as he continues to go out to look for supplies, there will always be somewhere to store them. Even if Li Xiaoluo thinks about it, there is a 50 or 60-story building more than 200 meters away from Li Xiaoluo. The area of each floor of that building is larger, and it is more suitable for use as a temporary warehouse to store supplies. Even if a flood comes, there is no need to worry about being submerged. Of course, Li Xiaoluo's method is actually only temporary. As long as the second stage of the flood has passed, there will be no need to store supplies in high-rise buildings. There will be a lot of warehouses on the ground for Li Xiaoluo to use. However, once the second stage of floods has passed, Li Xiaoluo will definitely expand the territory of his territory. Not to mention directly occupying the entire city, but within a few kilometers of each lord's mansion, Li Xiaoluo must ensure that it is the territory of his Taoyuan territory, and no other survivors can exist. So regarding the building near him, Li Xiaoluo felt that if he had time, he could indeed go and take a look. After all, it's your own territory from now on. Driving all the way, Li Xiaoluo was not as cautious as last time when he went out. Because Li Xiaoluo now has a gun in his hand and the ability to teleport, there is basically no danger when he comes out. Otherwise, Li Xiaoluo would not go out for a walk without any trouble. He has already stocked up so many supplies. Even if some supplies are less in quantity, he will definitely choose to stay in the Lord's mansion. Now that he is out, he is the only one who bullies and hurts others, but no one can hurt him. And when you go shopping for 0 yuan, you might be able to find some women with supernatural talents among the survivors. That's why Li Xiaoluo decided to go out for a walk more often in the future. Staying at home is pretty boring anyway. Li Xiaoluo's main destination today was a liquor wholesale market a few kilometers away from his community. Li Xiaoluo is not short of food now, and food will not be precious to those with superpowers in the future, so Li Xiaoluo must collect more things that will be valuable in the future. But before going to the liquor wholesale market, Li Xiaoluo would first go to the gas station near his home. Now, because of the snowstorm, cars and so on are useless, so gasoline and diesel are of little use for the time being. But it will still be useful in the future, so Li Xiao also plans to hoard as much as possible first. When he arrived at the gas station, Li Xiao found footprints in the snow at the entrance of the gas station. It seemed that there must be survivors at this gas station. But it's not surprising, after all, there's basically a convenience store inside every gas station. So the people trapped here should not die of hunger. And even if people trapped in gas stations don't have warm clothes, they can still use fuel to keep warm. Knowing that there were survivors in the gas station, Li Xiaoluo did not rely on him. So he sent a drone into the gas station to investigate. Li Xiaoluo quickly investigated the situation inside the gas station. There are now a total of 8 survivors in the convenience store of the gas station, including 5 men and 3 women. Several of them should be gas station employees, and a few should be customers who come to the gas station to refuel. The people in this gas station seem to be getting along relatively harmoniously for the time being. For the time being, there has been no killing or enslaving of women. But Li Xiaoluo didn't know that wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes, especially in this kind of doomsday. Although it seems harmonious here, conflicts have already existed. The biggest conflict among the survivors at the gas station is actually the conflict between the gas station employees and the few customers. To put it more clearly, it is actually a food problem. After all, there is only one convenience store in this gas station, and the food in the convenience store is not too much. After all, it is a small convenience store and not a big supermarket. Moreover, the convenience stores at the pre-apocalyptic gas stations are chain stores, and the food and supplies are delivered to your door every day, so the store will not hoard too much inventory. It was okay at the beginning of the ice apocalypse. Everyone got along quite harmoniously, thinking that the natural disaster would end soon anyway. And at that time, everyone felt that money could still be used, so a few customers stuck at the gas station could buy food from the convenience store as long as they spent money. But after knowing that the country's rescue might be gone, the food and supplies in this convenience store became the hope of survival for all the survivors in the entire gas station. But for the food and supplies in convenience stores, the more you use, the less. Gradually, several employees at the gas station united together and stopped selling anything from the convenience store to those customers. After all, people are selfish. In this case, they must first consider their own interests and think that they can survive. However, although the actions of the gas station people seem reasonable, after all, they're gas station staff, and they have the right to choose to close the gas station. But if you don't have anything to eat, you will starve to death. How can those few customers care about you? If they don't give them food, several customers will join forces and plan to fight the gas station people. And if the gas station staff have a chance to survive, they naturally don't want to risk their lives. In the end, the two parties reached an agreement. The people at the gas station gave each of those customers a piece of bread and a bottle of water for free every day without asking for their money. But if you want more food, it's definitely not available. No matter how much money you give, it will be used. And those few customers trapped in the gas station don't really want to fight to the death. And they were indeed the ones who ignored it. So even if they couldn't eat enough food every day, they had no choice but to accept the agreement. Therefore, inside the gas station was a harmonious scene that Li Xiaoluo saw through the drone. After confirming that there was no danger inside the gas station, Li Xiaoluo drove his snowmobile directly to the door of the gas station convenience store. The arrival of Li Xiao naturally immediately attracted the attention of the survivors inside the gas station. Station master, come over quickly and take a look. There is someone outside. There is someone outside. Are the rescuers coming? We are saved. Inside the gas station, many men and women were looking at the snowmobiles outside the convenience store. This was the first time they had seen a vehicle at the gas station since the heavy snowfall, so most people were naturally very excited. The first thing they thought of was naturally whether the person coming was a rescuer. However, when a middle-aged man inside the gas station saw the snowmobile outside and Li Xiao getting off the snowmobile, his face showed a hint of ugliness. The middle-aged man named Dai Zhonghua was the station master of this gas station before its doomsday. Dai Zhonghua scolded several happy subordinates. What are you yelling about? Look clearly, this car has no official logo at all. So how can it be a rescue worker? And the authorities won't just send one person out to rescue them. How many people can one person save? So this person must be an ordinary survivor who went out to look for food. Why are you so excited? After hearing Dai Zhonghua's words, the people in the convenience store suddenly woke up. Looking at a car and a person outside the door, they really didn't look like rescuers. Hey, after waiting for so long, I finally saw a living person, but my happiness was in vain. At this time, Dai Zhonghua said again, what are you all doing? Get your weapons and drive away the people outside. Do you want to let one more person in? Then one more person will consume our food. This is also the reason why Dai Zhonghua looked ugly just now. This gas station is now a small, closed society. Although the people living here may have some conflicts, at least they are still harmonious. The most important thing is that in this gas station, he basically has the final say on how much food everyone eats and what work everyone needs to do. He enjoys absolute power. Although everyone said they were living in harmony, in fact, he had slowly started to treat the 3 customers as servants. After all, this gas station is his home field. There are only 8 survivors in the gas station, and there are 5 staff members at their gas station. It can be said that they have an absolute advantage. This was all fine. But if a new survivor comes now, it will be hard to say. One more person will not only waste more food, but may also pose a threat to his rule. Therefore, unless they are really national rescuers, Dai Zhonghua will never take in any more survivors. As for Dai Zhonghua subordinates, firstly, they were used to obeying Dai Zhonghua's orders, and secondly, they felt that what Dai Zhonghua said made sense. One more person means one more mouth to consume food, and they will definitely not be very willing to do so. So several people quickly picked up their weapons, including steel pipes, wrenches, and brooms, and then rushed to the door of the convenience store. At this time, Li Xiao just opened the door of the convenience store. After entering the convenience store, Li Xiao subconsciously looked at the three women in the convenience store with exploratory eyes. After discovering the unexpected surprise of Xiao Panpan, now, whenever Li Xiao sees female survivors outside, he will look at their personal information first. Maybe there will be unexpected surprises. Stop, we are no longer open for business here, and outsiders are not welcome. Please leave here immediately. Dai Zhonghua stood behind several men with weapons and looked at Li Xiaoluo in a serious tone. Li Xiaoluo looked at the people surrounding him with various weapons in amusement. These people seemed to be amateurs at first glance, and some even used brooms and lunchboxes as weapons. Are you sure you're not trying to be funny? But in fact, it is fortunate that they are amateurs. If they were really thugs, and people rushed to deal with Li Xiaoluo when they saw him, they would probably be corpses by now. Since these people did not take action, Li Xiaoluo was not interested in killing people. He only needed to get what he wanted. Li Xiaoluo looked at several people and said, "You are all employees of this gas station. I need oil, both gasoline and diesel. Can any of you help me get it?" Dai Zhonghua said angrily. "Boy, you don't understand what I said? Even if you are not here to ask for food, you are not welcome here. We also need oil here, so we will not give oil to outsiders." At this time, the middle-aged woman holding a broom said, "Station master, why don't we give him some gas? His car may be out of gas. If we don't give him gas, his car may not be able to move." "Shut up. You have no place to speak here." Dai Zhonghua looked at the middle-aged woman and roared angrily. He did not expect that the only woman under his command would turn her elbows outward. Sure enough, she is still a woman. Dai Zhonghua decided that after this matter was over, this woman must be punished so that everyone would remember it. In fact, it does not matter to Dai Zhonghua to give Li Xiaoluo some oil. But Dai Zhonghua didn't want to set this precedent, and he couldn't tolerate anyone under his command who dared to question his decision. Dai Zhonghua's prestige is still very high. After all, he was the biggest leader of this gas station before the apocalypse, and he will be the voice of the leader after the apocalypse. So after being angrily scolded by him, the middle-aged woman did not dare to say anything more. In fact, they are trapped in this gas station, and there are no other thugs here. There are people to eat and drink, and no one is enslaved, so most people still have some conscience in their hearts. Especially knowing that Li Xiaoluo only came to order some oil and did not stay to share their food. So he thought of helping if he could. Li Xiaoluo's face was expressionless, and then he slowly raised his right hand. "Excuse me, do I have the right to speak here?" He has a gun. Seeing what Li Xiaoluo was holding, someone immediately screamed in fright. They are all ordinary people. Even if they encounter someone with a knife, they will feel frightened, let alone face a gun. Dai Zhonghua saw Li Xiaoluo suddenly pointing a gun at him. Although he was stunned for a moment, he was almost scared to the point of peeing subconsciously. But soon, Dai Zhonghua reacted. "It's impossible. When he came in just now, he had nothing in his hand. Where did he get the gun? And he is just an ordinary survivor. How could there be a real gun in our country? The gun in his hand must be a toy gun. So don't be fooled. There are so many of us, there is no need to be afraid of him." Dai Zhonghua not only emboldened himself, but also emboldened several of his subordinates. Of course, the main reason why he doesn't believe in the gun in Li Xiaoluo's hand is that he doesn't want to lose his current power or change the current status quo. That's why he has the courage. Bet that the gun in Li Xiaoluo's hand must be fake. But Dai Zhonghua has courage, but others don't. They don't want to make fun of their own lives. So everyone's hands that were holding weapons immediately lowered their hands. Bang! Li Xiaoluo pulled the trigger directly. Since someone is stubborn and doesn't want to believe that the gun in his hand is a real gun, then he naturally has to prove it to him. Dai Zhonghua let out a scream, and Li Xiaoluo didn't shoot him directly in the head but just shot him in the thigh. After all, the purpose of Li Xiaoluo coming here has not been achieved yet. Now, can you be honest and obedient? "Brother, don't kill me. I'm not a bad person. I didn't mean to hurt you just now." Before Dai Zhonghua could answer Li Xiaoluo, when a tall man saw that the gun in Li Xiaoluo's hand was actually a real gun, he was so frightened that he quickly threw the weapon to the ground and raised his hands. When the others saw this, they quickly threw away their weapons. Li Xiaoluo looked at several people coldly and said, "Originally, I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person. As long as you give me the fuel I need, I won't make things difficult for you. But since you don't want to, then I'm going to show my hand. I won't pretend anymore. I'm here to rob. Who can get the oil for me now?" Everyone in the convenience store looked at Li Xiaoluo with fear on their faces. No one dared to respond to Li Xiaoluo. After all, if you stand out and fail to do good things and then get shot in the hole by Li Xiaoluo, it will be terrible. So they are all ready to pretend and let others take the lead. No one can do it? That's okay. I won't make it difficult for you. Just now you and your webmaster wanted to deal with me, and now your webmaster has been shot. Then I will treat them equally and give each of you a shot. As for which of you can survive, it all depends on your luck. Seeing Li Xiao raising his gun again, several gas station employees were frightened. No one dares to pretend to be an ostrich anymore. Boss, don't shoot. I can get you gas. I can get both gasoline and diesel. Brother, I used to be a gas attendant. I can also get gas for you. Other than your station manager, who is most familiar with this gas station? Brother, that must be me. I work the longest. Usually when a station manager asks for leave, I take over the shift at the gas station. Hearing Li Xiao's words, the tall man who was the first to surrender immediately excitedly waved his hands and then spoke. After all, Li Xiaoluo said that whoever helps him with oil will not be shot, so he must act quickly. Several other people actually wanted to say that they were actually very familiar with refueling, but they seemed to be less familiar with the whole gas station thing than the tall man. Li Xiaoluo stretched out his hand and pointed at the tall man. Tell me first, how much fuel does your gas station have? The tall man quickly said with a smile. Brother, the total storage capacity of gasoline and diesel at our gas station is 80 cubic meters, which is 80,000 liters. But we sold some before the apocalypse, and we used some after the apocalypse. We still have about 60,000 liters now, so no matter how much your car needs, gasoline or diesel, our gas station will definitely be enough. Even if you come here more often in the future, we can refuel you for free. Li Xiaoluo looked at the tall man and nodded. This made the tall man extremely happy, and he felt that his life was about to be saved. However, Li Xiaoluo's next words made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Okay, you do know a lot, so I will give you a task now. I want you to get all the oil out of this gas station. Hearing Li Xiaoluo's words, the tall man was immediately confused. The tall man said with a depressed face, Brother, you mean to get all the oil out of the gas station? Li Xiaoluo nodded. Brother, if you give me time, I can indeed do it. But even if I pump out more than 60,000 liters of oil, we don't have a container to store it. In fact, there are 60,000 liters of oil here, which is 60 cubic meters. For Li Xiaoluo, who has 20,000 cubic meters of space, 60 cubic meters is not even a fraction. Even though Li Xiaoluo now has a large amount of supplies in his space, he still has several thousand cubic meters of free space. It is very simple to save the fuel for this gas station. But like the tall man said, it's easy to get all the oil out, but there's no container to hold it. Even if you use a gas station tanker, it's still far from being able to hold it. Seeing that Li Xiaoluo's face looked ugly, the tall man quickly said cautiously, Brother, it's really not that I don't want to do it, but I can't get all the oil on the ground, right? If you think about it, the fuel tanks of those large trucks can only hold more than 100 liters. These more than 60,000 liters of oil are enough to fill hundreds of large trucks. So there are not many containers to store this much oil, unless we move the oil storage tank directly from the gas station. But then you can't take it with you. Brother, if you want to store more spare oil in the car, our gas station has some small oil barrels. After I fill up your car, I can use the small oil barrels to get you a few barrels of spare oil. Okay? The tall man kept explaining. Originally, Li Xiaoluo really had no idea how to get rid of all the oil, unless he first found a batch of containers. But the tall man's words made Li Xiaoluo think of a feasible way. Yes, the oil at this gas station is stored in large tanks. If you just take away the oil storage tanks at the gas station, wouldn't everything be settled? However, Li Xiaoluo himself didn't know if this operation was possible. But it's okay to try. So Li Xiaoluo immediately asked the tall man to take him to the oil storage tank of their gas station to have a look. Although the tall man didn't know Li Xiaoluo's intention, he didn't dare to go against Li Xiaoluo's wishes. He immediately took the key and took Li Xiaoluo to see the oil storage tank at the gas station. Anyway, just take a look. Li Xiaoluo can't do anything. Li Xiaoluo couldn't just drink all the oil in the oil storage tank into his stomach, right? There are 2 tanks for storing oil in this gas station, each of which is a large tank of 50 cubic meters. Li Xiaoluo asked the tall man to wait outside, and then Li Xiaoluo went in and gave it a try. Not long after, Li Xiaoluo walked out with a smile on his face, and then returned to the convenience store with the tall man. You could tell from the look on Li Xiaoluo's face that he just succeeded. The 60,000 liters of oil at this gas station have been received into the system space by him, including the oil tank. But the people at this gas station didn't know anything about it. They're still worried about whether Li Xiaoluo will kill them. And if Li Xiaoluo really wanted to take away all their oil, they wouldn't all be cold to death. However, thinking about it, Li Xiaoluo couldn't really take away all the oil. After returning to the convenience store with the tall man, Li Xiaoluo said to the convenience store owner, Everyone, I have to leave. Except for you, the station master. You are all quite cooperative, and you didn't even think about making any small moves just now. So when you come out later, I have something for you. What Li Xiaoluo said about making small moves was that when he and the tall man went to collect the oil cans just now, the people in the convenience store did not want to sneak attack him or anything. Although Li Xiaoluo left just now, he had actually been monitoring these people with a drone. So these people are not thugs. And suddenly hearing that Li Xiaoluo was leaving like this, everyone in the convenience store was stunned. They don't understand what Li Xiaoluo means? Doesn't he want oil? Don't want this again? Why did you leave so mysteriously? Until Li Xiaoluo walked out of the convenience store, and then the snowmobile started outside. Only the people inside the convenience store dared to believe that Li Xiaoluo had really left so inexplicably. Suddenly, everyone in the convenience store breathed a long sigh of relief. Only Dai Zhonghua, the station manager of the gas station, was about to cry but had no tears at this time. Just left like this? Then what were you resisting just now? It's fine now, everyone at the gas station is fine, but he, the leader, was shot. In such weather and without medical treatment, he would definitely not survive long after being shot. But other people in the convenience store don't have time to care what Dai Zhonghua thinks. They all ran towards the convenience store door. Everyone is very curious now. Why did Li Xiaoluo give them something as a gift when he didn't want the oil? What good thing could it be? Li Xiaoluo suddenly appeared, and left suddenly and inexplicably. He also said that he would leave something for them. Not only was the tall man leading Li Xiaoluo curious, but everyone in the convenience store was also curious. Moreover, Li Xiaoluo doesn't look like an easy person to get along with, so why would he leave them suddenly and still give them something? It's so strange. Curiosity is human nature. So everyone hurried to the door. It seems to be a quilt and a cotton coat. Soon, everyone saw the things left by Li Xiaoluo, which were some quilts and clothes. This gas station seems to be really short of these things. Although they can use gasoline as fuel for heating, it is always inconvenient. Now they can have some thick quilts and clothes, which is really a timely help for them. Then the tall man led everyone and quickly ran outside to bring in all the quilts and clothes. But after they counted the numbers, a strange look suddenly appeared on their faces. Because Li Xiaoluo left 7 quilts and 7 sets of thick clothes. But there were 8 people inside the gas station, and obviously one of them couldn't get anything from him. As for who that person is, in fact, there is no need for Li Charlotte to say it. Everyone in the convenience store knows it. Their webmaster Dai Zhonghua offended Li Xiaoluo and was shot by Li Xiaoluo, so he definitely didn't share the things left behind. And Dai Zhonghua knew it well. Moreover, Li Xiaoluo had hurt him so badly that even if it was given to him, he wouldn't take it. They had been heating with fuel anyway. But soon, he and everyone in the convenience store were dumbfounded. Because all the gas at their gas stations is gone. At this time, Li Xiaoluo was driving a snowmobile to his second destination today. I still have to say here that Li Xiaoluo left some warm clothes at the gas station, so it's not like his mother's heart was overflowing. Instead, he took away all the fuel from the gas station. If he didn't leave some quilts and clothes, the people at the gas station might freeze to death at night. If the people at that gas station were like that station manager, they would freeze to death. Even if Li Xiaoluo didn't kill him directly, it was because he didn't want to waste bullets. But obviously not all the people at the gas station are bad people. At least some of them are not bad people. Of course, the more important thing is that they are far away from Li Xiaoluo's territory and will not pose any threat to Li Xiaoluo in the future. That's why Li Xiaoluo left some quilts and clothes, assuming that he used these quilts and clothes to exchange for their 60,000 liters of gasoline. Everyone doesn't owe each other anything. Another thing is that for Li Xiaoluo, those quilts and clothes are just a drop in the bucket. Previously, Li Xiaoluo purchased an entire shopping mall supplies for 0 yuan, but now there are a lot of these supplies in the system space. That's why Li Xiaoluo left some supplies for the people at the convenience store. If Li Xiaoluo himself didn't have much, then he would definitely not care about the life and death of those at the gas station. Soon, Li Xiaoluo came to his second destination today. This is a relatively large wholesale wine market, with all kinds of liquor, red wine, beer, etc., basically everything you need. In fact, Li Xiaoluo just drove his snowmobile all the way. There are many shops or small shops on the roadside, and there must be some supplies in them. But Li Xiaoluo basically looked down upon such a small fight. After all, most of the shops now are covered with snow. It takes a lot of time to clean up the snow, but the return rate is not high. After all, how many supplies can be found in those small stores? Where can Li Xiaoluo find a wholesale market with huge returns? Sure enough, after arriving at this wine wholesale market, Li Xiaoluo had another fruitful day. In the warehouse of the liquor wholesale market, the middle and low-end liquor and red wine that were common in restaurants or convenience stores before the end of the world were almost piled up like a mountain. Moreover, the wide variety of drinks in the wholesale market is also an eye-opener for Li Xiaoluo, who only drank an occasional drink before the end of the world. Of course, this wholesale market is definitely not just for mid to low-end wines. In some large-scale wine wholesale stores with high-end decoration, Li Xiaoluo also found many high-end goods. Whether it is pre-apocalyptic high-end liquor such as Feiqian Matai, Wuliangye, Luzhou Laojiao, etc., you can see them all here. There are also high-end red wines, such as Petrus, Lafite, Romanée-Conti, etc. Although Li Charlotte didn't do much research on these foreign red wines, he also knew that they were very expensive before the end of the world. Even for some high-end wines, a bottle of wine can be exchanged for a house before the end. But when it comes to these foreign high-end wines, the only one Li Xiaoluo knows and is deeply impressed by is the Ace of Spades. Ace of Spades is a kind of champagne. It should be regarded as an internet celebrity wine before the end of the world. After all, many celebrities like this wine, such as the Prince of the Domestic Entertainment Discipline Inspection Commission. The reason why Li Xiaoluo was deeply impressed by it was because this kind of wine was also quite famous in bars. Before the end of the world, there was a time when Su Xiaotong wanted to go to a bar, but after going to the bar, she made insinuating remarks that her best friend had been bragging in front of her about the Ace of Spades she had drunk in the bar and how good the wine was. Li Xiaoluo disappointed Su Xiaotong. At that time, she naturally slapped her face in front of Su Xiaotong and pretended to be fat. But when he found out the price was 88.88, Li Xiaoluo almost turned his thighs purple, because it hurts so much. I'm afraid this wine is made of gold. Therefore, even though Ace of Spades is not the most expensive among these famous foreign wines, it is the famous foreign wine that Li Charlotte is most familiar with. And now, Li Xiaoluo has received thousands of bottles just from the Ace of Spades. If you want to drink it in the future, you can drink it until you feel like vomiting. Moreover, the total amount of wine harvested this time cannot be measured in bottles. It is directly several thousand tons. This time, Li Xiaoluo's space was completely filled. On the way back on the snowmobile, Li Xiaoluo couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that he still needed to prepare more for his temporary warehouse. Otherwise, even if there are several villas over there at Longting Villa, there is still this building over at Lord's Mansion number 36 that can be used as a temporary warehouse. But if we go out every day to collect thousands of tons of materials, these places will definitely not be enough. Li Xiaoluo drove the snowmobile back to the community and was about to go upstairs. Li Xiaoluo habitually flew the drone to check on Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun. But Li Xiaoluo soon noticed something was wrong. There seemed to be no one on the 3rd and 4th floors, and only some people were still on the 5th floor. Where are people? Li Xiaoluo arranged for them to live on the floors below. In fact, he wanted them to block some minor troubles for him. But I didn't expect that most of the people would suddenly run away. Li Xiaoluo took a look through the drone and found that Chen Jianjun's family was still there. Moreover, many people were gathering at Chen Jianjun's house at this time, and they seemed to be discussing something. Li Xiaoluo monitored through the drone and listened for a while, and suddenly he almost knew what was going on. It turned out that Lu Dazhuang was shouting slogans to lead everyone to get more food so that everyone could survive, and then he was recruiting troops downstairs. After Lu Dazhuang recruited enough people, he took the people who were willing to follow him to live in a small building. Because as long as you stay in Building A, you will always live in the shadow of Li Xiaoluo. Moreover, there are basically no supplies in Building A. In addition, there are unowned houses everywhere now, and there is no need to worry about not having a place to live in other buildings, so Lu Dazhuang and the others directly moved their family away from Building A. Li Xiaoluo actually didn't feel much about the departure of Lu Dazhuang and the others. They were just insignificant people. But Li Xiaoluo originally thought that they would stay downstairs and guard the door for him. At most, I have time to go out and look for some food. But Li Xiaoluo did not expect that Lu Dazhuang would leave with others. It seemed that he was another ambitious person. But Li Xiaoluo doesn't care whether Lu Dazhuang and the others have ambitions, and how long they can live outside. They'd better not provoke him. Otherwise, Li Xiaoluo would not care if Lu Dazhuang followed him, and he would still kill him if he should. It was the departure of Lu Dazhuang and the others that gave Li Xiaoluo a wake-up call. It's time for him to think differently. Originally, Li Xiaoluo casually arranged for Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun to live downstairs. In fact, it was similar to the original idea of Alliance A, which was to let them watch the door downstairs. And it's free. After all, Li Xiaoluo no longer has an employment relationship with them, and there is no need to pay Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun anymore. Even if they're not paid, Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun must guard the door conscientiously. Because Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun live downstairs, if a mob invades, they or their families will be the first to suffer. Speaking of which, Li Xiaoluo is indeed quite sinister. If Li Xiaoluo is the boss of a company, and Building A is the office building of his company, Meng Jejia and the others are Li Xiaoluo's employees. But Lu Dazhuang, Chen Jianjun, and Li Xiaoluo asked them to do the most dangerous security work, but they were not even given the status of temporary workers, let alone any wages. The only reward was to allow Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun to live a few floors downstairs. So Li Xiaoluo felt now that he had to change his mind. Since you want people to do their best to look after you, you should give them the status of a temporary worker, and then give them a little treatment. This is actually very simple for Li Xiaoluo. When he goes out to shop for 0 yuan, he can just find a vegetable market and collect some grain, rotten vegetable leaves, etc., which is enough to feed many people for a long time. In Li Xiaoluo's Taoyuan territory, the rules he set will definitely not change. Taoyuan territory will only recruit women. But in the early days of the apocalypse, when superpowers have not yet appeared, Li Xiaoyu can recruit some peripheral personnel or temporary workers to guard the door for him. And the role of these temporary workers is not just gatekeepers. In the future, if there is any work that requires men to do, or some heavy and tiring work, it can also be outsourced to temporary workers. And those temporary workers are not people from Taoyuan Ling. They're just people temporarily hired by Li Xiaoluo privately. Employment can be terminated at any time. Now that he had decided, Li Xiaoluo went directly to the door of Chen Jianjun's house on the 5th floor. Boom! Li Xiaoluo knocked on the door. Who? It's me, boss. Chen Jianjun in the room heard Li Xiaoluo's voice, and he quickly opened the door to the room excitedly. Boss, why are you here? After Chen Jianjun opened the door to the room, he was very surprised to see Li Xiaoluo outside the door. Hello, boss. Hello, boss. There were 5 or 6 men in Chen Jianjun's family. When they saw Li Xiaoluo, they all looked nervous and greeted Li Xiaoluo like primary school students. These people were all people who had been hired by Li Xiaoluo before. Although Li Xiaoluo looked younger than them, their awe for Li Xiaoluo was also from the bottom of their hearts. Li Xiaoluo nodded to everyone, then looked at Chen Jianjun and said, I came here today to inform you that I need to continue to recruit some people to work for me, and then you can ask who is willing. Then you tell everyone, although I am still recruiting temporary workers this time, the construction period this time will definitely be longer than the last time. It may be several months. If I am satisfied, it will even be longer. And the work we need you to do is also very simple. We usually guard downstairs to prevent anyone from invading our place. Occasionally, if there is any heavy work, it will definitely not be as dangerous as last time. Hearing Li Xiaoluo's words, Chen Jianjun and several men in the room showed a hint of surprise on their faces. In fact, they gathered in Chen Jianjun's house to discuss what to do in the future. In fact, these people who did not leave with Lu Dazhuang were basically dragged here to take care of him, so they did not want to take risks with Lu Dazhuang just yet unless they had to. Otherwise, if they are injured or die, what will happen to their wives and children? But it seems a bit unrealistic to stay at home and not go out to look for food. After all, their food will eventually run out. Even Chen Jianjun, who was assigned the most food at that time, had 3 people in his family and consumed the food very quickly. Li Xiaoluo heard their conversation through the drone, so he came over. "Boss, I am willing to follow you." "Me too, boss." Chen Jianjun and others naturally expressed their opinions quickly. If they could have a stable job without leaving their families to work hard outside, they would naturally be willing to do so. Because I am recruiting long-term temporary workers this time, I am not hiring just anyone. Everyone needs to go through my interview. In addition, it is best to recruit people with families, good character, and stability. Chen Jianjun, you will still be the captain from now on. You will be responsible for the statistics first, and then notify me for an interview. "Yes, boss." Chen Jianjun quickly agreed. Li Xiaoluo did not stay at Chen Jianjun's house for long, and then went out and went upstairs. What happened downstairs was just what Li Xiaoluo did casually, and Chen Jianjun and the others were not Li Xiaoluo's real people. Only the women upstairs are. Keep holding on to me. Only if you sweat more, you will bleed less in the future. Li Xiaoluo had just reached the 6th floor, and Lin Mingxin was leading the female soldiers to do push-ups and perform physical exercises. "Lord, Lord! Lord, Lord!" When the female soldiers who were exercising saw Li Xiaoluo, they stood up quickly, stood up straight, saluted Li Xiaoluo with a military salute, and then said hello to Li Xiaoluo uniformly. Li Xiaoluo nodded and asked an expert like Lin Mingxin to train him, and the effect was indeed very good. It's only been training for a long time, but at least the spirit of these female soldiers has definitely improved a lot compared to before. Of course, if you really want these women to be able to kill enemies and fight, it will definitely take a period of training, even after some actual combat. This is also the reason why Li Xiao let Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun live downstairs before, and just now temporarily recruited people like Chen Jianjun. Because these female soldiers have not grown up yet, if an enemy really comes to invade, it seems a bit unrealistic to fully expect them to be able to resist the enemy. Maybe there might be some danger at that time, and Li Xiaoluo would have to take action personally. In that case, Li Xiaoluo might be extremely annoyed. Therefore, before the female soldiers in the security team have grown up, some men are temporarily hired to serve as doormen downstairs. At least they can block most of the minor troubles for Li Xiaoluo. Unless there is a powerful team of thugs to invade, there should be no need for Li Xiaoluo to take action. Li Xiaoluo is a person who is afraid of trouble. He doesn't want to have to solve trouble by himself every time. Looking at the female soldiers trained by Lin Mingxin, Li Xiaoluo asked Lin Mingxin, "How do these female soldiers compare with the people at the headquarters? How long does it take to become combat effective?" The so-called headquarters in Li Xiaoluo's mouth is actually over there in the Longting Villa area. The environment in the villa area is better and more suitable for living, so Li Xiaoluo regarded it as the headquarters of Taoyuan Ling. Lin Mingxin thought for a while and replied, "Lord, most of the female soldiers recruited here are in better health than those at the headquarters. Their bodies are not too injured or hungry, and they can be with Doomsday with a little recuperation. Same. But generally speaking, the female soldiers here are not as good as those at the headquarters, such as in terms of endurance and courage. So now we just train their physical fitness and combat skills first. If they want to develop combat effectiveness, they still have to experience some actual combat in the future." In fact, the situations Lin Mingxin mentioned are human nature and are like this for any ordinary woman. Because even if you are a man, if you want to be able to go to the battlefield and have combat effectiveness, you need to undergo training and actual combat. The reason why the female soldiers of the security team in the Longting Villa area were able to quickly gain a certain level of combat effectiveness was mainly because many of the female soldiers there had suffered inhuman torture before being rescued by Li Xiaoluo. So they became very cold-hearted and had the courage to kill people. Later, Li Xiaoluo asked Lin Mingxin to lead them in a real battle, which increased their courage and experience a lot. That's why the female soldiers at Longting Villa were able to quickly develop a certain level of combat effectiveness, and are now able to resolve some crises on their own. But the female soldiers recruited here are different. Most of them were in prison for a few days and were hungry every day, but they didn't suffer much harm. So now they're almost the same ordinary women they were before the apocalypse, and suddenly they're asked to fight with men or even kill people. Not to mention that they don't have the ability, yet, even if they have the ability, they may not have the courage. After all, many things do not happen overnight. And the same is true for everyone's growth, which requires a process. However, Li Xiaoluo planned to encourage them, and he did not have time to let them grow up slowly. Now is not the end of the world. There is not much time for them to take their time. There will be no distinction between men and women after the apocalypse. If they want to survive, they must force themselves to work hard. Lin Mingxin, from now on, just like the headquarters, when the female soldiers in the security team are training, the food treatment can be improved so that they can have the physical fitness to train. However, I also need to see the results as soon as possible. The novice training period for new recruits will only be 3 days in the future. I'll give you some crossbows and pistols later. You should train them to use long-range weapons to fight. Our soldiers are all female soldiers. Try not to compete with the enemy physically in the future. Train them in combat experience, teamwork, shooting, and other skills. Then, after the 3-day novice training period, let them do 1 or 2 days of actual combat training inside, and then arrange for them to go outside to search for supplies or perform tasks for real combat training. Just like at the headquarters, in the women's training when the soldiers undergo actual combat training, you will assess them. In addition, all female soldiers in the security team will also be divided into levels in the future. For example, newly recruited recruits can only be regarded as temporary recruits. They need to complete the 3-day training of the novice period, and then pass the assessment before they can become official female soldiers. If you do not perform well during training, or if you fail to pass the actual combat assessment, you will be eliminated from the security team. Then the recruits who pass the assessment and become official female soldiers will be initially ranked as first-class female soldiers. In the future, female soldiers who perform well or have meritorious service can continue to be promoted to second-class or third-class female soldiers. In the future, the treatment of female soldiers in the security team will be much better than that of those in the logistics department, and the treatment of female soldiers at each level will be different. The higher the level of female soldiers, the food and daily necessities will be much better, and even there will also be snacks, fruit, holidays, and more. There is no rule without rules, so you also need to formulate a set of rewards and punishment measures for the security team, such as who will perform well in training in the future, who will spot the enemy while standing guard, who will be brave when killing the enemy. Wait, these can all be rewarded. Accordingly, if someone performs poorly, there must be corresponding punishment. Lin Mingxi nodded and said, I understand, I will implement it as soon as possible. Although Lin Mingxinju's Li Xiaoluo only gave the recruits 3 days to train, this time was really tight. But she also felt that what Li Xiaoluo said actually made sense. Women's physical fitness and courage were inherently inferior to men, so even if they spent more time training indoors, the effect and improvement would not be too great. If you want female soldiers to develop combat effectiveness as soon as possible, Li Xiaoluo's method is actually very good. First, train them more in using long-range weapons and fighting in teams so that their courage will naturally improve a lot. Second, let them do more practical exercises, especially when they go outside to face real dangers, and they will naturally grow up quickly. As for the danger, it's up to them. After instructing Lin Mingxin to improve the security team, Li Xiaoluo walked upstairs. But just after climbing 2 flights of stairs, Li Xiaoluo felt a little troubled. It seemed that he had made a mistake in placing the Lord's mansion on the top floor. If you need to go out several times a day, climbing stairs will be a troublesome thing. Of course, for Li Xiaoluo's physical fitness, climbing more than 30 floors is not because of physical weakness. It just feels too troublesome, and he also has superpowers. I just find it inconvenient for Su Xiaotong and the others to work. But soon Li Xiaoluo stopped worrying. Anyway, they will spend more time living at the headquarters in the future. After all, the large villa and environment there are more suitable for living and more suitable for his identity. As for Li Xiaoluo himself, since climbing stairs is too troublesome, he can use the teleportation ability to cheat. Anyway, this building now belongs to him, and he is not afraid of anyone discovering his secret. Li Xiaoluo was about to teleport back to the 36th floor, but after thinking about it, he decided to check if Su Xiaotong and Zhao Min had gone back. If they were still downstairs, Li Xiaoluo would go find them first. Because some of the reforms of the security team that Li Xiaoluo explained to Lin Mingxin before actually required the cooperation of the logistics department managed by Su Xiaotong. There are also things like the formulation of rules and regulations for the security team, rewards and punishment measures, etc., which can also be completed by Zhao Min helping Lin Mingxin. After all, Lin Mingxin still has to focus her main energy on training female soldiers. The training time Li Xiaoluo gives to new recruits is already very short. And since the security team needs to become more and more perfect, the logistics department must also be the same, and there must also be assessment, reward, and punishment measures. So I just let Su Xiaotong and the others do it together. Anyway, Li Xiaoluo is only responsible for putting forward his ideas and requirements to them. As for the specific work, it must be Su Xiaotong and Zhao Min's business. After all, there is nothing useful for a secretary to do. Secretary has always been Li Xiaoluo's way of doing things. After releasing the drone, Li Xiaoluo soon discovered that Su Xiaotong and Zhao Min were both on the 26th floor, as were the women in the logistics department. Li Xiaoluo was originally preparing to take back the drone and then teleport directly to the 26th floor. But the picture transmitted back from the drone made Li Xiaoluo stunned for a moment. He was not in a hurry to take back the drone, but continued to watch through the drone. At this time, on the 26th floor, Su Xiaotong and Zhao Min were leading people from the logistics department to search for supplies from door to door. Fortunately, Li Xiaoluo had asked Lu Dezhuang and the others to clean up the corpses in all the residents' homes. Otherwise, Su Xiaotong and the others would have seen many horrific scenes and would have had nightmares at night. And if the bodies were not cleaned up before, people from the logistics department will definitely be needed to clean them up now. Then the women in the logistics department will probably be exhausted to death. Now that there are no corpses in any room, Su Xiaotong and the others' search work is relatively easy. Their current work tasks are mainly Generally, if someone has food, warm clothes, and some useful materials at home, such as toilet paper, sanitary napkins, lighters, etc., the people from the logistics department will collect them and put them on the stairs of each floor first. Then, they will be uniformly transported to the warehouse of the logistics department for registration and storage. There are also some supplies, such as beds, various electrical appliances, hardware tools, etc. These supplies are of little use for the time being, and they are not very convenient to move. Xiao Xiaotong will ask the people in the logistics department to register in detail first, such as the quantity of the supplies, and then where each item is. In this way, if there is a need in the future, they can quickly find it and use it. In fact, when Xiao Xiaotong told Li Xialuo that he wanted to do this in the morning, Li Xialuo didn't think it was necessary. Xiao Xiaotong and the others only need to collect the most useful materials now. As for other supplies, let's not talk about whether there will be a chance to use them in the future. Even if it might be needed, what kind of supplies does Li Xialuo's system space not have? But then Li Xialuo thought about it and decided to follow Xiao Xiaotong's method. Because Li Xialuo as Taoyuan leader will be a large team in the future, it is best to rely on the team to operate normally, including logistics. For example, Taoyuan Ling needs to have its own logistics department and its own logistics warehouse, and then all materials need to be received and distributed from the warehouse normally. Otherwise, if there were any supplies, Li Xialuo would give them directly. Not to mention that Li Xialuo would be in trouble, just like being a nanny. Moreover, what will they do if Li Xialuo is temporarily out of the territory due to something unexpected? Therefore, everything in the territory must still function normally. At best, Li Xialuo's system space can only be regarded as his own private wealth, and he can occasionally do something to add icing on the cake to his territory. So now Xiao Xiaotong and the others not only have to search for all the supplies that can be used and taken away from each room, but they also have to register all the supplies in each room. Although the work is not tiring, it is a lot of work. Of course, Xiao Xiaotong and Zhao Min do not need to do these tasks themselves. They just need to chat and occasionally supervise the women in the logistics department. Hey, a lord's wife is already difficult enough to take care of. I didn't expect that Mrs. Zhao Min would appear now, and she arranged so much work for us as soon as she came. Do you think she is deliberately making things difficult for us? At this time, in a room on the 26th floor, Dai Linlin was holding a notebook and pen in her hand, recording the supplies in the room, while constantly complaining to her companions in a low voice. Sister Linlin, don't talk nonsense. If others hear you talking about Mrs. Zhao Min like this, you may be punished. That Zhao Min looks more like a vixen than Xiao Xiaotong at first glance. By the way, have you seen her in our building before? It seems not really. Although the two women, Xiao Xiaotong and Zhao Min, were wearing thick clothes because they were outside, hiding their sexy and plump figures under their clothes, their extremely beautiful faces were still a beautiful sight. Especially Zhao Min, who exudes a natural noble temperament, is definitely not an ordinary woman before the end. In fact, when Zhao Min showed up in the morning, several women in the logistics department were murmuring. When did their building have a mature and beautiful woman with outstanding temperament like Zhao Min? Although it may be said that it was before the end of the world, the relationship between neighbors in the city was basically indifferent. Many people did not even know the neighbors on the first floor, let alone the people in the entire building. However, several women in the logistics department felt that even if they were not neighbors with Zhao Min before the end of the world, since they lived in the same building, they should always have the opportunity to meet a few times, right? Logically speaking, if they had ever seen a woman like Mrs. Zhao Min, they would definitely be deeply impressed. But no one has any impression of Zhao Min, which is really strange. Sister Linlin, don't worry about whether you saw Mrs. Zhao Min before the end. She is now Mrs. We must listen to her. So we'd better work quickly. Otherwise, when Supervisor Tang comes to inspect, if he finds us working so slowly, he might punish us. Dai Linlin snorted coldly. Supervisors are all people who can only flatter themselves. We didn't sit down to rest, we were busy all the time. Why should she punish us? It really d me off. At worst, I'm not here. Anyway, the treatment here is very poor, and I regret it now. In fact, there are only 5 women in the logistics department now managed by Xiao Xiaotong and Zhao Min. And yesterday, these 5 women were still very excited to follow Li Xialuo. I'm also very grateful to Li Xialuo. After all, after following Li Xialuo, safety is guaranteed. With the most basic food guarantee, we no longer have to go through the previous experience of being hungry for a whole day without food. But this morning, in addition to Xiao Xiaotong, there was suddenly another lady named Zhao Min. Then a lot of tasks were assigned to the women in the logistics department. Later, among the 5 women in the logistics department, one woman named Tang performed well and was appointed as the head of the logistics department by Xiao Xiaotong and Zhao Min. At this time, there were voices of dissatisfaction among the remaining women in the logistics department. Not only was he dissatisfied with Zhao Min, but he was also dissatisfied with Tang Guo. In fact, most of the women in the logistics department were a little envious of the sudden appearance of Zhao Min, who could also become the Lord's wife. They're also somewhat envious that Tang Guo, who originally joined them at the same time, suddenly became a manager and will definitely be treated much better than them in the future. But most women just feel envious in their hearts and don't have any big thoughts, let alone complain out loud. Because at this time, most of these women don't have the courage. In fact, the only person who is really dissatisfied and complaining is this person named Dai Linlin. And this Dai Linlin is none other than the woman who lived with Tan Jingjing before. Dai Linlin and Tan Jingjing were originally good friends, but they were just plastic best friends. Both of them were slaves of Alliance A before, but when they were in Alliance A, Tan Jingjing got along with a minor leader of Alliance A, so her life was much better than that of Dai Linlin. This is why after Li Xiaoluo destroyed Alliance A, Tan Jingjing did not feel much gratitude to Li Xiaoluo, but Dai Linlin was more grateful to Li Xiaoluo. Later, after Alliance A was destroyed, Tan Jingjing got Lu Dazhuang's licking dog, and her life was still much better than Dai Linlin. Even more, because she still had to rely on Tan Jingjing to get food from Lu Dazhuang and give it to her. Dai Linlin had to force a smile on Tan Jingjing to please Tan Jingjing. Until yesterday, both Tan Jingjing and Dai Linlin participated in Li Xiaoluo's assessment. In the end, Dai Linlin, who was more friendly, passed the assessment, while Tan Jingjing was eliminated in the first interview. This made Dai Linlin finally feel proud, feeling that she was finally better off than Tan Jingjing, and it would be Tan Jingjing who would fawn over her from now on. But what Dai Linlin didn't expect was that just one day later, Tan Jingjing actually tricked Lu Dazhuang into starting a new business. It is said that now they have gone to Building C, and they have established a firm foothold and obtained a lot of food. And Tan Jingjing even said that Lu Dazhuang cared about her very much and gave her whatever she wanted. Tan Jingjing also sent a message to Dai Linlin, saying that their life would be 100 times better than following Li Xiaoluo. She also tried her best to persuade Dai Linlin to follow her, with their relationship as good best friends. If Dai Linlin went there, she would be able to enjoy the hot and spicy food with her. Upon hearing the news, Dai Linlin's first reaction was not to hang out with Tan Jingjing, but to be angry that she was being outperformed by Tan Jingjing again. She finally passed Li Xiaoluo's assessment, but she hadn't seen Tan Jingjing fawning over her yet. She didn't expect that Tan Jingjing would be so lucky. Despite being depressed, Dai Linlin was still a little moved by Tan Jingjing's invitation. After all, she and Tan Jingjing have a very good relationship on the surface. If they follow Tan Jingjing, she is also a close friend. It will definitely be taken more seriously than following Li Xiaoluo. Dai Linlin was still a little hesitant at first. Don't know how to choose, because she no longer wants to rely on Tan Jingjing's breath, but she also wants to live a better life. Until today, suddenly another lord's wife appeared, and the girl Tang Guo who originally joined them also became their manager. You must know that this Tang Guo was even worse than her in the A-League and was always looked down upon by her and Tan Jingjing. Why is she now in charge of her? As a result, Dai Linlin became more dissatisfied and had the idea of leaving Li Xiaoluo and joining Tan Jingjing. Of course, unlike before the end of the world, even if she wanted to change jobs, she would definitely not say so directly. Because now is the post-apocalypse. Maybe Li Xiaoluo will accuse her of collaborating with the enemy and betraying her. But Dai Linlin also had a way. She adopted a passive attitude towards work, and then continued to complain and make small complaints in the ears of her companions. In this way, if Su Xiaotong and Zhao Min saw her working attitude, or maybe someone snitched on them and told Su Xiaotong and Zhao Min their complaints against them, then they will definitely be very angry, and then they may drive themselves away directly. If it were other women, they would definitely be very afraid of being driven away, because they don't have the same relationship as they do with Tan Jingjing, and there is no other place to go without Li Xiaoluo. But when Dai Linlin wanted to leave, she didn't want to stay here anymore. However, Dai Linlin's plan was quite effective. Even if she complained behind her back, no one complained. But her passiveness and sabotage were actually quickly discovered by the manager Tang Guo. But Tang Guo, who had just become a manager, actually didn't want to be a bad person when he first came, and women like them were already suffering. So Tang Guo patiently persuaded Dai Linlin for a few words, and then gave Dai Linlin a chance to change her ways. But Tang Guo naturally paid more attention to Dai Linlin's work. After discovering that Dai Linlin had no intention of changing her mind, Tang Guo could only report the situation to Su Xiaotong and others. So Su Xiaotong and Zhao Min quietly observed outside the room where Dai Linlin worked, and naturally heard Dai Linlin's attitude and words. Then Su Xiaotong pushed open the door of the room fiercely. He walked into the room with a cold face. Following Su Xiaotong were Zhao Min and the logistics manager named Tang Guo. Madam, good hello, supervisor. In addition to Dai Linlin in the room, the other woman who works with Dai Linlin is named Li Xiaomei. Although Li Xiaomei didn't say anything that shouldn't be said just now, and she didn't slack off today, she has been working diligently. But at this time, she was even more nervous than Dai Linlin, fearing that she would be punished along with Dai Linlin. After Su Xiaotong entered the room, he looked at Dai Linlin with a cold face for a while, and then said in a cold voice, Dai Linlin, you all passed the exam with great difficulty to be qualified to join the Taiyuan leader. Is this your attitude now? When Dai Linlin saw Su Xiaotong appear, she naturally didn't dare to speak loudly anymore. She just lowered her head and said nothing. But he didn't ask for mercy either. However, although she did not directly contradict Su Xiaotong, Dai Linlin's attitude was actually telling Su Xiaotong that she did not feel that she was at fault. Or maybe she doesn't want to correct her mistakes. The reason why Dai Linlin didn't dare to talk back was because she didn't want Su Xiaotong to catch him and accuse her of committing the following crime. Now is not the end of the world. Before the end of the world, No one would dare to hurt her even if she was a shrew. If she really dares to contradict Xiao Xiaotong after the end of the world, maybe Xiao Xiaotong will complain to Li Xiaoluo, and then Li Xiaoluo will hurt her. Dai Linlin just wanted Xiao Xiaotong to realize that she was not good at doing things, and that she liked to care about everything, and then drive her away. She doesn't really want to challenge Li Xiaoluo's authority. Speak. Aren't you Dai Linlin quite talkative when we are away? And you are also very courageous. Dai Linlin, since you don't want to stay here, then I will help you. When the Lord comes back, I will ask the Lord to let you leave. I just hope you don't regret it. In this apocalypse, there isn't much else, but there are a lot of people who lack food, especially women. Do you think you can survive in the cruel environment outside after leaving here? Madam, if you insist on driving me away, then there is nothing I can do. At worst, I will just leave. When she heard that Xiao Xiaotong was going to drive her away, Dai Linlin was not afraid, but secretly happy. However, Dai Linlin still had an expression on her face, as if she was forced to leave here, and she was the victim. You! Xiao Xiaotong was very angry at Dai Linlin's attitude, but for a moment, he didn't know what to do with Dai Linlin. In fact, her thinking was still stuck in the pre-apocalyptic period, and she felt the same as before the apocalypse. If the employees wanted to leave, no matter how hard she threatened, it seemed that it would be of no use. After all, we can no longer force people to stay in this kind of thing, and they are not that short of people. You can't just beat her up and let her go just because of this little thing, right? In Xiao Xiaotong's view, Dai Linlin did not betray, make trouble, or steal food. It's just that I don't work seriously, and then I complain a little bit. She had no reason to impose any harsh punishment. Xiao Xiaotong originally thought that if he wanted to drive Dai Linlin away, Dai Linlin would definitely be very scared and then give in. But I didn't expect that Dai Linlin didn't want to change at all, and I don't know what she was thinking. Okay, Tong Tong, there is no need to be angry with this kind of person. She will regret it in the future. Zhao Min patted Xiao Xiaotong's back gently, and then comforted him. Before the end, Zhao Min also had her own business and many employees. Therefore, she has long been accustomed to the way of thinking of superiors. That is, there is no need to care too much about the unreasonable troubles of her employees. Otherwise, if one employee wants a salary increase today and another employee wants a promotion tomorrow, how will the management be managed? Those who want to leave, just let them leave. Lord. A woman standing at the door of the room suddenly saw Li Xiaoluo appearing outside the door. He immediately shouted subconsciously. Her voice naturally immediately attracted the attention of all the women in the room to Li Xiaoluo. Seeing Li Xiaoluo coming back, Xiao Xiaotong and Zhao Min both happily greeted him. After Dai Linlin saw Li Xiaoluo, she suddenly felt a little uneasy for some reason. After all, Li Xiaoluo is now the absolute ruler in this building, and too many people have been killed by Li Xiaoluo. Except for Xiao Xiaotong and Zhao Min, everyone now has a kind of heartfelt awe for Li Xiaoluo. But Dai Linlin soon calmed down again, because in Dai Linlin's eyes, most of the people Li Xiaoluo killed were thugs from Alliance A, and it seemed that they did not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Otherwise, women like them would not be alive until now. That's why Dai Linlin didn't tell Xiao Xiaotong that she wanted to go to another team, nor did she do anything excessive or contradict Xiao Xiaotong. It was Xiao Xiaotong who asked her to leave just now, so Dai Linlin felt that Li Xiaoluo had no reason to embarrass her. After Xiao Xiaotong walked to Li Xiaoluo, she told Li Xiaoluo what had just happened. Although Dai Linlin was angry just now, Xiao Xiaotong did not exaggerate. Xiao Xiaotong just couldn't figure it out. Is this Dai Linlin mentally ill? Does she still think it's the end of the world? If this company is not good, then find another one. And it seems like he still wants to leave on purpose. Xiao Xiaotong actually didn't know what was going on downstairs, and had never even met Lu Dazhuang and the others. Naturally, he didn't know about Dai Linlin, Tan Jingjing, and the others. But Xiao Xiaotong knew that whether Dai Linlin was really mentally ill or just had such a personality, such a person must not be allowed to stay anymore. Otherwise, just one rat droppings will spoil the whole pot of soup. It will be difficult to manage the team in the future. After Xiao Xiaotong finished speaking, Li Xiaoluo looked at Xiao Xiaotong and Zhao Min and said, "You will be in charge of the logistics department from now on, so I won't ask any more questions. What do you think we should do about this matter?" Xiao Xiaotong said, "Boss, since Dai Linlin wants to leave, let her go back to her original place. Our logistics department doesn't have many things to do now, and she is not missing." Zhao Min also said, "I think so too. I heard that when we were recruiting people before, there were many people who didn't apply. So there is no need for us to force people who don't want to stay." Li Xiaoluo smiled and nodded. Dai Linlin's face lit up. It seemed that things were going well. I hope Tan Jingjing didn't lie to her. After following her in the past, she would really become popular and drink spicy food. But Dai Linlin didn't see the cold light flashing in Li Xiaoluo's eyes at all. Li Xiaoluo looked at Xiao Xiaotong and Zhao Min and slowly said, "Okay, since she joined our Taoyuan leader, she will naturally be a member of our Taoyuan leader when she is born, and a ghost of our Taoyuan leader when she dies, unless we take the initiative to deprive her of the Taoyuan leader." "Identity. But you are in charge of the logistics department, so let's do it according to your opinions. And when we recruited people before, we really didn't make it clear. I am a very reasonable person, so I will give Dai Linlin an exception this time." Dai Linlin said with hypocritical gratitude, "Thank you, Lord. Li Xiaoluo looked at Dai Linlin and waved her hands, her eyes cold, and said, "Don't thank me in a hurry. Although I didn't make it clear when I recruited people, you were the first to want to leave, so I'll give you an exception. But the investment I made in you, including food, you need to repay me. There's nothing wrong with that, right?" After hearing Li Xiaoluo's words, Dai Linlin subconsciously wanted to refute. What does it mean to have no problem? There is something very wrong. Okay. It's like going to work in a factory before the end of the world, only to work for one day and then run away with the bucket. But the owner of the factory said that you can leave if you want, but I will provide you with accommodation and food for one day. None of this is free. If you want to leave now, you must pay. Otherwise our factory will lose money. Isn't this a problem? According to the laws before the end of the world, even if you work for one day, you will be paid. So not only is it not her who should give money to the factory, but the factory should give her money. So similarly, now it is not she who should repay Li Xiaoluo, but Li Xiaoluo who should pay her wages. But Dai Linlin thought about it. There is no law now. The law of this building is now decided by Li Xiaoluo. So she had better not refute Li Xiaoluo. Otherwise, if Li Xiaoluo really wants to hurt her, then she will only be hurt. And it seems that the current post-apocalyptic situation cannot be compared with the pre-apocalyptic situation. For example, food is so precious now, and it cannot be measured by a little money before the end. So the food Li Xiaoluo gave them seemed to be indeed very precious. So Dai Linlin could only say pitifully, "Lord, I wonder how much food you want me to repay you?" Li Xiaoluo said, "Not much, just 1 pound of meat and 10 loaves of bread." Dai Linlin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Li Xiaoluo didn't speak loudly. "I believe Tan Jingjing should provide this food to her." So Dai Linlin hurriedly said, "No problem. I will give you the food. But Lord, can you give me some time? I'm going to get the food from my friends, and I will return it to you as soon as I get it." Li Xiaoluo shook his head and said coldly, "Don't bargain with me. Either you take out the food right now, and then get out of my building, or ask your friends to deliver the food for you. You can leave then. But before there is compensation, you will definitely not be able to leave this building. Moreover, if I don't see the compensation before today, then you will have no chance." Lord, Dai Linlin originally wanted to say something, but when she saw the look in Li Xiaoluo's eyes, she finally started to get scared. Because she knew that Li Xiaoluo was not joking. If she didn't get food today, she might die. At this moment, Dai Linlin regretted a little. She should not have made the decision easily if she had known earlier. In fact, it is still possible to follow Li Xiaoluo. Although the life and food may not be as good as Tan Jingjing's place, she should feel much safer. But it's too late to say anything now. But Dai Linlin was not too panicked, because she believed that her best friend Tan Jingjing would definitely come to her rescue with food. Dai Linlin did not dare to delay, and quickly contacted Tan Jingjing. "Jingjing, didn't you ask me to follow you? I've thought about it for a long time. I have no relatives or friends now, and you're the only good friend. If I leave you and follow Li Xiaoluo, even if there is no shortage of food and drink, it will be safer, but I may not be happy in the future. So I have decided that I plan to leave Li Xiaoluo and follow you in the past. We should never be separated." But after Dai Linlin's message was sent, Tan Jingjing did not immediately reply to her. If it were normal times, Dai Linlin wouldn't care. But she is anxious now because it is related to her life. So Dai Linlin couldn't hold back her anger and could only keep sending messages to Tan Jingjing. Fortunately, Tan Jingjing finally responded to the message soon. Tan Jingjing welcomed Dai Linlin's decision, and then emphasized again that she would definitely live a good life after she passes. But Dai Linlin doesn't care about these promises now. She just wants Tan Jingjing to bring some food to save herself. So after chatting with Tan Jingjing for a few more words, Dai Linlin started to make requests. "What? Do I still need to exchange food for you?" Tan Jingjing was obviously surprised when she heard Dai Linlin's words. "Jingjing, didn't you say that you have a supermarket over there? And there's a lot of food? Li Xiaoluo wants very little food. Please quickly bring it over and repay it to Li Xiaoluo for me, so that our sisters can always be together in the future." "Got it, Tan Jingjing." Dai Linlin didn't know what Tan Jingjing meant, so she quickly added, "Jingjing, it's just 1 pound of meat and 10 loaves of bread. This amount of food is just a drop in the bucket for a supermarket, right? Jingjing, come quickly. I will definitely do it in the future. I will remember your good deeds." Tan Jingjing replied, "Linlin, I'm really sorry. I may not be able to agree to your conditions. To tell you the truth, Lu Dezhuang and I haven't taken over the supermarket yet, and we are quite short of food now." Then the leader who occupied the supermarket said that their team is currently short of beautiful women. As long as we introduce a beautiful woman to him, not only will we get a lot of food rewards, but the woman will also be able to eat and drink. So I want you to come over, but now you ask me to redeem you with food. I really don't have any food. Dai Linlin collapsed. "Tan Jingjing, you lied to me? That's not what you said before." Tan Jingjing replied calmly, "Linlin, if you think I lied to you, then just think I lied to you. I have nothing to explain." Dai Linlin was silent for a while. She could only take the initiative to speak again. "Jingjing, didn't you say that the leader wants a beautiful woman? Tell him that I am willing to follow him, as long as he has someone send some food to save me." After a while, Tan Jingjing replied, "I'm sorry, Linlin. That leader said that since he was willing to pay for food, he didn't want to get into trouble. There will be no shortage of women in this post-apocalyptic world, and you can find them if you have food. So he won't let anyone come over. because that might offend Li Xiaoluo. If you want to follow him, you need to find a way to escape on your own so that he can take you in. Dai Linlin said angrily. Tan Jingjing, you go to hell. Now this building is owned by Li Xiaoluo. How can I escape? And if you didn't tell me clearly earlier, now that Li Xiaoluo and I have a showdown, you're just saying now, is there anyone like you who can be my best friend? Tan Jingjing responded with a smile. Haha, Dai Linlin, since you said that, I will say it directly. In fact, everyone knows who we are, so there is no need to pretend to be aloof, right? In the evening, Lin Mingxin took several female soldiers from the security team to the canteen upstairs for dinner. Today the security team is undergoing reforms. Under Li Xiaoluo's order, the female soldiers in the security team will receive good food and treatment during training. Their meals at night include meat, chicken soup, and even fruit. This made the female soldiers in the security team very excited. Even the people in the logistics department who were responsible for preparing food for the female soldiers were extremely envious. Unfortunately, they are not qualified to become female soldiers. But during dinner in the evening, all the women looked at the woman who was handcuffed. This woman is naturally Dai Linlin. As for what Dai Linlin committed, not only a few women in the logistics department knew about it, but now all the female soldiers in the security team knew about it. After all, it's rare to get some gossip after the apocalypse. And after all the women knew about it, they had only one thought in their hearts. This woman named Dai Linlin is mentally ill. However, some women also heard from the grapevine that Dai Linlin was also deceived by her friends, saying that they could enjoy delicious food and drink spicy food there. But this was simply a lie. What a pitiful person. There must be something hateful about him. Captain Lin, does the food tonight taste good? While Lin Mingxin and the female soldiers were eating, Tangua walked over with a smile. Tangua is a woman in her 20s with a round face, but she is very capable and serious in her work. That's why she was able to quickly stand out among several people in the logistics department, and then became the manager of the logistics department. Director Tang, the food tonight is delicious and suits my taste very well. Lin Mingxin doesn't just know how to fight and train female soldiers, she also understands basic human relations. Now that Tangua is the head of the logistics department, she must also have a good relationship. But actually, Tangua felt quite envious when she looked at Lin Mingxin and the others' food. Originally, the treatment in their logistics department was not as good as that in the security team, but tonight the gap was even greater. However, Tangua was just envious, but not jealous in her heart. Because no matter when, those who are capable or pay more will definitely get more rewards. The female soldiers in the security team are more tired than those in their logistics department, and they're also more dangerous than the people in their logistics department. So it's natural to get more rewards. Captain Lin, actually it was the Lord who told me to ask your security team to come for dinner to understand what happened to Dai Linlin in our logistics department today. The Lord also said that he didn't explain it clearly before. If anyone in your security team wants to leave, then the Lord can give a special chance. By then, anyone can leave, and they don't even need to pay back the food like Dai Linlin. And if you still choose to stay, then you will have no chance to choose to stay again in the future. From now on, you will be born as a Taoyuan leader, and you will die as a ghost of the Taoyuan leader, unless the Lord takes the initiative to deprive her of her status as a Taoyuan leader. Then Tangua told Lin Mingxin in detail everything that happened to Dai Linlin today. In fact, Lin Mingxin had heard about it a long time ago, but what she heard before could only be regarded as hearsay. And now Tangua is following Li Xiaoluo's order to tell the people from the security team, which is considered an official announcement. After Tangua finished speaking, he looked at Lin Mingxin and said, Captain, you need to inform all the female soldiers in your security team about this later. The Lord has said that everyone can think about it tonight, and my wife will confirm the result with you tomorrow. I understand. Don't worry. I will notify every female soldier. Lin Mingxin nodded and said. Tangua left immediately after seeing that her mission was completed. Otherwise, it would be quite painful to watch Lin Mingxin and the others feasting. After Tangua left, Lin Mingxin looked at the female soldiers eating beside her and said, Did you all hear our conversation just now? So you all think about it. I won't say anything more. This is for each of you. Your choice. A female soldier was chewing on a big chicken drumstick with her mouth full of oil and said vaguely, Captain, don't worry. We are not mentally ill. Now that we leave here, other than starving to death or being enslaved by men outside, how can we end up well? So even if you kill me, I won't leave. Another female soldier also said, That's right. Taoyuan territory will be our home from now on, and we won't go anywhere. Regarding Dai Linlin, it did not affect Li Xiaoluo's mood, because these women were not important in his eyes. Moreover, it is actually better that such a problem arises early now, and it just sets an example for all women. Moreover, if we recruit people again in the future, we will make it clear to all women in advance that if they want to join Taoyuan Ling in the future, they will not just come and leave as they please. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. The most indispensable thing after this apocalypse is people who want to live. Li Xiaoluo is the only one who wants or doesn't want someone. Of course, if it is a special talent, Li Xiaoluo does not mind using some means. While the female soldiers downstairs were eating, Li Xiaoluo and Su Xiaotong, who had returned home, were also enjoying a sumptuous dinner. In fact, these days, if Su Xiaotong were alone, she would basically just get some food every night. Now she cares more about her figure than before the apocalypse, so she attaches great importance to controlling her diet. But now that Li Xiaoluo and Zhao Min are here, the food in the evening is naturally different, very rich. After all, Li Xiaoluo's body is now much stronger than normal, and he naturally consumes more food, so he eats much more food than before. Moreover, because of Li Xiaoluo's previous life experience, food is one of his great enjoyments in this life. He will certainly not disappoint. As for Zhao Min, she was actually hungry for several days before. Now I'm still in the stage of eating more to maintain my body, so I don't diet to maintain my figure like Su Xiaotong. And the first time he heard the word lose weight from Su Xiaotong's mouth, Zhao Min was still in a daze. Not only did she think of the suffering she suffered at Longting Villa, but she also wondered if she had returned to the end of the world. Because at this time, the only person who can still be afraid of getting fat is probably Li Xiaoluo. However, Zhao Min has seen a lot of Li Xiaoluo's magic, and she is starting to get used to it now. And seeing how well Li Xiaoluo and Zhao Min ate, Su Xiaotong also ate an extra bowl of rice. There are really too many delicacies in Xialuo space. And if you don't eat enough, how can you have the energy to lose weight? No, she's not fat at all. She is so plump. After the three of them finished dinner, the sky outside has turned completely dark, and in the entire Watanjuan community, only Li Xiaoluo's house has lights, which is very eye-catching in the dark night. Su Xiaotong said with some worry, "Boss, why don't we turn off the lights? Otherwise, we are on the 36th floor, and our lights may be visible from far away." When Li Xiaoluo was not here, Su Xiaotong would not turn on the lights at night to cause unnecessary trouble. Although the thug team in this building has been eliminated now, Li Xiaoluo still has the final say in this building. But Su Xiaotong is still a little worried, fearing that it will attract the attention of people from other places. Li Xiaoluo hugged Su Xiaotong and sat down on the sofa. He felt Su Xiaotong's beautiful legs with his big hands and said with a smile, "It's not necessary. We can just live a normal life in our own way from now on. Remember, I am here, and we don't have to be afraid in this apocalypse." "Anyone? Well, I got a boss," Su Xiaotong whispered like a mosquito, mainly because she was blushing like blood at this time. If there were only two people at home, Li Xiaoluo and Li Xiao, Su Xiaotong would naturally be used to the little affection Li Xiaoluo had with her now. But now that Sister Zhao Min is still here, how can Su Xiaotong not be ashamed when Li Xiaoluo shows affection in front of her? In the same situation, when Zhao Min saw Li Xiaoluo and Su Xiaotong being intimate, she felt strange in her heart, and her beautiful face also became flushed. Zhao Min is not a shameless woman. Therefore, Zhao Min was still instinctively nervous and shy about this situation. "Tonton, you guys talk first. I'm sweating from climbing the stairs today, so I'm going to take a shower first." After saying that, Zhao Min twisted her plump body and left the scene quickly, without even daring to say hello to Li Xiaoluo. "Boss, it's all your fault. You didn't pay attention. My image in front of Sister Min is gone. Why is there no image?" Li Xiaoluo continued to feel the ultimate touch on his hands and smiled again. "Zhao Min didn't laugh at you either?" Su Xiaotong gave Li Xiaoluo a charming look and said, "Humph, Sister Min didn't say anything, but she must be laughing at me in her heart." "Okay, if you say so, then I will find a solution for you." Su Xiaotong looked at Li Xiaoluo with a blank expression, wondering what the boss meant by this. Everything has already happened. How can we solve it? But Li Xiaoluo didn't explain. He just stood up suddenly, and then picked up Su Xiaotong in a princess hug. "Ah!" Su Xiaotong was frightened by this sudden situation and exclaimed, "Boss, what are you doing?" Li Xiaoluo chuckled. "Since you have lost face in front of Zhao Min, then I will also make Zhao Min lose face in front of you. In this way, you will be even." After saying that, Li Xiaoluo couldn't help but sigh. "Hey, sometimes I'm just too fair and fair when doing things." "Disgusting." Su Xiaotong yelled at Li Xiaoluo's self-promotion and struggled with her body, trying to escape from Li Xiaoluo's arms. "Delete 506 words, it will collapse." Li Xiao put Su Xiaotong down and then said with a serious face, "I read on the internet that the water supply in the city has been completely cut off. So the water here is very precious now, and we must save water, especially for things like bathing, which uses water as a luxury. We must find ways to eliminate waste. So I decided to take baths together in the future, as this can save a lot of water." Su Xiaotong's eyes were strange, and she seemed to have a new understanding of her boss's shamelessness. It's not like she and her boss had never taken a shower together before, but she remembered clearly that each time she took a shower, it took a lot longer than if she took a shower alone. So naturally, more water is used. How can the boss tell lies with his eyes open? It's a pity that Su Xiaotong didn't dare to say what was in her heart, otherwise the boss would definitely deal with her later. A night of silence. In fact, a lot of things happened. For example, Li Xiaoluo originally wanted to save some water, but in the end, because the bathing time was a bit long, it seemed that a lot of water was wasted. But what Li Xiaoluo felt was not a big deal. Anyway, the water in his lord's mansion was completely enough. In fact, even for ordinary survivors, even if the water in the city is cut off, there are still many ways to get water. It just depends on whether they have the ability and courage. Many people don't even dare to leave their homes, so how can they get resources? After all, the post-apocalypse is not the time before the apocalypse. During the pre-apocalypse, It was said that some people stayed at home without leaving the house for several years and were still starving to death. But after the apocalypse, everything must be obtained by the survivors themselves. After getting up, Xialuo played with the two dogs, General and Corn, and rewarded them with some delicious food, which also cultivated their relationship. After all, the generals will be very powerful in the future. Xialuo must cultivate feelings with them from time to time, so that they will be more obedient in the future. After breakfast, Xialuo, Su Xiaotong, Xiao Min, and the others came downstairs again. When they arrived at the logistics department, Tangwa had already led several women from the logistics department to organize supplies in the warehouse and prepare meals for the female soldiers. Lord, I really know that I was wrong. I will never think about leaving again. I will obey all your orders in the future. Please forgive me this time. Seeing Xialuo arrive, Dai Lin, who had been handcuffed all night, seemed to have seen a life-saving straw and immediately cried pitifully and begged Xialuo for mercy. Yesterday, she suffered the same fate. Not only did she have no food, she also had no freedom or a place to sleep. Now she was cold and hungry and felt like she was really going to die. At this time, Dai Lin really regretted it. She felt that it was Tan Jingjing, that vicious woman, who had harmed her. Tan Jingjing must be jealous that she passed the exam and can follow Xialuo in the future, but she herself was eliminated. So Tan Jingjing deliberately exaggerated what she said and promised Dai Lin that she could have a good time and drink spicy food with her if she went there. It was because that vicious woman Tan Jingjing had lied to her that she was obsessed with deliberately looking for trouble and wanting to leave Xialuo. If it weren't for Tan Jingjing, how could she be suffering like this now? Actually, if you think about it, if you follow Xialuo, you won't be taken seriously. But everything else is really good. Feel safe and have food. Dai Lin really regrets it. If Xialuo could give her another chance, she would definitely cherish it. However, Xialuo didn't even look at Dai Lin. He doesn't sell any regret medicine here. Xialuo told Su Xiaotong. You can handle this woman as you see fit. Then Xialuo went downstairs. Dai Lin immediately turned her target to Su Xiaotong. Madam, I was mentally ill yesterday, and I was confused for a moment. I really know that I was wrong. Just give me another chance, just one chance. I will definitely be very obedient in the future. However, Su Xiaotong looked at Dai Lin and shook his head. I'm sorry. Those who want to leave Taiyuan territory have no chance to regret it. In addition, the opportunity given to you by the Lord is that you can still redeem your freedom before last night. But time has passed now, and you have no chance. Dai Lin's face was ashen. Su Xiaotong's words were equivalent to a death sentence for her. After a while, Lin Mingxin brought a group of female soldiers up to have breakfast. But in this winter, both Lin Mingxin and the female soldiers were sweating on their foreheads. While eating, everyone was like a starving ghost reincarnated. Su Xiaotong said with some curiosity. Mingxin, is the training of your female soldiers so hard? Originally, Sister Min and I said that we would train with you for a period of time to practice some self-defense skills. Su Xiaotong knew that his boss valued Lin Mingxin very much, and he also heard about the relationship between Lin Mingxin and Xiao Min. Therefore, Su Xiaotong was very polite to Lin Mingxin and did not treat her as an ordinary female soldier. While eating, Lin Mingxin talked about Xiaoluo's reform of the security team. Especially recruits only have 3 days of training, and then there is actual combat and assessment. So they're still very pressed for time. Especially what happened to Dai Lin yesterday. Let the female soldiers in the security team know that their lord will not be merciful just because they are women. If they fail to pass by then, they may also be driven away. Therefore, the female soldiers feel a little more nervous. Now they are following Lin Mingxin to learn skills day and night, and constantly strengthen themselves. After Su Xiaotong heard this, he nodded and said nothing more. She was lucky. She followed her boss Xialuo before the end of the world, and the boss was very kind to her and gave her a lot of power. As long as she obeyed, she didn't have to worry about being abandoned. But Su Xiaotong can understand the mood of the female soldiers. If they leave here, where can they go in this doomsday? It's hard to survive. Then Su Xiaotong and Xiao Min started today's work. Su Xiaotong continued to take the women from the logistics department upstairs to search and register the supplies for each household. Xiao Min is not with Su Xiaotong today, and her work today needs to be completed with Lin Mingxin. After Lin Mingxin and the others finished their breakfast, Xiao Min asked Lin Mingxin to arrange for someone to escort Dai Lin, and then together they went to the 6th floor where the female security team soldiers were stationed. Xiao Min asked the female soldiers to handcuff Dai Lin to the door of the stairwell. Dai Lin may have to spend the last period of her life like this. The reason why Dai Lin was transferred here was also Xiaoluo's intention. Regarding Dai Lin, not only did the women in the logistics department upstairs see her fate, but also the female soldiers from the security team on the 6th floor and even Chun Jianjun on the 5th floor all wanted to see her fate. It can also serve as a small warning. After all, many times, even if everyone knows that there are certain things that cannot be done, but if there is no living example happening in front of you, then the fear in your heart may not be strong. Now that Dai Lin is a living example in front of them, I believe they will know how to adapt to this apocalypse in the future. After making arrangements for Dai Lin, Xiao Min looked at Lin Mingxin and said, Yes, Mingxin, did you ask all the female soldiers in your security team yesterday? Is there anyone who wants to leave? This is their only chance. No one will have the right to choose in the future. And if we recruit new people in the future, they will agree in advance. After joining the Taoyuan leader, they will be members of the Taoyuan leader for life and death. Lin Mingxin shook her head. I have personally asked every female soldier, and no one wants to leave. In fact, let alone leaving voluntarily, the female soldiers in the security team are now working hard. I am afraid that if I fail the assessment, I will be kicked out. Xiao Min nodded, then smiled and said to Lin Mingxin, now every department must improve the system and formulate reward and punishment measures. I will work here today to help you get this done. When Lin Mingxin heard this, a smile suddenly appeared on her face. Madam, really, that's great. I'm really not good at writing these kinds of things. I had a headache for most of the night last night. I couldn't sleep well thinking about it. I feel a lot more haggard today. Now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Xiao Min glanced at Lin Mingxin. She indeed seemed a lot more haggard. Xiao Min said with concern, Mingxin, your complexion does not seem to be very good. Do you want to take a rest? Don't exhaust yourself. Lin Mingxin quickly waved her hand and said with a smile, no. Now that you, madam, can help me finish these headaches, I have nothing to worry about and I don't need to rest anymore. As she spoke, Lin Mingxin suddenly seemed to have discovered something and said with some surprise, Madam, speaking of complexion, I found that your complexion is really good today. Your whole face seems to be glowing red, and you are more beautiful. Xiao Min was a little nervous when Lin Mingxin saw her. He thought Lin Mingxin had discovered something, so he could only drag Lin Mingxin to work. At this time, Li Xiaoluo was on the 5th floor, and Chen Jianjun and a group of people were looking at Li Xiaoluo nervously. Yesterday, according to Li Xiaoluo's request, Chen Jianjun counted the number of people who wanted to follow Li Xiaoluo. In fact, the people who still stay in this building are basically people with families and families. Therefore, they actually met Li Xiaoluo's request to recruit people with families. And since they didn't leave here with Lu Dazhuang, they were actually thinking to see if they could continue to follow Li Xiaoluo. Speaking of which, although Li Xiaoluo is not as cruel as the previous A League or Zhao Xiaobing, he is actually not an easy person to get along with. If they follow Lu Dazhuang and others out of this building, their status may be higher and they will be freer. But these people with families and families did not leave. In fact, the main reason was that they felt it was safer to follow Li Xiaoluo. After all, they all know what is going on with Lu Dazhuang and those people. If we really encounter a tough situation, it will be like when we dealt with the thugs from Alliance A. If Li Xiaoluo hadn't taken action at that time, they might have been defeated long ago. And as long as something happens to them, you can imagine what will happen to their families. However, although everyone left behind, including Chen Jianjun, wanted to follow Li Xiaoluo more, they didn't know if Li Xiaoluo would want them all. After all, they had seen before that when Li Xiaoluo recruited those women, he eliminated almost half of them. Boss, all the people who meet your requirements are here. There are 6 families in total, 6 young men, 5 women, and 8 children, a total of 19 people. Chen Jianjun introduced the situation to Li Xiaoluo, and then waited for Li Xiaoluo's assessment. Li Xiaoluo's assessment is actually very simple, so he is not in a hurry. Li Xiaoluo glanced around at everyone who was looking at him eagerly, and then said, Everyone, maybe you have all done things for me before, so you should all know my character. For people who work for me, I don't need you to be very capable, but you must be absolutely loyal. Otherwise, the previous you also know the fate of some people. Also, I want to make it clear that this time, I am not recruiting temporary workers for a day or two, but peripheral members of my Taoyuan collar. So once you choose to follow me and eat my food, your decision to stay or go in the future will not be yours, but my decision. So, is anyone leaving now? Upon hearing Li Xiaoluo's question, Chen Jianjun and the others quickly shook their heads. No one wants to leave. They were all prepared for what Li Xiaoluo said. This is post-apocalyptic after all, and if it were those from Alliance A, they would not even give them a chance to choose, and would directly enslave them. In fact, after Li Xiaoluo planned to change his strategy towards Chen Jianjun and the others, he already figured out the identities of Chen Jianjun and the others. Peripheral members, or it could be said to be an affiliated force. Li Xiaoluo will give them a certain freedom of development, provide them with a certain amount of food, and even provide certain support, depending on the situation when they encounter danger. And their task is to guard the gate for Li Xiaoluo on the outside of Taoyuan territory. Of course, the periphery of Taoyuan territory will naturally continue to change in the future. For example, now Li Xiaoluo's territory is Building A. Li Xiaoluo plans to let them live in Building B next to it, and then let them guard the enemies who want to come over there for Li Xiaoluo. If the entire community becomes Li Xiaoluo's territory in the future, then let them find a stronghold outside the community to guard it. Peripheral not only refers to their identity as the periphery, but also the place where they live. Of course, besides guarding the door for Li Xiaoluo, Chen Jianjun and the others can also do some tiring chores for Li Xiaoluo as long as he needs it. Even in the future, Chen Jianjun will still be a superpower user. Although his talent is not too high and his superpowers are relatively ordinary, he can still be used to deal with some minor troubles. So he is considered qualified to let Li Xiaoluo invest more in him. Wait until everyone makes their choice. Li Xiaoluo then spoke again. Okay, since no one has left, I'll treat you to breakfast first, and then take the assessment. Li Xiaoluo's so-called assessment is actually to check their friendliness. The reason why we have to let them have a meal first is actually the same as when we recruited women last time. If Li Xiaoluo doesn't have much interaction with them and is just like a stranger, then the friendliness will definitely not meet Li Xiaoluo's recruitment standards. And let them have a meal, and the friendliness of people who know how to be grateful will naturally meet the requirements. If you don't know how to be grateful, your friendliness will naturally not be achieved. Of course, although this approach is somewhat deliberate, it is not useless. For example, even a kind-hearted woman like Shun Miao Miao will be very loyal when she identifies with someone. But if she just met Li Xiaoluo and just regarded Li Xiaoluo as a relatively familiar stranger, then her friendliness would definitely not be high. Naturally, she would not be able to meet Li Xiaoluo's recruitment standards. When the time comes, Li Xiaoluo will directly eliminate her. That is actually a pity or unfair, because she had nothing to do with Li Xiaoluo in the first place. So how could she have such a high level of friendship? But now everyone is hungry if Li Xiaoluo gives her some delicious food at this time. Then if you look at Shun Miao Miao's friendliness, you can know whether she is a grateful person. Although some people may only be grateful for a short time, their friendliness will decrease later. But at least it's better than those who don't know how to be grateful. And in the future, Li Xiaoluo will check their friendship level every once in a while, so he is not afraid that they will decline. Li Xiaoluo had already prepared the food for Chen Jianjun and the others, which were just some ordinary big meat buns and tea eggs. It's definitely not as good as the beef noodles Li Xiaoluo had when he recruited those women last time. However, everyone at the scene showed excitement when they saw the steaming buns. Most of the food for these people had been taken away by the people of Alliance A, so there was not enough left for them to eat. Basically, I eat one meal and go hungry twice. Even though we got some food with Li Xiaoluo last time, except for Chen Jianjun and Lu Dazhuang, the food allocated to others was not much. Moreover, most Chinese people like to think about the future and leave a way out for themselves. I like to save any good things. Therefore, many people only dare to eat a little bit of food every day, and then they're starving most of the time. I just want to leave a little more food for emergencies. So let alone the hot meat buns and tea eggs, they were still full. Even if they were 7 or 80% full, they had not experienced it for a long time. At this moment, everyone was very excited. It seemed that choosing to stay and follow Li Xiaoluo was indeed the most correct choice. Otherwise, they may not be able to eat these delicacies until they die. After everyone finished their breakfast hungrily, Li Xiaoluo began to check their friendliness. Not only the men, but also the friendliness of women and children were looked at. As long as one person's friendliness is not up to standard, then Li Xiaoluo will not want him in that family. However, Li Xiaoluo took a look and found that after eating Li Xiaoluo's food, the friendliness of these people met his recruitment requirements, and there were no white-eyed wolves. So Chen Jianjun and the others naturally passed Li Xiaoluo's assessment, and they were officially regarded as Li Xiaoluo's people, with the establishment of peripheral members. After recruiting people like Chen Jianjun, things are naturally different from before. Before, Li Xiaoluo just threw them downstairs casually, but they consciously guarded the downstairs for Li Xiaoluo. Now that they have become Li Xiaoluo's people, Li Xiaoluo will naturally arrange tasks for them. It is their duty to guard the safety of the downstairs. As for what Chen Jianjun and the others needed to do and how to arrange their manpower, Li Xiaoluo didn't have too much control. Li Xiaoluo let Chen Jianjun figure it out on his own. He only cares about the results. Then Li Xiaoluo left the building. He also had something to do today. That is, his system space is now full, and Li Xiaoluo needs to find more temporary warehouses. Then release some supplies in the system space, so that when he feels better, he can continue shopping outside for 0 yuan. Anyway, the materials in the entire city are ownerless now, and he can take them as he pleases. In fact, the building where Li Charlotte lives now, as well as the several villas used as warehouses at Longting Villa, can allow Li Charlotte to store a lot of supplies. However, Li Xiaoluo plans to find a few more temporary warehouses. Moreover, every time Li Xiaoluo goes out, he collects thousands or even tens of thousands of tons of materials, so there is no need to worry about finding too many temporary warehouses. This time Li Xiaoluo went out, he didn't need to drive a snowmobile, because his destination was very close. Looking at the building called Yunsong Building not far away, Li Xiaoluo thought directly, and then teleported to the top floor of Yunsong Building. Before the end of the world, this building was a relatively high-end office building with more than 50 floors. It is the tallest building near Li Xiaoluo. It is also a landmark building. Moreover, it is very close in a straight line to the community where Li Charlotte lives. Even if Li Charlotte's teleportation ability is only level 1, he can still teleport here at home. So very convenient. After arriving at the roof of Yunsong Building, Li Xiaoluo flew a drone to investigate inside the building. There are basically no living people in the entire building, and there are very few dead people. Because this building is full of internet or financial companies and does not have any commercial stores, when the end of the world comes, few people will choose to stay in the company. But it doesn't matter if there are no survivors. Li Xiaoluo is too lazy to cause any more trouble. Then Li Xiaoluo started from the top floor and began to release the materials in the system space and store them in the building. Of course, Li Xiaoluo is also particular about the things he stores in these temporary warehouses. For example, this Yunsong Building is definitely not as safe as the Longting Villa, which is completely controlled by Li Xiaoluo. Therefore, the materials stored by Li Xiaoluo in this Yunsong Building must be less important materials in his system space. For example, the large number of daily necessities, etc. that were previously collected at Carrefour Supermarket are not even wanted by survivors now. and you don't have to worry about these materials being damaged after temperature changes. Therefore, Li Xiaoluo can safely store most of these supplies in this building. As for why not all? Because as I said before, the cunning rabbit has 3 holes. Even less important materials cannot be stored together. What if something unexpected happens? In addition, how much materials can be stored in this building? Li Xiaoluo actually did the math. This Yunsong building has more than 50 floors in total, but considering the subsequent floods, Li Xiaoluo will not store supplies on the 10 floors downstairs. In this way, the 40 floors can be used as a warehouse. Then, considering the load-bearing capacity of this kind of commercial building, Li Xiaoluo decided not to store too much materials on each floor, but only about 200 tons of materials. Then 200 tons are placed on one floor, and a total of about 8,000 tons of materials can be stored on the 40 floors. Basically, Li Xiaoluo's system space can be released by almost half immediately. And when the time comes, as long as Li Xiaoluo wants to, he can go out and buy 8,000 tons of supplies for 0 yuan. 8,000 tons of supplies. Even though Li Xiaoluo already has a lot of supplies now, he definitely won't mind getting more supplies after this doomsday. It doesn't matter what material it is. Even things that no one cares about now will be very valuable in a few years after the end of the world. When Li Xiaoluo arrived at the 11th floor of Yunsong building, all 8,000 tons of materials had been placed. Then, for the safety of these materials, Li Xiaoluo randomly found a company on the 11th floor and then collected a large number of office desks, coffee tables, cabinets, etc. in this company into the system space. Then Li Xiaoluo blocked all these desks, cabinets, and other things in the stairwells on the 10th and 11th floors, completely blocking the stairs. The blockage is airtight. After the apocalypse, the elevator cannot be used. Even if there are survivors who come to this building, if they want to go upstairs, they can only take the stairs. But now Li Xiaoluo has completely blocked the stairs. After seeing this situation, ordinary survivors will naturally not think about going upstairs again. As for blocking the stairs, it actually has no impact at all on Li Xiaoluo, because if he wants to go upstairs, he can easily do so, and there are even several ways. The first method is naturally to use the system space to clear the obstacles blocking the stairs. If you are an ordinary survivor, it may be very difficult and troublesome to get rid of the large number of desks and cabinets blocked in the stairwell. But for Li Xiaoluo, it only takes a few seconds. The second way is to teleport directly upstairs. So Li Xiaoluo blocked the stairs on the lower floors of Yunsong building just to guard against other survivors, and it would not cause any difficulty to Li Xiaoluo himself. If he wants these supplies, he can get them at any time. After storing the supplies in Yunsong building, Li Xiaoluo teleported directly back to Lord's Mansion number 36. Now Li Xiaoluo discovered that this teleportation ability is really practical. Not only is it very useful when encountering enemies, but it is also very practical in daily life. Otherwise, there is the Yunsong building, which is a high-rise building with more than 50 floors. Li Xiaoluo needs to climb up and down, and then when he goes home, it is also a building with more than 30 floors. If he didn't have the ability to teleport, he might just spend the whole day climbing stairs. When Li Xiaoluo returned home, Su Xiaotong and Zhao Min were downstairs and had not returned yet. Li Xiaoluo was a little bored at home alone, so he came to Lord Number 1's mansion through the portal. Li Xiaoluo walked out of the study. This time Zhao Min was not cleaning outside the study. Brother, you are back. When Li Xiaoluo came to the living room, a voice of surprise immediately came. It turned out that it was little Pan in the wheelchair who discovered Li Xiaoluo first. However, although I could feel little Pan's joy at seeing Li Xiaoluo, the little girl was still a little nervous and uncomfortable when calling Li Xiaoluo brother. After all, Li Xiaoluo and she had only known each other for a short time, and the time they had actually spent together was even shorter. Lord! Qin Yume, who was sitting on the sofa with her back to Li Xiaoluo, heard Xiao Pan's words and quickly stood up from the sofa, then turned to say hello to Li Xiaoluo. The little guy is a little fat. Isn't it boring to stay at home? Li Xiaoluo walked over and pinched little Pan's pink little face. There was a little more flesh on the little guy's face. Xiao Pan's little face turned red instantly, but she did not resent Li Xiaoluo's doing this, but instead showed a smile on her face. Then little Pan quickly shook her head and said, "It's not boring. Sister Mei is accompanying me. Actually, I don't need anyone to accompany me. I just want to be alone." Now the area near Li Xiaoluo's Villa number 1 is his territory, and the security team has female soldiers on duty day and night, so the area near his villa is basically absolutely safe. So when Li Xiaoluo is not at home, not only Shin Miao Miao and Lu Wanqi need to run out because of work, but also Shin Yin Yin and Zhao Xiaolu like to go out to play. After all, if you stay at home all the time and can't go anywhere, everyone will feel bored. Even though it's very cold outside now, it doesn't stop them from going out and playing for a while every day. Moreover, Li Xiaoluo has plenty of supplies here, including warm clothes. In fact, in this ice disaster, if the survivors don't have to worry about the cold, they don't have to worry about food and survival. Then they will discover that this apocalyptic environment is actually a kind of beauty. Especially for some people in the south, some people may have never seen snow before in their lives. Now not only do we see snow, but there is also several meters of deep snow. It is great fun to have snowball fights and build snowmen. Anyway, Shin Yin Yin and the others had a great time. But all this basically has nothing to do with little Panji. It's too troublesome for her to go out, so she can only stay at home. Little Pan is still so sensible. In fact, little Pon's leg can be cured in the future, and she will have the ability to teleport by then, so she can go anywhere she wants. However, Xialuo did not plan to tell Xiao Pan this in advance. Knowing some things too early would not be a good thing, and there would be no surprises. But there is one thing that Xialuo can tell Xiao Pan in advance. Xialuo looked at little Pan and said with a smile, "Sister, after a while, I will bring you a puppy to be your pet." "Puppy? Is it a live puppy?" Xiao Pan, who was still a little nervous at first, now had very bright eyes. "Of course it's a living puppy, not a toy dog with batteries." Xialuo smiled. In fact, speaking of puppies, this is the news that Su Xiaotong told Xialuo a few days ago that the general's wife Corn is pregnant. Moreover, it generally does not take too long for a dog to give birth. Generally, it only takes about 2 months from conception to giving birth to puppies. So it won't be long before Xialuo will have a litter of puppies. And dogs generally give birth to more puppies. So Xialuo saw that little Pan was lonely, so he booked a puppy for her in advance. "Brother, are there any puppies alive now?" "Brother, how old are they? What color are they?" "Brother, can I really raise a puppy?" It can be seen that little Pan, who was a little timid at first, has now become very excited, directly transformed into 100,000 Ys. Xialuo smiled and said, "Our family is so big, and we are not short of food. Of course you can raise a dog. In the future, if you raise a puppy, you can train it, play with it, and let it do things for you." Little Pan said with red eyes, "Brother, thank you." Xialuo reached out and touched little Pon's little head. "However, the mother dog has not been pregnant with the puppies for a long time, so I don't know what color they are yet. You still need to wait for a while to get them." Little Pan quickly said, "It's okay, brother. I can wait for the puppies to be born." Although Xiao Pan was a little disappointed, she was sensible enough not to say anything. Xialuo smiled. In the future, little Pan will not only be powerful, but also the most important thing is to be obedient and sensible. Even if Xialuo treats her well, she will not be arrogant or unreasonable like other children. This makes Xialuo very satisfied, and it is also the reason why Xialuo really treats little Pan as a sister in his heart. After playing with little Pan for a while and deepening their relationship, Xialuo brought her some snacks and fruit to eat, and then Xialuo put on thick clothes and left the villa. But Xialuo didn't see the strange and resentful look in Qin Yueme's eyes. The reason why Qin Yueme looked at Xialuo strangely was because she really didn't expect that Xialuo would be so kind to Xiao Pan and be so patient with Xiao Pan. This is really different from the Xialuo in her impression. What does Qin Yueme think of Xialuo? I remember that one day after the apocalypse, Xialuo suddenly appeared at Villa Number 1. And then she threw her colleagues into the courtyard of the villa after a disagreement and froze them into human-shaped popsicles. And told them directly that if they want to stay, they must become his qualified maid. Then they used high-pressure water cannons to attack Zhou Junjie and the others, and finally turned Zhou Junjie and the security guards into popsicles. In Qin Yueme's understanding, Xialuo would kill without blinking an eye when dealing with his enemies, without any hesitation at all. Even if she is a woman, he will kill her as soon as he is told. He will not be merciful just because she is a woman. And later on, even the woman who followed Xialuo had to pass the assessment and prove to be useful to him. Moreover, the treatment given was completely post-apocalyptic living standards. Xialuo did not give any preferential treatment to those women. But little Pan is the exception. If according to the standards set by Xialuo, the little girl is not qualified to join the Taoyuan collar, let alone live in Villa Number 1. Therefore, the reason why Xiao Pan was treated differently by Xialuo could only be because of her disabled status and because of her pity. Originally, Qin Yueme was not sure whether Xialuo was just making a casual decision, or whether she really recognized Xiao Pan as her sister and was sincerely good to her. But now she can confirm that Xialuo is sincere. Because just now, Xialuo really cared about little Pan and almost ignored her existence. This is also the reason for Qin Yueme's resentment. Women are like this sometimes. Xialuo seemed to have ulterior motives for her before, and the look in her eyes seemed to be filled with desire. She was still a little uneasy in her heart. But when Xialuo completely ignored her, and even her status was completely inferior to that of a child, Qin Yueme felt a little mixed in her heart. Of course, the main reason is that the current situation makes all women subconsciously respect Xialuo. Qin Yueme and Xialuo have also been together for such a long time, and they have had several close physical contacts before, so it is difficult for Qin Yueme to treat Xialuo as an ordinary man. As a result, I have some random thoughts in my mind now. After Xialuo left Villa Number 1, he then came to Villa Number 3. The purpose of his coming to Villa Number 3 is naturally to continue to release some materials from the system space, store them, and put them in these villas. These villas are now Xialuo's absolute territory, with female soldiers from the security team patrolling them 24 hours a day. Moreover, Xialuo can also check the situation at any time through the system's monitoring system. So if these villas are used as temporary warehouses, their safety will definitely be more reliable than the previous Yunsong building. Naturally, the materials released and stored here by Xialuo will be more important and precious. For example, food, salt, cigarettes, various drinks, etc. These will be very precious materials in the future, but as long as they are suitable for storage outside. Li Xiaoluo can safely take it out from the system space and store it in these villas. Villas number 3 to number 6 were filled with supplies, and Li Xiaoluo's system space released almost 5,000 tons of supplies. In this way, Li Xiaoluo's system space has about 13,000 tons of free space. Before the flood comes, Li Xiaoluo can go out and do some $0 shopping again. However, with more than 10,000 tons of supplies, Li Xiaoluo believes that it won't take long for him to collect them all again, because Li Xiaoluo basically has no interest in petty fights or anything like that. When he goes out to look for supplies, he will only go to some large wholesale markets or large and medium-sized warehouses, supermarkets, etc. Just as Li Xiaoluo was locking the villas that had been used as temporary warehouses, a group of people walked towards him. Of course, the one at the front is for running. In the blink of an eye, Xin Yinyan happily ran to Li Xiaoluo, reached out and hugged Li Xiaoluo's arm, and shook her left and right. "Brother-in-law, when did you come back?" Li Xiaoluo can clearly feel that her sister-in-law's living standard should be very good these days, and the scale of some places is obviously much larger. Ahem. Li Xiaoluo coughed lightly, and then pulled out his arm from the softness without leaving any trace. "I just came back. Are you okay with your health? Why don't you take more rest at home?" Xin Yinyan stuck out her tongue playfully, and said with a sweet smile, "Brother-in-law, why are you like my sister? You just want to lock me in at home, but sister, you may confirm that there will be no problem when I come out, as long as you don't stay outside for too long, that's it." At this time, Xin Miao Miao and a group of women also walked to Li Xiaoluo. "Brother Charlotte, Lord!" Everyone was very happy to see Li Xiaoluo. Don't look at it now that Li Xiaoluo is just a hands-off shopkeeper and doesn't care about anything in the territory at all. Basically, Xin Miao Miao and the others manage all the daily affairs of the territory. Then the female soldiers from the security team are responsible for the security aspect. But in the hearts of all women, Li Xiaoluo is the soul of their team. It can bring them an infinite sense of security. As long as Li Xiaoluo is there, they can live their lives step by step. Otherwise, if Li Xiaoluo is gone, even though they may have a certain ability to protect themselves now, no one will know how to survive in the future. At this time, Li Xiaoluo noticed that several women around Xin Miao Miao had messy hair and a lot of snow on their bodies, as if they had been hit with snow. "Miao Miao, what's wrong with them? They seem to be fighting with someone? Nothing happened here when I was away, right?" Wang Shanshan and several embarrassed women remembered something at this time, and immediately lowered their heads nervously like children who had done something wrong. "I felt very uneasy." Xin Miao Miao stood beside Li Xiaoluo and quickly explained, "Brother Xialuo, actually nothing happened. It's just that after everyone finished their work, they said they wanted to play in the snow and have a snowball fight or something. I think as long as everyone can complete their work and not be lazy, then it's okay to have some entertainment. So I agreed to what they did, so if you want to blame them, just blame me." Li Xiaoluo put her arms around Xin Miao Miao's body and said with a smile, "Silly girl, you told me that if I were not in the territory, everything here would be your decision. Don't let them play in the snow. You just let them live in the snow. It can be done anywhere in the field." Xin Miao Miao was moved by Li Xiaoluo's words, but she was still a little shy when Li Xiaoluo showed affection to her in public. And Li Xiaoluo also felt a little pity. Xin Miao Miao's figure could have been said to be devilish, but now, because she wears too much, she can't feel her good figure when holding Xin Miao Miao's waist. "Brother-in-law, their snowball fight just now was so fun, but my sister didn't let me play. Why don't we, brother-in-law, join a team, and you lead me to beat my sister and the others? They're definitely no match for you, brother-in-law." Xin Yinyan rolled her eyes at the side and said coquettishly to Li Xiaoluo. Xin Miao Miao glared at Xin Yinyan. "It would be great if I could get you out. Do you still want to have a snowball fight? I told you that you can't do strenuous exercise yet." Xin Yinyan pursed her lips. She did not dare to resist her sister and could only look at Li Xiaoluo pitifully. Li Xiaoluo looked at Xin Yinyan and smiled and said, "With such thick snow, you don't have to have a snowball fight if you want to play. You can also build a snowman." After saying that, Li Xiaoluo also became playful for a moment. He looked at Xin Miao Miao and said, "Miao Miao, please notify us later. We will hold a Taoyuan snowman building competition today. Everyone can participate, and they are required to complete their work before 12 noon tomorrow. At that time, everyone in the territory will vote secretly, and the top 3 will receive generous rewards." Before Xin Miao Miao could speak, Xin Yinyan said excitedly, "Sister, this is fun. My brother-in-law said that everyone can participate, so you can't stop me anymore." Xin Miao Miao nodded. Building a snowman is indeed not a strenuous exercise, so let her sister have fun. Xin Yinyan looked at Li Xiaoluo at this time and said, "Brother-in-law, can I only build snowmen? Can I build other objects such as animals or buildings?" Li Xiaoluo looked at Xin Yinyan, gave a thumbs up, and said, "You asked a good question, but it seems a bit too monotonous to just make a snowman. But since we are building a snowman competition, there must be snowmen. But based on the snowman, you can also use your imagination. For example, build a snowman, and then the snowman sits on an animal. Or build a snowman who lives in a castle. It will not only be about who builds the most beautiful snowman, but also who has the richest imagination." Xin Yinyan's eyes lit up after listening to Li Xiaoluo's words. She felt that it was very good to do this, and she was already eager to try it. In fact, not only Xin Yinyan, but also other women were very excited and eager to try after hearing about this competition. After all, In this doomsday, most of the women Li Xiao took in had miserable experiences before. Even if they live a freer life now, they no longer need to be tortured and hurt. But their previous psychological trauma is still there. And in this doomsday, no one knows how long they can live, so the sense of depression is everywhere. We usually don't have any entertainment activities, so we may have random thoughts when we have nothing to do. So when Xin Miao Miao allowed them to have a snowball fight before, Li Xiao not only didn't feel there was anything wrong, but felt that Xin Miao Miao did a good job. Even in the future, Li Xiaoluo will do more entertainment activities. Although Li Xiaoluo implemented a dictatorial rule in Taoyuan territory, everyone needed to obey his orders. But he doesn't want the women in Taoyuan to turn into emotionless zombies, nor does he want everyone to live in a depressing atmosphere every day. Because the environment you live in can affect the people around you. If everyone becomes depressed and numb, Li Xiaoluo and others will definitely be affected if they live in such an environment. Therefore, it is a good idea for Li Xiaoluo's Shun Miao Miao to give those women some entertainment activities as much as possible without delaying work. After all, the atmosphere in the entire territory has improved, and everyone sees the joy and hope of living, so they will work harder. The reason why Li Xiaoluo held activities such as the Snowman building competition was to make the atmosphere in the territory better and less depressing, as mentioned above. Another reason is that Li Xiaoluo himself is quite bored now. First of all, basically all the enemies Li Xiaoluo wanted to deal with were already dead. Secondly, the territories on both sides are now basically relatively stable, and the hidden dangers that should be eliminated have almost been eliminated. In this weather, basically no one would bother him. Finally, in terms of supplies, he has actually collected enough system space. After all, there are tens of thousands of tons of supplies. The reason why Li Xiaoluo released a large amount of system space today was not because he immediately went out to buy something for 0 yuan. Li Xiaoluo just reserved the space in advance, and then if he felt bored, he would go out for a walk. However, even if Li Xiaoluo is not short of supplies now, Li Xiaoluo will still go out for a stroll when he has time. After all, he can take all the supplies in the city at will, which is actually a recreational activity. Before the next natural disaster strikes, Li Xiaoluo actually has nothing more urgent to do. So Li Xiaoluo could only find some fun for himself. By the way, it also promotes the development of entertainment and culture in the territory. Evening time. Ding ding ding. A rapid ringing of the bell rang, and Li Xiaoqiao woke up from her sleep. As one of the early followers of Li Xiaoluo, and she and Wang Shanshan performed very well. Now she and Wang Shanshan are both female captains of the security team, and could be regarded as minor leaders in the army. Then Li Xiaoqiao and Wang Shanshan each led a team of female soldiers to take turns guarding the safety of Taoyuan leader. Li Xiaoqiao is actually very satisfied with her current life. Because even if they have not been harmed after the end of the world, they can still know some news about the outside world, and what kind of life people in the outside world are living now. Now with the Lord, I can have food, drink, and a warm bed. She can eat and sleep every day. If the wake-up bell does not ring every day, she will not leave the warm bed. In fact, she didn't even feel like she was living at the end of her life. The only thing that Li Xiaoqiao felt was that their daily life was actually very boring and somewhat depressing. Because many women have become withdrawn due to the hurt and stimulation they received after the apocalypse. There are also some women who are afraid that they will be punished if they do something wrong, so they live very cautiously every day and will not do other things in private. They are also cautious when getting along with everyone. There are even some women who feel like they don't know how long they can live in this apocalypse, or how long they can live like this. Maybe one day the Lord will run out of food and abandon them. Therefore, many women feel a little pessimistic and helpless in their hearts. It is said that a mouse dropping can ruin a pot of soup, and when there are many such pessimistic or depressed people, there are also many optimistic people like Li Xiaoqiao in the territory. But it is undeniable that their mood will actually be affected to some extent. Li Xiaoqiao is actually the commander of the female army now, so she often enlightens everyone, hoping that everyone can be more optimistic. Although they have no way of knowing now who will come first tomorrow or the accident. But at least one thing is that they are now living a happier life than most survivors. So why are you still thinking so much? Just take it one day at a time. However, the effect of her enlightenment was not very good. When Li Xiaoqiao got up and walked from the bedroom to the living room, she found that several of her female soldiers were already discussing something excitedly on the sofa in the living room. In addition, several female soldiers who were usually taciturn did not participate in the discussion, but they listened with interest. Li Xiaoqiao was a little surprised. She seemed to have never seen her female soldiers behave like this. So when he saw the female soldiers like this, Li Xiaoqiao knew what must have happened. Because they got up early, they knew some news that they didn't know. What are you talking about? Did something good happen? Li Xiaoqiao walked over, looked at the female soldiers and said, "Hello, Captain. Hello, Captain." The rules of Taoyuan leader are still very strict, stipulating that everyone must obey the orders of their superiors and maintain sufficient respect for their superiors. Therefore, female soldiers usually respect Li Xiaoqiao. However, Li Xiaoqiao actually has no heirs, and although the Taoyuan leader has given them power, they also have rules and people to supervise them. We won't let our superiors bully people casually. I don't have a job yet. You don't need to think that I am the captain. We are all the same ordinary women. You can just think that I am here to chat about gossip. Who can tell me if there is any breaking news? Li Xiaoqiao also sat down on the sofa and then asked curiously. If it were normal times, no one might respond to Li Xiaoqiao's words. In fact, this is normal. Even before the end, how many people can really let go in front of their big leaders? Of course, if a small leader like Li Xiaoqiao is not a big leader before the end of the world, everyone will not be nervous, and they can even get along as equals. But after the apocalypse, even small leaders like Li Xiaoqiao are sometimes more powerful than the big leaders before the apocalypse, leaving them in awe. Because Li Xiaoqiao can report everyone's performance to the superiors, it will affect how much food they can get every day, and even affect their life and death. Therefore, even in Taoyuan territory, there are always levels of distinction. Normally, no one dares to talk nonsense in front of Li Xiaoqiao. But today, it seems a little different. The female soldiers who were talking all looked at Li Xiaoqiao with excitement. Captain, you are really right, there is big news this time. Hee, it's still good news. Captain, you will definitely be happy when you hear it. Captain, I guarantee you will be surprised too. Li Xiaoqiao was really curious now and quickly asked in detail. In fact, this time Li Xialuo came over and actually announced several orders. The first thing was naturally the reforms he asked Lin Mingxin and Su Xiaotong to implement in the territory there, regarding the security team and the logistics department. For example, the training and actual combat assessment of female soldiers will be divided into different levels in the future, as well as reward and punishment measures, etc. Although the requirements for female soldiers may be stricter, as long as they work hard, their status and treatment will also be higher. So it must be a good thing for them. After all, the Chinese people are world famous for their hardworking qualities. But sometimes, when there is no hope or reward after hard work, many people lose motivation. The second thing is that Li Xiaoluo came here on a whim and organized the Taoyuan Leader Snowman Building Competition. And after continuous discussions between Shun Miao Miao and the others, the final conclusion was that it was divided into two competitions. The first is the individual competition, and the second is the team competition. The reason why Shun Miao Miao proposed the team competition was because she discovered that the atmosphere in the female military team and the logistics department was not very good. So having one more team competition will naturally allow them to deepen their friendship and trust with each other during the competition. If we talk about the first thing, it is to slowly change Taoyuan Ling and make it more formal. Through system reform, everyone in Taoyuan Ling will become more motivated. Then the second thing is to make everyone in the territory active and more positive about life in the shortest possible time. Of course, if you want everyone to actively participate in the snowman making competition and achieve the effect of changing the atmosphere of the entire territory, then it is definitely necessary to give everyone the motivation to work hard. In fact, to put it bluntly, there must be prizes in the competition. The rewards for the snowman building competition, individual, are as follows. First place, reward a meal of beef hot pot. There are no restrictions on dishes and portions. That is, eat until you can't eat anymore, and then receive 500 contribution points. Second place, reward a beef hot pot meal, and then 300 contribution points. Third place, reward a beef hot pot meal, and then 100 contribution points. Fourth to 10th place, a bottle of Leogama hot sauce will be awarded, and then 10 contribution points will be awarded. Participation prize, a pack of pickled mustard. This event was proposed by Li Xiaoluo himself, so the prizes will naturally not be trivial. And this is exactly why the female soldiers under Li Xiaoqiao are excited. Speaking of which, one of the rewards for this snowman making competition is contribution points, which was not available before. And this is also the third thing announced by Charlotte Li. That is to implement contribution points in the territory. And then there is a contribution points system. The so-called contribution points are actually not difficult to understand from the literal meaning, and there are many ways to obtain it. For example, in this snowman making competition, you can get contribution points. For example, if a female soldier performs particularly well during the assessment, is particularly serious and responsible in her daily work, discovers an enemy invasion while on duty, and bravely kills the enemy, these behaviors may lead to contribution points. Speaking of which, there were actually rewards for these things before. It's just that now Li Xiaoluo has used contribution points to concretize them. For example, in the past, if people with outstanding performance were evaluated, or those who worked particularly hard, they would be rewarded with some extra food. However, the previous rewards were just material rewards and did not mean anything else. But it's different when converted into contribution points, which will become an important basis for their future promotions and salary increases. Because as long as you get people with more contribution points, then they must have made a lot of contributions or have very good abilities in some aspects. In the future, if there's a need to add new managers or upgrade the levels of some people, then seeing who has the highest accumulated contribution points is naturally a good reference basis. It will also convince others. Of course, the contribution point is just a value for reference and has no actual value in itself. Therefore, while implementing the contribution point system, Li Xiaoluo also obtained a corresponding contribution point. To put it simply, the contribution points obtained by each person can be converted into corresponding contribution points. Then contribute points which can be used to exchange for food, daily necessities, etc., or even used to exchange for medicines. In other words, the contribution points can be used to improve food or be used to treat doctors and buy medicines in the future. Therefore, this contribution point can actually be understood as a digital currency of Taoyuan Ling. With this kind of currency, everyone can say goodbye to big pot rice. Because historical experience tells the world that there is no future for eating from a big pot. Even though Xialuo had formulated some simple reward policies before, it was not a long-term solution. I really want the territory to be prosperous and dynamic, so that everyone has motivation and hope. Then you still need to have your own currency. Because we don't eat from the big pot. Only after we have our own currency can we really do what we want to do. With money, everyone can buy food if they want to buy the food they like, buy clothes if they want to buy the clothes they like, and keep it for future medical treatment. With choice and hope. Inside Villa Number 1, a sumptuous dinner was going on. The several things Li Xiaoluo announced this time not only caused a huge response among the people below. Even the women around Li Xiaoluo are very interested in this. Especially Shun Yinyan. She has been particularly attached to Li Xiaoluo since she confirmed her identity as sister-in-law. This time, Li Xiaoluo introduced the contribution point and contribution point system, which she found very interesting, so she pestered Li Xiaoluo and asked again and again. After learning that the contribution points were the digital currency of Taoyuan Ling, she even suddenly wondered if she could print banknotes belonging to Taoyuan Ling. That would be really exciting. However, Li Xiaoluo still interrupted her fantasy. Although it was not impossible to print exclusive banknotes belonging to Taoyuan territory. But there's really no need for that. Brother-in-law, can I also earn contribution points? Xin Yinyan also knew that the idea of printing currency was unreliable, so she just said it casually. However, she still asked the question she was most concerned about. It seems that making money is an addictive thing at any time. Of course you can. Brother-in-law, then you can arrange a job for me, preferably one that could be an official, otherwise how can I make a lot of money? Oh, I didn't expect that this girl is not only a money lover, but also an official lover. But Li Xiaoluo shook his head, because now, let alone Xin Yinyan's ability, even her body doesn't allow it. Only after the superpower appeared, Xin Yinyan's illness was completely cured, and she will also be a superpower in the future, so she will definitely have subordinates, and she can be considered an official. Xin Yinyan pursed her lips. Humph, brother-in-law, you are lying. I just agreed that I can make money, but you don't arrange a job for me. So how can I make money? Li Xiaoluo picked up a piece of beef and threw it in his mouth, smiled and said, why not? You can't make money without a job. Before the end of the world, many people without jobs could make money, and they were freelancers. The same goes for you and Xiao Panpan. You can find opportunities to make money by yourself even if you don't have a job. For example, in this snowman making competition, whether it is an individual competition or a team competition, as long as you get a good ranking, you can earn a lot of money. Today's dinner, Li Xiaoluo finally tasted the delicious food cooked by Lu Wanxi, the beautiful cook. Although there are many ready-made delicacies in Li Xiaoluo's system space, now Li Xiaoluo feels that Lu Wanxi's cooking is more delicious. And it's definitely cleaner and more hygienic. Little Pan on the side was eating delicious prawns. Now that her brother mentioned her, she immediately smiled obediently at Li Xiaoluo. Then she looked at Shun Yinyan and said, Sister Yinyan, I'm not very good at making snowmen, but I will help you and give you all the money I earn. Little Pan is so good. I'll give you a big chicken drumstick. Shun Yinyan also likes Little Pan very much, maybe because she was the youngest and the one who was always taken care of. Now that there is a little person smaller than her, she can also take care of others. It may also be because they are all patients now and feel sympathy for each other. Thank you, Sister Yinyan. Little Pan looked at the big chicken drumsticks in the bowl, even though she was already a little full. But she still happily thanked Shun Yinyan and worked hard to finish the chicken legs. Shun Miao Miao had always been quiet and elegant while eating, but she looked at the people eating with happiness in her eyes. Maybe it was because he saw the embarrassment flashing in Little Pan's eyes, and because Little Pan had eaten so much food just now. So Shun Miao Miao softly said, Little Pan, can you give me this chicken drumstick of yours? I don't know why, but I really want to eat chicken drumsticks tonight. I was just about to eat chicken drumsticks, but your sister Yinyan pinched them. Let's go. My sister-in-law will give you 2 chicken legs tomorrow, okay? A sincere smile immediately appeared on Little Pan's face, and then she gave the big chicken drumstick in the bowl to Shun Miao Miao. Here, sister-in-law Miao Miao, you don't need to pay it back. After a warm dinner, everyone played until about 10 o'clock before going to bed. Fortunately, Li Xiaoluo has electricity here, so there are still many entertainment activities for everyone. If you are a survivor outside, you can only suffer in the cold and dark night now. The survivors outside may even be worse at night than in ancient times. After all, in ancient times, although there were few entertainment activities at night, at least you could still do more human-building exercises. And under the current circumstances, except for Li Xiaoluo, there may not be many people who can have the opportunity to do human creation exercises at night. Late at night, in Li Xiaoluo's master bedroom in Villa Number 1, Li Xiaoluo was lying comfortably on the soft big bed. Shun Miao Miao was washing up in the bathroom at this time. It had been a few days since Shun Miao Miao had in-depth communication. Thinking of Shun Miao Miao's devilish figure, Li Xiaoluo had already felt a little hot. So Li Xiaoluo planned to continue to carry forward his tradition of diligence and thrift, and the two of them washed together to save water. However, Shun Miao Miao did not agree. She blushed and left a message to give herself a surprise, and then quickly ran into the bathroom. Li Xiaoluo smiled at that time, but he didn't expect that Shun Miao Miao would learn to play flirtatiously. Maybe there is also a sense of crisis. Although Li Xiaoluo did not publicize the fact that she could teleport to another place and had a territory in another place, she actually told Shen Miao. After all, Shen Miao's friendliness level is over 90, so she is someone who can absolutely be trusted. Even with Xiao Xiaotong over there and his relationship with Xiao Xiaotong, Li Xiaoluo did not hide it from Shen Miao. When Shen Miao heard this, there was indeed a look of resentment on her face. However, she didn't have any big reaction. Instead, she seemed to have guessed it. In fact, not to mention Xiao Xiaotong's place, it is here in Villa Number 1 that Li Xiaoluo has collected so many stunning beauties, so naturally Shen Miao already knew his intentions. Moreover, I saw the darkness after the apocalypse in the Longting Villa area, especially the post-moral character of most men. Shen Miao doesn't care too much about these things about Li Xiaoluo. After all, compared to those beasts, Li Xiaoluo is actually very good, especially to her and her sister. In such an apocalyptic world, it's not impossible to want a man to only love you and be protective of yourself. But such a man probably doesn't have much ability. Therefore, Shen Miao not only resented that Li Xiaoluo had another woman, but also worried about gains and losses. Because she knew that brother Xialuo had very high standards, so that Xiao Xiaotong over there must also be a very beautiful woman. So after consulting experts, Shen Miao learned many ways to capture a man's heart. At this time, Shen Miao, who was in the bathroom, had already finished washing, but looking at her flawless jade body in the bathroom mirror, Shen Miao's face turned a little red. Because when she took a bath just now, she felt that her V*** seemed to be plumper. Shen Miao was a little distressed because it was already very big, so why was it still getting bigger? But thinking about brother Xialuo's love for them, Shen Miao felt that it was worth it, and their enlargement may also be related to brother Xialuo. When getting ready to get dressed, Shen Miao looked at the clothes she had secretly brought in, and her face suddenly turned redder. I was a little hesitant in my heart. Do I really want to listen to Sister Yume's advice? Will brother Xialuo laugh at her? But she had already spoken out her words just now, and Shen Miao could only take the clothes and put them on, and then she saw a different version of herself. The bathroom door was opened. Li Xiaoluo put down the phone and looked over there. Then his eyes lit up. What catches the eye is a charming face, as well as the sexy and touching visual effects. I saw Shen Miao wearing a maid outfit, a black and white style, but it made Shen Miao's originally devilish figure look even more graceful and sexy. Shen Miao, who was originally like a fairy and had a huge figure, put on this outfit and became extremely lethal. Li Xiaoluo hooked her fingers toward Shen Miao and asked her to come over. Shen Miao walked quickly to Li Xiaoluo, then bowed slightly and said, "Master, do you have any orders?" Shen Miao naturally saw the look in Li Xiaoluo's eyes that he wanted to swallow her up. Although she felt a little shy, she had to say that Sister Yume's method was still very good. Li Xiaoluo also didn't expect that Shen Miao not only put on special clothes, but also played facial expressions. Isn't this her usual character? Is there any expert advice? But no matter what, Li Xiaoluo was very happy with this situation, and he was not in a hurry to eat Shen Miao directly. "Sister, why did you get up so late? Hurry up, everyone is going out to build snowmen now." Usually when Li Xiaoluo stayed in the villa, Shen Miao would get up relatively late. As for the reason, everyone except maybe Xiao Pan knows it well. But when Shen Miao got up today, Shen Yin couldn't help but complain. Because today is a snowman making competition, and the competition time is still until 12 noon. Shen Yin originally thought about the design plan for her work last night, and then she got up early in the morning, thinking about starting work as soon as possible. Shen Miao's face was as delicate as a flower in the morning, and she rolled her eyes at her sister angrily. Today is an individual competition, not a team competition. If you are in a hurry, why don't you go first? Shen Yin slapped her head in annoyance. It seemed that this was indeed the case. Anyway, the individual competition is for everyone, so why do I have to wait for my sister? What a waste of time. Thinking of this, Shen Yin quickly changed her clothes and took her little follower Xialuo to show off her skills. When Shen Miao arrived at the competition venue, the scene was already very lively. Some women are seriously building snowmen, while others are having fun while building them. Shen Miao said to Qin Yume and Lu Wanqi who were beside her, "Just let me take care of Xiao Pan. You can also go and build one for fun." Qin Yume nodded. Looking at the lively scene, she seemed to relax. Humans are indeed social animals, and they are also affected by the surrounding environment. Lu Wanqi also nodded. Although she is usually more dignified, she is not a person who likes to play too much. But in this atmosphere, her childlike innocence seemed to be inspired. Moreover, the thick snow outside made the sky and the earth look white, which originally made people feel desperate. But now with a different mood, I found that it is actually a kind of beautiful scenery. "Let's go, little Pan. Let's go build one too. Your brother said that all of us should build one. It doesn't matter if the build is good or not. The important thing is to participate." Shen Miao personally pushed Little Pompon's wheelchair. Little Pan in the wheelchair was wearing thick clothes and was so well-armed that only her eyes were exposed. But at this time, the little guy's face was also full of happiness and eagerness to try. What child doesn't like to play and be lively? It's just that the little guy was very sensible before and didn't show it. Taiwanling Villa area, at 12 noon, at Shen Miao's whistle, all the women stopped what they were doing. because the time for the snowman building competition has come. Everyone can no longer operate. Ah, that work is so funny. It was a man and a woman arguing, and then the woman was riding on a tiger. Wow, that snowman looks so beautiful, so lifelike that it looks like a real person. Ah, I'm laughing so hard. Look at this snowman smiling so stupidly. After all the women's works are completed, everyone can freely visit other people's works. After all, they will have to vote later. Looking at everyone's various creative ideas, everyone is enjoying it. It can be seen that everyone has put a lot of thought into it. After all, Xialuo gave them one night yesterday to think about what kind of snowman they wanted to build. Some women are not too confident in their ability to build a snowman, so they decide to win with special creativity, anything funny or novel. So now, everyone feels very happy looking at these works and feels that everyone is a talent. Of course, there are also those who truly intend to rely on their craftsmanship to win, such as Lu Wanxi. She was an art teacher before the end, so she handles details very well. When others saw the snowman she built, they only had one thought. This is a real snowman. No, they almost thought it was a real person. When everyone was almost done watching and playing, Xialuo came out. Well, the leader must appear last. You still have to be cool. Brother-in-law, why are you here? We all built a snowman, but you didn't. After Xin Yinyan saw Xialuo, she started to complain with a flushed face. Qin Yueme also smiled and said, "That's right, Lord, you said that everyone should build a snowman. You can't ignore it." Qin Yueme is the one who has spent the longest time with Xialuo among these women, except for sister Xin Miao. Moreover, we had spent more time together before, and in this atmosphere now, we were able to relax and joke around. Even Xin Miao followed suit with a smile. "Yes, brother Xialuo, how about we wait for you for 10 minutes and you can pile one up too?" Xialuo glanced at Xin Miao. It seemed that Xin Miao was a little embarrassed about the little game last night. She still remembered it now. She even made fun of herself, but Xialuo smiled. In fact, one of the purposes of holding this event was to let the people in the territory see this new world. So he originally planned to show off his skills. Okay, then I'll make one too, but I don't need 10 minutes, just 1 minute. In fact, Xialuo has already experimented. His system space can control the materials he collects into the system space with his thoughts. So by using this function, he can use his thoughts to make a snowman in the system space based on his own ideas in an instant. As long as he gets enough snow, that's it. Of course, in this way, the affairs of his space will be exposed to everyone. However, this is exactly what Xialuo wants to do. The end of the world has been going on for so long now. And even in the near future, superpowers will appear in front of ordinary people. So if you show off your skills appropriately in front of everyone in the territory, Xialuo thinks it's not a big deal. On the contrary, Xialuo can also make the women in the territory more confident, believing that he can keep them alive and they can be more cohesive in the future. At this time, most of the women looked at Xialuo with curiosity. Each of them had just started to build a snowman. Naturally, they knew that even building the simplest snowman would take a lot of time. So when the Lord said that he could build a snowman in 1 minute, everyone's faces were full of curiosity. Does the Lord also speak big words? Only Xin Miao and some people close to her knew that Xialuo might be using his magical powers. Sure enough, I saw Xialuo walking to the deep snow next to him, and then under the incredulous eyes of many people, wherever Xialuo passed, all the snow around him disappeared. Then Xialuo waited until the snow in the system space was almost gone, and then started shaping the snowman in the system space. 1 minute later, a huge snowman suddenly appeared in the clearing. This snowman was 6 or 7 meters tall. Xialuo's move immediately shocked all the women who were watching, especially those women who didn't know anything about it. At this moment, they felt that their worldview collapsed. Is my lord a god? Because even the most powerful magician cannot do such a thing. Wow, sister, look, this snowman is you, exactly like you. While everyone was shocked, a voice suddenly sounded. Xin Yinyan looked at the huge snowman and exclaimed. But Xin Yinyan muttered again. Sister, why do I feel that the clothes you are wearing are weird? I have never seen you wear them before. At this time, Xin Miao was moved and shy, because the snowman Xialuo built was her, where she was magnified several times, and anyone who was not blind could see it. But this huge Xin Miao was wearing the maid outfit from last night. It's strange to see my sister Xin Yinyan. She wore it for the first time last night, and he did a lot of weird things. But Xin Miao didn't expect that brother Xialuo would be so impressed. Today I made a huge snowman based on her yesterday's look. That's why Xin Miao was moved, because Xialuo made her look so lifelike, but at the same time she felt very embarrassed. However, except for the Xin Miao sisters, basically no one cares about what Xin Miao looks like. Now they are all scared by the magic of their lord. What kind of method is this? Is this world still the world they know? But Xialuo only showed his hand a little, so he naturally wouldn't explain too much to the people below. As long as they all know that he, the Lord, is not an ordinary person, he has the ability to help them survive in this end of the world. Only in this way will they feel at ease and be able to do their jobs more actively in the future. Okay, now that everyone's works have been completed, let's start voting. Xialuo explained to Xin Miao. Oh, Xin Miao responded softly, and then led several women from the logistics department to guide everyone in the voting process. It didn't take long. The results are out. The first place, Lord Xialuo, got 38 votes. The second place, Lu Jin from the Logistics Department, got 28 votes. The third place, Lu Wanqi from the Lord's Mansion, got 26 votes. Fourth place, Yang Yin from the Security Team, received 20 votes. Of course, the most generous rewards in this competition will definitely be for the top 3. So Li Xiaoluo stopped joining in the fun. He finished the competition work after 12 o'clock, and then canceled his first place result. This made Yang Yin, who was originally ranked 4th, ecstatic. She could also have a hot pot dinner. After the snowman making competition held by Taoyuan Ling came to an end, it was already time for lunch. Then in the cafeteria of Villa Number 9, 3 women were sitting at the middle table, and they were all eating happily. Because at this table, the top 3 in the competition, Yang Yin and the others were sitting. At this time, they were eating steaming hot pot. Snowflake beef, prawns, tripe duck intestines, yellow throat. There are so many foods they love to eat before the end. Being able to eat a delicious hot pot meal before the apocalypse in such an apocalyptic world would be incredibly satisfying. Moreover, the Lord also said that their hot pot meal is unlimited. As long as they don't stretch themselves to death, they can eat as much as they want. Although they were harvesting the wool of their Lord, the 3 women showed no mercy at all and used their strongest fighting power. After all, they were scared of hunger before. Even if they no longer starve after following the Lord, they will only have a meager meal every day. Who can withstand the temptation of such delicious food? The girls who were sitting at the table next to them eating the usually delicious white steamed buns in their hands now had no taste at all. All the girls who were eating looked with great envy at the 3 Yang Yin girls who were sitting around the hot pot eating and drinking. They think the Lord is too torturous, so why can't they be rewarded secretly? This made them watch Yang Yin and the others eating and drinking so much that their saliva almost flooded the canteen. But at this moment, all women's sense of identification with Taoyuan collar has increased infinitely. They are also full of confidence in their future lives. Because they have an extremely powerful Lord. No, the Lord is not a human being. In fact, after the snowman building competition ended, everyone was discussing who was their Lord. Why is there such a magical power that can make the snow disappear at will, and then suddenly turn into a huge snowman? Then a reliable rumor spread. It turns out that after the end of the world, a small number of people will become the favored ones of heaven. They will awaken supernatural powers, which are the superpowers mentioned before the end. But there are very, very few people who can awaken their powers, and it's not certain when they will be able to awaken. The most important thing is that everyone awakens different powers. Some are combat powers, some are healing powers, and some are powers that can keep many people alive. Their Lord's superpower is a superpower that can keep many people alive. Such an explanation immediately made all the women in Taoyuan leader understand and figure it out. Why do their lords take in so many women, and why do they always have food to eat? Although many women regret that they have not become such a proud one, they can still awaken powerful powers. But if they can follow the Lord, they will definitely be able to survive in the future. So they are extremely lucky. With this understanding, the women in Taoyuan Ling no longer have the same sense of depression and fear of the future. With their Lord here, they have nothing to worry about. The hot pot that Yang Yin and the 3 ate at noon further verified this point. As expected, their lords are capable of anything, and they have plenty of food. As long as they follow the Lord, no one can bully them in the future, and they won't starve or freeze to death. Then what do they have to worry about? Just work hard and live a good life, just like before the end of the world. So during lunch, except for the hot pot meal at the middle table, all the women in the cafeteria had smiles on their faces. Everyone began to talk more, and even chatted and laughed with each other while eating. In fact, for many things, as long as you change your mentality, what you see and experience will be completely different. For example, if you were thirsty for 2 or 3 days and then are suddenly transported to a deserted desert, then what you see is hell, and your mood is only incomparable despair. But when you follow your companions and ride a camel to the desert together, then what you see is the majestic beauty of the desert. And what you experience is the artistic conception of the desert sand like snow and the Yinshan moon like a hook in the poem. So the feeling is completely different. The same goes for the women in Taoyuan collar now. They were depressed before and didn't know how long they could survive in the face of such a disaster. So they lived in fear every day. But with the confidence given to them by the Lord, and now that they are no longer afraid, they will discover that life after the apocalypse also has its beautiful parts. For example, such thick snow originally looked like a disaster. But now, they can use it to build snowmen and have snowball fights. And it looks completely white, but it's actually quite beautiful and spectacular. In addition, after the apocalypse, they will not have as much pressure in life as they did before the apocalypse. They will not have to think about mortgages and car loans as soon as they wake up. During the new year, they will have to think about how much money they have earned this year and whether they will have any dignity when they go home for the new year. Inside Villa Number 1. After Li Xiaoluo and Shen Miao finished their lunch, Shen Miao went to do some work. Because Li Xiaoluo has implemented the policy of contribution points, it is just a matter of words for Li Xiaoluo, but to implement it concretely, Shen Miao still needs to lead people to do it. Of course, if Shen Miao needs any talents such as accountants, if you need any professional equipment, you can tell Li Xiaoluo. Now, no matter whether it is people or equipment. There is basically nothing that Li Xiao cannot get. Brother-in-law, can we form a team for the team competition the day after tomorrow? Shen Yinyan ran to Li Xiaoluo, who was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, then looked at Li Xiaoluo and begged. In today's snowman making competition, as expected, Shen Yinyan ranked very low, not even in the top 10. So naturally I didn't get any good rewards. Although Shen Yinyan had a lot of fun, she was not very interested in the rewards. But the little girl seemed to really want to win the prize. So, she came up with the idea of holding a team competition the day after tomorrow. If you want to win the award, Li Xiaoluo is naturally a shortcut. Li Xiaoluo wanted to say that he was a very principled lord. How could he do something shady? But under Shen Yinyan's constant coquettishness, Li Xiaoluo still had to give up her principles. Otherwise, she might shake her body to pieces. So I had no choice but to agree. Time flies, and a few days have passed in the blink of an eye. In the past few days, Li Xiaoluo not only implemented the contribution point and contribution point system in the territory of Longting Villa. This policy is also implemented in the territory of Building A in Watanjuan community. So these 2 days, the two people in charge, Shen Miao and Su Xiaotong, have a lot more work. Li Xiaoluo himself basically doesn't care about these details. His daily work includes studying with his women how to better save water and continue human civilization. Then I took some time to go out for a walk and continued to collect a large amount of supplies from outside. As long as it is a wholesale market or some large logistics warehouses, as long as there is a large amount of supplies, Li Xiaoluo will not let it go. No matter what kind of material it is, even if it is some hardware and building materials or useful machinery and equipment, as long as the quantity is large and useful, Li Xiaoluo will take a batch home. Of course, these materials that are of little use for the time being will not occupy the system space or even the temporary warehouse after Li Xiaoluo takes them back. Li Xiaoluo always piled them on the open space on the mountain behind Longting Villa. Anyway, there is no urban management now, and the mountain will not be flooded, so less important materials can be piled there first. After all, things that are useless now may be of great use in the future. Anyway, taking back those supplies was a matter of convenience for Li Xiaoluo after he saw it, and it didn't cost him any effort or cost. Of course, every time Li Xiaoluo goes out, even if he does not go to a residential building, he will occasionally encounter some survivors. After some survivors saw Li Xiaoluo, they knew that Li Xiaoluo was doing well just by looking at his condition, so they had bad intentions. But with Li Xiaoluo's current ability, how can they deal with it? If the number of thugs he encounters is not large, Li Xiaoluo will not even bother to use his powers or guns, and will just fight violence with violence, which can be regarded as exercising his fighting ability. In fact, Li Xiaoluo's body has been strengthened, but when Li Xiaoluo killed people before, he rarely actually killed people directly. After all, Li Xiaoluo is a real old man and will not put himself at risk just to be a hero. When there are many enemies or they have weapons, wouldn't it be nice to just use the gun? No matter how bad it is, using the teleportation ability is pretty good. You can teleport directly behind the enemy, and then stab them to death or wipe their necks. Of course, not all Li Xiaoluo met were thugs when he went out. There were also many ordinary survivors. But if no one with supernatural talents is found, if ordinary survivors want to follow Li Xiaoluo will basically not want to. Because the territory of his territory is very small at this stage, he already has enough personnel. Unless there are some talents that Shen Miao and Su Xiaotong particularly need. For example, since Taiyuan Leader is a team with various departments and the number of people is not small, it naturally needs some more capable managers. In addition, a system such as contribution points has been implemented, which is actually equivalent to distributing money, which naturally requires professional financial personnel. So if you meet someone who is professional, female, and friendly enough, Li Charlotte might take him home. Of course, if he meets some survivors who are pleasant to the eye and pose no threat, Li Xiaoluo sometimes doesn't mind giving them some food. But whether they can survive depends on their own luck. The reason why he gave some food casually was because there was still a lot of ordinary food in the city, but Li Xiaoluo couldn't collect so much himself. When the second flood comes, basically all the food will be destroyed. So since Li Xiaoluo couldn't get all the food, he might as well help those in need according to the situation. This is not the virgin, but human nature, because doing this actually has no impact on Li Xiaoluo's own food. He could find a grain and oil store at random and collect thousands of kilograms of grain in 1 minute. Occasionally, he would throw a bag of rice to someone he liked. And not everyone can please Li Xiaoluo. Those thugs, or people who are not friendly to Li Xiaoluo, are definitely not good. They are usually survivors with children. In addition, these days, Li Xiaoluo is not only going out to search for supplies by himself. Lin Mingxin also followed what Li Xiaoluo had explained before. The female soldiers in Building A's territory began to conduct actual combat drills after 3 days of new recruit training, and then went out to conduct actual combat missions. The first destination of the female soldiers' actual combat mission was Building B next to Building A, where Li Xiaoluo was located. Because the two buildings are very close to each other, Chen Jianjun reported to Li Xiaoluo several times before that people from Building B sometimes came to Building A to look for trouble, but he and his men drove them away. So since Li Xiaoluo wanted to train his troops, it was just right for the female soldiers to practice in Building B. Actually, before the second flood came, or even ended. In fact, Li Xiaoluo didn't need a large territory. Even the community where he was located was not in a hurry to occupy it, nor was he in a hurry to clean up the survivors in the territory. After all, it will be Waterworld soon. Everything will wait until later. The reason why Li Xiaoluo wanted to move Building B was because they came to trouble Li Xiaoluo first. And Li Xiaoluo just needed to train female soldiers, so they hit the gun. In fact, according to what Li Xiaoluo learned, Zhao Xiaobing, who was downstairs before, led his people to escape to Building D, and then joined a team called the Black Wolf Gang. Then Lu Dazhuang took some people to Building C and merged with a group of people. The two groups of people who escaped from Building A, Li Xiaoluo, seemed not to want to get too close to Building A, where Li Xiaoluo was located. Moreover, because they brought the news that Li Xiaoluo had a gun to those two buildings, the forces in those two buildings did not dare to come and provoke Li Xiaoluo. There was only Building B closest to Li Xiaoluo, but no one escaped there. So the people in Building B were kept in the dark and came to trouble Li Xiaoluo like idiots. But anyway, there is no need for Li Xiaoluo to take care of it himself. In addition to Lin Mingxin, the security team here also has a small team. Then Li Xiaoluo equipped each of them with a crossbow, and Lin Mingxin was even equipped with a pistol. In this community, basically no one can harm them. Of course, since the purpose is to train the abilities of the female soldiers, Lin Mingxin will not take action unless absolutely necessary, let alone show her gun casually. Otherwise, no one will dare to resist by then, and it will naturally not have any training effect on the female soldiers. And yesterday, the female soldiers who went out for actual combat for the first time actually achieved good results. At least they eliminated the thug team in Building B. Over in Building B, the remaining survivors are basically ordinary survivors. No one dares to resist or come here to cause trouble. As for the 10 female soldiers who participated in the operation, Lin Mingxin gave them scores according to the assessment standards. A female soldier appears as a deserter. The 2 female soldiers showed themselves to be unqualified. The remaining 7 female soldiers passed the assessment. The female soldiers here don't have as much experience as the female soldiers at Longting Villa, so the quality is definitely not as good as there. But it doesn't matter what Li Xiaoluo thinks. The female soldiers here don't have as much experience as the other side, and their quality is not as good as there. So let them experience more things and improve their quality. Therefore, Li Xiaoluo also personally gave instructions on the performance of the female soldiers in this assessment. The female soldier who appeared to be a deserter was naturally killed directly. As for the 2 who failed the assessment, it depends on whether they have other abilities and then whether Su Xiaotong's logistics department is willing to take them in. If the logistics department doesn't want them, then they will be kicked out of Taoyuan territory and will have to fend for themselves from now on. The 7 female soldiers who passed the assessment will naturally become official female soldiers, and with their rank, their treatment will also increase. Li Xiaoluo wants them all to know that only hard work can pay off at any time. As for the female army team that is short of people due to assessment, then continue to select a group of women from the newly occupied Building B, and then let Lin Mingxin continue to train them. In addition, Building B is now basically controlled by Li Xiaoluo. However, Li Xiaoluo had no intention of moving there for the time being, so Li Xiaoluo asked Chen Jianjun and others downstairs to move to Building B. In this way, Chen Jianjun and the others can still guard the perimeter for Li Xiaoluo. Because if people from other buildings want to come to Li Xiaoluo to cause trouble, they must pass through Building B first. So if the enemy is not strong, Chen Jianjun and the others can solve it for Li Xiaoluo. If Chen Jianjun and the others are unable to handle it, and a more powerful enemy wants to continue attacking Building A, Chen Jianjun and the others can notify Li Xiaoluo in time using the walkie-talkie. But now in Building A, there will only be people led by Li Xiaoluo Taoyuan from now on. It will be much more convenient no matter what you do in the future. In addition, Li Xiaoluo also treated the territories on both sides equally. In Building A, Li Xiaoluo was the only queen. Li Xiaoluo also held a snowman making competition here, and then Li Xiaoluo also showed off his superpowers in a small way. Only by letting all women know that they can survive by following them, and they will not go hungry or lack food or clothing in the future. Only then will all women have the motivation to work hard, and the atmosphere in the entire territory will no longer be depressing. In fact, if Li Xiaoluo can show some strength earlier, the previous female soldiers will definitely be more serious in training, and their performance may be better when they go out for actual combat this time. But there is no need for Li Xiaoluo to give in to them. He can only say that everyone has his own destiny. In fact, so much has been said above, but in summary, Li Xiaoluo's territory is now considered stable. From the outside, Basically, no one dared to trouble Li Xiaoluo, whether it was Longting Villa or Watanjuan community. Internally, as the territorial system becomes more and more perfect, rewards and punishments are implemented, and everyone knows that the Lord has superpowers. Everyone in the territory is full of confidence in life and will perform and work hard. And Li Xiaoluo, he just needs to enjoy life now. Then, just wait for the second natural disaster to come. Oh, General, come here and help. We can't defeat him. In the open space to the left of Building A in Watanjuan community, Su Xiaotong's somewhat frightened voice sounded. Since Chun Jianjun and others moved out of Building A, the women under Li Xiaoluo's time for activities have greatly increased. Especially the day before yesterday, when Li Xiaoluo leveled a piece of snow downstairs and held a snowman-making competition on the empty snow, many women seemed to be turned on for fun and came out to play in the snow every day. Even the two wives, Su Xiaotong and Zhao Min, are no exception. Although they usually behave as elegant and dignified as goddesses, especially in order to maintain prestige in front of the people below, they have always paid great attention to their words and deeds. But even the aloof queen actually has a naughty side sometimes. Of course, in Li Xiaoluo's Taoyuan territory, the hierarchy has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Therefore, except for Lin Mingxin, basically no one below dared to play with Su Xiaotong and the others. In order to find someone to play with, Li Xiaoluo was roped in by them to make up the numbers. Li Xiaoluo basically has nothing to do except going out to buy something for 0 yuan every day. He usually likes to read novels, but all the novels he follows have been discontinued, so they are really boring. You can't really spend all day communicating with women about how human beings continue to live, right? If Li Xiaoluo really did that, Xin Miao Miao and Su Xiaotong would definitely have nothing to do with them, because they have the strength in numbers and backup forces. But the first person to be overwhelmed must be Li Xiaoluo himself. After all, although his body has been strengthened, he does not have an iron kidney. So Li Xiaoluo naturally didn't refuse when Su Xiaotong and the others dragged her out to play. Then a few people started to have a snowball fight. It was quite fair at first. Zhao Min and Li Xiaoluo are on the same team. Su Xiaotong and Lin Mingxin are on the same team. And the dog general is the referee. But Su Xiaotong and the others completely underestimated Li Xiaoluo's strength. The casserole-like snowballs were smashed down, and it only took 2 snowballs to stun Su Xiaotong and the others. Although they fought hard, the snowballs they made were small to begin with, and they didn't even hit the corner of Li Xiaoluo's clothes. Isn't this unscientific? Why is he so fast despite his great strength? But women always have a way. So under Su Xiaotong's coquettishness, what was originally a 2-2 match turned into a 3-1 match, with the 3 of them facing off against Li Xiaoluo alone. Li Xiaoluo shrugged and said that he didn't care. He was just torturing them anyway. Zhao Min was the only one who felt miserable. She was originally following Li Xiaoluo, but she also followed him and killed everyone, killing the enemies until they lost their armor and cried for their father and mother. But in the blink of an eye, she also became a person who was beaten and abandoned, and she couldn't refuse. After all, she and Su Xiaotong had a revolutionary friendship, and Su Xiaotong would be needed to save the situation. Facts have proved that even if Zhao Min joins, Su Xiaotong and the others are unable to recover and are still the abused party. However, Su Xiaotong still refused to give up and finally pulled the general into her team. So there was the opening scene, where Su Xiaotong desperately called for the general's support. But the general kept digging in the snow, and then looked at the little bits of snow on his paws. He looked at the hostess Su Xiaotong aggrievedly. Didn't I agree that I would be the referee? Look at me, I look like a person who can have a snowball fight, or a dog. Although Su Xiaotong is the best to it on weekdays, and it also wants to help, isn't it difficult for a strong dog to do so? Snap! A huge snowball came over, and the general was knocked down directly. But there was a smile on General Dog's face, and he laid down in the snow. If you can't afford to offend me, then I'll just lie down. In the end, under Li Xiaoluo's intervention, he was also hit several times by Su Xiaotong and the others' little snowballs. Then, with the cheers of Su Xiaotong and the others, the snowball fight ended. So tired, Su Xiaotong and the other women sat down directly on the snow, feeling really happy and tired at the same time. In fact, in the open space outside Building A, not only Su Xiaotong and Li Xiaoluo were playing, there were also many female soldiers from the logistics department or security team playing outside. It's not that they are lazy or that they have nothing to do. In Li Xiaoluo's territory, they are not slaves, so they still have appropriate rest time every day. For example, during lunch, you can rest for an hour and a half. If the weather wasn't so cold, they could take a lunch break. But in such cold weather, basically no one dares to sleep during the break. So many people will go downstairs to play. Because since the snowman making competition was held here last time, everyone's feelings about the ice and snow are completely different from before. Thinking about it from another perspective, they had never seen such thick snow in their lives before the end. Many people may have to spend money to travel to northeast China to see such a scene, but now they can play whatever they want and save money on traveling. Of course, when most women go out to play, they don't choose to have a snowball fight like Su Xiaotong and others, because they are not the lords and wives like Su Xiaotong. If they get their clothes wet, they have no place to take a shower and change clothes. If you catch a cold in this weather, it's no joke. Basically, it's like a death sentence. So when they come out to play, they usually just play in the snow, admire the snowman they built last time, or practice their snowman making skills again. Maybe there will be competitions in the future. If I can get a good ranking in the future, not only can I eat hot pot, but I can also contribute points, which is really delicious. In addition, in this doomsday world, you need to be cautious at all times, so they can't come out at any time. The door downstairs will only be open during the lunch break, and the female soldiers on duty that day will be on duty downstairs to prevent any sudden danger. Unlike Su Xiaotong and others, they can come out at any time if they want, and if Li Xialuo follows them, they don't have to worry about danger at all. Even if Li Xialuo doesn't follow, the security team will send female soldiers to follow. Li Xialuo is not just an idle person raising them. It is also their duty to protect the Lord and his wife. After they had rested enough, Su Xiaotong and Zhao Min returned to the building, while Li Xialuo drove the snowmobile out again. Su Xiaotong and the others climbed the stairs to the 6th floor and immediately heard a burst of uniform slogans. The current duty station for female soldiers of the security team has actually been moved downstairs a long time ago. However, the door on the 6th floor is still a checkpoint, and the 6th floor is also the dormitory and training ground of the security team. Previously, the female soldiers went to Building B to perform tasks and assessments, and several female soldiers were eliminated. But there is no shortage of people who want to survive after the apocalypse, so Li Xialuo asked Lin Mingxin to select a group of women from Building B to enrich the security team. So now there are people training in full swing. Sister Min, why don't we go to the security team to take a rest first, and take a look at how the training of these new recruits is going? After climbing several flights of stairs in one go, Su Xiaotong was already out of breath. The main reason was that she had a little too much fun having a snowball fight downstairs just now, which wasted a lot of her energy. Okay. Zhao Min nodded and said, in fact, her physical strength is not much better than Su Xiaotong. For a while, Su Xiaotong and Zhao Min were still thinking, should they also exercise with the female soldiers from the security team for a few days to improve their physical fitness and treat it as exercise? But then they gave up. Because they go upstairs once or twice a day, the amount of exercise has actually reached the standard. And sometimes if you still have to serve Li Xialuo, the amount of exercise would be too much. And if you follow the female soldiers in strength training every day, you might be able to build muscles. Think about it and forget it. They are still responsible for being beautiful. Then just deal with some logistics. Su Xiaotong agreed with Zhao Min, then looked at Lin Mingxin beside him and said with a smile, Mingxin, we are just going to have a rest, not to conduct a surprise inspection. Lin Mingxin smiled and said, it's okay. Even if it is, it doesn't matter. What our security team is not afraid of the most is surprise inspections, because I like to conduct surprise inspections. If you can find some problems for me, I will be quite happy. Well, you guys are still awesome. It's you people who I admire the most. Su Xiaotong gave Lin Mingxin a thumbs up. Then several women walked to the training ground of the security team with their long, slender legs. In fact, the training ground of the security team is still an indoor training room left by the previous Zhao Xiaobing team, which contains some training equipment they collected. Later, everything belonged to Li Xialuo. Hello, ladies. Hello, Captain. As soon as Su Xiaotong and the others came in, Meng Jiejie, who was in charge of training a group of new recruits, immediately ran over. Meng Jiejie was among the first group of people to follow Li Xialuo here, and she has now passed the examination to become an official female soldier. She is also the squad leader of the security team. Apart from Lin Mingxin, she has the highest rank in the security team. Lin Mingxin has already taught these veterans how to train female soldiers. So now the newly recruited female soldiers are being trained by Meng Jiejie. Although Meng Jiejie wanted to say it, she had only been trained for a few days. Before the end, she might not even be considered a recruit, so how could she have the ability to train others? But there is no way. Many things will be cruel after the apocalypse. There is not so much time for many things, and there is not such a gentle way waiting for them to learn and adapt. They can only work hard and adapt, otherwise they may be eliminated. But fortunately, those who can stay among Meng Jiejie and her group of veterans have actually passed the most difficult level, because they have all passed the recruit assessment. Su Xiaotong looked at Meng Jiejie and smiled and said, Jiejie, we just came into rest when we were tired from climbing the stairs. This is not a surprise inspection. Just continue training and don't worry about us. Then, madam, please sit down and take a rest. Meng Jiejie personally brought stools to Su Xiaotong and the others and was very enthusiastic. In fact, in Meng Jiejie's heart, she was very grateful to Su Xiaotong. I still remember that when Li Xialuo took Su Xiaotong downstairs for the first time, Su Xiaotong brought some hot breakfast to Meng Jiejie and the others in a thermos bucket. Sometimes, every small gesture can really warm people's hearts, especially when you are at your lowest. Although the Lord Li Xialuo took her in and gave her a chance to live, she was also very grateful and respected the Lord. But it was Mrs. Su Xiaotong who made her feel warm. And at that time, Li Xialuo didn't show any superpowers in front of them. They just asked everyone to be obedient and obey orders, and then asked them to start training hard. So without the warmth that Su Xiaotong brought to her, Meng Jiejie and the others didn't know if they could persevere. So from the bottom of their hearts, Meng Jiejie and the others were very, very grateful and respected Mrs. Su Xiaotong. But later, Su Xiaotong was managing the work of the logistics department upstairs, and rarely came to the security team anymore, and rarely communicated with Meng Jiejie and the others. It's even possible that Su Xiaotong himself doesn't remember the original incident. Because it was Li Xiaoluo who took her out for the first time at that time, she just brought some food to the newcomers who had just joined. Su Xiaotong naturally didn't know that Meng Jejia had a lot on her mind. She joked. Captain Meng, you are so enthusiastic. And are you training so hard? Isn't it still lunch break? Meng Jejia naturally would not express her gratitude to Su Xiaotong. Otherwise, she would be afraid that she would be said to be deliberately flattering. So Meng Jejia smiled and said, Madam, you know that the training time for recruits is only a few days, so everyone must seize the time and work harder to learn some skills. And with the examples of our group of veterans in front of them, they don't need to be supervised now, and they all work very hard on their own. Because their current efforts may allow them to pass the assessment later, and then allow them to survive in this doomsday. Su Xiaotong nodded. Although she did not directly manage the security team, she was considered one of the top leaders in the territory. She still knew the strict rules after the reform of the security team. There's a lot of pressure on recruits to the security force. It really means sweating and crying at ordinary times, and maybe even bleeding in the end. But now it seems that this new batch of female soldiers who have joined Taoyuan collar training are much more motivated than the previous female soldiers. But that's normal. The atmosphere in the entire territory is very positive and optimistic now, especially for the previous batch of veterans who passed the assessment and became official female soldiers. They now have status guarantees, and their treatment has been improved again. Moreover, the work of the female soldiers in the security team also earns the most contribution points in the territory. After they have contributed points, they can go to the logistics department to redeem their favorite food or daily necessities, etc. Therefore, the current life of the veterans can be seen by the newly joined women. With role models, those recruits will naturally be more motivated. Although it will be very painful and tiring at the beginning, at least there is hope later. In fact, after the end of the world, let alone what kind of life those women lived before. Even before the end of the world, people at the bottom are still working hard. So as long as they have hope, they can grit their teeth and persevere. As for Li Xiao, even he himself doesn't know where Li Xiaoluo's destination is today, because the place he was going to today was not at all among the $0 shopping goals he had planned before the end. Li Xiaoluo came out today to look for a military base. In fact, Li Xiao didn't even know that there was a military base in their city. He only learned this news from Lin Mingxin by chance. There is a military base in a mountain in the suburbs. The base is not big, and it is not a military area, so basically few people know about it, and even fewer people go there in normal times. However, no matter how small the military base is, there are still a lot of weapons there, definitely more than those of the armed police force, and the firepower is also stronger. This reminded Li Xiaoluo that in his previous life, it was no wonder that a powerful force appeared nearby here. It is said that they have large snipers, grenades, and heavy machine guns. At that time, that group of people could be said to be invincible around here, but later on, when the superpowers became stronger, the members of that group of forces were wiped out, and all of them surrendered. Later, everyone became more concerned about news about superpowers and basically rarely talked about thermal weapons. In his previous life, Li Xiaoluo originally thought that the group of people with heavy weapons might be soldiers from other places. Because after a flood comes, everyone can run around. But it's not like now, when everyone can only stay at home and cannot move around. But after unexpectedly knowing that there was a military base nearby, Li Xiaoluo's original team with strong firepower might have been local forces, and their weapons might have been found at the military base Lin Mingxin mentioned. That's why Li Xiaoluo came out specially today. Even if he doesn't lack guns and ammunition now, he will have a lot of superpowers among his subordinates in the future. But in line with the policy that even if he can't use a good thing, he can't give it to others, so Li Xiao must also collect the arsenal nearby. But when Li Xiaoluo drove the snowmobile and arrived at the general direction mentioned by Lin Mingxin, he suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. Because there is a vast expanse of white everywhere here, and only a few treetops of the original mountain forest are still exposed. There are basically no high-rise buildings in general military bases, and some are even underground. Maybe they are completely buried underground now. Li Xiaoluo looked around, but couldn't find it. However, after driving and failing to find it, Li Xiaoluo did not give up. He released the 2 drones rewarded by the system. Li Xiaoluo didn't believe it. He used the drone to search inch by inch. Even if the base was buried, there would always be some exposed, or there would be some features. Facts have proved that Li Xiaoluo's method is very effective. After more than half an hour, Li Xiaoluo finally found the military base that was almost buried by heavy snow. Then Li Xiaoluo used a drone to confirm that there seemed to be not even a single dead person in the base, let alone living people. Maybe they all went out to provide disaster relief. Li Xiaoluo didn't think much about it. After using the drone to find the arsenal of the base, Li Xiaoluo cleared the snow to enter without any trouble and teleported directly to the arsenal. After seeing the firearms in the arsenal, Li Xiaoluo's eyes lit up. In addition to the neatly arranged rifles, what caught Li Xiaoluo's attention the most were a few big guys. These were heavy machine guns. Even if such big guys are placed there quietly, they seem to be able to feel their terror. In those TV dramas, as long as there is a heavy machine gun, it can really kill everyone. This kind of heavy machine gun can be used not only to kill people, but also to demolish buildings, and even airplanes. Of course, this aircraft refers to that kind of helicopter, Otherwise, the aircraft flying several thousand meters high will definitely not be able to shoot down. It's a pity that there are no heavy weapons here, such as tanks, missiles, etc. Otherwise, Li Xiao would really like to experience it. Although he was greedy, Li Xiao's movements were not slow at all. He directly took all the rifles, sniper rifles, and several heavy machine guns in the arsenal into the system space. There are quite a lot of firearms here, including thousands of rifles. But Li Xiao definitely won't have too much, even if he really can't use so much. But there is definitely nothing wrong with putting it away first. If staying here gives others an advantage, it is actually a threat to Li Xiao. After collecting the guns, Li Xiao went to the warehouse where the bullets were stored. The troops' guns and bullets must have been kept separately. At this time, Li Xiao discovered that it was really cool to have the teleportation ability. He didn't need to find the key to the weapons arsenal. He only needed to use the drone to find the location, and then he could teleport directly there. After arriving at the ammunition depot, Li Xiao's eyes lit up again. There were many boxes inside, which naturally contained various types of bullets. There are everything from pistol bullets, rifle bullets, to large heavy machine gun bullets. There are only a few thousand rounds of ammunition for pistols, but there are at least tens of thousands of rounds for rifles and heavy machine guns. Li Xiao even found 300 boxes of grenades. When he opened them, he found that each box contained 40 grenades, and each one was round and cute. Li Xiao's eyes lit up, and he remembered the time when he was playing with mine cannons when he was a child. There are more than 10,000 grenades, so he will throw a few first to hear the sound. Yes, this is also a great harvest. I really want to give credit to Lin Mingxin this time. However, the reward for this meritorious service was finally accepted by Zhao Min. Time flies. The temperature is rising rapidly. In fact, this situation has been happening since last night. At that time, in the Taoyuan Villa area, the female soldiers who were on duty in Villa number 10 thought something unusual had happened again, and reported to the Lord Li Xialuo through the walkie-talkie. However, it was late at night, and Li Xialuo was exercising with Qin Yuemei. Qin Yuemei was wearing a nurse's uniform, and her face was full of flattery. How could Li Xialuo care about the changes in temperature? He just wanted to study how to give injections with the head nurse. And Li Xialuo knew what was going on because counting the time, the ice disaster was about to end, and the second stage of the flood was indeed coming. That's why Li Xialuo can remain calm about honor and disgrace, and continue to discuss the true meaning of life with Qin Yuemei. Let me say here that more than a month ago, Qin Yuemei was also eaten by Li Xialuo. What happened was that it was a dark and windy night, and Qin Yuemei was thinking wildly in bed. Then there was a knock on her door, and then Shen Miao's voice came. It turned out that Shen Miao said she was a little uncomfortable and asked Qin Yuemei to go over and check on her. Qin Yuemei naturally did not dare to neglect, and without thinking too much, she hurried to Shen Miao's bedroom, wearing sexy pajamas. Although Qin Yuemei is not a doctor, she can still treat some simple illnesses. Moreover, Shen Miao's problem is even simpler. Basically, any adult woman knows what's going on. It turned out that Shen Miao didn't have a cold or illness. She just had an annoying relative at home. When Shen Miao called Qin Yuemei over, she actually didn't ask Qin Yuemei to treat her, but asked Qin Yuemei to take care of Li Xialuo for her at night. After all, Shen Miao knew that she would not be able to serve Li Xialuo for several days, and Li Xialuo would definitely go elsewhere by then. In this case, she might as well find a helper for herself. Qin Yuemei really couldn't believe what Shen Miao did. Is this something that Shen Miao's character can do? And Qin Yuemei didn't expect that although she and Li Xialuo actually had some ambiguity, she also thought that Li Xialuo might eat her at some point, and she might not resist. But Qin Yuemei never expected that this day would come so quickly, and that she would be dragged into the water by Shen Miao. Of course, it is not appropriate to say that she is being flirted with. At least Qin Yuemei has always been mentally prepared, so she did not resist. Then that night, Qin Yuemei deeply understood why Shen Miao wanted help. It turned out that it was really painful and happy to serve Li Xialuo alone, but in the end it hurt a little more. So even if Shen Miao's relatives don't come, one person really needs to share the burden. Okay, let's go a little further, and let's continue talking about the rising temperature. So starting from last night, the temperature suddenly and rapidly rose. Villa number 1, where Li Xialuo lived, actually didn't feel much because the temperature in Villa number 1 was always constant. But the people in the villa outside, even the survivors outside, felt it very deeply. Because just like when an ice disaster first comes, the temperature drops very quickly. In almost 10 minutes, the temperature drops by 60 or 70 degrees. Who cannot feel this? At that time, everyone felt extremely powerful. It was like a real world of ice and fire. The temperature rise this time is actually the same, and the temperature rises very quickly. When some people felt that something was wrong, it only took about 10 minutes for the temperature, which was originally tens of degrees below zero, to rise back to normal temperatures. Most of them were 20 to 30 degrees above zero. Although many people feel incredible and cannot believe it, because happiness seems to come too suddenly. No one is mentally prepared at all, but most of the survivors must still be extremely excited. After all, if you have a choice, who doesn't want the temperature to return to normal? No one wants to feel the extremely cold temperature of ice and snow anymore. Of course, there are also a small number of people who are not excited when they see the temperature rising, but are very scared. Because during the extremely cold period, some people did a lot of bad things for their own selfish desires and for the sake of survival. They are naturally afraid that if the temperature rises, the country may restore order, and they may be sanctioned by then. But no matter whether some people are happy or others are worried and fearful, after 3 months of extreme cold, the temperature has indeed returned to normal. However, at the beginning of the second month after the end of the world, basically everywhere there was a complete water and power outage, and communications were completely paralyzed. Now that the temperature has suddenly risen, no one can share their feelings online or in groups for such a big thing. Of course, most survivors are actually not in the mood to share. After the temperature rises and the ice and snow melt, many people's first thought is to go out to find food and stock up on more food. They are really afraid of hunger. Even though it was late at night, it didn't stop everyone from having this idea. Then the survivors discovered that shortly after the temperature rose, the sky suddenly started to rain heavily. It was a real heavy rain. Many people may have never seen such a heavy rain in their lives, as if a big hole had been opened in the sky. But this made some people rush out to find food because they had experienced extremely cold snow, and they always felt a little uneasy about such heavy rain. Of course, there are also some people who still have the same procrastination as before the apocalypse. When they see the heavy rain outside, they don't want to go out anymore. They thought that the temperature had already risen anyway, and there was no need to go out and take risks in the heavy rain at night. This is what it was like outside last night. However, Xialuo worked hard for most of the night before going to bed last night, and slept soundly afterwards, not paying attention to what happened outside at all. When Xialuo woke up in the morning, he saw that Qin Yueme had also woken up long ago, but now her face no longer had a flattering look, but instead had a faint look of sadness. "What's wrong? Are you feeling sentimental early in the morning?" Xialuo hugged Qin Yueme's plump body into his arms. Feeling the skin-to-skin contact with Xialuo, Qin Yueme showed a charming blush on her face. Then she slowly buried her head on Xialuo's chest and said in a strange tone, "The temperature outside has returned to the pre-apocalyptic temperature now, right?" Xialuo nodded. "Yes, the temperature should be almost the same as before the end." Qin Yueme suddenly hugged Xialuo's strong body tightly. "If it returns to normal, will you be okay?" Well, Xialuo knows what Qin Yueme is worried about. She was worried that if the temperature rose and order returned to normal, what Charlotte Li had done before might be liquidated. After all, Xialuo had a gun in his hand, and he killed many people directly or indirectly. If order is restored, maybe peanuts will be eaten. As for resistance, no matter how powerful Xialuo is, he can't fight against the state machine. By the way, Xialuo also has superpowers and many people know about it. Maybe Xialuo will be harmed even more because of this. There is also the possibility of being caught and used as a guinea pig, with no freedom for the rest of his life. So last night when I heard that the temperature outside was recovering, after Xialuo fell asleep, Qin Yueme actually went out quietly to confirm. She even met Shin Miao Miao, who was actually just as worried. If possible, Qin Yueme would even like to have freezing weather all the time. Although it is a bit selfish, she is actually used to such a life, especially after she became Xialuo's woman. She was now also the Lord's wife. Her daily life, including food, shelter, and daily necessities, is actually much better than before the end of the world, and she is also much happier than before the end of the world. But Qin Yueme didn't expect that just when she was immersed in a happy life, this ice disaster would suddenly end. Once the apocalypse is over, there will be many problems to face. For example, whether Xialuo will be liquidated by the country, and her relationship with Shen Miao Miao and Xialuo. This kind of relationship is normal in the apocalypse, and Qin Yueme didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, they were all weak women and needed to rely on Xialuo to survive. And as time went by, she also fell in love with Xialuo. But if order is restored, then even if they are willing to have such a relationship, the strange eyes of the world will overwhelm them. That's why Qin Yueme was worried early in the morning. Xialuo stroked Qin Yueme's plump and smooth body, smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will be fine. The ice disaster has passed, but it does not mean that the apocalypse is over." Qin Yueme was stunned for a moment, and then said in surprise, "Husband, are you saying that the apocalypse will not end and there will be other disasters?" Xialuo nodded, but did not elaborate. But Qin Yueme believed what Xialuo said very much. This was a habit they had developed so long after the end of the world, and what Xialuo said was not missed. Thinking of this, Qin Yueme didn't know why, but she breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that she doesn't want the natural disaster to end, but if the natural disaster doesn't end on its own, she has no choice, so she can only continue to follow Xialuo to survive. No more random thoughts in my mind. After getting up and washing up, Xialuo and Qin Yueme came to the living room, and Qin Yueme immediately pulled Shen Miao Miao aside and whispered something. Soon, a smile appeared on Shen Miao Miao's face. After breakfast, the heavy rain outside was still continuing, but the sky and the earth were no longer completely white, and the thick snow on the ground had basically melted away. With such heavy rain, Shen Miao Miao and the others couldn't go out today, so they stayed in Villa Number 1. Even if there are work matters, you can only contact your subordinates directly using the walkie-talkie. I asked just now. Although the people below are discussing the rising temperature, and many people are discussing whether the apocalypse will be over, no one is asked to leave yet. Shen Miao Miao put down the walkie-talkie in her hand and reported to Xialuo. In fact, Xialuo didn't let her ask this question at all, because Xialuo didn't care at all. If any woman felt that the temperature had risen and wanted to leave or something, then let them do it. However, The women here in the villa have obviously experienced more things. Most of the women were rescued by Xialuo himself. They are sincerely grateful to Xialuo, so their loyalty is generally higher. Xialuo said to Shen Miao Miao, "If anyone wants to leave the territory or withdraw from our team in the past 2 days, you don't need to tell them too much, just let the management staff register their names directly." Shen Miao Miao nodded. Xialuo's intention for doing this is very obvious. If someone makes trouble and his name is registered, then the apocalypse will not be over by then, and the person whose name is registered will be miserable. However, after following Xialuo for so long, Shen Miao Miao is no longer the beautiful and innocent female college student before the end. Now she is marrying and following the chicken, and she will do whatever Xialuo says. Moreover, she also learned to consider many things from the perspective of a superior, and she no longer had so much intolerance. "Okay, you all stay at home and don't go out. I'll go over there and take a look first." Xialuo, Shen Miao Miao, and the others said hello, and then came to Lord's Mansion number 36. When Su Xiaotong and Zhao Min saw Xialuo coming, their faces that were originally a little nervous and worried suddenly showed joy. They didn't expect that things would change overnight. If it were the beginning of the ice disaster, they would still be praying in their hearts for the disaster to end quickly. But now, they have slowly adapted to life after the apocalypse. But the ice disaster ended suddenly. However, it seems that there is no way to go back to the end. So Su Xiaotong and Zhao Min were also a little confused and hesitant. Fortunately, Xialuo is here now, and they have a backbone again. "Hey, little secretary, you said that if the disaster is over and I am caught by the country and eat peanuts, what will I do?" Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Xialuo deliberately pretended to sigh. Su Xiaotong, who was originally nestled in Xialuo's arms, suddenly raised her delicate and beautiful face. "Boss, why don't we flee abroad? Even if the disaster is over, the country will definitely be in chaos for a while. Let's take advantage of this period to flee abroad." Xialuo smiled and said, "This method is good. It can solve the problem. I'm definitely not a problem. I'm the mastermind anyway, and I'm basically the one who kills people. But are you willing to follow me? Because when we are found out, you will all become wanted criminals." Su Xiaotong said with an indifferent expression, "Wanted criminals are wanted criminals. Anyway, I've lived in the apocalypse for so long. If I were to live an ordinary life again, I might not be used to it." When Zhao Min saw Su Xiaotong looking at her, he immediately smiled and said, "Don't look at me. In fact, I've lived abroad for longer, so it would be better for me if I go abroad." Su Xiaotong smiled and said, Sister Min, we will still be a family when the time comes." Zhao Min's face turned red, but he still nodded. Suddenly Su Xiaotong screamed again, and then said, "Boss, every time you went out to search for supplies, did you ever visit a bank or gold store?" Xialuo said, "I have never been to a bank, but I have visited a few gold shops. After all, even if gold has no value after the end of the world, gold jewelry is still very beautiful and can be used for decoration." Su Xiaotong immediately said with a smile on his face, "Boss, then we have the money to escape, and when we go abroad, we will have food and clothing for the rest of our lives." Xialuo was a little funny. It turned out that the little secretary was concerned about this. "Okay, let me tell you the truth. The apocalypse will not end. Floods are coming soon." Xialuo stopped joking. "Flood?" Suddenly hearing this word, Su Xiaotong and Zhao Min were both stunned. Although it is indeed raining heavily outside now, they have never seen such a heavy rain, and it seemed to have been raining all night, and it didn't even stop for a moment. But neither Su Xiaotong nor Zhao Min thought that this ice disaster had just passed, and that this heavy rain would also be a disaster. After all, in ordinary people's perception, it is just rain. Even if it rains heavily, how much disaster can it cause? But now what Su Xiaotong and the others say to Xialuo must be absolute trust. Even if Xialuo says that 9 suns will appear in the sky, they will believe it. Sometimes women are just so unreasonable. So Su Xiaotong and Zhao Min were surprised when they heard that there would be a flood soon, but they were already sure that the flood would definitely happen. "Boss, why did you choose the safe house on this top floor?" Su Xiaotong thought of what happened before the end and couldn't help but ask. Xialuo, he must have considered this at that time. But at that time, there happened to be a vacant house on the top floor. Otherwise, as long as it was a high floor, it would actually be okay. Of course, if it weren't for the top floor, Xialuo would definitely have a lot more troubles. "Husband, won't everything downstairs be flooded? Will Meng Xin and the others be in danger?" Zhao Min on the side heard Su Xiaotong ask this question, and suddenly remembered something, so he quickly asked. If Xialuo set up her home on the 36th floor, because the buildings downstairs would be flooded, then the women in their territory would definitely not be able to escape either. That's why Zhao Min is a little worried. After all, after a few months of getting along, even if he has a dog, he will have feelings for it. Of course, Zhao Min is more worried about Lin Mingxin. After all, their relationship is no longer a simple employment or superior-subordinate relationship after the apocalypse, but more like family members. Xialuo couldn't help laughing. Just because I place my residence on the 36th floor does not mean that everything below the 36th floor will be flooded. Su Xiaotong also said, "Yes, Sister Min, if you are worried, you will be confused. Even if the downstairs is really flooded, there will be a process. Meng Xin and the others can just run upstairs." Xiaomin smiled sheepishly. She was indeed a little anxious just now. Swish swish. At this moment, Su Xiaotong's walkie-talkie suddenly rang. Madam, are you there? I have something to report to you. Su Xiaotong knew as soon as she heard the voice that it was the voice of Tanggua, the head of her logistics department. Tanggua, I'm here. What can I do? Madam, someone in our logistics department said they want to leave and go home. Go home? Su Xiaotong was stunned for a moment, and then subconsciously asked, Where is her home? Tanggua said on the intercom. Madam, the person who asked to go home is over in Building B. Seeing that the temperature has risen now, she thought the disaster was over, so she wanted to go home and wait for the country's rescue. Su Xiaotong paused for a moment. It seemed quite normal for some women downstairs to have this idea. After all, the woman downstairs saw that the temperature had risen, but she didn't know that there would be another flood soon. So it's normal for her to want to leave now. And the women downstairs are not Li Xiaoluo's women. If the apocalypse is really over, not many people will want to continue to follow Li Xiaoluo. They definitely want to go back to their pre-apocalyptic life. Su Xiaotong did not rush to answer Tanggua's words, but looked at Li Xiaoluo. For things like this, it's better to let the boss make the decision. In fact, according to Su Xiaotong's idea, if she said that there would be floods later, maybe no one would want to leave for the time being. After all, although it is said that there will be floods in the next heavy rain, maybe everyone will be dubious. But since there were ice disasters before, it is not absolutely impossible that there will be floods later. So if Su Xiaotong said it, even if the woman downstairs might not believe it completely, she would definitely endure the idea of leaving for the time being and see the situation first. But Su Xiaotong knew her boss's character, so she didn't do this. Su Xiaotong was right. For those who wanted to leave, Li Xiaoluo would not coax them to stay. Li Xiaoluo looked at Su Xiaotong and said, Tell them that anyone who wants to leave or go home should register with the management staff, and then they can leave on their own. Su Xiaotong glanced at Li Xiaoluo in surprise. Is his boss so easy to talk to today? It really makes her a little uncomfortable. But Su Xiaotong didn't care. Anyway, Li Xiaoluo was here, so she could just obey and do as she was told. So Su Xiaotong conveyed Li Xiaoluo's meaning on the intercom. But Li Xiaoluo suddenly became easy to talk to? Do you really want them to leave on their own? Of course not. Li Xiaoluo had long said that after joining his Taoyuan leader, unless Li Xiaoluo took the initiative to drive them away, they would be members of the Taoyuan leader until life and death. And the reason why Li Xiaoluo was easy to talk to was that he agreed to their request. That's because they simply can't leave this building. The reason why Li Xiaoluo knew they couldn't leave this building was because last night's heavy rain and snow melted, and now the water downstairs was 2 to 3 meters deep, and the first floor was almost submerged. In addition, it was still raining heavily, so even though Building B was only a few dozen meters away, they still couldn't get through. And when the rainstorm stops completely and the world outside becomes a vast ocean, where can they go? However, they will no longer be members of Taoyuan leader, and will have no choice but to starve to death in this building. This effect is actually no less shocking than Li Xiao running down directly and killing all the people who want to leave. On the contrary, it may be more effective, because he can let everyone know later that he did not prevent anyone from leaving. But what will happen to those who want to leave or betray them? When Su Xiaotong ended the call with Tanggua, the head of the logistics department, Li Xiaoluo said to her, The same goes for the security team. If anyone wants to leave, let Lin Mingxin register, and then they can leave. Su Xiaotong nodded and immediately contacted Lin Mingxin using the walkie-talkie. However, after Su Xiaotong conveyed Li Xiaoluo's intention, Lin Mingxin said that none of the female soldiers in their security team wanted to leave for the time being. Su Xiaotong was stunned after hearing this. Are all female soldiers in the security team so loyal? Sure enough, those who have been trained are different. It seems that after waiting for a while and letting everyone see that the flood is coming, she will also strengthen the ideological education work of the logistics department. In fact, what Su Xiaotong didn't know was that at the moment when the temperature started to rise, the female soldiers in the security team actually had some thoughts. After all, this is human nature. Although they received military training, Li Xiaoluo did give them better treatment, and they would be much more loyal. But after all, they were trained for a short time. Moreover, female soldiers like them are not real female soldiers. If the natural disaster can end and the national order is restored, the Taoyuan territory will definitely cease to exist. Therefore, they are not defending their homeland and country, and there is no need to stay. However, because the security team was stationed downstairs, they could immediately know how terrifying the heavy rain was. Now the first floor was almost submerged, and the water level continued to rise. That's why no one in the female army team wants to leave, because they know they can't leave at all. At this time, in a room in the logistics department downstairs, the three women were busy with what they were doing and talking quietly. Li Xiaoling, what are you thinking? Now that the temperature has risen and the apocalypse is over, why are you still here? Although our lord is not bad, I heard that he has killed many people. Yes. If we don't leave quickly, the country might think we are complicit. That's right, Xiaoling. I admit that if the apocalypse is not over, I will definitely stay here. Even if I drive us away, I will not leave. But now the situation has changed again, and there is no need for us to stay here anymore. It's here. The three women who spoke were all around 27 or 28 years old. They were all survivors in Building B before. Later, after the female soldiers of the security team under Li Xiao cleared away the thug team in Building B, Li Xiao recruited some women in Building B and combined the security team and the logistics team. The ministry has expanded some manpower. However, the women who joined from Building B joined Taoyuan Ling relatively late and did not have much contact with Li Xiaoluo. Therefore, the loyalty to Li Xiaoluo is definitely not as high as that of the women recruited in Building A. In addition, no matter what time it is, there will always be situations where the old people exclude or bully the newcomers in a team. If it had been the end of the world, then the newcomers, wouldn't have noticed anything, and they would have endured it as long as they could survive. I was even very grateful to Taoyuan Ling for giving them a warm home. But now that the apocalypse seems to be over, some of the women who joined from Building B naturally had the first thoughts in mind. Anyway, the apocalypse is over, and there seems to be no need for them to stay here and live a cautious and humble life. As long as the apocalypse is over, they will be the queens they were before. Among the women in Building B, there were 3 women assigned to work in the logistics department, named Wang Qin, Su Xiaotong, and Li Xiaoli. Because they all joined later and are foreign people, they usually have a good relationship. The decision to leave this time was the result of discussions between Wang Qin and Su Xiaotong. As for Li Xiaoling, she has no intention of leaving with them. However, they continued to persuade Li Xiaoling and wanted her to leave with them. It's not that they really have such a good relationship with Li Xiaoling. It's just that they think that the law does not blame everyone, as long as more people ask to leave. By then, even if the Lord wanted to blame them, he probably wouldn't say anything. However, no matter how Wang Qin and Su Xiaomong tried to persuade them, Li Xiaoling shook her head. She still has psychological shadow about going back to Building B. She just wants to stay here now. If by then the apocalypse is really over and someone from the country comes to the rescue, then let's talk about it then. Wang Qin and Su Xiaomong both felt that they hated Li Xiaoling. Originally, I wanted to continue to explain the truth to Li Xiaoling. But at this time, Tang Guo, the head of their logistics department, gathered everyone in the logistics department. Then Tang Guo told them that the Lord had issued an order for anyone who wanted to leave or who wanted to withdraw from Taoyuan territory. The Lord will not stop you, but I will never have anything to do with Taoyuan leader again. Wang Qin and Su Xiaomong were both very happy. They didn't expect it to be so easy to leave. The Lord did not stop me. They had heard that there was a woman named Dai Linlin who also wanted to leave, but in the end she was handcuffed by the Lord and starved to death. However, this also made the 2 women believe even more that the end of the world is coming. The Lord probably sees that the end of the world is coming to an end, so the Lord does not dare to be strong anymore. So Wang Qin and Su Xiaomong, who had regained their freedom, walked happily downstairs. But when they came downstairs, both of them were stunned, because at this time, the water downstairs has flooded the first floor, and the water depth is at least 4 or 5 meters deep. How can they go outside? How so? They don't know. The main reason was that the floor where the logistics department worked was too high, and the heavy rainstorm caused blurred vision. So Wang Qin and Su Xiaomong had no idea what was going on downstairs. In fact, at dawn in the morning, Wang Qin and Su Xiaomong ran to the windowsill to take a look at the situation outside. At that time, they could only confirm that the snow had indeed melted and the outside world had returned to its normal color. But they failed to notice the water accumulation downstairs in the community at all, and they never imagined that the amount of water brought by many factors such as heavy rain and melting snow would be so huge. Only a few hours later, the first floor of the community was already submerged. The 2 people were dumbfounded, standing downstairs at a loss, and then looked at the vast ocean outside the room. Their originally beaming faces suddenly turned extremely pale. Although the temperature has risen now, the 2 of them felt extremely cold inside. Because they looked at the rising water level outside, they had a vague premonition in their hearts. Maybe the ice disaster has just passed, and this huge rainstorm is another natural disaster. If that's really the case, will there still be the rescue they've been waiting for? And even if the heavy rain stops and the floods have passed, there may be rescue. But now that they have voluntarily left Taoyuan territory, the Lord will no longer give them food. How do they survive until the flood is over? Thinking of this, Wang Qin and Su Xiaomong both slumped on the ground weakly. The female security team soldiers who were on duty on the 3rd floor looked at Wang Qin and Su Xiaomong with some sympathy. They could feel their despair. But who made them choose to leave so impatiently? Even if you are working in the company before the end and you want to leave the company, don't act so impatient. However, the female soldiers had no time to worry about Wang Qin and Su Xiaomong's affairs, because they found that the water level outside had risen too fast, and Captain Lin Mingxin had informed them to move the duty sentry upstairs. And looking at this posture, they didn't even know which floor the last guard post would be moved to, because the water level outside is rising too fast. When I had dinner with Su Xiaotong and the others at noon, I learned from the constant reports from the female soldiers downstairs that the 2nd floor of the community had been completely submerged, and the water outside was now 7 or 8 meters deep. Moreover, the water level rose rapidly. Not only did the female soldiers have to constantly change their duty posts, but even their residence on the 6th floor was not sure whether it was safe. Li Xiaolong naturally knew that the 6th floor was definitely unsafe. So Li Xiaoluo gave Lin Mingxin an order to move the security team's stronghold directly to the 15th floor. Then he asked Su Xiaotong to arrange for everyone in the logistics department to go down and help the female soldiers from the security team move things. Also let them take a look at the water world downstairs. Su Xiaotong and Zhao Min learned that the water level rose from the first floor to the second floor in just 1 or 2 hours. Now they can understand what Li Xiaoluo said. This flood may be as serious as the previous coal disaster. Although I don't know how Li Xiaoluo knew it, they will definitely believe everything they say to Li Xiaoluo in the future. After receiving Su Xiaotong's order, all the women in the logistics department, led by Tanguo, came downstairs to help. Wow, how come the water is so deep? Look, it's rising so fast. Just now, the water level was still under that step, but now it submerged that step. In fact, the woman in the logistics department lived on a high floor, and the rain was too heavy, so her vision was a bit blurry. Only now that they actually arrived downstairs did they feel the shock of the flood. Everything outside the community is now submerged in water. No land is visible anymore. However, Tanguo didn't exclaim like his subordinates. They came down not to see the water world, but to work. Tanguo walked up to Lin Mingxin and said, "Captain Lin, we are here to help your security team move. Just tell us what needs to be done." Lin Mingxin nodded. "Okay, I've already asked people to pack things. I'll bother you later." Tanguo waved his hand quickly. "No trouble, no trouble. This is what we should do." After all, they are the logistics department, and they actually serve the Lord and the female soldiers of the security team. "Director Tanguo, we all know that we were wrong. Please help us beg for mercy from the Lord and his wife. Director, please help us once. We also thought that the end was over before we wanted to leave. Otherwise, we would definitely not have left Taoyuan. For the sake of our usual respect and loyalty to you, please help us and beg for mercy." Bar. Seeing Tanguo coming down, Wang Qin and Sun Xiaomei, who had chosen to leave before, immediately knelt at Tanguo's feet in tears. Then they kept begging Tanguo to intercede for them, because they knew that if Tanguo didn't help them, they wouldn't have a chance to see the Lord or the ladies, let alone beg for mercy. The only one who can save them now may be Tanguo. Because she is a manager, she can talk to the lords or ladies. Moreover, Wang Qin and Sun Xiaomei's performance in the logistics department was pretty good before, and they were respectful to Tanguo. So what if Tanguo would help them? This is their only chance to survive. Even if they lose their dignity, they must let Tanguo help. However, Tanguo looked at the two women kneeling on the ground with complicated eyes. Although at the beginning, Tanguo was indeed very close to his subordinates. The women who joined from behind Building B must not have received so much attention from Tanguo at first. However, after working together for a period of time, Tanguo actually basically treated everyone under him equally. However, the women who joined later may have been excluded before, so they still gathered in a small group, and their relationship with everyone was not very harmonious. Of course, the Taoyuan leaders' hierarchy is very strict, and the managers have great power, so they all respect Tanguo very much. Tanguo actually wanted to help them once. After all, they had been together for so long, and they still had some feelings. But Tanguo also knew that it would be useless even if she begged for mercy. "Wang Qin, Sun Xiaomei, it's not that I won't plead for you, but you also know the rules of the territory. This time, the Lord did not kill you directly, which is already extra merciful. It is useless for anyone to plead for mercy." Wang Qin and Sun Xiaomei knelt on the ground, but stopped crying and begging for mercy. Wang Qin said, a little crazy, "Why? We didn't do anything wrong. We thought the apocalypse was over, so we wanted to leave. Lord, he is unfair. How could he be so cruel to kill us?" Tanguo, who was still somewhat sympathetic to them, suddenly frowned and scolded seriously. "Wang Qin, I don't want to hear what you say. Why is the Lord so unfair? Why is he so cruel that he wants to kill you? To put it bluntly, if it weren't for the Lord, most of the people here might have died long ago. Moreover, when everyone joined the Taoyuan territory, the rules of the territory were clearly explained to everyone in advance. The Lord gave, we provide food and safety, and we are the Lord's people whether we live or die. You think the disaster is over, so you want to leave, but in fact you have violated the rules of Taoyuan territory, and the Lord can kill you. But it is precisely because things happen for a reason that the Lord did not make things difficult for you, but allowed you to leave. But when you left in the morning, Madam had asked me to inform all of you that those who left would never be eligible to join Taoyuan leader again, as you yourself confirmed at that time. Now that you say you don't want to leave, the Lord must accept you again? Otherwise, is it unfair, or is he deliberately trying to kill you?" After being scolded by Tanguo, Wang Qin opened her mouth and didn't know how to refute. While standing aside to watch the excitement, there were some people who sympathized with Wang Qin and Sun Xiaomei. At this time, there was no sympathy in his eyes. I can only say that there must be something hateful about the poor people. Some women, even after a period of catastrophe in the apocalypse, still have the sense of superiority they had before the apocalypse. Swish swish. At this time, Lin Mingxin's intercom rang. Su Xiaotong's voice came from the intercom. "Mingxin, the boss asked me to issue an order to your security team. When you move from the 6th floor, the door on the 6th floor must be locked, and no one who does not belong to our Taoyuan leader is allowed to step upstairs." Yes. Lin Mingxin answered the intercom. Wang Qin and Sun Xiaomei, who were kneeling on the ground, looked pale because they knew they were talking about them. The lady gave an order that they could not go above the 6th floor. So if this flood floods the 6th floor, they will also drown to death before they starve to death. In the evening, Su Xiaotong and Zhao Min came back from downstairs. They also went downstairs to inspect the work in the afternoon. In fact, they also went to really experience the water world downstairs. It is truly unheard of to see the whole world become a vast ocean and the entire city being submerged. So Su Xiaotong and Zhao Min all ran downstairs to have a look in the afternoon. But Xialuo stayed at home and did not go out because he had seen too much of this kind of water world in his previous life. It doesn't appeal to him at all. Su Xiaotong and Zhao Min changed their shoes and entered the house. Zhao Min went to the bathroom to use the toilet. The general, who had been working as a bodyguard all afternoon, was actually taking the opportunity to take a walk and then hurried to accompany his wife and children. Su Xiaotong walked to the sofa with long legs, then hugged Xialuo, who was playing a standalone game, and told the situation downstairs in a sweet voice. Boss, you haven't seen the situation downstairs. It's like the bathtub at home is draining water. The water level has been rising, as you can see with the naked eye. When we came up just now, the 5th floor downstairs was completely submerged. You haven't seen it, but the water outside is now at least 20 or 30 meters deep. It looks so deep and gloomy. It's really scary. In fact, basically everyone has deep sea phobia. Just like if you were in the sea, looking at the dark and deep seabed, many people would feel terrified. But Su Xiaotong may be more serious. It's only about 20 meters deep, and it's still in a community, so she feels terrible. It's still early. The water level will rise by at least half. Su Xiaotong talked enthusiastically for a long time before Xialuo replied casually. However, he did not stop playing the game and continued to press the phone screen frantically. If this were before the end of the world, if a boyfriend dared to neglect his girlfriend like this, he would probably be severely punished with an education lesson. But now, Su Xiaotong naturally does not dare to educate Xialuo, otherwise it will be her who will be severely educated by then. In fact, Xialuo is not addicted to playing games, especially standalone games, let alone addictive. After playing a few games, he is satisfied. In fact, the current apocalypse is like a large-scale real-person game to Xialuo, except that he is a bug-like existence. Boss, are you saying that this flood will stop rising when the water level reaches the 10th floor? Su Xiaotong now regards Xialuo as a god, knowing that Xialuo knows everything, as if he can predict the future. Maybe this is also a superpower. It's like a space power. So Su Xiaotong also wanted to know the answer in advance. After all, people are curious. Our community will be flooded up to the 10th floor, but each place is naturally different. It depends on the topography of each place. How long will this flood last? Su Xiaotong asked curiously. Xialuo smiled and shook his head. It's hard to say for the time being. The superpower is not omnipotent. It also has limitations. You will know it later. Hearing Xialuo's words, Su Xiaotong's eyes lit up and asked excitedly. Boss, are you saying that I can also awaken my powers in the future? Xialuo did not answer immediately, but smiled and said, Hey, I'm a little thirsty. If only I could eat a few strawberries to quench my thirst now. Su Xiaotong saw the fruit plate on the coffee table and quickly picked up a strawberry and fed it to Xialuo's mouth. However, Xialuo did not open his mouth to catch it. Instead, he looked at Su Xiaotong's sexy little mouth and then gave Su Xiaotong a look. As a competent personal secretary, Su Xiaotong understood Xialuo very well. Her face turned red, and then she quickly glanced at the bathroom. It seemed that Sister Zhao Min hadn't come out yet. So Su Xiaotong quickly opened her mouth and gently held the strawberry in her mouth, and then moved forward. Xialuo would naturally not refuse the delicacies delivered to his door. Soft, smooth, and tender. Xialuo ate the strawberry into his mouth. It was also sour and sweet. After struggling to feed Xialuo a strawberry, Su Xiaotong turned red and said with a coquettish look on her face, Boss, do you still want to eat? Xialuo nodded. Eat? How can it be enough to only eat one strawberry? Su Xiaotong was helpless, so she used the method just now and fed Xialuo a few strawberries to eat, and Xialuo was finally satisfied. Su Xiaotong quickly asked, Boss, can you speak now? Okay, since you were so good, I will tell you that you can also awaken your powers in the future. As soon as he heard this, Su Xiaotong suddenly smiled. He never thought that he could become a superwoman in the future. Although Su Xiaotong is not very interested in fighting and killing, she actually prefers to be Xialuo's little secretary. She feels that her current life is quite good. But Su Xiaotong is also worried that he will become a burden in the future, so it would be better if he could obtain superpowers. But thinking of something, Su Xiaotong asked again, Boss, won't everyone be able to awaken their powers in the future? Xialuo shook his head and said, Definitely not. There will be very few people who can awaken their powers in the future. How to put it? Let's use the analogy of buying lottery tickets before the end. Although it is not as difficult as winning the first prize of 5 million, it is almost the same. You won the third prize, so there are still very few people who can finally awaken their powers. Really? I didn't expect that. I'm quite lucky. After hearing Xialuo's metaphor, Su Xiaotong immediately understood it and felt very happy. It seems that the superpowers in the future are indeed not a common existence, and can even be said to be very rare. Because Xiao Xiaotong has played lottery before, let alone the first and second prizes, she also knows how difficult it is to win the third prize. Anyway, let alone her, even friends around me who buy lottery tickets rarely win. Not to mention whether it is fake or not, the chance is very small. Xiao Xiaotong did not expect that she would not become a lucky person before the apocalypse, but would become a lucky person after the apocalypse. Husband, what about me? Can I awaken my powers in the future? Originally, Xiaomin had been staying at the door of the bathroom, not wanting to come over and disturb Li Xiao and Xiao Xiaotong's good deeds. However, Li Xiaoluo's topic successfully attracted her, so she couldn't help but ran over and asked. Li Xiaoluo looked at Xiao Min and said with a smile, "Do you want to know too? But I'm not a casual person. If I want to know the answer, I naturally have to pay the same price as your good sister." Xiao Min's cheeks were red with embarrassment, but there was really no secret between her and Xiao Xiaotong. So under Xiao Xiaotong's gaze, Xiao Min completed the feeding task coquettishly. However, the result Xiao Min got was naturally disappointing to her. She had no supernatural talent. On the morning of the third day, after the ice disaster ended and the temperature rose, the heavy rain finally stopped. In fact, if you are serious, you will find that the heavy rain actually stopped in the middle of the night, and it was exactly when it started raining the day before yesterday. Starts and ends at the same time. Of course, no one cares about these details. All the survivors only know one thing. That is, the heavy rain has finally stopped, and the water level does not seem to continue to rise. This made all the survivors finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Otherwise, everyone would be frightened when they see the rising water level. Of course, in fact, not everyone can have this kind of fear. Because the floors of some people's strongholds were not high in the past, and some people even used supermarkets, restaurants, and other places as their refuge. Originally, during the ice disaster, the shelters they chose were very good, with enough food and warm supplies for them to survive. But when the flood came, they were in tragedy. On the first day, all these low buildings were submerged. Now almost all the buildings below 10 floors in the city have been submerged, and the water depth is at least 40 to 50 meters. Those survivors who live on low floors are in dire straits and can only try every means to save themselves. As for whether you can survive, it all depends on your luck. As for Li Xiaoluo's Taoyuan territory, there are no major problems in both territories. In Building A of Watanjiwen Community, the water stopped rising after flooding the 10th floor. All the women's moods also calmed down, and then everyone returned to normal working conditions. In the end, the female security team decided to place the new duty post on the 12th floor and continue to guard the safety of Building A. And it is conceivable that now that the temperature has returned to normal, even though the whole world is now a vast ocean, the survivors outside are definitely more active than before. Therefore, the tasks of the female soldiers in the security team will also be heavier, and the time has come for them to be truly tested. In the past 2 days, Li Xiaoluo has actually been staying at Longting Villa. It's not that Li Xiaoluo loves Xin Miao Miao and the others more, but Li Xiaoluo can be sure that Building A in Watanjiwen Community will definitely not be flooded. But he is really not sure about the situation at Longting Villa and whether it will be flooded. Although the Longting Villa area has a high mountainous terrain, and Li Xiaoluo's villas number 1 to number 10 are all on the highest terrain. After all, they're all lived by big guys, and they all like to look down on all living beings. Of course, the most important thing is that Li Xiaoluo heard that these villas were not flooded in his previous life, so he chose this place. However, Li Xiaoluo still did not dare to take it lightly and has been guarding Longting Villa for the past 2 days. Because the several villas here at Longting Villa are one of his temporary warehouses, and Li Xiaoluo has stored a lot of supplies in them, and there are still some very precious materials. If they're really flooded, Li Xiaoluo will definitely feel heartbroken. So Li Xiaoluo was guarding here just in case something happened, so that he could transfer the supplies immediately. But now it seems that several villas controlled by Li Xiaoluo have indeed not been flooded. However, the 10 villas occupied by Li Xiaoluo were not in danger, but almost all other villas in the Longting Villa area were flooded. Many survivors who finally survived the ice disaster did not expect that before they had time to be happy, they would become underwater souls again. Of course, some survivors did not sit still and wait for death. They used some empty barrels at home and wooden boards to make some simple bamboo rafts, or tied some plastic bottles directly to their bodies, and then floated directly in the water. At least they did not drown. And fortunately, the heavy rain stopped today. Those survivors who were almost desperate when soaked in the water seemed to see hope again. Because if it keeps raining heavily, not only will they not be able to move, they won't know where to go. Maybe when they find a safe spot on land, they will be flooded again. It's better now, there's no more heavy rain, and the water level hasn't continued to rise, so as long as it's not flooded, it's basically safe. And there was no heavy rain anymore. Even if they were in the water, it would be easier to go where they wanted to go. At this time, in one direction of the Longting Villa area, a group of survivors were desperately paddling their small bamboo rafts with wooden sticks. However, I don't know if there was a problem with their raft production or with their rowing skills. After a few operations, the raft basically spun in place. Listen to me, now that there is no heavy rain and no wind and waves, we need to quickly row to the villa area on the top of the mountain. It is not flooded yet. As long as we get there, We will have a safe place to wait. The floods have receded, so don't be lazy. Shit, haven't you eaten yet? You're working hard for me. Do you want me to take care of you again? This group of survivors previously lived in Villa number 35 in the Longting Villa district. The villas in this area are also on relatively high ground, so their stronghold was flooded relatively late, and they were not in the water for a long time. There are 10 people in this group, 6 women and 4 men, but the ones who are rowing the raft desperately at this time are the thin and pale women. These women originally looked sick and weak, and rowing was both technical and physical work. So the destination they wanted to go to was Villa number 10, although it was not very far from them. But their little raft has actually been working hard for a long time, but it hasn't made much progress. However, the men on the raft just sat on the raft and had no intention of helping. Instead, they kept scolding the women who were working hard. Damn, they're all useless trash. With such a small distance, can you handle it? After saying that, the man who was leading the conversation waved the whip in his hand and hit a woman paddling the raft hard. Ah, Brother Chung, don't hit me. I've really worked hard. You idiot. How far is it to Villa number 10? You've been struggling for so long, and you still haven't gotten there. Why do you have the nerve to tell me to work hard? Ah. The woman screamed again, but she endured the physical pain and did not dare to stop rowing the boat. She didn't dare to speak anymore. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would be hurt even more, or even beaten to death. Brother Chung, stop fighting. We couldn't enjoy these women because of the low temperature before. Now the temperature has finally risen, but don't be beaten to death all at once. A man next to him couldn't stand it, and quickly came over to break up the fight. The leader named Chungo was named Zhou Chung. When he heard what the man said, he suddenly felt that it made sense. And he also knew that these women had really tried their best, and he would not admit that there was a problem with the raft he designed. Monkey, Lao Wang, you go into the water and push our raft. It's not far anyway, and I will credit you with a great contribution. On the roof of Villa number 10, led by Tao Yuan, the female soldier on duty was looking boredly at the water not far away. It was so thrilling that the flood almost reached the door of their Villa number 10. Fortunately, the water level has finally stopped rising. Captain Wang, there's a raft on the water over there, and there are many people on it. Suddenly, a female soldier saw a simple raft floating on the water in the distance, so she hurried over and informed Wang Shanshan, the squad leader who was leading the team today. Wang Shanshan had been staring at the water level before. After the heavy rain stopped and the water level stopped rising, she breathed a sigh of relief and went to drink water and use the toilet. Who would have thought that before the water was finished, something abnormal suddenly appeared? Wang Shanshan lamented in her heart that during the previous ice disasters, life was very inconvenient due to low temperatures and snow. But speaking of it, it was safer than before because the survivors basically had no way to go out, so they didn't have any outside survivors here. But now the temperature has risen. Even though there is already a vast ocean outside, the heavy rain has just stopped, but survivors are already coming to the door. But Wang Shanshan didn't worry too much. They were no longer weak women who were allowed to be bullied. And even if they can't defeat the enemy, they still have a powerful lord. As long as their lord is there, they feel that they have a strong sense of security and are not afraid of any invading enemies. Let all the female soldiers on duty be ready for battle, and then also notify Madam. Wang Shanshan immediately gave the order to the female soldier who reported, and then she didn't even bother to drink the water, and went directly to the balcony on the 3rd floor of the villa. Standing on the balcony, Wang Shanshan immediately saw the raft on the water not far away leaning against the shore, and then there were 7 or 8 people standing on the raft. No, there are 2 men in the water. They also returned to the raft. Then several men on the raft held knives and sticks and directed the women on the raft to carry things. They were obviously planning to go ashore. Standing high naturally means you can see far, and Wang Shanshan can clearly see the opponent's strength quickly. For men, 6 women, and the weapons in the hands of those men were also very ordinary. Fortunately, the survivors who broke into their territory this time were not very strong, so they could handle them themselves. After all, the Lord raised them just to solve minor troubles. People on the raft, listen. This is private property and outsiders are not welcome. Get out of here! Wang Shanshan took a loudspeaker and shouted to the survivors on the raft. Be polite first, and then fight. Zhou Chung, the leader of the original raft, was preparing to get off the raft with his brothers and several women. They have been in the water for a long time, and now they just want to set foot on land. But suddenly a huge trumpet sounded, startling all of them. Damn it, Brother Chung. This place has been occupied. What should we do? Haha, monkey. Just a girl's harsh words scared you. That's right. In this apocalyptic world, there are private lands everywhere, and whoever has the ability to occupy them belongs to them. Our brothers are very good at fighting. So what are we afraid of them doing? Anyway, if we leave here, we might be drowned in the vast water world. Let's see who dares to stop us from landing. Zhou Chung was very happy when he heard what his brother said. He was afraid that his men would give in. He was not surprised at all that there were survivors in this villa area that had not yet been flooded. It might be the original owner of the villa, or it might be a survivor who came earlier than them. Because in this nearby area, a few villas and a mountain forest behind it have not yet been flooded. If there are survivors nearby, it's like seeing an isolated island in the vast ocean. Everyone will definitely come here. So it doesn't matter if someone occupies this place. Zhou Cheng is afraid that the brothers will give up if something happens to them, and they no longer have the courage to deal with the boss in the villa where they used to live during the ice disaster. Fortunately, the brothers did not disappoint him. Moreover, the person shouting at them was still a woman, so Zhou Cheng was even more confident. He stood on the raft and shouted loudly to Wang Shanshan upstairs in Villa number 10. Woman across the way, ask the leader of your team to come out and talk to me. Who are you looking down on if you, a woman? Talk to me? Wang Shanshan took the trumpet and said coldly. Huh, you still look down on us women? Who are you? I don't want to repeat what I said a third time. This is our private territory. No outsider is allowed to step in. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences. Anyway, Wang Shanshan has the authorization from Xialuo, so Wang Shanshan is very confident. If any outside survivors leave honestly, they will not make trouble for themselves and insist on killing all the survivors they see. But if there are survivors who don't listen, don't blame them for being rude. Young man, are you sure you don't want your people in charge to speak out? Do you really want to force us to take action? Our four brothers were all bodyguards and security guards before the end of the world. We are not afraid of taking action. The worst is that everyone will die. At this time, can you, a woman, take responsibility? Zhou Cheng shouted towards Villa number 10 so loudly that his throat almost became hoarse. The reason why he shouted so loudly was because he didn't have a loudspeaker. If he didn't shout louder, the woman upstairs in Villa number 10 might not be able to hear him at all. In addition, he also hopes that he can be louder so that the manager of the opposite team can hear him and speak out. Zhou Cheng actually didn't want to risk his life unless he had to, because now the ice disaster has passed, but the disaster is not over yet. The woman under their control is still their slave girl, so they still have many things to enjoy. Zhou Cheng believed that the men on the opposite team thought the same as him and did not want to fight him desperately. But the leader on the opposite side never showed up and kept letting a woman act arrogant. Zhou Cheng was actually very unhappy, but let's be patient and stand firm first. However, no one responded to Zhou Cheng's call. Don't mention any higher-level managers. Even Wang Shanshan ignored Zhou Cheng. For people who want to die, especially men who want to die, Wang Shanshan will not say a word of nonsense. Brother Cheng, are there no men at all in the villa, and only some women are still alive? The air was quiet for a while, and one of Zhou Cheng's men suddenly brightened his eyes, and then made a guess. When Zhou Cheng heard this, he immediately felt that it was very possible. Let's go, get your weapons. Let's continue ashore. Zhou Cheng immediately said, anyway, even if there are men on the opposite team, they are not intimidated. There is now a water world, and if they want to have a place to stay, they must be strong. At the same time, Wang Shanshan also asked all her female soldiers to load their crossbows. If those people don't obey then, don't blame them for being rude.